A bizarre instance that claims to have a death rate as high as 100%, but is treated as a playground by your 3-year-old daughter. Not only does she use the bizarre snake person as a jump rope, but she even rides the 3S class Ghost King as a horse. All because you are the supreme emperor of the bizarre instance. They know well that if your daughter is not having fun here, this thrilling world will cease to exist. At this moment, everyone who has just entered the instance is filled with fear. At this moment, a little girl spoke up. Hello, my name is Meng Meng. Do you know Meng Meng's daddy? The crowd followed the voice and looked down, only to discover a little girl standing beside them. The crowd was puzzled and shocked at the same time. This scene also shocked the audience watching the live broadcast. Seeing no one speaking up, Meng Meng took out a photo. This is Meng Meng's daddy. Can you help Meng Meng find him? The crowd shook their heads one after another, as surviving was already a question, let alone helping you find your father. At this moment, a woman named Lu Ruyan squatted down. Shall I help you find your father? Upon hearing the big sister's words, Meng Meng immediately smiled and said, Thank you, big sister, for helping me. Just then, a mysterious voice sounded. Welcome to the screaming bus stop. Please take bus route 11 to the final stop. Incomplete tasks will be erased, and task completers can receive rewards based on their scores. As the prompt ended, a bus approached not far away, resembling a giant fish head. The people orderly entered the bus, and a bulky, obese rat person stood up and said, Welcome aboard bus route 11. Are you food items ready with the mysterious coins? The rat person's words immediately caused panic among the people. They had to pay to ride the bus? A spirited young man tentatively asked, What happens if we don't have mysterious coins? The rat person smirked mysteriously and said, If you don't have money, you can only use your body as payment. The next moment, the rat person opened his mouth and bit off the person's neck. The spirited young man, without money for a bus ticket, triggered the rat person's killing condition. Seeing this, several others without mysterious coins tried to break the windows and escape, but the glass was too hard, and their escape attempts failed. The rat person chuckled mysteriously. Without money, you can only become our food. Soon after, the 5 people stopped breathing. The people in the live broadcast room saw the scene and all felt that the little girl was doomed. It was impossible for a 5-year-old to have ghost coins. The rat person walked up to Meng Meng and asked, Kid, do you have ghost coins to buy tickets? I have single and double tickets here. Meng Meng looked puzzled and asked, What are ghost coins? Are they delicious? The audience in the live broadcast room panicked instantly. Oh no! Oh no! She doesn't even know what ghost coins are. This cute child is really doomed. The rat man pulled out a mysterious coin from his shoulder bag. Look, this white one is the mysterious coin. Meng Meng looked at the mysterious coin in the rat man's hand. This mysterious coin looks like the game coin played with Dad in Monopoly. Then Meng Meng opened her backpack and pulled out a purple mysterious coin from inside. But the rest of the 4 ratmen were stunned to see the mysterious coin in each other's hands. This is actually the legendary purple mysterious coin. It is worth mentioning that mysterious coins are divided into 5 colors: white, blue, red, black, and purple, with the white one worth 1 yuan and the purple one worth 10,000. The audience in the live broadcast room looked at the purple mysterious coin in Meng Meng's hand, unable to sit still. This purple mysterious coin is worth 10 million in the real world. The mysterious coin that Meng Meng casually took out is the pursuit of a lifetime for us poor people. Meng Meng looked at the rat man who was shocked with dropped jaws, innocent, and said, Is Meng Meng's mysterious coin not enough? I have more here. So Meng Meng searched in her backpack and took out 11 more purple mysterious coins, along with 2 red mysterious coins worth 100, somewhat aggrievedly saying, Meng Meng, this is all I have. I couldn't find the white mysterious coin you wanted. At this point, the rat man was already shocked to the point of numbness, with a huge wave surging in his heart, almost unable to breathe. Even the audience in the live broadcast room was in an uproar. Oh my god, 11 purple ghost coins, that's worth 1 billion, shocking me for 10,000 years, carrying a small goal. Whose daughter is this? On the side, Lu Ruyan's eyes were blank. Meng Meng, where did you get these strange coins? Meng Meng looked innocent. These strange coins? These are the game coins that Meng Meng and Dad play Monopoly with. Upon hearing this, the audience in the live broadcast room and Lu Ruyan were completely confused. Listen, is this human language? The invaluable strange coins turned out to be the game coins you and your dad play Monopoly with. Zhou Jianrun, who was sitting in the back, witnessed all this, breathing heavily. How does she have so many mysterious coins? If these mysterious coins were mine, I would never have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of my life. Why would I need to enter the terrifying world to make money? At this moment, he looked at the little girl with eyes full of greed, thinking of ways to get hold of these mysterious coins. The rat man who approached had a flattering look on his face. Noble human girl, do you need to buy a single ticket for 1 mysterious coin? Or a double ticket for 2 mysterious coins? If you are generous enough to reward us, willing to give this red mysterious coin worth 100, all the rat people in the car will escort you. Meng Meng blinked her big eyes and said, then this one is for you. You must keep your promise and protect Meng Meng and her big sister safely. Ratman Jack's eyes were excited, and his hand shook a little bit when he held this trick coin with a face value of 100 trick coins. Feeling that the world was a little bit unreal. Normally, he'd have to work for many days to earn this 100 guile coins, and now it's so easy to get? It made his heart swell with energy. Looks like humans aren't all white whore monsters, Ratman Jack lamented in his mind. Fu Chenjiai let out a sigh of relief. A hanging heart finally falling. She thought her life was going to be on the line today, but she didn't expect to get help from this munchkin. One shot was hundreds of millions of RMB worth of trick coins. You know, she's attending university nowadays and her pocket money is only a couple million a month. It seems that after getting out of the thrill world, we need to go to the thrill exchange as soon as possible to exchange the trick coins for defense. This rat is also not bad. Did not Leone the purple guile coins with a face value of 10,000 as soon as he asked for them, but instead chose the red guile coins with a face value of 100, by collecting this 100 Gue coins. Not only did he pay both of their fares, but he also promised to protect them. It's a true conscience, yes. This Ratman business is thick, much more conscientious than the shady merchants of the blue planet. Woohoo, now this munchkin is at least covered. It's hard to say, the danger has just begun. The trick bus will pass through a total of 6 stops. Each stop will be on the trick passengers. There may be powerful trick creatures on board. Then it is the Ratman cannot protect this munchkin, Mom, though the last floor says it bluntly, but it's realistic. There's a limit to how much the rat people can be protected from the creepy creatures at the bottom of the thriller world. Many of these spectators were veteran players. They are well aware of the dangers of tricky public transportation. Paying the fare is just the beginning of the danger. Waiting for the creepy passengers to get on the bus at each stop of the creepy bus is what really makes the death rate of this replica so high. Upon hearing these remarks, the hearts of many viewers, which had already been put down, were once again raised. Shit ah. How is there this hidden condition? And you can pay the extra trickster coins to get the Ratman to protect that little brat? The back seat of the trick bus, Zhou Jianran lungs are about to burst. His face is gloomy and mud. With the protection of the Ratman, it became no longer possible for him to try to rob it directly. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Jianran forced himself to calm down. But it's okay, while the Ratman is not a weak fighter, he is only a low-tier presence in the thriller world. And there are too many thriller creatures that are weirder and more dangerous than he is. Among the passengers who will get on the bus later, there will surely be thrilling creatures more powerful than the Ratman when the time came. All he had to do was to do a little trick and create a little accident, and the rats wouldn't be able to protect the little brat. At that time, as long as this little brat died, the hundreds of millions of dollars worth of guile coins would be his. After paying the fare, the bus shaped like the head of a ghostfish starts up and continues to weave in and out of the rainstorm like a big-headed fish in the deep sea. Inside the car, Ratman Jack and the other 4 rotting ratmen were dutiful as they sat near Su Meng Meng and acted as full-time bodyguards, protecting her and Chen Jiai at all times. During this time, Su Meng Meng asks Ratman Jack, showing the photo to him and asking him if he recognizes his daddy. Jack the rat shook his head in disbelief. That's when Ratman Jack realizes that this human childishness has actually come to Thrill World in search of his dad. The money goddess is on top of this human cub is so dutiful. The IT couldn't help but think of its mom in the Ratman's cave, which it hadn't been back to in a while in order to make money. It's storming today and I kind of miss mom. Right, Mo, who is that Missy you're talking about? Why do you call her Missy and me big sister? Is she younger than me? The big and little sisters you talk about, are they divided by age? Chen Jiai turned her head, unable to suppress the curiosity in her heart. She couldn't help but ask. If you break it down by age, she had just started college and was only 19 years old, so it was only logical for Mo to call herself Miss Sister, not Big Sister. However, next moment, only to see, Su Meng Meng's small face was serious, and her small hand gestured down Chen Jiai's bear. Seriously, no, Daddy and I said that if this one is big, it's called Big Sister. If this one is small, it's called Missy. Oh, ha, this big is the big sister, this little is Missy? Put. Seeing this munchkin's serious and solemn expression, Chen Jiai instantly failed to hold back and burst out laughing. She laughed a little violently, and her front swayed as much as the waves, making her eye-catching. Who the hell is this munchkin's dad? Is he decent? How do you teach Mo all this wacky knowledge? Although he didn't know Su Meng Meng's father, through Su Meng Meng, he always felt indirectly molested by Su Meng Meng's father. It was an odd feeling that made her unable to stop her cheeks from flushing and her heart a little shy. For a while, she once again felt incomparably curious about Su Meng Meng's father's identity. Who exactly is Mo's dad? In the live broadcast room, the audience had already exploded and boiled over. None of them expected such a cute munchkin to say such thunderous words, which really made them laugh. Goddamn, big ones are called big sisters and little ones are called little sisters. I'm kind of growing in knowledge. Is this kid's dad serious? Is teaching a baby this kind of knowledge considered enlightenment? I'm getting curious about the Munchkin's dad. Who the hell is this big guy? So funny. Shouldn't be one of those old curmudgeons, laughing my ass off. In the most adorable words. Driving the fastest car I could find after I got on the Akihabara highway. Dirt, 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 dirt. Or is it a train? How do you teach a munchkin this kind of knowledge? That's too much of a no-brainer. Ha ha ha, because of Su Mingming's words. These 1,000 plus viewers kind of knew a little bit about her dad. That's quite the belter. What do you mean the older ones are called big sisters? The little one is called Missy? What's with the big and the small? Are they serious? It was also at this moment that Su Mingming's Thriller livestream suddenly flooded with tens of thousands of viewers once again. Just a moment ago, a viewer took a screenshot of Su Mingming taking out hundreds of millions of RMBs worth of trickster coins and posted it to the Thriller forum. Many Thriller players came to see Su Mingming's Thriller live.at first. When these viewers who had just come in saw Su Mingming's cute face, many of the oldest men's hearts were almost adorable. However, immediately afterward, upon hearing Su Mingming's shocking words, she instantly became dumbfounded, her face oddly pale. Who the hell is her dad? That's too much to rely on. Is that how big sisters are distinguished from little sisters? But it does make quite a bit of sense to have a point. Ah, a point well made. If you're older, you're called big sister. For the little ones, it's Missy. For a while, they couldn't even find a reason to refute it. Open him up. But what surprised them was this: the identity of this munchkin's father is like a mystery. And it's amazing that you can't find any trace of it on the internet. It's as if the man doesn't exist in the world. How is this possible? It should have been looked for too short a time, or it would have been found for sure. Nowadays, the internet is so advanced that it's impossible to not even find a trace of a person. Quite a few old players who used to be admin by profession don't believe it. They just want to reveal the identity of Su Mingming's father.at this time. Some of the viewers in the live broadcast room seem to see something, posting pop-ups. Crap. You guys, check out the live feed. The station is here. And this time the passenger on board is the monkey-faced kid. The monkey-faced child spirit is difficult to deal with. The character is perverse, temperamental, like to trick and toy with human beings. That is, some of the veteran players are also very dangerous to touch. This guy's level can be a bit higher than the rotting Ratman. If it makes a move on the Munchkin, the Ratman might not be able to stop it either. Yeah, let's hope it doesn't target Munchkins. Maybe, for the more novel things, the more curious the monkey-faced child spirit is. It is curious about everything, just like the evil monkeys in reality. Shortly after weaving through the torrential rain, the trick bus stops and arrives at the first stop. As the other players watched, the car door opened and a creepy creature entered. It was 1.5 meters tall, like a child among humans, but with a monkey face, covered with short black hair, 2 sharp teeth exposed, and 2 long black hairy arms so long that they were dragged on the ground by it when walking. Monkey-faced kid, LOL money-grubbing rat, here's your monkey master's trick coin. Catch it. The monkey-faced kid casually threw out a trick coin with a face value of 1 and stepped inside the trick bus. There are humans? Hey, I didn't realize there was fast food on this ride. Cheap. The monkey-faced child spirit giggled strangely, his 2 arms raised and bouncing in place with a very excited look. Monkey-faced man? Seeing the monkey-faced child with teeth and claws in place, Chen Jia's willow eyebrows slightly frowned. Her heart was alert, and she subconsciously used her hands to protect Su Mingming, even though the Ratman had just promised to keep her and Su Mingming safe. But who knows if these rats will backtrack? And the creatures of the Thriller world were weird. In case the weird creatures were too strong, even Ratman might not be able to protect them. But through the understanding of the Thriller world just now, these Thriller creatures can't just kill them humans at will. It seems that they have to trigger the rules in order to do so. I just wonder, what are the rules for killing this rat-faced man? Chen Jiai guessed in her mind. Hey, yellow-haired dude, guess which of my 2 hands has the trick coin? I'll give it to you if you guess. It's a 100 guile coin. Guess what? The creepy coin is yours. The monkey-faced kid gets on the bus and sits next to the yellow-haired foreigner in the same row as him. Sitting with the bizarre-looking creature certainly made the foreigner green in the face. I don't know. The foreigner's face blushed with apprehension and nervousness as he stammered out a reply. Quickly. Was it left-handed or right-handed? Don't let me eat your brains. Come on. Suddenly, outside the window of the car, a thunderbolt exploded at the same time. The monkey-faced child inside the car's face was twisted as if he had gone crazy, letting out a shrill shriek, forcing the foreigner to question him. Right hand. Terrorized by the monkey-faced child, the foreigner looked terrified and replied in fear. At that moment, a black panel appeared above the head of the man named James in the view of the other players. On the black panel, a line of blood-colored words emerged. James answered incorrectly. The monkey-faced kid kill condition has been triggered. Wonderful. How did it trigger the kill condition? Fark. You blackmailed me. James, who had also seen the black panel, was so furious that he couldn't help but swear at the monkey-faced kid. The weird creature had just forced him to guess the riddle in order to trigger his kill condition. Beyonce. It's too tricky. But he hadn't cursed twice before his voice suddenly came to an abrupt end and his head pierced a hole. The answer is no trick coins on either hand. This human is too stupid to scare pranks into answering my questions. Hey. It's still human brains that taste good. The monkey-faced child's monkey hand retracted and licked the unknown liquid on his hand, looking enjoyable and showing intoxication. Fuck. That's dead? This is even more brutal than the rat man and his gang. Eating brains on the spot. I'm gonna throw up. It's disgusting. This monkey-faced kid was too cunning, deliberately tricking the foreigner into answering his questions, thus inspiring the conditions for murder. There is not messed up. Another dead. This tricky public transportation. A total of 10 players came in. Now are dead, a large part of it. No wonder that this copy is said to be a newcomer's nightmare. Bless the munchkin. Don't let this monkey-faced kid set his sights on him. Maybe this monkey-faced child just struck out so fast. I'm afraid the strength is much stronger than the rat man. Bless the munchkin soon. On the first floor. Buddha doesn't ferry poor B. If you want Buddha to bless Mo, you have to burn paper money. No one expects that the first creepy passenger to get on the bus at the first stop is a dangerous, creepy creature like the creepy face. As soon as you get on the bus, you set up a player and pull out his brain with your bare hands. It's so nasty, and that's just the first stop for the creepy passengers. Not to mention the 5 more stops we'll have to go through in a bit, even if the banknote ability was activated. With the protection of the rat man, this munchkin was still in dire straits. So gross. When Chen Jiai smelled the bloody odor and saw the monkey-faced child eating his brains raw, her stomach lurched and she couldn't help but vomit. The other rats are not surprised. Blame it on the human who was too stupid to survive the monkey-faced kid's prank. Surprisingly, it answered its question. You're looking for death, aren't you? As long as this monkey-faced kid didn't set his sights on the 2 they were protecting. But think what you want, and it will come. Ha! And human children? The monkey-faced child let out a strange laugh and violently rushed forward, trying to take Su Meng captive with one hand, but Ratman Jack reacted quickly and immediately blocked in front of it, causing the monkey-faced child's figure to lurch and grab an empty hand, only catching the doll Su Meng was holding. You always love money as a rat, but you would protect this human. Is it possible that she bribed you with money? That should be it. But what kind of toy is it? Pink pig? It's ugly. Not as good as me. The monkey-faced child played with the doll in his hand, his monkey eyes disgusted. My little piggy bank. That's what my daddy gave me. You bad man. Give it back to Mommy. Su Meng hurriedly stood up and stood on the bus chair, the corners of her mouth bulging with exasperation and milky voice. So guess if I'll pay you back? Exactly what will be returned? Or won't you give it back? The monkey-faced child inquired as he followed the advice, revealing a sinister smile. No good. Mo, you don't answer its questions. Chenjiai's face changed and immediately reminded Su Meng she had found out a while ago. The rules for killing this monkey-faced man are that the player answers its questions. I'm afraid that the purpose of this monkey-faced man's strike just now was not Su Meng, but Su Meng's doll, borrowing the doll's name to ask questions of Su Meng so as to trigger the hit rule. But it's already too late. You're a bad man. You killed someone just now, and you sure as hell aren't going to give it back to me. Su Meng was so angry this monkey grabbed her doll and asked if she would give it back. It's just a deliberate attempt to catch her. Su Meng answered incorrectly. Trigger the monkey-faced kid's kill condition. Outside the window of the car is pitch black. The thunder is constantly. The rainstorm is continuous. Seems to be drowning the earth. Inside the weird bus, the blood-colored text displayed on the black panel above Su Meng's head was weird and eye-catching. Mo, look out. Chen Jiai, who was sitting next to Su Meng, immediately protected Su Meng behind her. Her pretty face tense, her heart in her throat. As she expected, this monkey-faced man was truly despicable. The reason for robbing Su Meng's doll was to trigger the condition of killing Meng. It's abominable. This monkey-faced man was so cunning that he would play these little tricks. When she thought of this weird monkey-faced man who had just pierced a hole through the foreigner's head in the blink of an eye, she felt more and more uneasy in her heart and felt cold all over. What the heck? What a thing to say. Such a difficult monkey-faced kid actually did set his sights on Mo. Which crow's mouth said that? Sure enough. Just like what I've encountered before, this monkey-faced kid is just a very cheap creature to play the setup. Mo's in a bad way. I wonder if these rattlers will be able to protect him. It's hard to say. The monkey-faced rats are fast. Even these backward-skinned rats may not be able to stop them. Even though Buddha doesn't ferry poor people. Burn $10 and ask for a blessing that this one is a munchkin. It made me wary to watch. The world of thrillers is really dangerous, and people can't move without dying. Seeing the scene of mutation across the board, the more than 10,000 viewers in the live broadcast room immediately raised their hearts to their throats, not daring to take a breath, their eyes staring at the screen. Inside the thriller world, Once a thriller creature targeted them and triggered the kill condition, 9 out of 10 players would be hard to be spared, especially for new players. There are hundreds of nothing. It's especially dangerous when the thrill player, in this case, is a munchkin. Today, they can only pin their hopes on the rat and I in the thriller world. The rotting rat man was not weak, but the monkey-faced child was even better. Extremely fast, and shaped like a ghost, which was tricky to deal with even if a veteran player came across it. Ha ha, God help me, got it all. Looks like I'm going to be rich today, and no one can stop me. Inside the trick bus, Zhou Jianren's eyes were agitated and his heart was excited. Originally, he had wanted to use some means to make the thrill world creatures that would get on the bus later to kill Su Mengmeng, but now it seemed that this monkey-faced child had taken on Su Mengmeng on his own. Kill her, kill the brat. Zhou Jianren looked forward to it in his heart, and couldn't wait for Su Mengmeng to be killed by this monkeyless and humanless creepy creature earlier. Hurry up and die. When I die, the hundreds of millions of RMB worth of guile coins will be mine. Speak slowly, then rush. The brains of this human child. Never had one yet. What anticipation. Inside the car, knowing that he had triggered the condition of being able to kill Su Mengmeng, the monkey-faced child was ferocious. His body leapt violently, his right arm covered in black hair stretched out, wanting to use his sharp claws to pierce through Su Mengmeng's head, but who knows, Ratman Jack, however, blocked in front of Su Mengmeng, and his strong arms violently pushed forward, knocking the monkey-faced child back. I took this kid's money. She and this human girl are the ones I protect. Go find another target. Ratman Jack clasped his hands to his chest and stared coldly at the monkey-faced child, uttering a warning. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. The remaining 4 ratmen behind him were equally wary-eyed and stepped forward quickly to surround the monkey-faced child. There was some annoyance in Ratman Jack's mind just now. This dead monkey already knew that Su Mengmeng was the object of her protection, and actually dared to make a move. What a disgrace to him. Had. A bunch of stinking rats who are dying for money. I'm going to eat this little waif's brains. No one can stop me. The monkey-faced child sneered, and after throwing Su Mengmeng's pink piggy doll aside, it pulled out a black stone with its right hand and vigorously crushed it. The moment the black stone was crushed, a large amount of black fog filled the car, making it pitch black and impossible to reach out. No good. It's the ghost mist stone. This dead monkey, how dare it use the ghost mist stone on our car. When I go back, I'll definitely lift its lair. All of you gather around that little girl and keep it safe. I am sworn to the goddess of money, to keep it safe. Jack the rat stormed out, snarling out, his rat eyes red. Fuck off, stinking rat. Do not go to the Ratman cave to stay. What the hell, bus? Dare to disturb this little master to eat. You are really in the way. A black shadow appeared and stomped Ratman Jack off his feet. Bang! Jack the rat fell heavily onto the bus, his head spinning. Not to mention, this bus is very sturdy, even if a fierce fight, but no injuries, still intact. Hey! Your brain is mine. The black smoke dissipated for the most part, kicking away the Ratman Jack who was blocking in front of Su Mengmeng. The monkey-faced child's 2 claws quickly reached out, wanting to break Su Mengmeng's head open and taste the brain matter. Mo Run. Chen Jiai, who was sitting next to Su Mengmeng, had anxious eyes and wanted to push Su Mengmeng away with one hand, but the monkey-faced man was too fast in getting out his claws. Her mind reacted, but her body didn't. Too late to make a move. One could only watch the sharp claws getting closer and closer to Su Mengmeng's head. 10 centimeters, 9 centimeter, 8 cm, 0.4 centimeter, 3 centimeter, 1 cm. It's over. Chen Jiai's eyes were desperate. She was already able to envision the tragic circumstances of Su Mengmeng's death. As the large amount of black fog inside the car dispersed, many of the viewers in the Thriller live room couldn't help but cover their eyes, not daring to look at the scene that happened next. But just then, the vision is steep. Suddenly, the pink piggy doll on the floor of the car trembled, emitting a faint pink light all over its body, and the pig's eyes shone brightly, shooting out a red aura, like a sharp arrow. The red aura shot into the monkey-faced child's brain. The monkey-faced child's black hair reopened. His hands clasped his head, kneeling on the ground and screaming miserably, his body trembling violently and bleeding from all 5 holes inside its mind. A behemoth rudely intruded. He had 4 hooves on black flames and was born with different horns, and at this moment, he was like a god, looking down at it with an indifferent expression. Just a single look made the monkey-faced child unable to withstand it. His soul about to be torn apart and his body about to explode. What the hell is this? Why does it look like the doll point that I just grabbed? As a creature of the Thriller world, the monkey-faced man felt what it meant to be weird and scary for the first time. Inside the car, the monkey-faced little monkey was screaming in agony. It had figured out that this was the doll's doing. And what the hell was this little girl's origin? How can something so horrible be around? Shouldn't have messed with her then. For a moment, a variety of emotions flooded the monkey-faced child's mind. Horror, terror, remorse. I want to get off. I want to get off. Get me out of the car. Get me out of the car now. Inside the car, the monkey-faced child was bleeding from all 5 holes. His tendons and bones were mostly broken, and his soul suffered a heavy blow. His appearance was very tragic. At this moment, it wailed and screamed out in misery, only wanting to run away from the tricky bus, away from that doll, away from Su Mengmeng. No one expected this turn of events. What's going on? Jack the rat was confused, but soon enough, the rat's naturally keen sense of perception sensed the Shakti breath emanating from the doll on the ground. That moment, it was like falling into an ice cave. Its back chilled, and it almost couldn't help but fall to its knees and prostrate itself on the ground. This doll. There is great terror. Ratman Jack swallowed hard and stifled a cold shiver. To know that just a flash of breath was all it took to make its heart unable to create any resistance inside this doll. There was definitely a terrifying existence attached. Ah, why did that monkey-faced man suddenly go crazy? But it's good that Mo is okay. Chen Jiai, who was sitting next to Su Mengmeng, saw that the monkey-faced child suddenly went crazy, looked miserable, and kept pounding on the car door to get out. She was a bit puzzled for a moment, not knowing what had happened, but no matter what happens, it's good that Su Mengmeng is okay. Mo, are you okay? Chen Jiai hurriedly turned her head and asked Su Mengmeng with concern. It's okay. It was Piggy who was just helping me fight the bad guys. Oh, he. Thank you, oh little piggy. Su Mengmeng picked up the pink piggy doll, patted the dust, re-hugged it, and sat back in her seat. Chen Jiai smiled and gave Su Mengmeng a head touch. For the words of Su Mengmeng, a 3-year-old girl, she naturally wouldn't take them seriously. Oh, my god, why did that monkey-faced kid suddenly go crazy, and turned into this miserable state? Did you just see that, old-timers? It's that doll. The pink piggy doll seems to be glowing. Although there was a bit of black smoke inside the car just now, it did seem as if there was a flash of light. Good man, that doll isn't a trick prop, is it? Crap. A magic item that can drive thrill-seeking creatures crazy? A mental field artifact. This is at least a grade B artifact or above. This munchkin still has this kind of treasure on him? Thriller World has descended on Blue Star for 100 years now, and the trick props that can directly attack the spirit, there are no more than 10 of them today. And this munchkin has one in her hand? And it's still being used by her as a doll. Mom, who the hell is his dad? This is too much of a luxury. Giving his daughter such a high-level prop as a doll? It doesn't have to be a doll. That kind of trick prop is so rare that even national-level organizations can't have 2 of them. And your guesses are just possibilities, although it's not necessarily true. What if it is? In the Thriller Live room, after some discussion among the viewers, they suddenly realized a shocking speculation. Fine thoughts. Just in case this munchkin really does have this level of trick props in his hands, what kind of person would that munchkin's father be? To give his daughter this level of trickery as a doll? Inside the Thriller broadcast room, a player Big Brother took a screenshot of the piggy doll and sent it to the Thriller forums, asking if any of the hanging university players had ever seen this trick prop. Since the post is set up to reward replies, just reply to the post and you will be rewarded. In less than a few minutes, it got replies from tens of thousands of players on the forum. They answered in 1,000 different ways, but expressed the same meaning, that is, they had never seen the trick prop. Immediately after that, this player began to speak at Su Mengmeng's Thriller Live, sending out pop-ups. Fellow old-timers, I just posted that the doll is most likely a new prop. Seeing this pop-up, many of the viewers in the live broadcast room chose to believe this guess even though they still had doubts in their hearts. Thrill World has been descending on Blue Star for over 100 years, and there is a strict division between the creepy props, from low to high. They are Grade E, Grade D, Grade C, Grade B, and Grade A shenanigans. As for the highest level of trick props, they are S-ranked. Within these shenanigans, the same 2 shenanigans may appear for Grade E to Grade A shenanigans, but there is only the S-ranked trick props, which are unique and there can't be a second one. Like this kind of strategic level tricky props, only national level organizations have them. For example, Huaxia, openly and publicly. There are Jin Long Sword and Shattered Divine Jade, which are 2 S-level props. Other countries have them, but on the bright side, the total number of S-class trick props from all the powers combined was only 12. And the trick props below S rank will have the same 2 in most cases. That player just posted that tens of thousands of players said they hadn't seen this one pink piggy doll prop. So that means, this pink piggy doll is not a trick prop? Of course, we can't rule out the other possibility that this pink piggy could be a new shenanigans prop that other players just haven't seen before. As for the claim that the doll was an S-class prop, they couldn't even think about it and couldn't accept it. It was important to know that a national organization like Huaxia only had a total of 2 S-class trick props on the surface. This munchkin has an S-rank creepy prop in his hand? Is this pink piggy doll a prop of this caliber? They can't even think about it, but not having personally touched that pink piggy doll, they don't know what level of props that pink piggy is playing with. Ever since watching Su Mengmeng's thrilling live broadcast, it was as if they were trapped in a vortex, with one mystery after another appearing in front of their eyes. making them sink deeper and deeper. For example, who is the young lady this baby is talking about? How come she gave this baby and his dad hundreds of millions of RMB worth of coins? Is it possible that the pink piggy doll in this munchkin's hand is a creepy prop? If so, what level of trick props would it be? One of the biggest mysteries. Who is the daddy this munchkin keeps saying he's looking for? What's her dad's status? And what could be the origin? Inside Su Mengmeng's live broadcast room, these tens of thousands of viewers have constant speculation and curiosity in their hearts. At first, they clicked in to watch because Su Mengmeng was a 3-year-old munchkin and worried about her safety, but as time goes by, they realized that the mystery on this munchkin's body has a billion points. And watching the live broadcast at this moment, there is actually a tendency to solve the mystery, which makes them very uptight inside the tricky bus. Some people are happy and some are sad. Waste. This creepy creature is so trashy that it can't even handle a little kid. Behind the car seat, Zhou Jianren's eyes were glooming and he cursed in his heart. At first, he also thought Su Mengmeng was dead, but who would have thought that this monkey-faced kid didn't know what kind of madness he was having? Suddenly bleeding from all 5 holes and looking abnormal, looks like you still have to rely on yourself to get your hands on the hundreds of millions of RMB worth of guile coins inside the car. The monkey-faced child looked miserable, and his arms were constantly slamming the car door, trying to escape from here, but the trick bus was tough, and no matter how much it smashed it, the body just shook a little, but was intact. This look is hopeless. Ratman Jack Rat's eyes narrowed and he shook his head. Knowing the monkey-faced kid was hopeless, the soul suffered a heavy blow. The nerves were abnormal, and most of the tendons and bones inside the body were crushed by an inexplicable force. And the fact that he was still alive today was only a temporary return to life, and that's when it happened. The trick bus arrives at the next stop and it stops. As soon as the door opens, the monkey-faced kid rushes out the door, just to get away from the trick bus, but who knows? A wall of flesh suddenly appeared in front of it, right into which it crashed. Ah! Why are you stopping this little lord? Looking for death. The monkey-faced child's eyes were full of fury, its teeth bared, its face full of ferocity, but as soon as it looked up and realized who it was, it froze and its eyes became clear. It's the big, loud-mouthed gentleman. The gentleman with the big mouth had the appearance of a human being. His head was sewn on with dense stitches, and he was conspicuously dressed in a white suit. Holding a glass of wine in his right hand, the wine glass was filled with a red liquid. It's the big-mouthed gentleman. How did it get in the car? Ratman Jack froze, and his pupils couldn't help but shrink. Creepy creatures of this level were no longer on the same level as it. If they angered this big brother, they could only be slaughtered unilaterally and could not even resist. Goddess of life. What's the situation today? Why did you meet such an evil creature today? That's weird. Why do you have to wear a suit and carry a glass of red wine on the bus? Chen Jiai's eyes were curious as she surveyed the door of the car as she prepared to board the new passenger. Why did you knock over my wine glass? Make my wine glass spill? The big-mouthed gentleman scowled, his eyes angry. Looking closely, he saw that it had just been hit by the monkey-faced rat man, causing the liquid from the wine glass in his hand to spill out, part of the liquid dripping onto its suit and part of it landing on its face. The monkey-faced child looked apprehensive, and just after uttering a word, he wanted to run away from this great evil, but just as it took a step away, it was picked up by the big-mouthed gentleman immediately after. Under the terrified gaze of the monkey-faced child, the big-mouthed gentleman's mouth suddenly split open and grew larger, turning into a large mouthful of sharp teeth with a radius of 1 meter. In one big gulp, he took the monkey-faced child into his mouth. Ka-ching, ka-ching, ka-ching. The big-mouthed gentleman chewed a few times. After swallowing it, its body returned to normal and its large mouth shrunk to become like an ordinary human's mouth. The scene of this raw eating of the creepy creatures stunned the players in the car. What kind of creepy creature is this? So scary. Chen Jiai froze, chills rising in her heart. At first, she thought that the creepy creature that got on the bus this time was relatively normal. After all, it was human-looking and wearing a suit and carrying a glass of wine, with a more refined taste in clothes, so she thought that it couldn't be as vicious as it could be, right? But who would have thought that this creepy creature would be even more ferocious than the ratman and monkey-faced child from before? That it would directly devour its own kind alive. It's too vicious. Crap. It's the big-mouthed gentleman. How did it end up in the newcomer's copy of the game? Mom, it's a big-mouthed gentleman. The sword is invulnerable. Unusual trick props are difficult to cause damage to it. The strength is still a mystery until now. How could a trickster of this level appear here? Its mere walking speed is faster than the speed of the trickster bus. So how did it take the trickster bus? I'm sure that if the gentleman with the big mouth turns on the little girl, the rats won't be able to save her even if they put their lives on the line. I've read something about the big mouth gentleman before, and as long as he doesn't spill the wine inside his glass, he still has a stable temperament. Or at least he doesn't actively provoke people. What? Eating a creepy creature alive, and you're telling me it's got a temper? Thriller Live. Players were shocked to see the big-mouthed gentleman get in his car and devour the monkey-faced kid alive. In the world of Thriller, the strength of the gentleman with the big mouth is a mystery, and the only thing that is off limits is the wine glass in its hand. A year ago, there was a big scary story about a big-mouthed gentleman. That time, the largest organization in the folklore of the Sakura country, the Fukuda Club, had its eye on the big-mouthed gentleman's glass of wine. They had learned from some source somewhere that the wine glass in the big-mouthed gentleman's hand was probably a piece of A-grade or higher trick props. The red liquid inside the wine glass can prolong life for humans, extending life expectancy by a minimum of 5 years. In order to besiege and kill the big-mouthed gentleman, the Fountain Thrill Club mobilized the vast majority of its forces, with dozens of players besieging it, and even 5 A-ranked props were deployed. But who knows? These people were all but swallowed up by the big-mouthed gentleman. At the time, the news shook the entire Thriller forum. To this day, Thriller players are still in a fog about the strength of the big-mouthed gentleman, and have no idea of his true power level. Just know that in Thriller world, you don't mess with it if you can help it. But thankfully, the big-mouthed gentleman has a fairly stable temperament and won't randomly strike out at humans unless its glass of red wine is touched. The collar is a little dirty. I'm going to wipe it off. Could someone please hold my glass of red wine? These 10 guile coins are payment. Inside the car, the big-mouthed gentleman looked to the car, his eyes wooden, and opened his mouth to inquire, but no one dares to say anything. The image of it eating a monkey-faced child alive just now was so ferocious that no one dared to oblige it by holding its wine glass. Here's your chance. Zhou Jianren's eyes lit up. He'd read about the big-mouthed gentleman before. The no-no for the big-mouthed gentleman is the red wine glass. Whoever dares to spill the wine inside its glass will definitely be killed and swallowed. Every day helps me. This time, at last, he had caught his chance. He hurriedly stood up and pointed at Su Meng. She said she'd help you with the wine glasses. As the words fell, Ratman Jack's face changed. It's a big-mouthed gentleman, and it's a glass of wine that even he wouldn't dare take. But this human is being bad and is going to let this human child take it? It's obvious that you want that little girl to die. How can you look like this? Chen Jia's pretty face changed in color, turning her head to look at Zhou Jianren with angry words. This man is up to something. Doesn't she know that yet? Inside the car, Chen Jia's eyes were indignant, staring at the greasy man in front of her. This Zhou Jianren's behavior is tantamount to murder. The reason why he wanted to harm Su Meng was definitely because he was eyeing the ghost coins on Su Meng. This man is an abomination, damn it. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Zhou Jianren's mouth, his heart smug and his eyes greedy. As the saying goes, kill and burn with a gold belt. The hundreds of millions of RMB worth of ghost coins were worth his risk. As long as he finished this job and converted these ghost coins into hundreds of millions of RMB, he would be able to live and work in the real world like a fish in water. With this amount of money, whether it is a luxury car and villa or a beautiful woman, all at your fingertips. By then, everyone else would have to call him Mr. Joe Boss Joe. When they met, girls like the one in front of him were extremely good, but he could play with them when he had money. This guy's a brute. This guy is a real animal. It looks like it's headed for those trick coins. Yeah, in the Thriller world, it's not only the creepy things that are dangerous, but also the hearts of the people. Just now this munchkin revealed that he possessed so many creepy coins. That greasy middle-aged player must have wanted to snatch them up. That greasy middle-aged man. I'm afraid that he still doesn't know that Manhwa has opened a thrilling live broadcast, and if this deed of his is blown out, he will definitely be blacklisted by all the major organizations, and he may even be hunted down by the big brother who is suspected to be Manhwa's father. That grifter should be a veteran. After all, utilizing an invitation to enter the Thriller game, there was only a small chance that the livestream would be opened. He must have been holding a fluke, thinking that the munchkin wouldn't open the livestream. Anyway, this man is an animal, even harming children. That's why it's said that the heart is a dangerous place, and that one should not test a person's bottom line in the face of sufficient benefits. Many of the viewers of Mo's Thriller Live frowned, feeling angry on Mo's behalf. Soon enough, some people started to pick up on Zhou Jianren's profile and made it public on Thriller Live. The information shows that Zhou Jianren is a punk. After junior high school, dropped out of school not to study, gnawing on the old man, often hanging out in the bar and bars and other entertainment venues. After entering the Thriller world 2 years ago, after realizing that the Thriller world could make money, he entered the copy many times and made a lot of trick money by stealing and cheating new players. Turns out to be a little Yakuza. Don't worry, the little Yakuza is dead. Kill. Black and white. Without that power you don't deserve that money. And even if you don't get blackballed by other players, you'll certainly be hunted down by the forces behind the munchkin. Learning to gamble? This little punk lost his bet. A gold belt for murder and arson? I'm afraid I have the life to get it, but not the life to spend it. Gamblers, not to be pitted. After learning about Zhou Jianren's background, the audience sneered as if they expected Zhou Jianren's death. I have to say, this Zhou Jianren is really daring to gamble. He was betting that Su Mengming's thrilling live broadcast hadn't been opened, so he dared to be so reckless, but he lost the bet. Su Mengming's Thriller Live is open. Regardless of whether or not he had gotten the RMB worth of guileful coins on Su Mengming's body, he wouldn't have a good time and would end up miserable due to identity exposure. Getting trick coins will most likely be hacked out if he couldn't get the guile coin. He would also be hunted down by the forces behind Su Mengming. Don't know who the Munchkin dad is though, but the young lady in this Munchkin's mouth, an existence that could give away hundreds of millions of RMB worth of ghost coins, will she be simple? Therefore, Zhou Jianrun had already lost when he uttered these words, intending to kill people with a borrowed knife. Of course, Zhou Jianrun inside the car still believed in his luck. Believing that Su Mengming hadn't opened the thriller live. He always believed that Lady Luck was on his side. Soon what happened later made Zhou Jianrun's lungs about to explode with anger. Let me get your glass. Only to see that Chen Jiayi walked forward, took the initiative to receive the red wine glass from the big-mouthed gentleman, and returned to her seat. Crap. This female big heart is so kind that she actually took the initiative to take the red wine glass from the big-mouthed gentleman? Yeah, she's so pretty. A goddess. People are beautiful and kind. ABA. This is definitely a goddess. Lick screen. Just now the manhwa is too eye-catching. I can't believe I didn't stay to this number of big beauty. This face and body is simply the ultimate female big and pure in desire. Do you know where she comes from? She is in her freshman year. Crap. Isn't this a rich white girl? That's a lot of history. The newcomers are a bit fierce. Inside the live broadcast room, they were all a bit stunned when they learned of Chen Jiayi's identity and background. To ordinary people, the Hang Seng group was definitely a behemoth. This group, which mainly operates ores and researches biotechnology, many of the best-selling drugs on the market are produced by their company, according to some gossip. A project of the Hanshin group involved the thriller world, intending to study the biological genes of the thriller world and realize the evolution of human beings. As the only daughter of Chen Hanshin, Chen Jiayi is undoubtedly the real version of the super-rich white beauty, the big 1,000 gold, born with a golden KEY. As this fierce news was revealed, many players froze, not reacting for half a day. At first, they thought that Chen Jiayi was an innocent female college girl from some university, but who knows, the only daughter of a big shot worth hundreds of billions of dollars? I+% In the back seat inside the trick bus, Zhou Jianrun exploded with anger, cursing and cursing, his eyes spitting fire. It was not easy for him to find the opportunity to use the big-mouthed gentleman to borrow the knife and kill that little brat after killing him, thus obtaining that huge amount of tricky coins. But who knows? Chen Jiayi volunteered to take the red wine glass. It certainly threw his plans out the window. Good. Since you like being the good guy so much, right? Then you can go to hell. Stinky plus at / Zhou Jianrun's eyes revealed a sinister look, and while Chen Jiayi was fully focused on holding the wine glass, he pushed his hands forward, feeling the thrust coming from her back. Chen Jiayi's face changed violently and her center of gravity became unsteady. The glass of red wine in her hand shook, and quite a bit of the red liquid inside the glass shook out and spilled onto the ground. Chen Jiayi spills red wine glass liquid, triggering the condition of murder by a gentleman with a big mouth. No good. Chen Jiayi's pretty face turned white. Her heart chilled as she felt a strong life and death crisis. The big-mouthed gentleman's eyes glowed green and ethereal at the sight. With heavy footsteps, it stepped forward one step at a time, its mouth grinning and slowly growing larger as it approached Chen Jiayi. Told you to be a nice guy and go to hell. The corner of Zhou Jianrun's mouth revealed cruelty, and he could already imagine that Chen Jiayi would be swallowed alive. This beauty is a bit of a waste to just die though, but dare to hinder him from getting richer, then you have to die. This Zhou Jianrun holding back again to engage in these small moves. No more. The goddess is going to die. She's been targeted by the big-mouthed gentleman, and there's only one way to die. This Zhou Jianrun is his name. Really bitch. My pants are off. The goddess is going to be this way gone. This Zhou Jianrun really disgraced the face of the Chinese people. In the thriller world not only do not unite their own countrymen, but also always engage in these tactics. No more. This white rich beauty is going to be gone. Those Sakura Nation Fortuna Club players who took on the big-mouth monsters before were almost completely wiped out. And this white rich beauty is just a newbie player, so she's definitely going to be dead. Look, Ratman is protecting Chen Jiayi. He's gone. He's up. He's flying. He's gone. I have to say, the rat is thick in business. That he had previously received Su Mengming's guile coins and promised to protect them, risking their lives. They rushed forward with the intention of stopping and driving the big-mouthed gentleman out of the car as he tried to swallow Chen Jiayi. Get out of my way. The big-mouthed gentleman was extremely strong, and he swung his right hand violently with great force, blasting these ratmen away and landing heavily in various places within the carriage. Dying? Looking at the creepy creatures that kept walking towards her, Chen Jiayi's heart was desperate. Her face was ashen, and her expression actually revealed a hint of relief. That's right, relief. In modern times, many people are living in the past, even though they are alive. Chen Jiayi is one of them. That night, again, it was a rainy night. She took her 3-year-old sister to play, crossed the street, but failed to watch her sister and witnessed her being run over and killed by a large truck. Since then, Chen Jie has always believed that she killed her sister, falling into deep self-blame. Self-harming behavior occurs from time to time upon entering the thriller world. When she saw Su Mengmeng, it was as if she had seen her own sister, and now she felt that she was able to die for Su Mengmeng, which was a way to make up for her regrets at that time, to make up for her faults towards her sister who died at that time, and felt that she was able to be relieved. The shackles of the heart, too, were finally opened. No way, when you die, your daddy will be sad too. Su Mengmeng stood on the seat and stretched out her small pink hand, touching Chen Jie's cheeks and saying in a milky voice, although she was still young, Su Mengmeng was able to feel the sadness within this big sister. She could only try her best to organize her words and use the vocabulary she could use to comfort the young lady in front of her. Dad, it was as if Chen Jie was touched by something inside. Guilt appeared in her heart, and a hint of hope for life appeared in her eyes. Since her sister's death, she has been diagnosed with major depression and has exhibited self-harming behavior on several occasions. Knowing this, her father's hair has gone much grayer and he is a bit stooped. It turns out that the one in the family who suffers the most and takes the most is not her, but her dad. What would be her father's pain if she died? Big mouth monster. Big sister is my friend. You can't hurt her. After comforting Chen Jie, Su Mengmeng turned her head, holding a piggy doll in her left hand and crossing her arms with her right. She stood in her car seat with a milky expression glaring at the big-mouthed gentleman. Human children. The big-mouthed gentleman's eyes were numb, however. When he saw the doll in Su Mengmeng's hand, he was frozen in place with his eyes wide open. How did you get that doll? Its face changed, and a huge wave was set off in its heart. The big-mouthed gentleman would never be mistaken. This little girl, this doll, is the same doll that the man once held in his hand. Same with the pink piggies. Feeling carefully, the same destructive aura could be felt inside the doll. This doll has a big creepy presence. Dolls? My daddy gave me this. Inside the car, Su Mengmeng blinked her big eyes and answered truthfully, the doll, which was a gift from her daddy for her birthday. Since it was a gift from daddy, she's always cherished it. Your dad? You're the human's daughter? Please convey my thanks to your father. My name is Edward. I am of the giant mouth clan of the Abyss, and I am also known to you humans as the gentleman with the big mouth. Under Chen Jie's unbelievable gaze, after the big-mouthed gentleman's big mouth returned to normal and turned into the appearance of a tongren, he put his right hand on his chest and bowed deeply to Su Mengmeng to express his gratitude. What's going on? Chen Jie froze. This creepy creature with terrifying strength actually knew Su Mengmeng's father? And by the sound of his words, his dad seemed to have a soft spot for this creepy creature? Who is Mo's father? Really? Is it also a Contact World player? The tens of thousands of viewers in the live broadcast room also froze. Their eyes confused and stunned. They were equally shocked by this sudden scene. This big-mouth monster. He even knows Mo's dad? And the big-mouthed gentleman seems to have a lot of respect for Su Mengmeng's dad? Since you know my dad, you can't attack my friends. Oh, this big sister is a friend I made today. You can't hurt him. Su Mengmeng crossed her arms. That's for sure. I'm not going to hurt her. The big-mouthed gentleman nodded. This lady is sorry. I consider myself a gentleman and follow the gentleman's code. The third rule of the gentleman's code is to kill only men, not women. And that look just now was just to intimidate you. It explained to Chen Jie. Since I'm a lady, shouldn't I let a man carry this wine glass since it's a bit heavy? Like this scumbag behind me? Chen Jie had a bright idea and looked up, looking at the big-mouthed gentleman, and asked, this Zhou Jianren tried to harm them 3 times. Now that she sees the opportunity, she definitely wouldn't make things easy for this Zhou Jianren either. If you want to harm others, be prepared to have them retaliate back. It should. Then you take it. If you dare let any of the wine inside spill, you're my food. Edward, the big-mouthed gentleman, handed Zhou Jianren his glass of wine and warned coldly, Receiving the glass of wine, Zhou Jianren cursed his mother's heart. His eyes resentful and fucking skank. How dare he pit him against Zhou Jianren? It's always been him who pits others. How dare anyone punk him? He was angry. So angry his lungs were about to explode, but with the wine glass in his hand, Zhou Jianren didn't dare to have a seizure, and could only hold on to the wine glass for dear life, not daring to let the 7-minute full red liquid inside spill out, because once it spills, his little life will be on the line. Ahahaha. This reversal is absolutely perfect. Seeing this beast in such a sorry state makes me feel so relieved. This Zhou Jianren deserved it. Seeing this is a real relief. What's that called? It's called self-inflicted. Sure enough. Don't mess with women, or you won't even know how you'll die. And now it's Zhou Jianren's turn to be unlucky. In case the wine inside the wine glass spills out, his life will be accounted for here. 66666. Absolute. This wave of operation, I give full marks to Chen Jin. Ha ha ha. It's true that when girls play it safe, guys have to step aside. What is this wave called? It's called the inverted Big Dipper. Inside the live broadcast room, seeing Zhou Jianren suffer defeat, the viewers were all relieved and called out the same fast just now. This Zhou Jianrun made a demon and played dirty. And they were so angry that they centered on their mother, ancestors as a radius, constantly greeted Zhou Jianrun. But there was nothing they could do, but who knew? This hand of Chen Jia's inverted Big Dipper made them clap their hands outside the window of the trick bus. The dark clouds gradually dispersed, the heavy rain stopped, the 3 rounds of red moon hung high, and the burgundy moonlight sprinkled through the windows and into the bus. The trick bus continues to drive. Uncle Big Mouth Geek, why are you thanking my daddy? Did you meet my dad before? Sumo asked, prying for news of her dadby. She felt that since this big-mouthed weird uncle had met her dad, she should be able to ask for clues about her dad. Your dad saved my life before. A year ago, I suffered a siege from a group of dwarves from your world, and though I swallowed them all, I was still deeply wounded, seriously injured. I was eating and drinking at the Moonlight restaurant. At that time, I bumped into your father, who said that he was destined to be with me. So he gave me a pill to eat, and after I ate it, I recovered from my injuries. At the time, he held this doll in your hand and said it was a gift for his daughter. Soon after, before we could talk for more than a couple of minutes, your father seemed to have something to do and left in a hurry. Edward, the big-mouthed gentleman, replied, his eyes showing remembrance. It was a memory that struck him as incredible whenever he looked back on it. Inside the restaurant, the man in his eyes, in addition to his handsome looks, is really just mediocre, covered with weaknesses. Although his entire body was covered with weaknesses, he held dolls in his hands that emanated horror, and his demeanor was so calm that he seemed cynical when mentioning his own daughter. But with tender eyes, his entire body was covered in weaknesses. But the big-mouthed gentleman had a strong instinct for them. If one makes a move against the man who is full of weaknesses, one's bound to die, definitely dead. He's scarier than that doll. The feeling made him conflicted. Obviously that man is full of weaknesses, but if you do it, you're the one who dies? In hindsight, Edward thought back carefully and realized how terrifying that man's strength was. It is no longer in the same dimension as it is. That man, more bizarre and terrifying than the great murderer. But anyway, that man saved himself. Was it savior? Edward has his own gentleman's creed, the second rule of the gentleman's code. A favor is a favor. The dwarves from a year ago? It wouldn't be the same group of dwarves from Sakura Land, would it? You're on the first floor. Retract your uncertainty. Combine that with the previous thriller caper. Combine it with the timeline. What the gentleman with the big mouth is talking about is the group from the Sakura Country thrillers. The Fukuda Club. Ha ha ha. Die laughing. I'm afraid that the group of people in Sakura Nation's face is going to be black, being called dwarfs by the creatures of the thrilling world. But yeah, it's true that Sakura Nation is the shortest looking within the average height of males worldwide. Goddamn dwarves. If that group of people heard this, it would not be depressed and vomit blood? I'm getting more and more curious. Who is this Munchkin's father? He casually gave a pill and actually cured such a high-level creepy creature? I'm also curious. The father of the baby seems to have a big name. In the live broadcast room, many viewers became more and more puzzled in their minds, doubtful about who Su Mengming's dad really is. It's too mysterious. A year ago, his dad had previously said there was a connection with the big-mouthed gentleman. This year, the big-mouthed gentleman met up with Mo. That's not what Mo's dad said about having a destiny, is it? That's too much of a coincidence. If this is indeed the case, it's a fine thing to think about. You've met my daddy? Well, do you know where my daddy is? Su Mengming's small eyes were expectant and couldn't help but ask. I don't know. His whereabouts are too mysterious for me to catch. But if you want to find him, you can go to the Moonlight restaurant. There may be clues about him. Edward, the big-mouthed gentleman, thought for a moment and gave a workable opinion. Right, you're human. You can't come and go from places in our world as you please. Here's an invitation to the Moonlight restaurant. With this invitation, you can go there. It seemed to think of something and pulled out another invitation. Handing it to Su Mengming, this invitation was palm-sized, purple in color, and had 4 words written in gold foil on the cover. Moonlight Restaurant. Thank you, oh Uncle Big Mouth Geek. Su Mengming's eyes were pleasantly surprised, and after receiving the invitation and carefully placing it inside the little bear's school bag, she thanked him politely in a milky voice. Receive a gift from the big-mouthed gentleman. Moonlight Restaurant Invitation X1. The trick bus was still moving, passing stop after stop. There are a few stops left for the thrill-seeking creature passengers to get on board, some of them with bad intentions of trying to taste human children, but after being glared at by Edward, the big-mouthed gentleman, they had chills in their hearts and could only sit honestly in their car seats and act as the 5 good citizens of Thrill World. During that time, Su Mengming and Edward talked a lot. For example, what is the liquid inside Edward's red wine glass and why does he keep serving himself? Edward said that the liquid of the wine glass of red wine brewed by the fruit of the tricky fruit, and the reason why it had been holding it by itself was because it thought it was cool and gentlemanly to look that way. Chia Ichin. Live stream viewers, sure enough, the creatures of the thriller world can't be reasoned with. Motherfucker. In the back seat of the carriage, Joe Jianrun cursed in his heart with anger. That's a cool, gentlemanly way to carry it. How do you want me to carry it? Why don't you serve yourself? Cam. He was about to die of exhaustion. Not only physically but mentally. He kept having to change his movements in order to keep the red wine glass from spilling. But it's not over yet. What Edward said next was what caused the players in the live stream to completely explode. Almost at the station. Your father saved my life once, and I never found a chance to repay him. This red wine glass from my collection is yours. Found it. It's this wine glass. This wine glass, which I found in the city of Abyss, is my favorite of my many wine glass collections. The usual me. I can't even bring myself to drink. But your father saved me, and I think my life is worth a lot more than this glass. Inside the carriage, Edward, the loud-mouthed gentleman, pulls a silver wineglass from his own pocket with a slightly dismayed look in his eyes. If it wasn't to repay the favor of saving its life, it would never have taken this wine cup out and gifted it to Su Mengmeng. The silver wineglass is so extraordinary. Its strength became so powerful because of the silver wineglass. Although the silver wineglass was no longer of any use to it now, it was still a valuable treasure. Yo, is this beautiful wineglass for me? Thank you, oh Uncle Big Mouth Geek. Su Mengmeng stood up and took the silver wineglass. The silver wineglass is a tall red wineglass. Exquisite. Quaint. It is silver in color, with delicate patterns surrounding the back wall, which emit a faint golden luster when illuminated by the pale light inside the car. Obtaining a gift from the big mouth gentleman, the goddess of life's wineglass. Do you want to see the props message? Suddenly hearing the voice coming from her ears made Su Mengmeng couldn't help but tilt her little head. Mentally check it out. Prop name, Goddess of Life's Wineglass. Type, auxiliary, quality, grade S. Function, the wineglass can produce a drop of water of life every once in a while, and the drop of life can cure diseases, purify the body, relieve negative effects, strengthen the body, and prolong life. Life drop storage, 3 drops. A prop message panel, which only Su Mengmeng could see, appeared in front of Su Mengmeng's eyes. A goddess's wineglass? This goddess of life, is she a big sister, or is it a young lady? Su Mengmeng revealed a dumbfounded expression, her big eyes puzzled. If the thriller player had gotten this prop, he would have been ecstatic and couldn't contain his excitement. You know, this is an S-class prop. This level of props can be sold at a sky-high price even if you don't use it yourself and take it out to sell. Many national organizations will be clamoring to buy it. You can get rich overnight. If you let other players' big brother know. Get this piece of S-class props. Su Mengmeng's first reaction surprisingly thought of. The goddess of life is a big sister or a young lady. I'm afraid that if the players knew about it, they'd be pissed off and spit out blood. They will be tempted to say, my treasure. Your focus is completely skewed. Okay? What's it to you if the goddess of life is big or not? Are you still drinking milk? That's an S-class prop. Seeing this scene, the audience in the live broadcast room completely exploded, looking both frantic and shocked. You know, it's a big-mouthed gentleman's wineglass, or the one wineglass it cherishes most dearly. A while ago, the largest folk thriller organization in the Sakura country, the Fukuda Thriller Club, suffered a great loss of energy and half of its players were killed or injured over this one wineglass. And now, this one wineglass, but this 3-year-old munchkin gets it? Oh, my god, is the world so crazy now? Crap. I've heard that the grade of this wineglass is at least A grade or higher. Mom, this munchkin's luck is too good to be true. His dad's not an emperor, is he? If those people in the Sakura country knew, I'm afraid they would be angry and spit out blood. Their organization damaged most of the things they wanted to get, but it was given to a 3-year-old child to get. What kind of luck is this? A little koi princess? The first time I entered the thriller world, I got a grade or above level luck at once. Screenshot. Suck it up, Euro. I declare that from now on Mo is my wallpaper, able to ward off evil spirits and change my luck. This luck is simply absolute. Yeah, to be a little realistic, with Mo getting suspected S-class props, I'm afraid it won't be long before the other thrillers are going to be sitting on their hands, and a lot of bigwigs and organizations are going to jump out of the woodwork. The tens of thousands of viewers in Mo's Thriller Live were stunned and shocked. That's a big-mouthed gentleman's glass, and while I don't know the exact grade, it's conservatively rated A. Or even more likely, S-class. If it was an S-class prop, it would be a big deal, and it would definitely attract the attention of many big powers, and some greedy gamer bigwigs or organizations would go out and grab it without any regard for their faces. After all, S-class props are too effective at props that are at the strategic level of the national organization. Such a high-level trick prop, and it's given to such a little kid? On what grounds? Exactly? Why don't you give it to me? Why did you give it to this little kid? The back seat, bold and trembling, holding a red wineglass of Joe Genrun. Eyes envious and jealous hate. The mind is extremely unbalanced. Jealousy was like a flame, burning in his chest and making him uncomfortable. He was a veteran player, and he had heard about the big, scary story about the big-mouthed gentleman. In order to snatch the big-mouthed gentleman's glass of wine, A large foreign organization has gone to great lengths to get it, although he didn't succeed in snatching it in the end. It was enough to show that the wine cup was incredibly valuable. Is it a B-class prop? It's an A-class prop? It's more likely to be an S-class prop. Zhou Jianran kept guessing the grade of the wine cup prop in Su Mingming's hand in his heart. But the more he guessed, the harder it was in his heart. Seeing someone else get the treasure. It was worse than him losing his money. Damn it. Damn it. Why can't I have that glass? So angry, yet he was really angry in his mind. Suddenly, Zhou Jianran was not paying attention and did not notice the wine glass tilted. The red wine inside the glass, most of which he spilled, landed on the wagon panel. Zhou Jianran spills red wine glass liquid, triggering the condition of murder by a gentleman with a big mouth. Miserable. How did it spill? After reacting, Zhou Jianran's pupils clenched, his back chilled, and his body's sweaty hairs exploded under his fearful eyes. The big-mouthed gentleman sensed something and picked him up like a chicken, stuffed him inside his mouth and swallowed him. Don't kill me! Don't kill me! In the end, Zhou Jianran didn't let out a few miserable screams before he went inside the belly of Edward the big-mouthed gentleman. Zhou Jianran. Serves you right. On the side, Ratman Jack couldn't help but scream in his heart when he saw this just now. It was because of this human's treachery that the big-mouthed gentleman had set its sights on the two humans it was trying to protect. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been sent flying by the big-mouthed gentleman just now in order to protect these two humans, even if the human had a steady hand and didn't spill the liquid inside the red wine glass until he got out of the car. He and the other rats would retaliate back and teach the human the lesson he deserved, but now it seems that they are no longer needed. Good death. For Zhou Jianran's death, Chen Jiayi didn't have any ripples in her heart. Instead, she felt that the crime was well deserved of this Zhou Jianran. 3 times, tried to get them killed by the creatures of Thrill World, and now not only has his purpose not been accomplished, but he has been eaten alive by the creatures of Thrill World. So for the deaths of such people, Chen Jiayi looked on with cold eyes and indifference in her heart, taking it for granted. Good death. This grifter, I have long looked at his eyes, from the start of the Thriller game until now, has been messing things up. Truly a disgrace to our Chinese national face. Yeah, that's right. It's a good death for this kind of scum, a great joy. Someone who dares to victimize even a 3-year-old child. An early death of such a person would be a contribution to society. It's the first time I've seen a creepy creature kill someone thinking it's cool, rather than disgusting. There's no way around it. Some people are more brutal than thrill seekers. These people deserve to die. In the broadcast booth, viewers clapped their hands as they agreed that it was good for Zhou Jianran to die. It relieved them of their anger. Inside the world of thrillers, the creepy bus finally reaches the end of the line. The trick bus stops and all passengers get off. This thriller copy was tragic, and apart from Chen Jiayi and Su Mingming, only one player named Star Chow survived. Smoke from the ancestors' graves. I, Star Chow, have finally survived. Buddha bless. Blessed be the Bodhisattva. Blessed are the ancestors. Obviously, after arriving at the terminal, Star Chow was unusually excited and exuberant after the festival. What did he just see? Within the many players, some had their necks bitten off, some had their brain marrow eaten, and some were flayed alive and eaten alive. This is horrible. He, Star Chow, later vowed to buy a few more good quality, non-leaking girlfriends to comfort his wounded heart when he returned to Blue Star. What's a wounded bird doing here? At this time, Chen Jiayi noticed a very pretty bird on the ground not far away. The little bird was palm-sized, with brightly colored feathers and 4 eyes, and had been trying to stand up and fly because of an injury to the bird's foot, but couldn't. Su Mingming also found out Chen Jiayi wanted to bring Su Mingming closer to see, but she seemed to realize something and didn't go forward. The world of thrillers is weird and dangerous, and danger is everywhere, so it's better to be careful. That's a Ganoderma sparrow, a harmless and tame bird to humans. The big-mouthed gentleman seemed to see Chen Jiayi's concern and spoke out. After saying that, it walked forward and took the initiative to bandage the Lingji sparrow, causing a burst of emotion among Chen Jiayi. See, there's goodness in the creatures of the thriller world. Gentleman's rule number 5, rescue the weak and thrilling creature. Fly, to the free skies you aspire. After bandaging, the largemouth gentleman released the bird and tossed it with his right hand, but who knows? It's too strong. With this throw, the bird shot out like a bullet and crashed to its death on the ghost bus not far away, becoming a corpse. Chia Ichen. Star Chow. Mouse people. Is that a release? I'm afraid it's not a transcendence. Is it? But, it's not over yet. Careless. I didn't think I was so strong after my advancement. After saying that, under the crowd's dumbfounded gazes, it walked forward and picked up the little bird's corpse with one hand, threw it inside its mouth, and swallowed it with one bite. Gentleman's rule number 6, no food should be wasted. Gentleman's rule number 6, no wasting food? Seeing the big-mouthed gentleman devouring the bird's corpse alive and hearing those words, not only was Chen Jiayi confused, Star Chow and the rats were also confused. After a moment, they blushed oddly, wanting to speak, wanted to say something, but couldn't. Live. The audience was also confused after a few moments of silence. One by one, they reacted and burst out laughing so hard that their stomachs hurt a little. Ah, goddamn gentleman code. This big mouth gentleman so funny? Ha 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 ha. Die laughing. I give you full marks for this maneuver. As much as it was tempting to retort, it made such a good point that dead birds were considered food, and if they weren't eaten it would indeed be considered a waste. Why does it feel like since the munchkin showed up, I just realized that Thriller World's creature triangulation is a little skewed? What's wrong with that? He's just a loudmouthed monster who follows a gentleman's code. Ha 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 ha. This inexplicable laugh suddenly poked me. Who gets it, family inside the live room? Most of the viewers were almost numb with laughter. They didn't realize that the big-mouthed gentleman had such a teasing side, and in that respect, it was kind of cute. Interesting. They've watched Thriller live so many times, and it seems like the only time they've watched it is in Mo's live room where it's both exciting and joyful. Kids, I'm leaving. I'll see you later. The gentleman with the big mouth was very polite, and took out a small handkerchief and wiped the bloodstains from the corners of his mouth, saying as he did so, ever since that man said the word destiny to him, and I like the word edge, because a gentleman with a big mouth thinks that saying the word edge makes him look like a gentleman. See you later. Su Mengmeng waved her little hand adorably. The big mouth gentleman nodded and walked off into the distance, taking a 10-meter step and disappearing into the night. Honorable child, we'll continue on our journey as well. Thank you for your generous 100 ghost coins. Ratman Jack bowed to Su Mengmeng. The 100 ghost coins were worth more than half a month of exhausting work for them rats. And it was certainly a generous tip, and it could see that this little girl came from an amazing source nowadays. If you can curry favor, you can make a good impression on this little girl. Doing shenanigans leaves a silver lining, so we can meet up later. Aha, good. Oh, you guys are driving a steady car. See you later. Su Mengmeng nodded adorably and waved her small hand. Onum, Bruji, Bruji, Bruji. A strange shriek came from the tricky bus, loaded up the rats, and likewise disappeared into the night. The hearts of the crowd of big old men in the live broadcast room were almost being butted by Su Mengmeng. Ozzle, what a polite little munchkin. This is too cute. At this point, not far away in the air, a settlement panel floated in front of Su Mengmeng. Congratulations on the pass. Start settling rewards. Under evaluation. Scoring ends. Sumo, grade A, passing reward, 3,000 guile coins. B grade guile props treasure chest X2. B grade physical fitness treasure chest X1, a rating? And a reward A? Seeing the reward panel that suddenly surfaced, Su Mengmeng felt new and strange, her big watery eyes constantly surveying it. The live audience couldn't help but be shocked. This little munchkin actually got an A rating, which is already considered high. It's just one grade away from the highest level of S rating, and what surprised them the most was that they were actually able to get 2 grade B trick props treasure chests and a grade B physical fitness treasure chest. It's just Su European Thriller World into the Blue Star more than 100 years. During this period there are many players through. They also roughly summarize the law: the higher the rating level, the more rewards you can get, but the chance of getting a treasure chest of trick props is 20%, the chances of getting a physical fitness chest is 10%. The grades of the treasure chests, which are categorized as S, A, B, C, D, and E. The level of the treasure chest will not exceed the level of the game score. I didn't get the A-ranked treasure chests, but it's been especially Euro to get 3 of them. Many viewers in the live broadcast room are turning into Su Mengmeng's iron powder. They frantically sent in the live broadcast room, sucking a mouthful of Ouchi, wanting to dip into Su Mengmeng's luck. In the eyes of many viewers, this munchkin is simply a little koi, an explosion of luck. Mo, what's your rating? Chen Jiai bent down and asked curiously. Su Mengmeng, it's grade A. Oh, big sister, what about you? Chen Jiai gave Su Mengmeng a head touch and replied, grade B. She wasn't surprised that Su Mengmeng could have this rating. In retrospect, several dangers in the trick bus were defused by this munchkin. How come you guys are either A or B? Am I the only one with a C? Starchow tried to fit into the conversation and couldn't help but speak. Just now the tricky bus was too dangerous and scared him to speak, but for this rating. He was content, because in this copy of Tricky Bus, he completely acted as a munchkin, lying flat all the way. It even ended up getting a C grade. He is the best roadie this time around. Chen Jiai talked to Starchow for a few moments before learning about it. This star of the week is a deadbeat geek who works in IT, is a hacker behind the scenes, is still unmarried in his 30s, and, as this copy of the Thriller game suggests, intends to spend his life lying down, unmarried and unprotected. However, just then, announcement, get together the ABC rating, unlock the hidden conditions and open the hidden copy. Warm tips, you won't die after failing the hidden copy, and you will be resurrected and teleported back to the Blue Star after death. Hidden copy passing reward, the rating level will be increased by 1 level, and the reward will be reset and issued. Are you entering the hidden copy? Crap. It's a hidden copy. I've heard of hidden copies so many times, and now it's the first time I've seen it on Thriller Live. I said, this baby is a small koi possession. Good luck to the explosion. Hidden copies have been unlocked. Take a quick breath of oomph. Wish me to be single and rich this year. It's up. Ha 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 ha. This star of the week is really the king of laying down. In the tricky bus all the way to follow the laying down. And now also lay into the hidden copy. This luck is also very sure enough. If I live to the end, I'll get stronger. Ha, I wonder what this hidden copy passes about though. Yeah, it's a bit of a dang reward to get the game rating up a level straight away. If the Munchkin rating goes up another level, wouldn't that be an S? Fierce. Scary as hell. The viewers of the live broadcast room, one by one, were curious and expectant. What they were curious about was what this hidden copy of the past was about. What they're looking forward to is whether or not the Munchkins will actually make it through. If you pass it once, that's a big deal. That's an S rating. This rating is sure to shake the entire thriller organization. It was important to know that in this year, only the national organization of Huaxia, Long Hao Big Brother, had gotten an S rating. If a 3-year-old Munchkin was allowed to get an S rating this time, it would definitely set off the entire thriller forum. Hidden copies? You won't die inside a hidden copy? Even if you fail and die, you'll only teleport back to the blue planet? Chen Jia considered for a moment and decided to go into the hidden copy this time. This hidden copy can be considered a benefit. The rating is increased by 1 level after passing the level. Even if they fail, the players have nothing to lose. Mo, should we break in for a bit? She took Mo's hand and asked for Sumo's opinion. Aha. I'm also curious what this hidden copy is. Su Mengmeng's big watery eyes revealed curiosity. She was new to everything in the thriller world and wanted to find out. I'm going to. Wait for me. Star Chow couldn't help but agree. Afraid that these two big brothers would leave him behind, Chen Jia nodded her head. As they chose to confirm their entry into the hidden copy. In front of each of them, there was an additional red circle of light with a radius of 1 meter. By stepping in, you will be able to enter the hidden copy without hesitation. They stepped forward and stepped inside the circle of light, with a flash of white light in front of their eyes. The 3 of them were pulled into a canyon. A space belonging to a hidden copy. The canyon is spidery, dark and damp. In front of them, there was a huge cavern, which was covered in a thick web of spider silk. Upon closer inspection, there seemed to be pairs of red lights inside the cave, so dense that it was numbing. Ah, those are spiders. It's all spiders. Starchow's face turned green and his heart was horrified. Not far away from the cave, seems to smell the smell of food. A lot of spiders from the outside of the cave climbed out, eyes greedy to look at the food. They come in big and small shapes, the big ones being a meter big and the small ones being the size of a palm. But without exception, these spiders are hideous looking. Can you imagine how tragic it would be to be bitten by such a spider? Boom! Chen Jia went white with a swish in her body when a little cold. Sigma, degree. She was afraid of 2 things in her life. Number 1 is arthropods, also known as arthropod phobia. Number 2 is dense stuff, also known as densophobia. Inside her normal life, she screams when she encounters a cockroach and doesn't dare to step on it, not to mention these spiders. Suddenly, Chen Jia somewhat regretted entering this hidden copy. Hidden copy break-in condition. Survive for 30 minutes in the Fong spider's lair. Time remaining, 29 minutes and 59 seconds. Breaking and entering begins. After the Q panel disappears not far away, fanged spiders poured out. They opened their teeth and claws, hideously roaring out, rushing towards Su Mengmeng and the other 3, pouncing, covering the sky, like a sea of spiders. Oh my god, why are they all densely packed with spiders? I'm afraid of spiders. This is a spider's nest? I'm going to go. The pass condition for the hidden copy is to survive for 30 minutes? How can I survive that? I'll be dead in less than a minute, except for the big guys who have trick props and may survive. The newbies that are completely cool, although it is said that the hidden copy will not really die, but witness the spider raw eat Munchkin and big-breasted girl human. That picture is still too cruel. Starchow, the king of laying down, said, dead geeks aren't human, are they? Ahahaha. The secondary deadbeat says it hurts. It's a well-known fact that dead otaku don't belong in the 3rd dimension, only in the 2nd. In Su Mengmeng's live broadcast room, the viewers were talking and constantly sending out pop-ups. This moment, the heat of Su Mengmeng's live broadcast was constantly fermenting and rising. More and more players began to pour into the Su Mengmeng live streaming room, and by now, the number of players watching the live broadcast had reached 50,000 people. That's a scary statistic for a thrash newbie player starting a live stream for the first time. Because of this heat, Su Mengmeng's live broadcast squeezed into the first place of the newbie ranking and topped the list. So many spiders. That's disgusting. Mo, let's run. Seeing the large spiders that were rushing towards them from all over the sky, Chen Jia's face turned white without saying a word. She immediately carried Su Mengmeng on her back and ran wildly, escaping into the distance. The pass condition for the hidden copy is only to survive for 30 minutes. Didn't say you had to beat these spiders. Mom, yeah, we're in someone's spider's nest. Isn't that what they call a sheep in a tiger's mouth? Why are you running so fast? Star Chow still wanted to lament. but realized that Chen Jiayi had long ago pulled Su Mengmeng and ran several 10 meters away, leaving him alone to blah blah blah. Crap! How to run away? Sis, wait for me. We'll have company on the way back. We'll die together. With a jolt of excitement, the fat on his stomach twitched, and he stepped away, similarly running wildly in Chen Jiayi's direction to escape. Exhausted. Inside the canyon, Chen Jiayi and Star Chow are both running wildly, both of them with pendants. Behind them is a dense sea of spiders. Teeth and claws. Star Chow's pendant is his fat ass. Chen Jiayi's pendant, on the other hand, has 2.1, was Su Mengmeng, who was carrying behind her the other. The behemoth in front of her. Live broadcast. Many old drivers see the situation. One by one cannot help but sigh. Waves are waves. This is really the sea of rivers. Broad-minded. It's different when cultured people drive. Like me. I just say fuck. You look at people, full of 4-letter words, and the wheels are running over their faces before they realize they're driving. God's fucking waves and broad chests. Why are you guys so showy? Are you the Tiffany show? Ahahahaha. What a tiffin. How could they not expect to see this kind of benefit when they watched a thrilling live broadcast of a munchkin? It is really fragrant. As it turns out, 2 feet can't outrun 8. After running furiously at breakneck speed for more than 2 minutes, they ran into a dead end in the small valley, and the two of them were out of breath and completely unable to run. Exhausted labor. Just die. You won't really die inside the hidden copy anyway. Destroy. Destroy them all. Star Chow sat on his butt on the ground, covered in sweat and unable to catch his breath. He's numb with exhaustion. The SAN value is also pulled full. Do you know what a challenge it is for a dead fat nerd to run a few kilometers at breakneck speed? Apart from once competing with hundreds of millions of brothers for casting, starting from his mother's womb, Star Chow had never run wildly at breakneck speed for so long. Chen Jiayi put down the Su Mengmeng she was carrying, panting, her body undulating violently in front of her, dripping with fragrant sweat. Star Chow is right. Although the death of a hidden copy is not a real death, even if you get bitten by a spider, you'll be resurrected at Blue Star. But it was a case of necessity. And who in their right mind would want to be bitten to death by that hideous spider? The thought of being bitten to death by that spider's mouth full of fangs was too much of a head-scratcher, wasn't it? 100 meters away, densely packed fang spiders covered the sky like a black ocean. Surging madly towards them, the viewers in the live broadcast room all thought at the moment that Su Mengmeng and the others were going to be lost. It's a hidden level that can't be cleared. Originally, they were still looking forward to Su Mengmeng's scoring performance after passing the level. Don't be afraid, big sister. I'll protect you. Will you hold my piggyback doll for me? Inside the canyon, Su Mengmeng opened her mouth in a milky voice. How do you protect? So many spiders across the street. Thousands of them. Unless something miraculous happens, it won't survive at all. Star Chow was tempted to ask again, so, do you believe in miracles? However, when he finished, he thought about how this munchkin had acted on the trick bus, and that there might be hope for a successful break-in. Although he had been coy and quiet on the creepy bus earlier, he had played the go trick to the hilt, but he wasn't idle, watching everything on the trick bus. According to Star Chow's observation, I know, this munchkin, who keeps saying he wants his dad, comes from an uncomplicated background and has a lot of suspicions. Whenever a life and death crisis arises, she always turns it into a good one. Perhaps the munchkin would be able to do something in the face of the dense spiders? I can protect D, because I have 100 bobble balls from my dad. Su Mengmeng opened the bear's school bag. Her small hands fumbled inside the bag and eventually felt out a round ball. The orb was pink in color, fist-sized, with a small flower pattern on its surface, emitting a faint pink light. You save us with a ball? Star Chow covered his face with an odd expression. It struck him as odd to say that. It's like foul language, but not like foul language. It's okay, Mo. Even if we die in the hidden copy, we won't die. We'll revive again later. Surveying the pink orb, Chen Jiayi also cried and laughed, not wanting to blow her off, and comfortingly said in her opinion, the bobble ball was just an ordinary kid's toy. But soon, under their dumbfounded gazes, and the shocked gazes of the viewers in the live broadcast room, Su Mengmeng, with a serious expression, recited the mnemonic and began to make the bobble ball deform. Merry-go-round. Hundreds of bobble balls turn into a big gun. Su Mengmeng held the pink bobble ball in her small hands and shouted in a milky voice. Next moment, the fist-sized bobble ball emitted pink light and streams of color, and under the stunned gaze of the crowd, it began to change shape into a Gatling. Gatling is covered in pink, 90 centimeters long, almost as tall as Mo, and has a lovely gun body. At this moment, this pink Gatling was being carried by Su Mengmeng. Holy shit, this bobble ball is a morphing trick prop. What's the origin of this baby? It's got all the transforming props. Transformational shenanigans props. Anything that can be deformed is of B grade or above. 666,666. Handheld pink Gatling munchkin. Handsome hemp. Why do you feel that the baby's bear bag is full of treasures? Hiss, what grade of prop is this bobble ball? Is it A or B grade? Or is it S grade? The toys that Her Royal Highness casually takes out are the dreams of a lifetime for social animals like me. Live. The audience was stunned. Morphing trick props. Extremely rare and valuable. This type of props. Unpredictable. Props effect thief strong, even if it was only a B-grade morphing artifact. Its true value was comparable to an average A-grade artifact. At that moment, a huge doubt once again bubbled up in their hearts one by one. And this is a morphing prop. From his dad? Who the hell is his father? The toys given to my daughter turned out to be Transformer creepy props. Crap. Inside the canyon, Starchow froze, his jaw wide open in confusion. This ball. It can even morph? No wonder this munchkin, just now, called the ball 100 bobble ball Losaka is on it. That's quite a ball to change. This, next to Su Mengmeng. Chen Jia's beautiful eyes couldn't help but widen under their dumbfounded and surprised gazes. The famous scene appeared. Su Mengmeng wore a small skirt and walked up with a Gatling. A wasolo face of thousands of spiders, little fingers snap a fire. The pink Gatling muzzle slowly rotated, and after a second at high speed, the muzzle sprayed a flame like a pink fire snake emerging. Pink bullets poured out like a sea of bullets, damage pulling and firepower. Beat the shit out of you ugly spiders. The group of Fang spiders that were running wildly over, one by one was shot with wailing sounds, limbs flying up, and flesh and blood flying. Ahahaha, big sister. It's so much fun to fight spiders. Beat the shit out of you. The pink Gatling, which she was carrying, was running at high speed, and Su Mengmeng couldn't help but wail with excitement in her eyes against the pink firelight of the Gatling. Her little face had a different kind of madness and seizure. So much fun, and under this powerful firepower, the distant group of spiders retreated. They rushed up a batch and fell down a batch, just like mowing rice. All of them were beaten and bloodied, and their corpses were scattered on the ground. In less than a few minutes, the fanged spiders' corpses piled up. Su Mengmeng played with some epilepsy, a feeling that the arachnids were running too slowly. She climbed up the mountain of corpses carrying her pink Gatling, and with the muzzle pointed downward, continued to strafe at the distant swarm of spiders, bullets spewing out in a frenzy of carnage. The fanged spiders with larger bodies and a bit of intelligence were stunned, their insides trembling with fear. Where did this kid come from? I'm afraid it's not a demon god. Why don't they come? I haven't had enough fun. You guys come and fight for me. 5 minutes later, except for the weak and brainless Fang spiders that were shot into persimmons, the other Fang spiders that had any but a little bit of brain were scared one by one and frantically fled, intending to escape back to their nests. This little devil god. They can't afford to mess with it, but Su Mengmeng can't have fun. So there was this scene in the canyon. A munchkin in a tiny dress, carrying a pink Gatling about her height, chasing a massive fang spider around. Crap. Are all kids this fierce nowadays? Inside the canyon, seeing the munchkin carrying a Gatling and chasing a small mountain of spiders around, Starchow froze in place, his face full of stupefaction. He is a die-hard otaku, working as a typical Polytechnic manid dog. His hobby is to act as a hacker, flipping over the wall from time to time, watching island action movies, cultivating the sentiment and practicing traditional crafts. A deadbeat had deadbeat fantasies. He even fantasized that in case he lost his job and ran out of money, he could always go to kindergartens and elementary schools to collect protection money, right? But now it seems the dream is dashed. Are kids today so mean? Chen Jia was also confused for half a day before she reacted, crying and laughing as she pinched and squeezed the piggy doll in her hand. It seems like, well, she's worrying a little too much. This munchkin was stronger than she had imagined. The viewers of the live broadcast, on the other hand, were all confused and completely numb from watching. The image was so explosive. They were stunned. Crap. This munchkin is so fierce. With a Gatling in hand, a kid just knocked over a bunch of fang spiders? How ferocious is this? Hiss, I feel like a little soldier in front of this munchkin. Is this the fabled 10,000 tricks? So, who is her father and how did he give birth to such a vicious baby? Her father's identity must not be simple. This is the power of the transformation props. It is too powerful. Strong. I would call her the strongest lowly. Look at me. This munchkin perfectly illustrates what is called the aesthetics of violence. Those fang spiders were all beaten so much that they didn't dare to come out of their nests. The fang spider says, don't come any closer. Moso says, I'm super mean. One by one. They were looking numb. Originally, fierce and cute are two very different words, and it is difficult to describe a person, but now, it was interpreted by Su Mengmeng that if one is cute and ferocious enough, it can be described to a piece thriller copy. Inside the canyon, Su Mengmeng was still playing after the fang spider, shooting with the pink Gatling, getting higher and higher. Chen Jiayi and Starchow, on the other hand, were completely lying flat and being taken flying. The two of them were so bored that they could only start chatting. You say you're the hacker master Star? Learning that Star Chow still had such an identity, Chen Jiayi was a bit confused, with odd eyes and a bit unable to accept it among the many hackers in China. The hacker Master Star is definitely the top hacker standing at the top of the pyramid, overlooking everything. I remember 2 years ago, when she was still in high school, the hacker Master Star did something that made the Chinese netizens extremely proud. That is, he, alone, hacked all the computers of the Sakura Kingdom, allowing all of the many important information of the Sakura Kingdom to be leaked, causing the top brass of the Sakura Kingdom to be enraged. But no matter how much Sakura's people try to find out, they can't find out who the person who did this is. They only know that the hacker is called Master Star. At that time, has not yet been promoted to the female university, pure female Hai Chenjiai. She was a bit of an admirer of the mysterious hacker Master Star, but who knew that the famous hacker was the dead fat geek in front of me? And the reason for hacking Sakura Nation's computers is simply to search for a lot of island resources? For action resources. So hacking a country's entire computer? That's a refreshingly unorthodox reason. It's like a mudslide. Chen Jiayi rubbed her temples. There is always a huge difference between the reality and the ideal. After a few sighs, she finally accepted this, recognized that the deadbeat in front of you is the famous hacker. Master Star. OK.as Su Mengmeng's live view followed Su Mengmeng throughout the broadcast. The only thing that the live viewers saw was the image of Su Mengmeng taking a Gatling and hitting a spider. If some of the wolves on the air knew this, I'm afraid they'd all straighten up. Where? Not far away. Su Mengmeng dragged her pink Gatling and returned to Chen Jiayi's side, her little face excited. Missy, I'm so tired. Do you want to play with my big gun? It's fun. Oh, for you. She placed the pink Gatling on the ground and gestured for Chen Jiayi to play. It's so cute. I'll try it. Chen Jiayi bent down and gave Su Mengmeng a head-touching kill, tenderly saying, playing with my big gun? Star Chow blushed oddly and repeated Su Mengmeng's words, drive the fastest car with the cutest words? Ha! You're so lewd. Chen Jiayi disliked it and blanked Star Chow. Star Chow's face, at once, became bitter. No. This goddess, why is this munchkin cute when he says that? I'm obscene for saying that. What's the point of treating them so differently? What happened to the promise of human trust? What happened to equality between men and women? Crying, Chen Jiayi walked to the pink Gatling, bent down, and stretched out her hand to touch it. It was cold to the touch, and the metallic feeling pulled full. It's safe to assume that this is the trick prop with normal firearms. After intense work and high speeds, the barrels will get hot and hot, even hot enough to melt if you run a load, but the pink Gatling, which had been subjected to intense operation, was still cold. Will it run out of bullets? Chen Jiayi looked up and asked to Su Mengmeng. Bullets? Is it da? Su Mengmeng crooked her neck, her little head having a question mark on it. Apparently, she doesn't understand the word bullet, only da. That's right. It's the da you're talking about. Chen Jiayi couldn't help but laugh at her cute appearance. This big gun can go da all the time. Su Mengmeng replied seriously. Unlimited bullets? Chen Jiayi came to a realization. Yeah, that must be unlimited bullets. Su Mengmeng hadn't seemed to have changed ammunition in this Gatling after such a violent shooting. Fierce this pink Gatling or unlimited bullets. A man's dream love gun. Can't imagine how happy I could be with this pink Gatling. Not bad for a shape-shifting shenanigans. Fierce as a batch. Envious. You guys keep saying that this morphing artifact is worth a lot. How much is it? Name a price and let me despair as a poorer person. Yes. Tell me about the big one, as I understand it. Last month, the Thrill Exchange traded a black scythe morphing artifact that was ultimately auctioned for 800 million RMB. I'm knocking. 800 million. Excuse me. Many players were stunned to learn this news. The lowest grade of morphing trickster costs 800 million RMB. So how much would this morphing trickster, the pink Gatling with unlimited bullets, be worth? I'm afraid I'll have to make the 800 million RMB price tag go up a notch. Hidden copy. Inside the canyon, Chen Jiayi bent down, holding the pink Gatling handle. Her small arm exerted force, trying to lift the Gatling. However, she blushed slightly. She found, this Gatling is so heavy, she can't lift it. Can't lift it? Chen Jiayi didn't believe in evil anymore, and once again used all her strength to lift it, finally lifting 1 centimeter. Chiayi Chen, this pink Gatling is several hundred pounds at least. Quickly, her eyes widened as a startling fact occurred to her. Mo, the 3-year-old munchkin, was just carrying this several hundred pounds of Gatling all over the canyon chasing those big spiders? How can this 3-year-old kid be so strong? King Kong Lori, you're a 3-year-old? Learning this fact, Chen Jiayi was stunned. No way. Goddess, a 3-year-old can lift a Gatling and you can't? This is so embarrassing for our lord. Better let me, known as the little prince of hackers, do it. Next to him, Star Chow saw that Chen Jiayi couldn't lift the Gatling even though she tried to do so several times. He sked and stepped out, eager to try. Pussies are really pussies. It's still up to him. Chen Jiayi didn't say anything and stood up, giving him a you are good you up look. Crap. What's that look? You don't think I can't, do you? A man can't say he can't. Just watch how I bring up this Gatling. Let's show you what it means to be a real man in China. Star Chow looks smug and smuggy Gatling that even a munchkin can lift. Will Star Chow, whom he calls the little prince of hackers, not be able to? You're kidding. Chen Jiai gave him a blank look. Star Chow ignored it and walked straight up, bending down and holding the machine but in his hand. After raising it violently, his face suddenly changed. 10,000 grass mud horses galloping past in his heart. Woj. Why is this Gatling so heavy? I just can't believe I can't lift it. Oh, left hand and right hand. Grant me the power of my craft. Star Chow's mid-20s attacked, making use of his milk strength. His buttocks cocked, vigorously lifted. The result? Only lifted 0.5 centimeters. It was 0.5 centimeters lower than the height Chen Jiai lifted. Uncle, are you not lifting? On the side. Su Mengmeng saw this and said in a milky voice, being still young, she could not accurately say the meaning of each sentence, and pronounced unable to lift, as becoming unable to lift. Put. Ah ha 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 ha. Chen Jiai didn't hold back for a moment, and burst out laughing, bursting into a fit of giggles. At one of Star Chow's faces, instantly blackened, cursing in anger in his heart. Can't lift, what the hell? He, Star Chow, can't lift? God damn it. I don't know. Ah ha ha ha. Laughed me numb. God damn, do not lift. Laugh my stomach hurt. Ha 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 ha. No lifting Star Chow. He's definitely going to be famous when he comes out of Scary World. That's a good one. Solid. Dude, I felt sorry for him but I wanted to laugh. Ha ha. Mindless driving is most deadly. A child's word is a child's word. The audience in the live broadcast room, one by one, are almost numb with laughter. Many laugh with a stomach ache. A joyful piece, but at the same time, they were curious in their hearts. Is this Gatling too heavy or what? Or is Star Chow too weak? For Su Mengmeng to be able to bring up Gatling, there were two guesses in the minds of the audience in the live broadcast room. The first guess is that the trick props will recognize their owners and become unusually heavy if taken by anyone other than the props holder. For example, the pink Gatling in front of them. Su Mengmeng picked it up easily, while Star Chow and Chen Jiai as two adults couldn't pick it up at all. That's the reasoning. The second speculation was that Su Mengmeng really was born with divine strength and could easily lift this hundreds of pounds of Gatling. But of the two, they preferred the former. The fact that a 3-year-old munchkin can lift hundreds of pounds is so shocking it's unbelievable. Hidden copy. Inside the canyon, Star Chow's face was embarrassed and he couldn't help but cough gently. This should be a problem with the properties of the trick props. Although I wasn't a thriller player before, I did understand some news, as if some trick props would recognize their owners, other than the prop holder. Other people simply can't pick it up if they want to. He found a reason to explain. As a top-notch hacker, there was still some information about Thriller World that he could easily know. Can't lift a Gatling. It does make him embarrassed, doesn't it? So now it's just a matter of finding an excuse and giving yourself a leg up. So it is. So trick props have this attribute. Chen Jiai accepted this. As a normal person, she also had a hard time accepting that a 3-year-old munchkin could lift hundreds of pounds, and that's when it happened. In front of them, a settlement panel appeared for each of them. In front of Su Mengmeng, a settlement panel also appeared. 30 minutes are up. Congratulations on passing the hidden copy. Rating increased. The rating level is raised by 1 level. Reward reset. Congratulations on the pass. Start settling rewards. Under evaluation. Scoring ends. Sumo, rating S, passing reward, 30,000 sneaky coins. A grade sneaky props treasure chest X1. A grade physical fitness treasure chest X2. The scoring panel reappears. Su Mengmeng's rating was now raised to an S grade from the previous A grade. Seeing this rating, the live broadcast audience completely exploded. Shocked by the rating, previously, after defeating the Fang Spider, they had known that Su Mengmeng would receive an S-rank rating. But now they saw this S-rank rating with their own eyes. The impact of this S-rank settlement picture still made them unable to stop themselves from sucking in their breaths and shaking their hearts. This is an S-rank rating, which is unattainable, and requires a combination of timing and completing hidden missions to get this rating. It's very rare for even the top thriller players to get that rating. ANS rating is not only a recognition of ability for a player, but also an honor, and now, such a rating is given to a 3-year-old munchkin? This is so shocking. Witnessing history. An S rating for a 3-year-old baby. Screenshots. I'm afraid it won't be long before the thriller forum blows up, and that's a bit anticlimactic. If I hadn't witnessed it with my own eyes, I'm afraid I wouldn't have believed it. This munchkin is really a little koi carp. It's worthy of an S-rank evaluation. The rewards are just rich. 3 A-rank treasure chests, and 2 of them are physical quality treasure chests. Yeah, if it was a normal new player, I might be jealous, but when faced with a 3-year-old munchkin, there's absolutely no way to be jealous. Right live on the air, many viewers couldn't help but be emotional. This munchkin luck. It's unbelievable. The S-rank rating which was difficult for even the top thriller players to get, was given to her. Woohoo! Take off! I got a B rank evaluation, rewarded with 8,000 guile coins and a C rank prop treasure chest. Star Chow was gorgeous, his eyes excited. As long as we return to the blue planet, 8,000 ghost coins can be converted into 8 million renminbi. Even if he keeps 1,000 guile coins for defense, the remaining 7 million renminbi exchanged is also enough for an ordinary person to realize financial freedom and live out his life in style. No wonder the thriller world is so dangerous. It still attracts batch after batch of thriller players to venture in. It's really just high risk and high reward. As long as you don't die, you can still make a lot of money, Star Chow murmured, but he knew clearly in his heart that it was only by sheer luck that he had gotten AB rating this time, and had just happened to run into this munchkin, allowing him to improve his grading level. Otherwise, generally speaking, over 90% of new players entering the thriller game for the first time will only get the lowest rated D rating. Getting a C rating is rare, let alone AB rating, Star Chow asked. Goddess, you should have gotten an A rating, right? Chen Jiai nodded. It's thanks to Meng Meng. If it wasn't for her, none of us would have been able to get this level of rating. The two looked down, gratefully, at the munchkin less than a meter away, and at this moment, Su Mengmeng was concentrating on opening the treasure chest. If it was any other thriller player who got an S rating, they would have been ecstatic and overjoyed, but for Su Mengmeng, who is only 3 years old, she's only interested in opening treasure chests. Does it open the treasure chest of A-grade props X1? Whether or not to open the A-class physical quality treasure chest X2? Open. Su Mengmeng said in a milky voice. Ding. Acquired a grade A glazed butterfly hairpin. Ding. Obtained a cup of physical quality props, vigorous milk tea, disposable consumable. Ding. Obtained a bag of physical quality props, agility QQ candy, disposable consumable. A white light flashed. 3 things floated in front of Su Mengmeng. The first one is a grade A prop, the function of which is that when encountering danger, the bow can release an energy light shield to shield the owner from 3 fatal attacks, which belongs to passive defense props. The second and third are physical props. The props are, as the name suggests, the use of power milk tea improves the user's physical strength. Instead, the use of agility QQ candy increases the user's agility points. That's a nice hair clip. Hey, big sister, help me put it on. Getting these 3 rewards made Su Mengmeng happy. Chen Jiai smiled and nodded her head, taking this pink-colored glazed butterfly clip and pinning it on Su Mengmeng's side hair. Thanks. As Su Mengmeng spoke, she drank vigorously milk tea, emitting a sucking and sucking sound. Wow, this milk tea is so good. Ugh. 3 times, the vigorous milk tea was finished by her. Ding. Physical fitness plus 8 points. At that moment, a panel of attributes that only Su Mengmeng could see surfaced in front of her. Attribute points on the attribute panel. Updated, player, Su Mengmeng, age, 3 years old, height, 90 centimeters, weight, 13 kilograms, strength, 52 plus 8, speed, 38, agility, 38, endurance, 30. Each thriller player's attribute panel will be updated after they use the physical procs, and it's the physicality panel that surfaces in front of them. Some ordinary thrash players never even had the chance to use a physical quality prop in their lives, and never had the chance to see their physical attribute panel. Normally, after an adult human reaches the age of 18, the body panel attributes will basically get stabilized, with each attribute fluctuating around 510. And Su Mengmeng's basic attributes for each item actually far exceeded that of an adult, especially in the point of strength attribute, which had just received a boost from powerful milk tea and had reached 60 points, strength, 6 times the strength of an adult. If this was known to other thriller players, they would be shocked beyond words. As a 3-year-old munchkin, her strength is even greater than that of an adult? I've got Q-tips here. Are you guys going to eat? Su Mengmeng opened the bag of Agile QQ candies and barred in 8it.I in her worldview. This valuable grade A Agile QQ candy was just a tasty snack. No, oh, you just eat. Chen Jiai shook her head, gave Su Mengmeng a head touch and smiled. Star Chow wanted to eat it, but was glared at by Chen Jiai. Forget it, you eat. He awkwardly even smiled and hastily refused. Even though they were novice players, they knew that Su Mengmeng had gotten an S rank rating, and the reward QQ candy she had just received must be worth a lot of money. At least A B or A rank level food. How could Chen Chiyi eat it in a good way? Only Star Chow, the thick-skinned one, wanted to eat it, but after being glared at by Chen Jiai, he didn't eat it in the end and could only dryly laugh there. In the end, Su Mengmeng barfed and ate the entire bag of Agile QQ candy. Agility points are boosted, agility points plus 8, copy reminder. Now we can leave Thriller World and return to Blue Star. When we return to Blue Star, you help find where Su Mengmeng's father is. I will also help find it. Chen Jiai turned her head to Star Chow, intending to let him help. The purpose of Su Mengmeng, the munchkin, coming to Thriller World is to find her dad. Not only did Su Mengmeng help her in this hidden copy, but she also saved her life on the ghost bus just now. Anyone with a bit of conscience knows how to repay kindness. Just now, When Su Mengmeng was chasing the Fang spider with the pink Gatling, the two had already exchanged contact information. Well, it's something I'll definitely look into. Nowadays, the internet is so advanced. For me, who is known as the little prince of hacking, finding a man's whereabouts would not be simple? Star Chow Hamden Hod, he's a top hacker at Blue Star, and he's a fish out of water in the cyber world trying to find Su Mengmeng's father's information and whereabouts. Star Chow is self-confident, even if Su Mengmeng's dad is in Thriller World, he still has a way to find out something. In fact, just like Chen Jiai didn't say anything, he would have gone to look for it himself when he returned to Blue Star. He had long had too much curiosity about the identity of Su Mengmeng's father. What kind of dad is it that can give birth to a baby like that? Let that so-called Missy send this munchkin hundreds of millions of RMB worth of shenanigans. Let the creepy thing that thrills the world send him creepy treasure. Leave it to this munchkin to pull out the morphing shenanigans props at the drop of a hat. Who on earth could his father be? This can make Star Chow look forward to it too much. He couldn't wait to get back to Blue Star and use his hacking skills to learn the man's identity. Mo, we can go back. Oh, do you have your contact information? Do you remember your home phone number? Or your home address? After we go out to the Blue Star, my sister will find you to play. Okay, Chen Jiai wants this munchkin's contact information, but Mo was too young, and she was worried that the munchkin wouldn't be able to remember where her family lived, or even her home number. Good. Oh, anytime. Welcome big sister to come to me to play. My home number is 0160-86-1008611. The place to live is Uesho Bay Villa Area 10. Obviously, Chen Jiai was overly concerned. Su Mengmeng not only accurately reported her home number, but also told the exact address of her home. Crap. This munchkin of yours is really a $1,000 lady. Uesho Bay Villa Area. It's a real mansion. Each villa sells for hundreds of millions of dollars in China. Star Chow was stunned, according to his understanding. This villa area covers an area of thousands of acres of villas. A total of only 18 villas. Supporting facilities are complete. There are large mountains and lakes. There are farms. Each villa is more able to look up at the sea view. Villa 1 of Uesho Bay Villa Area is the leading villa inside the 18 villas. It has the best facilities, occupies the most extreme landscape and enjoys the most favorable geography. A few years ago, the auction price of Villa 1, as high as RMB 1.2 billion, was eventually bought by a mysterious tycoon. Star Chow never thought that the 3-year-old munchkin in front of him would live here. Uesho Bay Villa Area. It's quite a bit more expensive than my family's villa. Chen Jiai was also a bit stunned and subconsciously couldn't help but say, hearing the trenchant words of this rich white beauty. Star Chow's face collapsed and he almost didn't spurt out a mouthful of old blood. Listen to this. Is this human talk? A lot more expensive than your family's villa? The price of your family's villa should at least be measured in billions, right? It's just heartless and trenchant. There's no harm without comparison. For a moment, having just gotten that 800 RMB worth of tricky coins, Star Chow instantly felt unscented. Hearing this, the viewers of Su Mengmeng's Thriller livestream similarly said inwardly, it's solid, old iron, worthy of being the eldest daughter of the Hang Tian group. Her speech is just rich and noble. Next to him, Star Chow's eyes were grudging, and he said with a straight face, when you speak, take care of the poor bee's emotions next to you, okay? Chen Jiai touched her nose, a bit at a loss for words. Goodbye, oh big sister. Uncle, I'm going home. Oh, bye. Mo, goodbye. $2,000. Inside the hidden copy, Su Mengmeng retrieved the boo-boo ball, and after the three of them greeted each other, they turned into 3 white lights and disappeared back to the Thriller world. Blue Star and many of the netizens who watched Su Mengmeng's Thriller live broadcast, many of them began to forward Su Mengmeng's live recording in the Thriller forum. As soon as these live recording screens appeared on the Thriller forum, it was like a huge stone thrown into a lake, creating huge waves and causing the forum to shake. Many topics about Su Mengmeng constantly rushed to the hot search list, so that Su Mengmeng, this cute child, completely fire. #witness history. Wasia's 3-year-old munchkin new player gets an S rating. ## who the hell is the father of a 3-year-old munchkin? ## big mouth gentleman's wine glass gained by the munchkin. ## when munchkins casually pull out hundreds of millions of RMB worth of shenanigans. When other players see these hotspots, their first reaction is not shock, but skepticism. It is suspected that someone fabricated false news to deliberately take over the hot seat. There are even some players who didn't even look at it and backhandedly just reported these hotspots. A 3-year-old getting an S rating? How is that possible? The sky's the limit. It's unbelievable. However, when the other Thriller players clicked inside the hot search and watched the video, their faces changed, from questioning at first, to being shocked immediately after. More and more players learned that this was not a prank, but had happened just a short time ago. For a moment, they were stunned. Shortly afterward, the Thriller forum was completely abuzz with thousands of comments appearing underneath the relevant hot search. Crap! I didn't expect it to be true. This munchkin is too strong. The competition's gotten an S rating. Holy crap. I'd call her the strongest 3-year-old ever. If I hadn't clicked in and seen the live recording, I would have thought it was fake. But I didn't realize it was real. Laughing to death. The big-mouthed gentleman's wine cup. For the sake of this wine cup, the people there in Sakura country have lost most of their lives. And I didn't expect that it was indeed gotten by a munchkin. Ha 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 ha. What a good point by the big-mouthed gentleman. That group of dwarfs. The people of Sakura country are afraid that they will be crying in the toilet. It feels like this munchkin is a bit dangerous. After getting an S rank evaluation and the wine cup that the Fortuna Club wanted with all their hearts, she should be targeted by a lot of forces. This munchkin's luck is simply unbelievable. But, who exactly is her dad? This munchkin entered the Thriller live stream just to find her dad? Yeah, who the hell is this munchkin's dad? The Thriller players who just learned of these news had varying behaviors. Some were shocked that Su Mengmeng, as a 3-year-old child, had gotten an S rating. Some laughed at Sakura Nation's Fukuda Thrill Club's terrible luck in getting the glass of wine that they went through so much trouble to get, only to have the munchkin get it. There were also players who were worried about Su Mengmeng's safety, because inside the Thriller live, she didn't seem to realize that she had opened the Thriller live and exposed her address and number. But more players, they were curious about who Su Mengmeng's dad really was. It's obvious from these live video recordings that her dad's identity is very unusual. With an amazing background and mysterious origins. The man, who could it be? And what's the background of the identity? For a while, many Thriller players began to investigate the identity of Su Mengmeng's father, wanting to uncover his true colors. Let's see who this one really is. The dad hunting wave has officially been kicked off. Su Mengmeng's hot search not only attracted the attention of a large number of Thriller players, but also the attention of other major powers. Cherry Blossom Country. At the Fukuda Club, inside the judo room, looking at the information handed to him by his men, the face of a bald old man in a kimono fell into deep thought. I didn't expect that this time the S-rank rating was given to a child from China. This really isn't good news. Yamaguchi Benmei's face wasn't very pretty, and his eyes were not pleased, due to historical origins. Ever since the Thriller world descended upon Blue Star, inside the Thriller world, players from the Sakura country and players from Huaxia clashed against each other from time to time. And as the president of the largest civilian Thriller organization in the Sakura country, he also disliked Chinese people and had a natural and inexplicable aversion to them. President. According to the news from the Thriller forum, this child's origin is not simple, and the identity of the father that little girl has been trying to find seems to be very mysterious. Next to him, Nakajima Ikeda's eyes were respectful as he waited for the president's command. Although he was a high-level thrash player as one of the 4 group leaders of the Fortuna Club, these achievements of his were not worth mentioning compared to the president in front of him. Since that kid exposed his address, it's a good thing. Arrange for 3 things to go down. First, send someone to China to find that child. Take out 50,000 Gue coins and see if she is willing to exchange the wine cup. If she is unwilling, find a chance to secretly retake it. And if there is any obstruction, kill. When he talked about it, Yamaguchi Hanmei blushed. If they hadn't been there to round up the big-mouthed gentleman and leave it badly injured, how could the little girl's father have made a connection with the big-mouthed gentleman? And how could a gentleman with a big mouth give its most cherished glass of wine to this little child, just to return the favor? They paid a huge and heavy price for the news of the S-Class auxiliary props, but who knows? The S-Class props that they had worked so hard to get were easily obtained by a 3-year-old child in the END. In his opinion, Su Mengmeng was picking up a big bargain from their Futura Club. If her father hadn't interfered, this S-Class prop, the goddess of life's wine cup, would have been theirs. This piece of prop can prolong life and extend human lifespan, which is a fatal temptation for any plutocrat or person in power. Second thing, send someone to investigate the father of this little child and find out what his background origin is. One last thing, send someone to the Moonlight Restaurant on Thrill World. In case you can't even retrieve the glass at Blue Star, it'll have to be at Thrill World. Yamaguchi Benmei said faintly, that little girl from China got an S-rank rating in the Thriller world, and the official organization in China should be giving her special protection. Huaxia is their territory, and it might be a bit difficult for us to retake the wine cup in Blue Star, but it seems from the child's purpose that she entered Thrill World to find her father. Earlier in the Thriller livestream, the big-mouthed gentleman told her where her father might appear. Then the next time this little girl re-enters a copy of the Thriller game, it should be at the Moonlight Restaurant, in the land of Blue Star, China. We may not be able to help that little girl, but in the Thriller world, there are so many accidents, so many dangers, and she's so small. Ha! Yamaguchi Hanmei sneered, receiving the order. Nakajima Ikuta nodded, retreated, and began working on a plan to retrieve the glass. He stepped outside the door to the judo room, his brow furrowed and his face puzzled. If he hadn't seen the live recording with his own eyes, Nakajima Ikeda wouldn't have believed that a 3-year-old girl had not only gotten an S-rank evaluation, but also a wineglass. The news that the big mouth freak's treasured wineglass was an S-rated prop was known only to their club. They, and they alone, know the true value of this wineglass. It couldn't be put off any longer. In case those little girls with the news of the wineglass got out and other organizations knew about it, it became difficult for their club to take possession of it. The wineglass, it must be grabbed. The identity of the girl's father must also be ascertained as soon as possible. Thrill World descended on Blue Star more than 100 years ago. Many countries are gradually realizing thriller game players will increasingly become the absolute pillar of a country's war power. In addition to private thriller organizations, each country has also created a special thriller department attached to its own country. The Dragon Scale Department is the thriller department, which is affiliated with the Wasia, the Moment. And the Dragon Scale Ministry. The conference room was filled to capacity with 7 old men with a full head of gray hair. If other thrill-seeking bigwigs were to see these 7 people, they would definitely suck in their breath and be shocked. The Dragon Scale Department is a national organization of China, subordinate to the Central Committee of China, and these 7 old men on the conference room, the outside world called them the 7-Star Congregation, is the highest person in charge of the National Thriller Organization, with great power and terrifying and unpredictable strength. Normally, these 7 people were gods and dragons, and no matter what major events happened in the thriller world, they rarely came together for meetings, but today, they are converging. Old Man Chi, what's the point of calling us here in such a hurry? And I'm going to go night fishing. At the conference table, an old man wore slippers and held a fishing rod with a slightly disgruntled look in his eyes. It was the middle of the night and he was planning to go fishing at Green Dragon Lake. As a result, just after leaving the house, this old man Chi was issuing a red notice, letting them rush back to the headquarters to attend an emergency meeting. The other old men also had puzzled eyes and felt puzzled. However, they knew that Chi Daolin was prudent and steady in his actions, and generally would not casually issue a red notice unless he encountered something extremely significant. For a while, they were all a bit puzzled, doubtful about what's going on. As a 7-star congregation, most of them had long been in semi-retirement, secluded behind the scenes, letting the younger generation toss around. They generally make few appearances. Just today, someone from our China got an S rating. At the chief of the meeting, Chi Daolin swept his gaze over the other 6 people and stated this fact. One of our Chinese people got an S rank rating? That's pretty good. I wonder which young man. It seems like there are quite a lot of rookies in the last few years. Then let's recruit him into our Dragon Scale Department. Having gotten an S rank rating, there should be more than that little thing, right? S rank evaluations are indeed rare, but you're in such a hurry to gather us old bones here for a meeting. It shouldn't be for this small matter, right? The 6 old men's eyes showed surprise, but they didn't feel too surprised. In the thriller world, S ratings, while hard to come by, do show up every year or two, and aren't enough to alarm them. One time when they were young, they were also amazing thrill seekers and had gotten S ratings with outstanding strength. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to sit in the 7-star congregation. Nowadays, they belong to semi-retirement. For the younger days when they went to Thriller World to fight and play thrilling thriller games, their main duty now is to take care of the Dragon Scale Department of the country, train up future generations and nurture thriller talents for the country. It's true that having a player get an S rating doesn't warrant an emergency meeting, but what if this S rating was taken by a 3-year-old? At that moment, Chi Daolin said a fact that made them somewhat unable to accept. How is this possible? How can a 3-year-old child get an S rank rating? Old Man Chi, is your information wrong? It's unlikely. A 3-year-old getting an S rank rating? The sky is the limit. Unprecedented. It's supposed to be fake news, right? They were instantly a bit shocked, feeling incredulous. And many of the old men even raised their voices to question, throughout these 100+ years of Thrillist history, which of the players who got the game's S-rank rating were not masters standing at the top of the pyramid. To say that a 3-year-old got that rating is indeed too unbelievable, but soon, after the screenshot of Su Mengmeng getting an S-rank evaluation appeared on the screen, it instantly silenced these 6 old men. After a few moments of silence, the conference room stirred and the 6 old men were startled. Really got an S rating? Whose kid is this? It's incredible, unbelievable. Even though they were the 7-star congregation, the highest head of the Dragon Scale Department, they were still shocked by this fact. Everyone settle down. I know you're all feeling emotional and shocked right now, but please, take it easy and move on to this little girl's profile first. This information has been compiled by our professionals, through the chilling live broadcast of this little girl. After Chi Daolin signaled them to be quiet, he showed Su Mengmeng's profile on the projection screen, and he, too, was talking on the side. According to the information, the reason why this 3-year-old munchkin went to the thriller copy was to find her father, and the indications inside this thriller game copy suggest that her dad is not simple and should be some kind of thriller player. In order to investigate this munchkin's father, after I called up the databases of Huaxia, I discovered an even more shocking fact. Her father's information is actually a top secret file in our Huaxia. It's a file that she personally authorized to be blocked before he disappeared. At the mention of the name Yi Luo, Ji Daolin's eyes were respectful. More than half of the Seven Stars congregation here were disciples brought out by Yi Luo. The full name of the man Ji Daolin spoke of as Yi Luo was Yi Long. It was the most powerful and the most brilliant and dazzling thriller player in China in the era when thriller games first appeared. He was the one who single-handedly created the Dragon Scale division. But a year ago, after Yi Luo entered the unknown thriller copy, but mysteriously disappeared and never appeared again, and this, too, became a regret in the hearts of Ji Daolin and the other Seven Stars. In order to find Yi's whereabouts, they had mobilized all the forces of Huaxia, but none of them had found any trace, even. They didn't even know what the thrilling copy that Yi had entered was. It's a pain in their hearts forever, but now, it was to learn that one of the things Yi Luo did before he disappeared was to block the news of the Munchkin's father. Learning of this news made their expressions quizzical, and each one of them instantly perked up. Even the cynical old man with the fishing rod just now was tense. Who on earth is this kid's dad to make the strongest man in China disappear to do the one thing that is blocking the news of his dad? After opening this top secret file, there's still no information on this kid's dad. But there is a quote written by Yi. You guys read it. Ji Daolin took out a letter and spread it out for the other 6 old men to read. Just see the letter. When you open this man's file, it means the time is ripe. Find that man. He is the hope of mankind. The content inside the letter was short. The focus was even only one sentence, but the amount of information contained was tremendous. The 6 old men's pupils shrank and their faces changed violently. That man. He's the hope of mankind? One of the few most powerful thrashers on the blue planet, but left that behind and disappeared? That man. What is his identity? For a while, the mystery enveloped the entire conference room, and all of them were in disbelief, with inexplicable fear of the future surfacing in their hearts. But more than that, it was curiosity about the man. The last thing Ye told them before he disappeared was to find the Munchkin's father. They, on the other hand, only know the name of the Munchkin's father. How can I find him? The only clue now is the Munchkin. It can be seen from the fact that Ji wrote this sentence. That kid, his father, should have no ill will towards us in China. He should be a friend. It's a matter of great importance. Since he left this explanation before he disappeared, we have to fulfill it. I declare the child to be one of the next 7 sequential sons of our Huaxia. Assist her and find her father. In addition, the kid who can get an S-rank evaluation and carries a surprisingly valuable artifact. I'm afraid that he's already been targeted by quite a few organizations. Arrange for someone to go down and protect the child's safety, Ji Daolin suggested, looking to the other 6 old men for their opinions. No problem. I have no problem with that either. However, I'm afraid that including her as one of the sons of the sequence would be disconcerting to some people within the organization. After all, she's only 3 years old. Yi extremely valued that little child, his father. His father should be an extremely powerful thriller player. Otherwise, it would not be written that he is the hope of mankind. The rest of the 7-starred congregation present understood. Once he became a sequence son, he would enjoy the resources of the whole of Huaxia, would receive the most specialized training and exercise, and would become one of the 7-star congregations in the future. One of the future rulers of the Dragon Scale department. The sequential sons were extremely involved, and the selection of people for each slot was extremely harsh. Ji Daolin giving the sequence son slot was throwing out an olive branch in advance, pleasing his father through Su Mengmeng, leaving him with a good impression, with the intention of pulling him in. The meeting, although some members of the 7 Stars congregation disagreed, the program was ultimately approved by a majority vote. Sunnyside, inside the suite room, my lucky Star Chow, known as the screaming bus stop of the newcomer's hell, is still not caught by my hand at this moment, passed out alive by me. After Star Chow returned to Blue Star, he took a beautiful shower and is now sitting on the gaming chair, brushing his cell phone and drinking happy water in a good mood. Within the copy of the screaming bus station, he had gotten 8 million renminbi worth of trick coins, and he had even gotten a C-rank trick prop treasure chest, which had completely made him rich. I can download the Thriller Forum app? Also, I've been in a copy of Thriller and I'm already a Thriller player. The phone suddenly popped up a message to install the app, and Star Chow clicked to download it. The download finished and he logged in. 1 click to open the Thriller Forum, and the hot search list was taken up by Su Mengmeng for most of the time. Crap. It was only then that Star Chow realized that the Munchkin had actually opened his Thriller live. There's a hot take on me, too. The hot search list went all the way down, and Star Chow, at the bottom of the hot search, found a hot search that was also about him, and took a closer look. His face darkened. Just see the title of the hot search says, not lifting star of the week. Hashtag. Star Chow cursed, his face darker than the pot. It was a black history that he had wanted to forget forever, unwilling to mention it again, but who knows? The memories that came back to life were attacking him like crazy. This is making it hard for Star Chow. 1 to open this hot search. Inside the hot search there is a live broadcast recording of him not being able to lift the Gatling, and even more so, There is Su Mingming's line of God's complimentary words inside the comments section of this hot topic. It was all a buzz. Ahahaha. Goddamn not lifting Star Chow. This guy is too amusing. That munchkin essence. Ah. Men's well. Laughing to death. Goddamn not lifting. This Star Chow is also absolute. What a child can lift. He actually can't lift. That's a bit too weak. I'd recommend getting a tonic. Truly a disgrace to the male gender. I doubt he's only a 3 in combat. He can't even beat a child. Those thriller players who saw this hot link, one by one, laughed, posting comments below and mocking him like crazy. Good news. Star Chow is red, bad news. He's black and red. No, why am I the only one whose hot searches this? I wouldn't understand. Star Chow was depressed in his heart and couldn't help but spit. Not only is he on the hot seat, but Chen Jiayi is also on the hot seat, but the title of the person on the hot search is National Pure Female Big Chen Jiayi. Inside her hot video were close-ups of Chen Jiayi at various tricky angles and extremely good looking. The content of the title, but also praised Chen Jiayi people beautiful heart, like to help children, pure and beautiful. There's no harm without comparison. This comparison, Star Chow's heart felt as if it had suffered a violent attack, and his heart ached. After careful observation by Star Chow, he found that inside today's thriller forum hot search, the overwhelming majority of it was about Su Mingming getting an S-rank evaluation. However, the vast majority of thriller players thought that Su Mingming was able to get an S-rank rating purely because this munchkin's luck was too good. So good it's counterintuitive. Not only did he pass the level without injury, but he also triggered the hidden level. So that's why he was able to get an S rating. Out of curiosity, there are also many thriller players who want to investigate the origins of Su Mingming's father, but no matter how they investigated, they could not investigate the specific news information of Su Mingming's father. Ha! How could you little scum find information on Mo's father? It's still up to me, Star, to make an appearance. Star Chow's eyes looked out of the corner of his eye, took out his sunglasses from the drawer and put them on. He has a habit of wearing sunglasses once he switches identities and switches to being a hacker. The reason for this action was because he thought it was ceremonial and would make him look cool. Actually, to an outsider, it would look pretty middlebrow. Crackling. Star Joe struck the keyboard and began to use the hacking software he had developed to climb over the wall and enter the thriller app to find information about Su Mingming's father. How come you can't find it? I don't believe it. After searching for half an hour, Star Chow was shocked to realize, about Su Mingming's father, he actually couldn't find a single piece of news. It made him feel a little humiliated. Who is he? He's what people call a top hacker. Mr. Star, how is it that you can't find out anything about a child's father? Star Chow does not believe in evil. His heart is full of fighting spirit. Continue to wildly knocking on the keyboard. In the network of all kinds of wall, all kinds of climbing the ladder, looking for Su Mingming father related information. Finally, ahahaha, I told you. It's hard to beat this little hacker prince of mine. Through the photo of Su Mingming, who had previously exhibited half of her father's side face at the screaming bus stop, Star Chow managed to match 2 messages about asking Su Mingming about his father. Clicking the mouse, he viewed the information with anticipation. The perfect image that can be sculpted. Suppress all enemies of the world. Holy shit, what the hell is all this news? The dream lover of 300 million young girls in China? Punching the Nanshan home for the elderly? Kick the North Sea kindergarten? Why, the more you look at it, the more outrageous it gets. Star Chow cursed and was so angry that he almost didn't smash his keyboard. He had searched so earnestly for information on Su Mingming's father, only to come up with this mess of information. Knowing that there are other hackers looking for information on Su Mingming's dad, it's obvious that there are other top hackers spoofing and compiling this fake information. I wouldn't have believed it. The more frustrated he became, the more Star Chow wanted to find out about Su Mingming's father. It had risen to the level of dignity for him. He's a top hacker. Master Star, known as the Little Prince of Hacking. How can he not even find a trace? During that time, Chen Jiayi called him and asked if he had found any information about Su Mingming's father. Learning that Star Chow hadn't made any progress at all, Chen Jiayi couldn't help but spit inside the phone. You can't be no good, can you? Star Chow was instantly anxious. How could it not work? Don't you know that not being able to is an insult to a man? You give me a day. I'll definitely find out what information there is about Mingming's father. Okay, you go for it. After saying that, Chen Jiayi hung up the phone. As soon as she returned to Blue Star, after making a call to her own father, she immediately arranged for someone to look for news about Su Mingming's father. But for a moment, it was impossible to find. Things never got off the ground. Therefore, she could only pin her hopes on Star Chow. And just now, she deliberately said that Star Chow couldn't do it in order to provoke him, stimulate his desire to win. I haven't been able to get through to Mo's home, so it's better to go to her home in person. At school, Chen Jiayi got up and called to order her driver to pick her up and take her to Su Mingming's house. The other side, inside the room, Star Chow's eyes were full of fighting spirit as he looked towards the computer. both hands crackling and tapping on the keyboard. He looked up information about Su Mengmeng's father with extremely fast hands. The only clue is the half-sideways photo of his dad that Su Mengmeng is holding. Looks like we're going to have to use the best trick in the book. The Super AI Data Mega Model. Star Chow started to move the killer. He has created big models of AI data that are arguably the top in the industry. However, due to the limitations of the algorithm, his computer was insufficient to support running this set of programs every time he moves. He has to hack the corporate servers of other large corporations to run his programs. As a result, Star of the Week is generally not commonly used. It didn't take long. After the algorithm's calculations, Star Chow managed to find the face profile that was closest to that photo. It's a video. Star Chow tapped it and viewed it. Found it. Crap. What the hell is this? The content of the video that appeared inside caused his face to change slightly. Inside the video, in the sky, a man in a black trench coat stood atop the head of a black dragon, whistling in front of a red moon. The black dragon was immense and covered the sky, and even if one looked up from afar, one could feel the oppressive feeling of that black dragon. As you can tell from the 3 red moons, this is in Thriller World, and the black dragon that covered the sky was obviously a creature of the Thrill World as well. Crap. Just through the screen, I can feel the oppressive feeling of this black dragon. This black dragon is even more massive than a 100-meter tall building, right? Star Chow gulped this, his eyes shocked. This black dragon. What level of thrilling creature must it be? It's so appalling, and what was even more alarming to him was that the black dragon was being ridden by the man dressed in black. It seemed that the black dragon was his mount. That's a pretty explosive message that meant that the man in black was even more powerful than this black dragon. Otherwise, what did he rely on to make the black dragon willingly become his mount? The video is only 2 seconds long, and the source is a Thriller veteran who stumbled into it a year ago with a Thriller livestream because he's so unpopular. Not many people watch his live broadcasts. Moreover, the black dragon appeared for too short a time and too fast, only appearing for a second or two, so no one realized at that time that the black dragon was whistling through the sky now. It was only with Star Chow's powerful hacking skills and by zooming in to restore the details of this video that he finally found this clue. This man, is he Su Mengmeng's father or a creature of the Thriller World? Star Chow breathed a little sharply and couldn't help but guess. If it was really Su Mengmeng's father, how terrifying would his strength be? It's amazing that you can harness a dragon. That's fucking awesome, isn't it? As far as he knew, the dragons inside the Thriller World were invariably powerful and terrifying creatures, and even the top Thriller players didn't dare to take offense, only daring to look up from afar. Real men ride dragons? Thinking of this, he immediately sent this 2-second video to Chen Jiai. Chen Jiai was also stunned after receiving this video. She immediately told Star Chow to make sure to keep this video under wraps and continue to look for any more traces about Su Mengmeng, her father. If this guy is really his dad, then Mo's not looking in the wrong direction. Maybe his dad is in Thriller World. But, why doesn't Mo's dad see Mo? Is it for something? Chen Jiai was a bit puzzled. She learned through her chat with Su Mengmeng that her father loved Su Mengmeng and treated her well, often accompanying her. How could a man who doted on his daughter like this leave Su Mengmeng for just a year and a half as soon as he left? This is clearly not normal. What in the world could have happened to keep him away for so long? In the meantime, inside a magnificent old castle. Ah! So annoying. Destroy. Lilith couldn't help the evil dragon growling, and on an impulse, she swallowed the landline phone that was ringing in front of her. No way. Lilith, if you swallow a landline phone and the queen finds out, you'll be thrown back into Thrill World. By then, you won't be able to eat all kinds of delicious food on the blue planet. Seemingly thinking of something, Lilith, dressed in her maid's outfit, blushed bitterly and spat out the landline phone again, placing it back on the mahogany antique desktop. The queen had warned her before that there was to be no abuse of force or sabotage, except when the little princess Mo was in danger. But, as a member of the Heavenly Crocodile clan, she had a strong desire to destroy and a strong killing heart ever since the little princess had come back to eat her fill and was now sleeping in her room. This landline phone call was annoying the hell out of Lilith. The contents of the calls from the landline phone were all for the little princess. Some invited the little princess to join their organizational forces, some asked to trade with the Mo little princess, wanting to exchange the trick props she got. Just now, in a fit of pique, Lilith swallowed this landline phone, but thinking of the queen's instructions, she spat the call out again. But after spitting it out, the landline phone still rings. If you want the landline phone to stop ringing, why don't you just unplug the cord? I'm so smart. Lilith shook her little wit and gave a little tug to unplug the cord from the landline phone. The queen keeps calling him stupid and clueless, but Lilith thought she could be clever yet. Lilith, how is Mo doing now? Not far away. A flirtatious and lazy voice came, reporting to the queen. Mo is now taking a nap in his room after eating. With a jolt, Lilith wiped the drool from the landline phone and said with a bit of a wince, "For today's dinner, you can prepare papaya." The voice sounded again. Good. Lilith nodded her head in quick succession. A little oddly in her mind, preparing papaya to make up for form? She was sure that the queen must have watched Mo's livestream as well and knew about this big sister miss sister thing. That's why the queen told herself to prepare those foods. Asa foodie. Lilith's first thought was papaya milk for the evening. Prepare papaya milk. Some rats broke into the house. Go take care of that. I'm going to get my beauty sleep. Leaving those words behind, the voice in Lilith's ear faded away. Someone's coming? Sure enough, a rat broke in. After carefully sensing the castle, Lilith realized that there were rats in the house through her keen sense of smell. There's a burglar in the house. Lilith's mouth puckered up and she blushed a little. She was struggling with the landline phone just now and almost didn't even notice the uninvited guest at the old castle. Get off! What's with all the crawling around on the walls? Are you spiders? Lilith rushed down the hall, looked up, and bellowed coldly at the dozen or so dark figures on the beam. These black shadows had a jolt in their hearts and their faces changed slightly. I can't believe I got caught. How is this possible? They were ninjas from the Sakuraga kingdom, specializing in stealth and sneak attacks, not long ago, as a hidden warforce in China. After Onoda-kun received an order from Nakajima Ikeda, the group leader of the Fukuda Club, he immediately led 11 of his men and rushed to that 3-year-old's residence in the middle of the night. The orders given by group leader Ikeda Nakajima were to negotiate first. Let's see if we can trade 50,000 shenanigans for the wineglass in Su Mingming's hand. If you can't, just use force and go out and grab it. But Onagawa thought that if he wanted something from a little kid, wouldn't he just grab it? Two birds with one stone. It's a way to keep that 50,000 ghost dollars from the organization private and still complete the organization's mission. Why not? Moreover, he naturally felt disgusted with Chinese people, and he didn't know how many Chinese players he had assassinated in his hands. So negotiation is not negotiation, but who knew that? Having just broken into the old castle, their concealment jutsu, which they thought was superb, would now be discovered by a maid? I didn't realize that you maids were a bit strong, that you could tell our disguise. Onodagawa stopped pretending as he and the rest of the 11 ninjas jumped from the beam to the ground, facing Lilith directly. Yoshi, what a pretty and watery flower girl. Take her down and keep her alive for me to enjoy later. The rest of you, go and search the rooms of the old castle. Take the kid out and interrogate him about the whereabouts of the wineglass. His face was haughty and he looked rather cocky as he gave orders to his men. The other henchmen, dressed in black ninja outfits, immediately caught wind of the situation and tried to start moving. For Onagawa, a maid is just a maid. Even if she is a bit strong, she is just like a fish on the chopping board, letting herself be pinched. Unwilling ants. Even if you trespassed, you still have such an arrogant and domineering attitude, wanting to take a shot at little Princess Meng Meng. Seek death. Lilith pretty rushed forward in an arrow step to the two ninjas, hands outstretched, grabbing them by the neck in the blink of an eye. A light squeeze and a broken neck. They didn't even let out a scream as they were completely cut off. So fast. What amazing power. Finish her first. No need to leave her alive. Alarm bells went off in Onodagawa's mind. His body exploded in sweat, and he immediately changed his orders. How could he not have expected that the sweet-looking maid in front of him would be so ferocious? In one fell swoop, he snapped the necks of 2 of his own men. Kill! The rest of the ninjas were well trained, some of them pulling out pistols and others daggers, attacking from all sides and surrounding Lilith. It's finally time for the big kill. The queen said that if anyone threatens the safety of the little princess, then anyone can be killed. Lilith perked up and stretched a bit, her hands cackling with a sound like beans popping from just one fist. It was as if she contained, within her body, an extremely explosive power. In the next moment, she leapt violently, like a humanoid beast, under a ninja's horrified gaze. Lilith threw a punch, piercing his body and leaving large holes. Nishinai. The 2 ninjas sneak up and pull the triggers of their pistols, firing a series of shots into Lily's back. Bang! 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 A dozen rounds whizzed out, all of them hitting Lilith in the back as she was hit. Pity! What a nice flower girl. I hadn't even imagined it. And she ended up dying like this. Onodagawa shook his head, regret in his eyes through his performance just now. He knew that the maid in front of him was most likely a thriller player, who had been physically enhanced, and thus was of immense strength, and was able to instantly take care of 3 of his men. But no matter how powerful they were, when they were hit by the armor-breaking pistol, they could only die. The pistols held by his 2 henchmen were 2 C-rank trick props. Armor-breaking pistol shoots bullets with such power that iron plates can be pierced through, not to mention flesh and blood. But soon, the next scene that happened was one that caused Onodagawa's face to change violently. How? Why aren't you dead yet? He couldn't help it, his pupils slamming. Some pain. My dress has a hole in it. You guys are so hateful. This is one of my favorite maid outfits, and now it's a hole in it. Only Lilith, who was hit by the armor-breaking pistol, was unharmed except for a few holes in her clothes. At the moment, She was throwing a tantrum there because her clothes had broken holes. She might have defense shenanigans. Some ninjas speculate. Bunch of losers. It's still up to me to step in. Onadawa's face was grim as he took out a sword from his back. The blade had a huge body, and the mouth of the blade had densely packed sharp edges that were triangular in shape and incomparably sharp. It's a B-grade artifact. Broken blade knife. Nishinai. With a grave expression, Onadawa gripped the broken blade sword with both hands and slashed dozens of times at Lilith through the in a flash. Dozens of blade chi appeared at the mouth of the blade and flew madly towards Lilith. The blade chi was extremely fast and powerful, whistling out, and wherever it went, it caused many cracks to appear on the ground. It's the boss's broken blade knife. The other ninjas' hearts shook as they recognized their boss's killer move of snort. Due to paying too much attention to the small holes on her clothes and Onadawa striking extremely fast, Lilith didn't react and was instantly hit by dozens of blade chi. Her little maid outfit skirt, once again, had many large slits, and the dress was considered a complete write-off. Ah, my little dress. Lilith was furious, her eyes on fire. Originally, if she had broken a few small holes, she could have mended them, but now that they had broken so many big gaps, she couldn't mend them at all. Her favorite maid outfit was a complete write-off. Not dead. How could it not be dead? No way. Who the hell are you? Onadawa seemed to have discovered some horrible fact. His face changed violently, and his heart was terrified. The blade chi he wielded from his broken blade knife could cut even a small car in half, but it couldn't do anything to this maid in front of him? Not even a scratch? What made him feel even more alarmed was that the maid didn't seem to be using trick props at all, and was just using her physical body to carry it hard. Just now, when she took the bullets of the armor-breaking pistol hard, Onadawa thought that the maid was wearing the close-fitting inner armor of the trick prop, but now, upon closer inspection, underneath the tattered maid's outfit, revealing her stomach and waist, she wasn't wearing any close-fitting inner armor at all underneath. It's a damn thing to resist with your flesh. This little girl's maid. Is she a human or a monster? The other ninjas also changed their faces and completely panicked. Retreat for now. Onadawa shouted anxiously. As the words fell, the rest of the ninjas' hearts were shocked, and they turned around and tried to run, but soon, a scene that made their hearts fearful and filled them with horror appeared. What exactly did they see? Only to see Lilith's body rapidly expanding. Her maid outfit exploded and she actually turned into a dragon crocodile. The dragon crocodile was huge, more than 10 meters long. The red scales had flame patterns, and from time to time, flames sprang out. She looked down at them, her breath appalling. You guys, all of you will have to die for my clothes. Giant crocodile. It's a creature of Thrill World. Looking at the behemoth in front of him, Onadawa revealed a horrified expression. Looking terrified, his men did the same and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air and fear in their hearts. None of them thought that the little girl's home was home to great horrors, hidden creatures that thrill the world. Onadawa and his men are veterans of Thriller World. Veteran players who have seen a lot and know a lot of Thriller World secrets. Creepy creatures that were able to perfectly transform into humanoid forms were invariably existences with terrifying strength. This kind of thriller creatures are also the king of the Thriller World. Extremely dangerous. Belong to the big disaster. Even if a top-tier Thrash player encountered such a creature, they would be exterminated in 10 deaths, and today this giant crocodile is that kind of being. The ninjas looked at each other, their eyes terrified, their breath coming in short gasps. At first they were all fooled into thinking the maid was human, but it turned out not to be at all. Instead, it's the creepy creatures of Thriller World. There's only one way for the creepy creatures to appear in Blue Star. That is to use the S-rank prop, Summoning Stone, in order to summon the creepy creatures of the scary world. I didn't expect that child's background origin is suddenly so terrifying that she even has an A-class Summoning Stone that is even rarer than an S-class prop. It even managed to make the summon creepy creatures loyal to her and protect her. What exactly is that little girl's origin? What is her identity? Onadawa muttered, his heart having long since set off monstrous waves. Escape! Escape if you can. That's just a body that's so huge. It sure can't run fast. His face was anxious, and he gave the order on the spot, shouting, but a punch in the face is like a tornado. Onadawa was shocked to find that the giant crocodile was surprisingly fast, running with the wind. As soon as his words fell, the giant crocodile opened its huge mouth and had already swallowed 5 of his men. One bite at a time. Everything. Just a few seconds happened. It took Onadawa too long to react. By the time he reacted completely, his men had all disappeared and been eaten. It's all been swallowed. Realizing this fact, Onadawa's back went cold and he couldn't help but gulp. A strong crisis of death surfaced in his mind. Without saying a word, he turned his head and ran, but the moment he turned around, he was gripped in the palm of the giant crocodile's hand and lifted into midair. Say, who sent you? What kind of person dares to die a good death and hit the little princess? Lilith's massive, giant crocodile body stood like a human, her huge eyes staring at the dwarf in a jarring voice. "Ha, wanna know? Just don't tell you to listen." Anadawa's eyes were horrified, but his mouth was still hard and he resolutely refused to say anything. At this point, seizing the opportunity, he pulled out a communicator and yelled into it. "There are frightening creatures in the old fortress. Avenge us." After saying that, he immediately crushed the communicator. Time was too urgent for him to leave more messages. Anadawa knew he would die, but he left an important message for the organization before he died. "Seek death." Lilith's crocodile hand pinched, and the body of Anadawa in her hand burst open as if it were a tomato. Dead beyond repair. So annoying. The inside of the hall is a mess again. "We just cleaned today. And we're cleaning again." Reassuming her human form and changing into a maid's outfit, Lilith crossed her arms, her eyes having a sultry look. "I blame those humans that just came. I've caused myself to have to clean up again. So I won't eat humans from now on. Humans are so hard to eat compared to human food." She couldn't help but spit as she cleaned up. Since arriving at the blue planet and tasting its various cuisines, Lilith's mouth had become tricky. "I didn't cross-examine them just now. These people died too quickly. Forget it. If we don't find out, we don't find out. With me, Lilith, and the queen here, those humans who have evil intentions towards little Princess Meng Meng will die one by one. Cherry Blossom Country. There are creepy creatures in the old castle. Avenge us." At the Fukuda Club, inside the judo room, a man in a kimono blushed. It seems to have failed, even with his life. As one of the 4 leaders of the Fukuda Club, Nakajima Ikeda looked grave. Not long ago, he had sent Anadawa, who was hiding in China, on a mission to bring back the wine cup. But he had never expected to end up with this result. Not only was the mission not accomplished, it was a total loss. "I didn't expect the organization in China to move so fast. Someone has already gone to protect that child, and even deployed the thrill creature. Anadawa isn't weak, yet he was still killed by that thrilling creature, which means that the thrilling creature is very strong. It looks like it will be more troublesome to try to recapture the wine glass in Blue Star. To be on the safe side, we still have to go into the Thrill World to seize it." Nakajima Ikuda pulled an invitation to a copy of Thrill World out of his arms. The invitation had a few big words written in gold foil. "Moonlight Restaurant." Without much thought, he used it immediately. Successful use. Time left to enter Moonlight Restaurant, 2 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Each Thrill World game copy teleports players in every so often, and the Moonlight Restaurant, a copy of the game, opens at 1-week intervals at a time. He was betting that Su Mengmeng would also enter this copy of the Moonlight Restaurant in order to find his dad. If Su Mengmeng didn't go in this time, he would also use the invitation to the Moonlight Restaurant again to enter the next Moonlight Restaurant. For the sake of the Fortuna Club, for the sake of the S-Class prop wine glass, he must get that wine glass. Ancient Castle. Inside the room, on the cot, Su Mengmeng rubbed her eyes with her small hands, stretched, and purred, letting out an evil dragon growl. "Eat and sleep well. It's time to find your dad." She grabbed the small panda book bag next to her and pulled out of it the invitation to the Moonlight Restaurant from the big-mouthed gentleman. "Daddy, where are you? Meng Meng misses you so much. Why don't you come to look for Meng Meng?" Thinking of her father, Su Mengmeng sat on the bed, holding the invitation in her small hands. Tears welled up in her eyes. "She misses Daddy. Daddy, you won't come to me. Then Mo, I'll come to you." After a short while, Su Mengmeng gathered herself and used the Moonlight Restaurant invitation. Successful use. Time left to enter Moonlight Restaurant, 2 hours, 12 minutes and 59 seconds. "Little Princess Mo, are you up? You have a visitor." "Oh, the big sister, as you call her." Outside the door of the room, came Lilith's voice. "Get up. Wow, big sister really came to play with me. Happy." Su Mengmeng got up and changed her clothes. She bounced to the living room and met Chen Jiai. Since it was her first time to be a guest at Meng Meng's house, Chen Jiai sat on the sofa, looking a bit constrained today. She wore a corseted floral dress with a LV black belt around her waist, outlining her slim waist and bulging breasts. Lilith finally realized what it meant to be a big sister when she was faced with those huge things. World class indeed. It's spectacular. She was on the side, making tea for Chen Jiai, her eyes glancing at that world class every now and then. The queen is indeed missy compared to this man. It was no wonder that at the time of the Thriller live broadcast, Mo Little Princess would address her as big sister, and now that I've seen it in person, it's a great visual impact. "Thank you for the black tea. It's good to drink." Chen Jiai carried 3 parts embarrassment and 7 parts politeness. A faint smile with that. She looked at Su Mengmeng and told Su Mengmeng about that video of Star Chow. After saying that, she took out her cell phone and showed Su Mengmeng that video. "Mo, is this your dad?" Chen Jiai asked. "Ha, I can't see the face too well, but I recognize the dress. It's indeed my daddy's dress, eh?" Su Mengmeng's eyes lit up and her expression was excited. "It's still true," Chen Jiai murmured, her eyes incredulous. This man riding on the black dragon was really Su Mengmeng's father? This is indeed him. Lilith came forward, and after watching the video, She also couldn't help but change her face slightly, and then spoke out in agreement. She hadn't seen that lord for a long time since he disappeared into thin air. Even the queen can't be reached, but who knew? It was on the cell phone of this one world-class human woman, this surprised Lilith. Chen Jia pondered for a moment and voiced this possibility. Since entering the world of Thriller, she had accessed the Thriller forums and had brushed up on her knowledge of Thriller games. Thriller game for up to a month, however. Su Mengming's dad was the one who disappeared from Thriller world for up to a year, possibly. His dad is no longer alive, having perished inside the Thriller game. Of course, in order to take care of Su Mengming's emotions, Chen Jia didn't voice out this possibility. Of course, the other possibility is not ruled out, and that is that Mo's father is still alive, but just can't come back to Mo's side because of certain things. For these two speculations, Chen Jia preferred the latter. The reason was simple. How could a man who could tame a dragon lose his life so easily? Daddy turned out to really be in that world, so it looks like Uncle Big Mouth wasn't lying to me. At the mention of her dad, Su Mengming's eyes were so excited that she couldn't wait to run into Thriller world the next second to find her own daddy. Inside the living room of the old castle, two women and a baby were chatting in a cordial atmosphere. This time, Chen Jia realized that the maid is a guest, only temporarily living in the castle, responsible for the castle's health chores, food and living, really is to act as the role of the maid. And inside the old castle, there was another woman living, but she was still sleeping now. In other words, Mo is now in the care of two of his father's friends, and that's when it happened. Countdown begins. Coming to the Moonlight Restaurant. 3, 2, 1. Big sister, I'm going into the dining room. Just as Su Mengming's words fell, under Lilith and Chen Jia's dumbfounded gazes, she turned into a white light and disappeared in place. Gone. Inside the ancient castle, seeing Su Mengming who suddenly disappeared, Chen Jia froze for a moment. She hadn't expected Su Mengming to use the thrilling copy invitation just that quickly. Regarding the danger of that copy, she hadn't even told Su Mengming yet. This copy of the Moonlight Diner is dangerous and can kill you if you're not careful. Even many veteran players have to be careful when they go to that copy and don't dare to be careless. The most dangerous and biggest uncertainty in this copy of the Moonlight Restaurant is the thrilling creature guests that come to the restaurant. Unlike the screaming bus stops, the screaming bus stop is a newcomer's copy, and the creepy bus has only 1, 2 or 3 creepy creatures on board at a time. At most, but at Moonlight Diner, once you enter this copy and the restaurant is open for business, there's a steady stream of shenanigans as guests enter the restaurant and begin to dine. In it, perhaps, one will encounter a vicious and bizarre creature. That's why even Thriller veteran players were careful when entering this copy. Immediately after, Chen Jia took out her cell phone, opened the Thriller app, and entered Su Mengming's Thriller live room. Look, that munchkin is back in Thriller world looking for his dad. Crap, is a munchkin this fierce? After not even 2 days, he has entered the Thriller world again? I'm going. Surprisingly, it's the Moonlight Restaurant. Mamma mia. This copy, even if a big brother enters it, he wouldn't dare to say that he'll return in one piece. What's this? How come so many players entered the Moonlight Restaurant this time? They're not running towards that munchkin, are they? I've heard that Su Mengming has been trying to recruit her since she got her S rating. It's really possible. I've heard that since Su Mengming got her S grade rating, many forces have thrown out olive branches to try to recruit her in, but I heard that the phone hasn't been able to get through, so they had to come to the Moonlight Restaurant to invite her. I just wonder which power this munchkin will join. Inside Su Mengming's Thriller livestream, a large number of Thriller gamers had already flocked in to watch since Su Mengming burst into flames. More and more Thriller gamers began to pay attention to her live room. So just as soon as it opens, they immediately received the message and entered Su Mengming's live broadcast room. Many people want to see the legend of this luck against the heavens. Get S-grade evaluation. In the Thriller, players known as small koi cute child is really who is the god you don't know until you see it. This look instantly sprouts the hearts of the vast majority of players. This munchkin is too cute. Join the forces? Those forces combined are not even worthy of giving little Princess Mengming's shoes. On the side, Lilith, who was also holding a tablet and was watching Su Mengming's thrilling live broadcast, muttered in her heart. Her mindset was different from Chen Jia's. Lilith was more focused on whether or not Mo was having fun and enjoying herself. Thriller world. With 3 red moons high in the sky under the burgundy moonlight, the restaurant stands on a high wall with a neon sign blinking at the top that reads Moonlight Restaurant. That moment, there was a flash of white light and a group of humans appeared. It's the Moonlight Restaurant. Holy shit. I didn't realize I teleported here. God. I'm just a newbie. How did I get here? Look. There's a child there. It's her. She's in the Thriller game again. Crap. It's the kid who got an S rating. Outrageous. An S rating. So it's her. So cute. Many players were shocked, not expecting to see a real person inside the newcomer's copy. Some of the more players who heard this news for the first time were also shocked, not realizing that the S-rank rating had been obtained by a 3-year-old. It was simply heavenly. Within this group of players, there were newbie players, old players, and some players who were running towards Su Mengmeng. This copy is undoubtedly a hellish level of difficulty for newbie players, and there is no way to survive. It's as if the opening descends not to the newbie village, but teleported to the boss's place. How can this be fun? Straight up cool AH.AS for the veteran players. They descended into this copy, and their hearts were under great pressure. It's a moonlight restaurant. It's difficult and extremely unexpected. Their only hope now was to make it out without missing an arm or a leg and get back to Blue Star. It should be this little girl. Inside the humans, an inch-haired youth. His eyes narrowed as his gaze fell on Su Mengmeng not far away. He's Nakajima Ikeda just in case. He used the B-grade trick prop, skin-changing mask, to change his original appearance to that of a Chinese. If swapping glasses with this little girl doesn't work out, then he would look for an opportunity to just strike and grab it. And even if the little girl died as a result, Nakajima Ikuda would be able to shrug off the responsibility. Even if the outside forces wanted to investigate, it would be hard to find him and find out about their organization. Nakajima Ikeda had worked very hard for this S-rank auxiliary prop. At this time, Nakajima Ikeda, with what he thought was the kindest smile, walked up and was about to greet Uncle, the little girl. However, he didn't expect an obese silhouette to block in front of him and greet Su Mengmeng in advance. Nakajima Ikeda's face darkened, and he didn't look too good. Where did this fat fuck come from? Bakayalu. He had wanted to go up and say a beckoning hello, to make a good impression and make it easier to approach the kid, but it's been shortchanged. Woohoo! Meng. Hello again. Not far away, Star Chow hemmed and hawed and came in front of Su Mengmeng. Uncle, what are you doing here? Seeing an acquaintance, Su Mengmeng's little face was happy. She didn't expect to see her uncle here again. The last time she saw him. What's that tease doing at the Moonlight Diner? Ancient Castle. Chen Jiayi raised an eyebrow. She was surprised at Star Chow's sudden appearance. As soon as Chen Jiayi returned to the Blue Planet, also known as Earth, she went to the trading section of the Thriller Forum and prepared to exchange the invitation with tricky coins, but under a moment, it's hard to find invitations to the Moonlight Restaurant. There is no player trade. Even if there were players with this invite, it was posted so little that they didn't get to see the news of this trade thread. Yet, Star Chow was the one who got an invitation to the Moonlight Restaurant? This invitation, who gave it to him? It wouldn't be the Dragon Scale Division, would it? As soon as she returned to Blue Star, it didn't take long for a number of thriller organizations to invite her to join them, including one from the country of Huaxia. She refused all the other organizations except for replying to the Dragon Scale Ministry that she would consider it. What, uncle? Am I that old? Please call me brother. Or maybe call me the little prince of hackers. In front of the main entrance of the creepy restaurant, Star Chow's eyebrows were flying and he was a bit dejected recently. He had been very lucky. Not only did he succeed in clearing the Scream bus station and getting AB rating, what's more, he was invited by the Dragon Scale Department and became a member of the National Thriller Department. It was definitely a life high. For the average thriller player, one of the things that they all think about once they've survived the game of thriller is thinking about whether or not they want to join the organization. There are many benefits of entering the organization. You can be sheltered by the organization and have a backer behind you, so that other players do not dare to mess around. You can get a lot of first-hand information and enjoy some benefits. You can get unique experience from the thriller bigwigs in the organization, and have a better chance of surviving when clearing a thriller copy. As China's National Thriller Organization, the Dragon Scale Department, the conditions of entry are harsh, and many players can't get in even if they squeeze their brains. Therefore, as soon as he received the invitation from the Dragon Scale Ministry, Star Chow was so spineless that his ass chose to join, and this time, the fact that he would enter this copy of the Moonlight Restaurant was a quest given by the Dragon Scale Department. This mission was to persuade Su Mengmeng to join the Dragon Scale Department. The higher-ups of the Dragon Scale Department felt that Star Joe was acquainted with Su Mengmeng, and if he was allowed to communicate with this munchkin, the chances of success would become greater. Getting this mission, as the Go King, Star Chow's first reaction was naturally to reject it, but the assurance of the Dragon Scale Ministry was too much for him to refuse. The first guarantee was that there would be an expert from the Dragon Scale Department entering this copy with him to ensure his and Su Mengmeng's safety. The second guarantee is that Star Chow is guaranteed to pass this copy. Once a player is chosen by the thriller world, he or she must enter a thriller copy at least 3 times in his or her lifetime. The first interval is when, for the first time, you are selected. The second interval is 1 year. The third interval is 10 years. If you want to avoid being forced to enter again, you can pass 2 early copies of Thriller by invitation. Then in the future, you won't be forcibly transported into Thriller World. And the reason why Star Chow agreed to the Dragon Scale Department and entered the dangerous Moonlight Restaurant this time, the first was because of the protection of the Dragon Scale Ministry's experts. The second was because after clearing the copy this time, then he had cleared the Thriller copy twice in total. The third was that he wanted to find out who Su Mengmeng's father could be, and what would be the origin. Star Chow was still quite righteous. That video of the Black Dragon, he didn't reveal it to the Dragon Scale Department to know. Good. Uncle, Su Mengmeng nodded adorably. Well, you can scream if you want. Star Chow didn't dwell on the name-calling, but went straight to the point. Ahem. Meng, do you want to join the Dragon Scale Department? The Dragon Scale Department is a national thriller organization, the largest in China. How about it? Join it or not? He looked down at Su Mengmeng and invited her to join him. OMG. It's the Dragon Scale Department. I've always wanted to join but never did. I didn't realize this little girl was invited in. Envious. The conditions and benefits of the Dragon Scale Department can be said to be the best within China. Aha. Why wasn't I the one invited? Oh, if you can get an S rating, you can get an invitation too. Beside them, many players had envious eyes and couldn't help but mutter for ordinary players. Being able to join a national-level thrash power like the Dragon Scale Department as a backstage is a great guarantee. It's the non-lifting star of the week. It's that laying king. Recently he is very hot. I did not expect him to join the Dragon Scale Department. Really envious chicken hair son. Yeah, I'm not surprised that Mo was able to be invited into the Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry. And it's the fact that Star Chow was able to be invited to join that bugs me the most, sometimes. Luck is part of strength. I can't help it. I'm so lucky to have gotten a B grade evaluation. A B rating is the most important screening requirement for entry into the Dragon Scale Society. B rating is also too hard. Even for veteran players? The audience inside Su Mengmeng's live broadcast room has many thriller veteran players who have cleared the level no less than 10 times, while they passed quite a few times. The number of times they got advanced grades was almost none. Either C or D. Mostly E. And getting a B rating from thriller games is the most important threshold for joining the Dragon Scale Division. Getting this evaluation, the state also has to consider the person's evaluation, and only if the individual does not have a record of breaking the law or committing a crime will he or she be absorbed into the Department of Dragon Scale. For Star Chow to be able to enter the Dragon Scale Department, many of the old thrill players that were really envious and jealous the B rating that they were struggling to get with their desperate efforts. Star Chow was rubbing off on the good fortune of the Munchkin and was taken flying by the Munchkin for a while. Quite a few players were dumbfounded and wanted to rub Su Mengmeng's oomph. They were even more determined that if they learned what copy Su Mengmeng was going to enter next time, they would definitely purchase the relevant invitation and enter together. Ben, it'll be easier if you want to find Dad then. At that moment, a somewhat scruffy young man stepped out and yawned. He was plainly dressed, wearing Taoist vegetarian clothes, a bit scruffy, and at this moment, with dark circles under his eyes, he appeared in front of Su Mengmeng. The veteran players in the live room were shocked when they saw this number. It's Taoist evangelist Zhang Daoming. It was one of the 7 sequential sons of the Dragon Scale Division. In order to recruit Su Mengmeng, I didn't expect him to even come. Zhang Daoming was a great man, an heir to the Tian clan of Longhu Mountain, and was proficient in Taoism, knowing how to tend to good fortune and avoid harm. Previously, the first time he entered the thriller copy as a newcomer, he got an A rank rating. After he entered the thriller copy at the back, he was even more like a hanged man, either getting an A-rated or a B-rated, with a record that was unbelievable. Ratings, a measure of a thriller player's overall strength. The higher the score is taken, the more this player has accomplished for the clearance of the copy. The players in the live room were confused, being personally invited by Zhang Daoming, who was one of the sequenced. This was definitely giving face, and what they didn't expect even more was that Su Mengmeng had gotten the sequence sun slot. Crap. It simply numbed them. Once you become a sequence son, not only will you be under the organization's key protection, when he grows up in the future, he will even become one of the people in charge of the Dragon Scale Department in the future. Who could resist this temptation? Crap. The son of Sequence personally came out to invite, and even promised that the Munchkin would become the son of Sequence after adding into the Dragon Scale Department? That's definitely a heavy hitter. Envy. Once joined, she is the treasure of the Dragon Scale Department. The status can be amazing. The first thing I want to do is to make sure that you have a good understanding of what you are doing and how you are doing it. And how you are doing it, I just don't know. Will this Munchkin say yes? I think it will. I think. How nice to say yes. Son of the Sequence. A being that many thrashers dream of becoming. It all depends on the Munchkin. I didn't expect the Chinese organization to take him so seriously. Not only did Zhang Daoming come, but the Dragon Scale Ministry even gave that kid the Sequence sun slot. Not far away. Nakajima Ikeda's face changed slightly. It seems that the Wasia organization takes this little girl very seriously. No wonder the Thrill organization sent thrill creatures to protect this little girl not so long ago. Nakajima Ikeda had always believed that the frightening creatures Anadawa spoke of were from the Dragon Scale Division of China. It looks like the situation is a little complicated. It's going to be a little tricky trying to get the glass. Nakajima Ikeda's brow furrowed in his mind. Though far away in the Sakura country, however, he had also learned about Zhang Daoming, the son of Sequence, proficient in Taoism, with unpredictable means. As one of the 4 team leaders of the Fukuda Club, Nakajima Ikeda felt some pressure in his mind. I'm hiding my identity nowadays. And this is my greatest advantage. If I can get Zhang Daoming and this kid killed, the loss of the Dragon Scale Department in China will be two sons of the sequence. Nakajima Ikeda's eyes glowed menacingly. The world of thrillers is full of danger and anyone can lose their life. Let alone at the Moonlight Restaurant. He was sure that he would be able to find an opportunity to get these two killed. The Dragon Scale Department and their organization were mortal enemies, and members within the two organizations were enemies to each other, often resulting in bloodshed. However, the Dragon Scale Ministry was too powerful, and every time their organization clashed with it, they were the ones who suffered the vast majority of losses. If they were able to break these two extremely valued members of the Dragon Scale Department today, it would be a great thing for their organization. That kid actually refused. At that moment, Nakajima Ikeda seemed to hear something incredible and his face changed, only to see that not far away, Su Mengmeng shook her little head, shaking her head in rejection. Thank you for having me, but I want to find my own daddy. I'm strong. Oh, I'm able to protect Jackie Ta by myself. Daddy said that when in danger and trouble don't keep thinking about other people's help, but learn to Jaeger to protect Jaeger. Daddy also said that you can't just accept favors from others. That's rude. She speaks in a milky voice. Some of the words were spoken in a less than standardized manner, but the rejection was clearly expressed. Ha? No? Rejected? My 1,000 gold miss. Once you join, you'll be the serial son of the Dragon Scale Department of China. Why would you refuse? Star Chow's eyes widened, not expecting Su Mengmeng to refuse, but at the thought of the man riding the black dragon, his eyes blinked, and he had the good sense not to speak again. There was a strong intuition that told him that his dad must be a bullish presence. Or perhaps his dad had created organizations as well, just that no one else knew about them? He thought that a large part of the reason why Su Mengmeng was invited by the Dragon Scale Department to become a sequential son could be because of his dad. Otherwise, why would the Dragon Scale Ministry let Mo, a 3-year-old child, become a sequence son? It had to be said that the hacker Prince Star Chow had strong intuition and guessed part of the reason. What's the matter? Rejected? No way. This is definitely the first kid ever to refuse to be a child of the sequence. A dream that many people dream of. Not realizing that they are being turned away by a little girl. I don't know if it's naivety or not, but she's so young that she probably doesn't realize the weight of the sons of the sequence. Yeah, if it was his parents, I'm sure they'd agree. Maybe not agree with it? We don't even know who the Munchkin's father is right now. But it's too bad. A pity indeed. Seeing Su Mengmeng's refusal, many players in the live broadcast room expressed regret. That's the son of the sequence. I didn't expect to be rejected by Mo. This really didn't occur to them, but they got an important message from inside the Munchkin's words. That is the manhwa his father. Education of Su Mengmeng is really good. Not only very polite, and the reasoning that is taught is the reasoning of a strong posture. Yeah, whether it's in Blue Star or Thriller World, the weak are the strongest, and the only way to be strong is to be strong yourself. For a while, many of the veteran players became even more curious in their minds, curious as to who Su Mengmeng's dad really is. Join in, hurry up and join in. Ancient Castle. Chen Jia couldn't help but feel anxious in her heart. Once he joined the Dragon Scale Department and became a sequential son, he would be the focus of Huaxia's protection. Then in the future, Mo's life will be greatly protected. Refused? Soon. She saw Su Mengmeng refusing to join the organization and couldn't help but sigh. She wanted so much for Mo to join the Dragon Scale Division and become a sequential son out of concern for Mo's safety, but Su Mengmeng refused. And after she sighed for a moment, Chen Jia also expressed her understanding. The reason why Su Mengmeng didn't join was because his dad's words and behavior were influencing her. Although she's never met Su Mengmeng's dad, but she felt that Su Mengmeng's dad definitely had a strong heart. It's good not to join. Otherwise, if you join, you'll have to go to the Dragon Scale Ministry to grab someone. As weak as the Blue Stars are, there are 7 tough guys in that department that I can't rob alone. I'll have to call the queen. On the couch, Lilith munched on chips and muttered vaguely, making it difficult for others to hear what she was saying. That lord had explained that the queen should keep Mo safe, and as the queen's smartest subordinate, Lilith felt it was very much her duty to help her share this task. Therefore, she wouldn't let Su Mengmeng stay inside the other forces of Blue Star for too long, let alone become a sequential son. Once you become a son of the sequence, wouldn't you have to take orders from that department? That's not freeing at all. But fortunately, Su Mengmeng refused, and she saved herself a hassle. Okay, if that's the case, then the path won't be forced. In front of Su Mengmeng, Zhang Daoming yawned. He's a sociopath himself, and it's okay to tell himself to fight and pass the thriller game, but not so long ago, he was actually sent by the organization to persuade a 3-year-old girl to enter the department. What do you advise a 3-year-old to do? Zhang Daoming is very social fear. A little regret to come before coming to the internet to find out how to persuade children to join the organization of knowledge. Zhang Daoming, a deep social terrorist, expressed his distress at the moment. Just then, A black panel floated in front of the players. Welcome to Thriller World. Copy, Moonlight Restaurant. Player mortality rate, 90%. Mission, work 24 hours or accumulate a 1,000 ghost dollar tip reward at the restaurant. Mission punishment, those who fail to complete the mission will be wiped out. Mission reward, after completing the mission, you can get the corresponding reward according to the rating. Mission alert, 1, keep a low profile. 2, restaurant guests are dangerously grotesque. Make sure you keep your distance from them. Keep your distance. When this black panel surfaced in front of the crowd couldn't help but stare slightly as they stopped talking and the atmosphere became oppressive and gloomy. The death rate of players, after all, is 90%, that means out of 10 players, only 1 can survive. This mortality rate is quite high for veteran players. How did the death rate go up on this copy? Nakajima Ikeda's mind was slightly startled before entering this copy. He had specifically looked at the mortality rate of this copy. At that time, the mortality rate for replicas was hovering around 70-80%, but now, the mortality rate is as high as 90%. A direct rise of 10 to 20% in mortality. What is going on inside the Moonlight Restaurant? That's what makes this mortality rate go up so much. How did it become 90%? Yeah, something must have changed inside this creepy restaurant, or else the probability of death couldn't have gotten this high. This is going to be bad. Noticing the change in the mortality rate, many of the veteran players' faces changed slightly. Alarm bells ringing in their hearts. That's not too high. It's only 90%. The last rookie copy was all the way up to 94%. Star Chow muttered, hearing Star Chow's words. Zhang Daoming, who was on the side, couldn't help but sigh. Ignorant people have no fear. A high mortality rate for newbie copies is normal, but like this kind of copy. In addition to the thrilling invitation, more than 90% of the people who teleported to this copy are all old players, and veteran players have so much more of an advantage over newer players. Not only in terms of experience, but also in terms of the possibility of having shenanigans to protect their bodies still. As a result, the mortality rate is as high as 90%. Don't even think about it. That restaurant must be filled with ominousness immediately. Zhang Daoming gave himself a divination. Little Fears. The Little Fears restaurant is indeed dangerous inside. Putting away the copper coins and shells used for divination, Zhang Daoming was slightly puzzled. What's a minor foul? It means that you may be missing an arm or a leg, but it's not life-threatening. Crap. How did it go up to 90%? It's gone up a lot. Which big brother of the hangers-on knows why? Just find reasons to kill players. It's so damn vicious. My friend still ended up coming back alive because he gave a lot of favors and had better luck. Shit. How did it get so dangerous? It feels like this copy needs to be leveled up a bit. I wonder if Mo will be okay. It's not easy to say. It's another day of worrying about the munchkins. I'm having a hard time raising a baby online inside the live broadcast room. As a player told the truth, the crowd reacted and couldn't help but worry about Su Mengmeng. In the opinion of many players, the S-rank evaluation that Su Mengmeng was able to take in the newcomer's copy was purely based on luck, but this copy is different. Not a newbie copy. Even the old players have to be careful when they go in. Not to mention that this time the Moonlight Restaurant also had a little accident. The mortality rate has increased so much. Many players believe that in this game copy inside, Su Mengmeng Fear saw, just then, LOL, the door to the creepy diner, which had been closed tightly, slowly opened with a metallic scraping sound. The crowd looked over and saw 3 goat-headed men slowly appear before them. These 3 goat-headed men, with goat heads and bodies over 2 meters tall, were covered with scars. Their features were twisted. Their eyes, noses and mouths were crooked and seemed to be pieced together on their goat-headed faces, which made them look and feel very uncomfortable and bizarre. Hiss. The players who came to this copy for the first time and saw the goat-headed man, they couldn't help but suck in their breath and feel fear in their hearts, but the vast majority of them were veteran players who took a deep breath and forced themselves to calm down. There are a bit too many humans here this time. It's a good look though. The restaurant has been so busy lately. It sure is nice to have some extra human help, though you humans are too delicate to fight. But when you do the work, you are cleaner and better than many oxen and horses. A goat-headed man at the head of the group, after gazing around the crowd, spoke. Unlike the other goat-heads, it had an extra golden horn growing from the center of its head. It spoke as if it were the voice of a rotten piece of cloth as it ripped, and it was hard to hear. A few more minutes. The restaurant is just about ready to open. It's my responsibility as the newly promoted manager to organize everyone, but it's up to you to decide exactly what you're going to be assigned. The goat-headed man, Shalippo, had a condescending look in his eyes and held out his hand, giving the other players a look of knowing what they were talking about. Oh, didn't you lowly human cattle and horses hear that? Our manager is being merciful and is going to give you guys jobs. Give you guys a back door. If you want a good job, 200 GUE coins to start. The more GUE coins you give, the better the placement. Good jobs are limited. The highest bidder wins. Of course, you guys can also not give. But the downfall, heh. The other goat heads looked at the humans at the bottom of the ladder and said meaningfully, is he asking for favors? This is blackmail, isn't it? Mud. This new manager goat head is so cheap. I didn't even have to pay a favor fee the last time I came to break into this copy. Ever since the manager change, it's been screwing us players. This is robbery. 200 ghost coins converted into RMB. This is 200,000. Not far away. Many players dared to be angry and minimize their voices, not daring to let those goat heads hear them. However, if you don't pay it, according to the meaning inside the words of those goat heads, it's a sure way to die in the Thriller restaurant. After a moment of hesitation, a number of players began to hand over shenanigans coins. I have 200 ghost dollars here. A player steps forward and dutifully pays the favor. Well, it is indeed 200 guile coins. Give him the job of cleaner. The goat-headed man, Shalippo, took the trick coin and nodded arrogantly. It's just great since I've been a manager. Being able to blackmail these humans fair and square while the store manager is away, because it is a job exchanged for trick coins. It conforms to the Thrill World equivalent exchange rule, and therefore it is not penalized by the world's rules. Not a moment later, in addition to the new players, a number of veteran players walked up and paid the favor fee guile coins to get the job point. One of the players who gave the highest favor fee gave a full 500 GUE coins. So that player gets the logistics job. Manager, here are my trick coins, a small token of my appreciation. At this point, Nakajima Ikeda stepped forward and gave the goat-headed man, Shalippo, 2,000 guile coins. This move of his sparked many players to gasp in shock. Wow, it's 2,000 GUE coins. That's worth 2 million RMB. He's so rich. This looks like he's from China? Enjoying the shocked stares of the others, Nakajima Ikeda inwardly enjoyed himself. Yes, 2,000 guile coins. If no one outbids you later, then later you'll be their team leader and you'll be in charge of supervising and managing them. Receiving the 2,000 guile coins, the goat-headed man Shalippo's eyes were clearly a bit excited. Only you guys left. Ha, how come there's a little human kid? He turned his head to look at the other humans, and suddenly realized that there was a small child among the humans who had passed in this time. The doll the kid was holding seemed familiar? This doll looks a little familiar to me, like I've seen it at one of the restaurant's customers. The goat-headed man, Shalippo, thought about it, but didn't think much of it and didn't take it seriously. Do you have any trick coins, you human child? Shalippo lowered his sheep's head and looked down on Su Mengmeng in a condescending manner. I'm not paying. You're blackmailing. It's bad silver. Coming to this restaurant means we come here to work. But before we work, why do we have to pay you? Isn't that why you come to work inside a restaurant? To make money? Who knows? Su Mengmeng's small hands crossed her small waist, raised her head to look straight at Shalippo. Her small face didn't have the slightest look of fear. She didn't want to pay it. And she didn't want to pay it. Su Mengmeng's inner instinct was that the trickster coin shouldn't be handed over. When she took the trick bus before, it was because she took someone else's bus. So it was only right to pay the fare, but not this time. These goat heads are obviously making it bad and extorting money from Jaeger. What a brave little munchkin. How dare she contradict the creatures of Thrill World? She's so brave. On the scene, many players looked confused, shocked by Su Mengming's wave of fierce as a tiger operation. It's so newborn. Crap. Mo is so brave. Love it, love it. Munchkin's 3 views are so positive. Cam, I feel like my 3 views aren't as good as a little girl's. What is this if not positive energy? So many jobs where you are clearly there to make money and then you get asked for money in return? You can only work if you pay money? Nima. The generational feeling came on all of a sudden. It pisses me off, punch punch punch. Oughts rectify the tricky workplace. Fuck it. Get out your pink Gatling and shoot this goat head into a hornet's nest. The audience in the live broadcast room was abuzz. Many viewers felt that their 3 views were corrected by this munchkin. Yeah, why do we have to pay the creepy coins? Obviously I work in your restaurant and generate revenue for your restaurant. Why should I have to pay? You human child. You're so insensitive. The sheep-headed man Shalippo felt that his majesty had been provoked. His black wool exploded all over his body. His face was ugly to the extreme. His sharp claws stretched out, itching to kill this little waif right away. It just sat on the manager's position. Can be said to be the new officer to take office. 3 fire? Is the most springtime? At the moment is a human to provoke their majesty? I'm not afraid of you. Su Mengmeng didn't wimp out in the slightest. Get bigger guns. With her little pink hands, she took out the 100-change bobble ball from inside her panda school bag and immediately transformed it into a pink Gatling. The muzzle of the gun was pointed directly at the head of Shalippo the sheep's head. This sheep's head. Shalippo blushed. It's the first time it's seen one of these. Gatling. Is this a weapon? For some reason, it actually felt the aura of death from within this weapon of the munchkin in front of it. It's impossible. He's from the clan of the dead goat. He's born with water and fire. And his strength is boundless. How is it possible to be threatened by something in the hands of a small child and even feel a sense of death? But in any case, the young girl had provoked its majesty and had to be punished. Sheepshead Shalipo's eyes were cold ever since he became the manager of the Moonlight restaurant. Apart from the store manager, not to mention the humans, no one dared to provoke it, not even the restaurant's creepy employees. Is this the little girl's shape-shifting ghost weapon? Not far away, seeing the pink Gatling, Nakajima Ikeda had a slight thought in his mind. It was a good thing for him that Su Mengmeng was at odds with the goat-headed man and a fight broke out. If the 3-year-old girl died at the hands of the goat-headed man, then he could easily get the wine glass without any trouble. Go on, kill the little girl, Nakajima Ikeda said in his mind. With Su Mengmeng aiming the muzzle of the Gatling at the sheep's head, the scene became tense. All the players present breathed heavily, their eyes staring at them with death, fearful that they would fight the next moment. You kids don't know better. Kids don't know better. Here's the favor fee for me and the kid, totaling 400 ghost coins. Star Chow hurriedly walked up, and after shoving the trick coin back into the goat-headed man Shalipo, he walked next to Su Mengmeng and persuaded her to put the Gatling away. Mom. Yeah, are kids so wild now? Life and death are not important. So if you don't like it, let's do it. Star Chow secretly grumbled in his heart. It's not good to get into conflict with the sheep's head so soon. The goat-headed man in front of him was obviously the restaurant manager, and his strength was definitely not weak. Live as Modal's only friend. Of course he didn't want to see Su Momo clash and fight with the goat-headed man. Okay, but I still hate it. It washes bad silver. After some persuasion and coaxing from Star Chow, Su Mengmeng nodded and finally put away the Gatling. I remember you guys, especially you, human child. I admire your courage. But wait a minute, you're going to pay for your behavior. Shalipo was still in a condescending manner, his eyes cold. The creepy restaurant has been a bit scarce on ingredients lately, and you need to go to the dark forest in the back of the mountains to gather them now. He has chosen his candidate. It's the ones that didn't pay the creepy coin humans and the fat guy and kid in front of them. Yeah, that goathead seems to be onto Munchkin. Yeah, it feels like Munchkin is in danger. Why do I get the feeling that the goathead is up to no good? That's for sure. A new officer is a new officer. Just now the Munchkin provoked its majesty in public. It must have pissed it off. If there were no thrash rules limiting thrash creatures, the Munchkin would probably be killed. I hope the Munchkin is okay. Many of the viewers in the live broadcast room had very sharp premonitions and immediately noticed that the sheep's head man's eyes were looking at the Munchkin in the wrong way. Holding great malice, paid the trick coins and was put to work. All stand to the front. Those who haven't paid their trick coins, as well as you, the fat man and the kid, stand still. The goat-headed man, Shalipo, gazed down at the humans at the bottom of the steps. At his command, the players who had paid their trick coins all stepped forward. At the moment, the players were divided into two groups. The group standing at the front were players who had paid their trick coins and were assigned jobs. The other group, the players who hadn't handed in their shenanigans coins, as well as Su Mengmeng and Star Chow, who had been specifically named. Shit. Silly goatheads can be so vindictive. I've already paid the shenanigans coin, and I'm still left standing here with Su Mengmeng. I should have known to let Mo blow your head off. Star Chow cursed in his mind. The goat-headed man with the golden horns was very vindictive, and even though he had collected 400 guile coins from him, he was still treated as if he hadn't paid his guile coins. Apparently, the goat had swallowed his 400 trick coins, swallowed it even if it was, and held a grudge against him together with Su Mengmeng. Ha! Zhang Daoming, why are you here too? Didn't you pay the shenanigans coin too? Or maybe you purposely didn't pay the trickster coin to protect us. At this time, seeing Zhang Daoming, who was dressed in Taoist vegetarian clothes, also standing at his place, Star Chow was suddenly a bit touched with emotion in his heart. Poverty is poor, but who knows? Zhang Daoming said with some embarrassment. Lately, he's been spending a lot of money, and with only 100 coins on him, he can't afford 200 coins to pay for the favors. You're one of the 7 sequential sons of China, and you can't even shell out 200 Gue coins? What did you do with all that money? There was a sweat in Star Chow's heart, and his mind broke a bit of defense, feeling that Zhang Daoming didn't hand over the trickster coins, not to protect them, but because he didn't have the money? Are all the sons of the sequence in China so poor? Poor, 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 poor. Zhang Daoming, well, donate to the mountain children now. Star Chow. He also thought that if Zhang Daoming said what he did with the money, he would have to spit on the Taoist priest severely. There are no donations to the mountain children. Star Chow does not know, but he knows that this reason makes him unable to refute, and he cannot spit at all of this line of donating to children in mountainous areas is directly on the moral high ground. Lastly, one more warning for you. The baby-faced mushrooms are guarded by ghostly baby beasts. Shortly after its words fell, a black panel suddenly appeared in front of the player who needed to go gather baby-faced mushrooms. Hidden quest. Capture 20 baby-faced mushrooms. Penalty for mission failure, deduction of 10 years of life. Quest reward, seeds of the baby-faced mushroom. Time remaining on mission, 3 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. It's a hidden quest. I didn't expect to trigger a hidden quest. No way. You have to deduct 10 years of life expectancy for failing a mission. I didn't expect to trigger a hidden quest. Seeing this prompt panel, many of the players who hadn't been assigned a job turned pale. There is a certain probability that hidden quests will be triggered in Thriller World. Some of the hidden quests are very rewarding. Some hidden quests not only have small rewards, but the quests are quite dangerous. Apparently this time the sheepshead's arrangement that triggered this copy's hidden quest was the latter. Hidden quests have fewer rewards and are dangerous missions. I'll go. It's a hidden mission. I didn't expect to be stumbled upon by a munchkin. Sure enough, that goathead doesn't have a good heart. This is to let those players send to their deaths. The ghost baby beast is not something to be messed with. As a Thriller veteran player, I have triggered 3 hidden quests and I can tell you very clearly, triggering hidden quests does more harm than good. Hidden quests for players without strength. It is tantamount to going to send death. The infant face mushroom was linked to a hidden quest, so it definitely wasn't easy to pick. This sheepshead has evil intentions. He's already starting to mess things up. Yeah, this goathead is clearly trying to get players who haven't paid their trick coins to die. How come the hidden quests are out? Capture? Those mushrooms can't be able to walk, can they? And deduct life expectancy if they don't arrive? Starchow's face suddenly turned bitter. My brother, you have to keep me and this munchkin safe. But the Dragon Scale Ministry gave the order. He came over to Zhang Daoming and muttered, I try to. Zhang Daoming nodded, still socially terrified. What do you mean you try? I need an affirmative response. Star of the Week was instantly anxious. Facing the son of the sequence he was very social bull. Blah blah blah. Zhang Daoming wanted to say something, but wanted to stop harm. He was helpless in his mind. Sure enough, dealing with people is a pain in the ass. That he's still fit for a one-man mission. In the end, Zhang Daoming didn't say anything and stayed silent. The reason for keeping silent is because of social terrorism. Honorable manager, I'm going to the back of the mountain to supervise their collection of babyface mushrooms. At this point, Nakajima Ikeda applies to Sheepshead Sharipo that he had read the Moonlight Restaurant's information and knew that gathering baby-faced mushrooms was a matter of extremely high mortality. In case Su Mengmeng died in the back of the mountain and was eaten by the ghost baby beast, he wouldn't even be able to find the corpse, let alone get that S-ranked wine cup. Also, hidden copies were good to get his hands on, making it easier for him to do so. Among this batch of players sent to the back of the mountain to collect babyface mushrooms were the men he had arranged. As soon as he reaches the back of the mountain later, he'll look for an opportunity to order his men to do it. Well, you paid the most trick coins. Since you're going to oversee them, go ahead. The goat-headed man, Shalipo, nodded his head and made a horse sound. Let's go. Follow me to the back of the mountain. Soon, a stocky goat-headed man stepped out, and he led the way. The crowd followed it, heading for the back of the mountain. Hello, my name is John Ikeda. I don't know what you call yourselves. On the way, Nakajima Ikeda walked up and greeted them. His purpose was simple. First release a friendly signal to lower their vigilance, then stab a cold knife to make it easier to strike. Why does it feel like you're talking island to island and day to day? It wouldn't be a small island nation ghost, would it? Starchow's eyes were suspicious as he sized up the one player in front of him. He was feeling vastly better about the Sakura Nation's female performers, but he's not so keen on the thrill-seeking players of Sakura Nation. Sakura Nation's thrill players are known globally to be nasty. There are small rituals but no great righteousness. Thriller players in Sakura Nation, they meet with other players and each of them gives you the impression that they are friendly and feel that the person is polite, but when it comes to big things, when it comes to matters of life, they turn around and sell you out, because the thrashers of their Sakura country had done too many of these things. It had led to their country's reputation being extremely bad, and they were disliked by many people's thrashers from other countries, even stayed away as soon as he ran into someone from the Sakura country. Like right now, could he be a small island nation ghost? Get away from him. I've heard that the players in their country are fond of backstabbing cold knives. How come I ran into a player from their country? What bad luck. Yeah, the rest of the players couldn't help but stay away from Nakajima Ikuda when they saw this. Nakajima Ikeda's face couldn't help but darken. There will be more later. The other side. Don't even look. The restaurant is ready for business. All you humans, get your asses into the restaurant and get to work. Gouge your eyes out if you look again. A hoarse voice came from the goat-headed man, Shalipo, with a jolt. The other players rushed into the Moonlight Diner and began to be put to work by the other goatheads and began to hustle. Their territory, which is the superior tonic, will become their target. Shalipo sneered, looking out over the fog-shrouded backcountry. I've tasted human flesh, and I'd really like to taste human children in particular. But just as it was about to walk into the restaurant, Shalipo's nose twitched, and from a distance, it caught the scent of the store manager. Store manager, how did you get here? It immediately turned its head. its face full of smiles and its expression incomparably respectful to a cow-headed and humanoid bizarre creature. What's the store manager doing here at this hour? There was some doubt in Shalipo's mind. Normally, the store manager would still be sleeping at this time, and it usually came over for a drink and a bite to eat and to check on the restaurant's operations until it was almost time for the Moonlight restaurant to close. It's extremely rare for a store manager to come over like before the restaurant is open, unless he was receiving extremely honored guests, or if something big had happened. It was usually impossible for Neo Gang Lai to come over at this time. Humans are already here? Inside those humans just now, did you see a little girl holding a doll? Standing at the entrance of the restaurant, Neo Gang Lai glanced at the humans who were busy inside the restaurant and said with a slightly anxious face, just a little while ago, it ran into the big-mouthed gentleman and the two had some shenanigans. Neo Gang Lai learns through casual conversation that the human's daughter is likely to come to the Moonlight restaurant. Learning of this news immediately made it startled. Fearing that something might happen to that little girl, he was only the acting manager of the Moonlight restaurant, and the real manager was the terrifyingly powerful chimera Jenya, and Jana had instructed it that if it came across a human with a doll in the future, it must be the first to notify her and protect that human from any accidents. For this reason, Jenya had warned it that if it didn't even do what she had arranged for it to do, then there was no need for all the employees and store managers of this store to exist. Hearing the store manager's words, the goat-headed man Sharipo's heart thumped. Yes, but she was sent by me to the back of the mountain to gather baby-face mushrooms. It didn't dare to hide it and said with an apprehensive face. Shalipo knew Neo Ganglia's character well. If Neo Ganglai learned afterward that it was hiding the truth of the matter, he would definitely be beaten to a pulp by Neo Ganglia's wolf's toothstick. Gather baby-face mushrooms. Don't you know that those two ghostly baby beasts have recently given birth? Any human who steps inside will become food? Stupid. Bull Ganglai was furious, his golden cow hair standing like steel, its eyes widened like brass bells, and it raised its millstone-sized hand to slap the fool in front of it. Bang! Not far away from the ground, Sharipo smashed heavily into the ground, causing an additional large crater to appear on the ground. Its right cheek is crooked and its eyes are bleary. At this moment, Shalipo's heart was aggrieved, not knowing what he had done wrong. Ingredients. Damn you fool! Damn you so! The bull Ganglai was panting white air from the tip of its nose, obviously furious, and it rushed up, punching and kicking the goat-headed man on the ground, venting its anger. In case that little human girl with the doll was the human daughter that Jana was talking about. In case that human child died in the backcountry again, then not only would the immediate Sharipo die, it would also be affected as an acting store manager, and it would be equally difficult to escape death. I don't know. Really don't know. Shopkeeper, spare your life. Please give me a chance. I'll make sure I bring her back safely. The goat-headed man, Shalipo, forced himself to endure the excruciating pain and wailed on the ground, uttering a plea for forgiveness. If it continued like this, it felt that it would definitely be beaten to death by Neo Ganglai. At this moment, it was incomparably remorseful inside. What the hell is that guy's kid? How could it make Neo Ganglai so important? Then I will give you one more chance. Make sure to bring that little girl back to the Moonlight restaurant safely. In case anything happens to that little girl, I will hold you responsible. Neo Ganglai took out his wolf toothstick and pointed it at Shalipo's head. The warning was self-evidently true. Good. Thanks to the store manager for giving me this opportunity. It hasn't been long since they left. I'll bring that little girl back immediately now. Please rest assured. Store manager, Shalipo, the goat-headed man, rushed to his feet and tried to claim credit for the crime. Neo Ganglai said expressionlessly, "Go." Shalipo didn't dare to have the slightest hesitation. It forced itself to endure the severe pain in its body, and with two of its men, it headed to the back of the mountain. In the back of the mountain, the mountains were rolling and the fog was extremely thick. On a mountain path, a goat-headed man led 20 human players walking within a large mountain, searching for baby-faced mushrooms. I'm not from the Sakura country. I'm just a Chinese-Japanese hybrid. My mom is from an island country and my dad is from China. I was brought up by my mom, so I do have a slight accent when speaking Chinese. Nakajima Ikeda was annoyed in his heart, and in his mind he wanted to strangle the fat man in front of him. However, in order to disguise himself, he forced out a smile and opened his mouth to find an excuse to explain. So it is. No wonder I thought you were a small island country ghost when I heard your voice. I didn't realize that you are a half-breed? Or a Chinese-Japanese hybrid? Well, it's me who misunderstood you just now. Starchow came to a realization. Nakajima Ikuda nodded with his head full of black lines. This should be the son of Sequence. Zhang Daoming, right? I've heard of your great name for a long time, and now that I've seen it with my own eyes, I'm honored. Quickly, he turned his head and smiled at Zhang Daoming, trying to curry favor with him and lower his guard, but who knows? Zhang Daoming didn't say anything and his face was expressionless. This caused a bit of a fire in Nakajima Ikeda's heart. Bakayalu, are all Chinese thrill-seekers so high and mighty now? But the truth was that Zhang Daoming was socially terrified, not knowing how to answer the words of the man in front of him. What to do? He said he was honored to see me. What should I say to that? How are you? How are you? Or what? There seems to be something up ahead. Su Mengmeng blinked her big eyes. The crowd sniffed and looked toward the thick fog not far away. The fog seemed to be full of white shadows moving about, densely packed, making strange noises. And on closer inspection, the noises seemed to be calling. That's the cry of the baby-faced mushroom. In front of us is the gathering place of the baby-faced mushroom. Those white shadows are baby-faced mushrooms standing and running. You guys go and pick them. I'll wait for you here. At this moment, this goat-headed man stopped in front and faintly said, "This is what baby-faced mushrooms look like. So just pick them off when you find them." It took out a baby-faced mushroom from the blue light. The baby-faced mushroom is palm-sized, white, and chillingly long, with 2 legs and a face shaped like a baby's. The mushroom is a very popular mushroom in the United States. But it is also a very popular mushroom in the United States, and this face, after all, can make all kinds of expressions, can cry, can laugh, can make noise. Many players couldn't help but get goosebumps at the sight. Let's go, and leave this place earlier after collecting. This place is filled with fog. I can't see far, and I always feel like I'm being stared at by something, causing my heart to palpitate. Yes, finish the hidden quest early and leave early. Together, immediately. The 5 players immediately walked up and entered inside the thick fog. It wasn't long before they each chased after and grabbed a strain of babyface mushroom. Their faces were very excited as they ran back and showed off to the other players. Gathering it doesn't seem to be as hard as I thought it would be. But just then, the unexpected happened. Several dark shadows were suddenly sprung after them, snapping their necks and dragging them deeper into the fog. 2 of the players reacted and dodged sideways. And although they didn't get their necks bitten off, they were bitten by the black shadow's bloody maw into their chests, and were dragged hard and fast into the deeper part of the fog as well. Damn it! What the hell is this? I don't want to die. Soon. The 2 players screamed and broke off in the depths of the thick fog, dying a gruesome death. When the other players saw this, one by one, their faces looked horrified and they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. They had thought that picking babyface mushrooms would be dangerous, but they hadn't expected it to be so dangerous that 5 people died in a single glance. The organs were $800,000. The kidneys $2 million. And if one's body was completely dismantled and taken to be sold, one could get close to $20 million. But now it is such a worthless death. Star Chow took a deep breath, and his heart was also startled. At that moment, Su Mengmeng asked in a milky voice, "I know what you mean by people." Star Chow froze. What does it mean? Zhang Daoming on the side was also stunned, curious about Su Mengmeng's answer later. It had to be said that the 2 of them had very big nerves. The other players were still feeling apprehensive about the 5 players just now. Only the 2 of them were curious about Su Mengmeng's answer. Su Mengmeng's small face seriously said, "Dadby said that people gathering is a pile of shit, and dispersing is 10,000 taels of gold." The 2 people, Zhang Daoming and Star Chow, looked at each other and suddenly froze with odd eyes. Gathering is a piece of shit. Scattering is 10,000 taels of gold? But it had to be said that this munchkin had a point. They couldn't find any reason to refute it. Tissues and organs of the human body can be sold individually for a very high price, but when put together as a whole, it becomes worthless. True to the words of this munchkin, laugh me to death. So manhwa language is not shocking. Laugh my stomach hurts. Goddamn, gathering is a piece of shit. Scattering is 10,000 taels of gold. Good guy. I call good guy straight up. 66,666. This munchkin is really showy. I'm getting more and more curious about who the munchkin's dad really is and how he always teaches something weird and strange. It's too much of a show. That's a cerebral statement. And it's both profound and quintessential. Another odd piece of knowledge inside the brain. Who is worth tens of millions of dollars in body, is working my ass off for a few $1,000s a month. I feel angry just thinking about it. Inside Su Mengmeng's live broadcast room, many players were numb with laughter, and one of them couldn't breathe. The original tense atmosphere of watching mushroom picking by cute children has now become relaxed and joyful. Today, the number of players watching Su Mengmeng's live broadcast room has reached 150,000 people, firmly occupying the top spot of the newcomers' live room. This amount of upvotes as well as the number of viewers is on pace to be a hit. Gathering is a piece of shit and scattering is 10,000 taels of gold? Put. Inside the ancient castle, Chenjiai couldn't help but be amused by Su Mengmeng in the live broadcast, laughing in waves. Su Mengmeng's father is also too interesting. How come he teaches Mengmeng all these mind-bending words? She couldn't help but laugh. Previously, Su Mengmeng's phrased the difference between a big sister and a little sister. Su Mengmeng said her father taught her, and that, again, was something her daddy's taught her. Who the hell is Mo's dad? He's supposed to be a funny guy. Wow, world class. Nice shot. Lilith, who was sitting next to Chenjiai, had her attention not on the live broadcast, but on Chenjiai, looking at the swaying world class and couldn't help but feel emotion in her heart. The Empress's was not small. It was perfectly proportioned for her figure. A proud figure, but nothing hurts without comparison. And when compared to the human in front of her, the Empress became smaller. The Queen did not lose unfairly. At this time, some sharp-eyed players in the live broadcast seemed to notice something and couldn't help but frantically send pop-ups in the live broadcast. Look, those dark shadows are showing themselves. What kind of monsters are these? 6 legs and a baby's face? It's disgusting and scary. These are supposed to be the ghostly baby beasts that the goat-headed man was talking about. Crap. There's so many of them. No less than 100. They're in danger, yeah. I wonder if the Munchkin's pink Gatling will hold up. Inside the big mountain, the fog in front of Su Mengmeng dissipated a lot, revealing the true colors of those black shadows. Ghost baby beast. Looking around, the ghost infant beasts were densely packed with hundreds of them. They had 6 thick legs, with black skin like humans. But what was frightening was that there was a cool baby-like face in front of the basketball-sized head, which was now revealing dense fangs and sharp teeth to Su Mengmeng and the others. Apparently, they see these humans as food. When the other players saw this, they were horrified and their faces were fearful. They wanted to run away out of instinct. But the goat-headed man warned from the sidelines. There are no baby-face mushrooms collected. You're all dead even after you go back. And the manager won't let you go. After saying that, it immediately spread its feet and ran away, far away from the ghost baby beast, and watched coldly from afar as the player and the ghost face beast confronted each other. That goathead just wants us to sell out. It's death either way. It seems that if we don't collect the baby face mushroom, we really won't be able to survive. It can only be fought. Many players' eyes glowed. It was useless to run away. Even if he returned to Moonlight Restaurant alive, he would be slaughtered by that so-called manager, and the only way for them to live is to resist these monsters and collect the baby-faced mushrooms. Cubs. There are cubs here, which means there are 2 more adult ghost baby beasts around. Perhaps it was possible to utilize the ghost baby beast to eradicate those 2. Nakajima Ikeda's eyes landed on Zhang Daoming and Su Mengmeng, killing intent flooding his heart. That S-class wine glass. He was bound to get it, even if he had to use some means. He had to get it. Damn. The looks of these monsters are too scary. It's extremely bad at first glance. Little Zhang, you have to protect us. Seeing these hideous monsters, Star Chow's face was scared white. He realized that the situation was not right and immediately pulled Su Mengmeng and retreated behind Zhang Daoming. I try to. Zhang Daoming sighed and nodded, flipping his right hand and taking out a peachwood sword. The mahogany sword was purple in color, crystal clear, and when you looked closely, there were electric lights entwined in the body of the sword. Great a sneaky prop, peachwood sword. This weapon, it's not a low grade. Nakajima Ikuda's pupil shrunk slightly as he noticed the peachwood sword Zhang Daoming had taken out. Ah, they attack. Crap. Those monsters don't talk about martial arts. They even came around behind us and attacked us. Ah, help me. No, careful. Those monsters are not less intelligent. Help me. At that moment, the players who were attacked came out in terror and let out screams, only to see that some baby-faced beasts actually relied on the cover of the white mist as they circled around behind the players and launched a surprise attack. The effect of the sneak attack was remarkable, and immediately 8 players were killed by them, falling to become food. As the ghost infant beasts attacked, the other ghost infant beasts saw this and let out roars of excitement as they all rushed forward towards the players. For a while, the scene was a mess. Snort! 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 Zhang Daoming's face was calm, his eyes emitting a refined light as he bit through his fingertip and wiped it toward the sword. Stab! The mahogany sword's purple light blazed out, with thunder entwined, transforming into electric light that shot out, instantly penetrating through the heads of the 8 ghost infant beasts that were attacking towards him. The ghost infant beasts screamed miserably and landed on the ground in droves, becoming dead corpses. Seeing this, many of the nearby ghost infant beasts were terrified in their hearts. How could they not expect this human to be so terrifying, to have such terrifying means? But they are not willing to give up these tasty treats just like that. These 3 sizable ghost infant beasts immediately abandoned Zhang Daoming as their target, opened their fangs and sharp teeth, and rushed towards Su Mengmeng and the others at an extremely fast speed. Thunder righteousness, ethereal eye-born young fire, break! Zhang Daoming frowned, pinched his fingers with both hands, and lightly shouted, shoo! At once, the speed of the peachwood sword suspended in the air increased steeply, lightning with sparks all the way with a clamor. It slashed the necks of those 3 ghostly baby beasts. The 3-headed ghost infant beasts landed heavily on the ground, dead beyond repair. Woohoo! Nyobach! Brother Zhang is awesome. This is too fierce. Is this the sequential son of China? Too fierce. On the side, Star Chow looked excited and slapped his ass. The name given to Zhang Daoming also changed, from Xiao Zhang at the beginning, to Brother Zhang. So strong. Nakajima Ikuta, holding a long samurai sword, couldn't help but change his face when he saw Zhang Daoming kill the ghost infant beast in seconds after he pierced through a ghost infant beast with his sword. The battle power that Zhang Daoming had displayed was even stronger than he had expected. Worthy of being a sequential son of Huaxia, the combat power is truly amazing. He couldn't help but murmur, however. I'm afraid that activating such an incredibly powerful A-grade prop in this manner would not be a small exertion of physical strength. Would it? Just see how long you can protect them. Nakajima Ikuta sneered and secretly lured all the 20 or so ghost baby beasts around him to Su Mengmeng's side. Holy shit! You half-breed bastard. How did you lure all those monsters this way? Seeing more than 20 ghost infant beasts suddenly appear around them, they suddenly lunged at them. Star Chow cursed. His heart had already greeted Nakajima Ikeda dozens of times with his ancestors as the radius and his mom as the center. I didn't want to. I couldn't resist. Nakajima Ikeda puts on an innocent expression, saying that this has nothing to do with him. I'll believe the hell out of you. Olding batch. Star Chow's face was ugly, and he couldn't wait to kick this B. If you can't handle it, you'll ask us to handle it? What a word. Snort snort snort. The peach with flying sword swept through, and the 20 or so ghost baby beasts next to Su Mengmeng and Star Chow had their brains pierced through, killing them instantly. It's a good thing I have my brother Chang. You get away from us. Star Chow shielded Su Mengmeng behind him and looked at Nakajima Ikuta with unkind eyes. I really didn't mean it. Nakajima Ikuta explains as he looks for an opportunity to get his hands on Sumo, but just then, boom boom boom, accompanied by the shaking of the ground, two huge-bodied ghost-faced beasts appeared in front of the players. They were even more massive compared to the ghost-faced beasts just now, as if they were as tall as a small mountain. With brown spikes on the surface of their skin and hideous fangs, these two huge ghost baby beasts were the parents of these ghost baby beasts. The two of them had just gone out to hunt for food for a short time, but they heard the screams of their children and immediately rushed back. As a result, when he returned, he saw a number of his children already dead, their bodies lying on the ground. Ho 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 ho! Ho 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 ho! The two huge ghost infant beasts were completely enraged and let out deafening roars. Damn! These humans deserve to die. Although they were angry, they did not immediately attack. Instead, under the dumbfounded gazes of a group of players, they rushed forward and immediately ate the corpses of several of their own children on the ground to replenish their stamina. For them, as long as a creature is dead, whether it's one of their own kind or a child or not, it's food. The greatest role of food is to be eaten. Seeing them eat it, it seems like their kids taste pretty good, cackling and crunchy. Ho 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 ho! Wife, the one you just ate was alive. The male's giant ghost baby beast, weakly reminded from the sidelines, it hadn't realized that its mate had such a fire, had been so overcome with rage that it had just eaten the dead child without distinguishing between them. Ho 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 ho! I ignore me! I ignore me! I ignore me! Ho 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 ho! These are the fault of humans. The female's giant ghostly baby monsters glared at her husband, and the male's giant ghostly baby monster had the good sense to stop yelling and stay silent. Eat your own child? Star Chow? Zhang Daoming? Other players? This monster still has this operation, eating the pups first without saying anything? It's worthy of being a creature of the thriller world. It really doesn't follow the rules of fuck. Straight up eating pups? I pay good guys. It's like a mother eating her son, goddamn mother eating son. Despite the urgency of the situation, forgive me if I can't help but laugh. I thought theirs would be revenge on the humans, but I didn't think it would be straight to their own children. So this is the ghost baby beasts. But they're so cautious. Eating their own children first to replenish their strength and then going to war later. I don't know if Zhang Daoming can carry it off. These two giant ghost baby monsters are not to be messed with at a glance. Look, the two giant ghostly baby monsters are up. At this time, several players reacted, and as soon as the two ghost infant beasts finished eating their pups and replenished their stamina, they rampaged towards the players to kill them. They were like two small mountains, and although they were huge in size, they ran extremely fast, opening their bloody mouths and swallowing several players who hadn't reacted yet. 5 Thunder Formation. Break. Zhang Daoming lightly drank. His eyes flashed with a brilliant light as he once again unleashed the peachwood sword. Shoo! The mahogany sword was like a bolt of lightning, hitting the scales of the giant ghost baby monster, rubbing out sparks and leaving only a shallow wound. His strike could only barely break through the giant ghost baby monster's defense. Nice hard skin. His mahogany sword was an A-grade prop that could tear and slice through even a 3 cm thick steel plate. But facing the scales of these two giant ghost baby monsters in front of him, it was somewhat helpless and the attack was weak. Zhang Daoming frowned slightly and once again controlled the peachwood sword to attack and fight the two giant ghost baby monsters. So hungry, not far away. Su Mengmeng made a cooing sound. She rubbed her small stomach, a little dizzy from hunger. When she was in the old castle, Su Mengmeng didn't eat much because she missed her father too much. Plus she had just climbed all the way up the mountain, which had exhausted her physical strength almost to the point of exhaustion. Nowadays, She was starving. Boing 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 boing, a dozen or so baby-faced mushrooms ran to Su Meng Meng, sizing her up and trying to treat her like food. Baby-faced mushrooms are omnivorous plants that can root and grow in the ground, and occasionally gather in groups and prey on living creatures together. In their opinion, Su Meng Meng was the weakest existence among these humans, short-looking, harmless, and without any fighting ability, very suitable as their food. Star Chow, who was on the side, did not notice the abnormalities happening around his feet, as he was engrossed in watching Zhang battle the giant ghost infant beast, acting as a cheerleader and cheering Zhang on from afar. Boing boing, boing boing. The two baby-faced mushrooms were the first to attack. They looked at each other and confirmed their eyes before pouncing towards Su Meng Meng, ready to feed on the human in front of them, but who knows? Two little hands grabbed them and shoved them into their mouths. Mushrooms, lots of mushrooms. I'm so hungry. I want mushrooms. Su Meng Meng was so hungry that she was dizzy and hallucinating, only thinking that these baby-faced mushrooms in front of her were walking delicious mushrooms. I eat. In 3 tries, Su Meng Meng ate the 2 baby-faced mushrooms in her hand. Eat baby-face mushrooms. Poisoning +3. Strength +5. Eat baby-face mushrooms. Poisoning +3. Strength +5. Soon, in front of Su Meng Meng, a black panel appeared, displaying specific messages. Her skin even became colorful. It's a poison state. But Su Meng Meng, who was already starving to the point of dimness, had long since chased the baby-faced mushrooms around, catching one and eating it. Eat baby-face mushrooms. Poisoning +3. Strength +5. 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 In less than a few minutes, Su Meng Meng had a huge appetite, and the baby noodle mushrooms didn't fill her up, so she actually ate 120 baby noodle mushrooms in one sitting. At the moment, the skin on her entire body was colorful, as if she had changed into rainbow skin, and her sanity had become a bit of a seizure. At this moment, looking at her attribute panel, her strength was actually as high as a terrifying 600 points under the babyface mushrooms enhancement. Player, Su Meng Meng, poisoned, age, 3 years old, height, 90 centimeters, weight, 13 kilograms, strength, 60 plus, 600, speed, 38, agility, 46, endurance, 30, Su Meng Meng? Crap. What did you do? Why are you so colorful? And how did you go and eat those mushrooms that run? My mama, yeah. Red umbrellas, white umbrellas, eat the laying boards, not to mention thriller world food. Seeing the colorful, chasing after the baby-faced mushrooms on the ground that were making strange noises not far away and eating them, one bite at a time, eating what seemed to be a very topsy-turvy Su Meng Meng. Star Chow instantly looked dumbfounded. This baby is too raw. You can eat anything when you're hungry, even baby noodle mushrooms. As for Su Meng Meng's live broadcast room, it had already exploded. Crap. That munchkin ate a lot of baby-face mushrooms. She's going to lose it. Is this baby good to raise? Not picky about food. Hungry up everything to eat. Baby-face mushrooms have been eaten by her dozens of. I'm going to go. What kind of hungry this munchkin has to be? Eating dozens of baby noodle mushrooms in one sitting. The baby-face mushroom is poisonous. For human beings, it is even more poisonous. After eating it, the skin of the whole body will become colorful, and the body will become a little upside down. This baby ate so much, it won't last 5 minutes at most. His Jesus came, cannot even save this munchkin. Munchkin danger. Why does this little baby even eat that? Zhang Daoming, who was in the midst of a fierce battle with 2 giant ghost infant beasts, couldn't help but stare with stunned eyes after noticing Su Meng Meng's strange appearance. But what shocked him even more was that after Su Meng Meng had gotten full from eating the baby noodle mushrooms, she became very upside down, wailing and milky, shouting that she wanted to learn how to fight monsters like Aubergine Man. And so, in front of him, Su Meng Meng beat the ghost baby beast as a monster. A small fist, containing an extremely terrifying power, a punch to break a ghost-faced beast. It's like a contemporary little devil. Yay! I'm Aubergine. Monster eat me. Tornado destroys parking lot. Not far away, Su Meng Meng had a seizure and blasted her fist at a small ghost infant beast. Under her extremely terrifying power, the body of this ghost infant beast exploded, turning into a sky full of blood mist and broken flesh. Hiss! When the other players saw this, they were dumbstruck and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Knocking out a boing monster with one punch? Who on earth was the monster? Crap! Taoist ancestors on high. This baby is too fierce. Zhang Daoming looked dumbfounded and froze in place. Seeing this image, he, who had always been socially terrified, could not help but say a word about nationalism. Everyone, get away from that waif. That Wa has eaten the babyface mushroom and is now having a seizure. She's in danger. Get away from it quickly. He reacted and immediately alerted the other players. How could the other players dare not listen? Immediately pulling their legs and running away from Su Mengmeng, hiding by the rocks not far away and shivering. They were afraid of being treated as a monster by Su Mengmeng and being punched out, showing their true strength. Those juvenile ghost infant beasts are just a slash to me. For those Chinese players to stay away from Su Mengmeng's behavior, Nakajima Ikeda's eyes expressed his disdain, thinking that these Chinese people were too timid and cowardly to be scared like this by a child. Being one of the 14 leaders of the Fortuna Club, stay away. It's impossible. Nanny. But, just then, Su Mengmeng ran to him like a ghost. Monster, eat me again. Crows and airplanes. Su Mengmeng wailed. Her tiny fist was wrapped in extremely terrifying power, and she blasted out a punch at Nakajima Ikeda's stomach when the small fist was swung out. It even vaguely hit a sonic boom sound, and the air had to be thinned. Nanny, just how many babyface mushrooms did this kid eat? Nakajima Ikeda's face changed violently. A strong life and death crisis surfaced in his mind. Only then did he anticipate how wrong he had just been, and how foolish it had been not to stay away from the seething Su Mengmeng. Su Mengmeng's fist was too fast and too sharp. Nakajima Ikeda couldn't even run in time, and the defense trick prop was activated. In a flash, 3 more colors of red, green and black shields surrounded his body. Boom, boom, boom. But it was useless. After only a moment's support, the 3 layers of protection were shattered by Su Mengmeng's small fists. Eventually, the tiny fist landed on Nakajima Ikeda's stomach. Put! He flew out like a cannonball, knocking over 2 tree trunks and landing heavily on the ground with his head spinning. Big brother! Big brother! A few of the Fortuna Club's men's faces changed drastically, and they immediately ran up and assisted their group leader. Ahem! Almost lost my life. After a long time, Nakajima Ikuda climbed up and coughed up a stream of blood before his face showed his fear. If it wasn't for this trick prop, I'm afraid he would have ended up like the ghost baby beast just now. It's a pity about those 3 defensive artifacts. His face showed his flesh. Those 3 ghost artifacts. 1 is a grade A trick prop and 2 are grade B trick props, which are worth a lot of money and are disposable props that can save your life at critical moments. Unexpectedly, it was wasted due to his gullibility. But luckily, at least a life was retrieved. Nowadays, Nakajima Ikeda had become gray and wretched, and had long since lost the pride and self-importance he had felt just a moment ago. That hybrid bastard isn't even dead at this point. There's quite a lot of shenanigans going on. Not far away, Star Chow couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. His eyes surprised. This person had punked him before, and Star Chow could remember it in his heart. Just how many baby-faced mushrooms has that little waif eaten? And her power is too terrifying now. Zhang Daoming was stunned from what he understands. Baby-faced mushrooms, when eaten by humans, become upturned and delirious while becoming more powerful. The average player would eat 3 or 5 of these and be poisoned to death. But look at this munchkin's behavior. Seems to have eaten a lot. With that, Zhang Daoming gave Su Mengmeng a divination. The trigrams show that Su Mengmeng's 8 characters are extremely hard. The 8s are extremely hard. He froze, half speechless. Look, the waif is going to fight the giant ghost baby monster. Damn, she's so fierce. She fucks everyone she sees. It was also at that moment that the other players by the rock let out a gasp of surprise. I only saw Su Mengmeng as if she was possessed by a small demon god. And after I don't know how many juvenile ghost baby monsters I have smashed, I stared at the 2 giant ghost baby monsters. Ow, the great monster. I'm going to beat the shit out of you. Su Mengmeng went crazy, letting out an evil dragon roar and rushed forward, grabbing one of the mother giant ghost baby monster's feet in her small hands and slamming it backward. Wrestling. The giant ghostly baby monster with a dumbfounded face was lifted up by her before being slammed hard into the ground. With a loud boom, the entire earth shook, dust splattered, rocks shattered, and the ground collapsed into a deep pit. This terrifying power instantly caused the mother giant ghost baby monster to reveal a look of horror, and it felt like its entire body's bones were falling apart. It was as if it had been dropped from a 100-meter cliff to the ground. Where the hell is this human child from? It's horrible. Roar! The giant mother ghost infant beast once again screamed miserably. Its feet were lifted up by Su Mengmeng once again, and its entire body was like a rag as she frantically threw it around and smashed it on the ground. On the ground, once again, one deep pit after another appeared, but it wasn't over yet. Under the horrified gazes of the crowd of players, Su Mengmeng jumped onto the giant ghost baby monster, her tiny fists falling wildly like a raging storm. Hee, ah ha 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 ha, fight the monster, fight the monster. The whole time, Su Mengmeng was very epileptic and let out an excited laugh. Of this laughter, to the giant ghost baby beast, sounded like a demon's whisper. Seeing the human child who was having a seizure, the giant male ghost infant beast couldn't help but gulp. Its footsteps took 2 serious steps back, and its huge body actually began to tremble. The other young creepy baby beasts stopped roaring, looking fearful, and all ran into one piece. hugging in order for them to feel a small amount of security, not far away. The creepy creature Goathead who led the way and a human player, who seemed to have forgotten their identities, actually embraced together for the first time in their lives. Looking at the fuming Su Mengmeng with a dull and fearful expression, Jegs, the scene, both human and bizarre creatures, was all quiet. Their eyes were shocked and they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air of this munchkin. So fierce, wow. In the distance, the female giant ghost infant beast lay motionless on the ground, bleeding from the corner of its mouth and emitting a faint bloody odor. Obviously it had already been whacked to death by Su Mengming's little fist. Hard. What a terrifying power. Zhang Daoming's eyes were a bit dull. This monster was very strong and its scales were extremely hard. Even if he used the A-grade prop, Peachwood sword, it would just barely cut through its scales, not causing too much damage. However, Su Mengmeng, who had eaten the baby face mushroom, was able to whack it to death with that appalling strength. Even looking closely, the indestructible scales had long since been shattered and cracked by Su Mengmeng. One could imagine how appalling the power of Su Mengmeng, who had consumed an unknown number of quantities, was. Ho ho ho! Ho ho ho! Not far away, the giant male ghost baby beast roared, its eyes angry. Damn it, that human had killed its mate. It wants to avenge its mate, but, just as it took a step forward, Su Mengmeng noticed the movement and tilted her head, revealing an epileptic smirk. Roar! The male giant ghost infant beast's heart trembled, and his footsteps lurched, then, drew its legs and ran. That munchkin was able to kill its mate. So naturally it was able to kill it. Mates can still be found, the baby can still be born. If it dies, there's really no future. It didn't even look back. It just ran into the depths of the fog, seeing their father run away. The rest of the small ghost infant beast suddenly had anxious eyes and followed. Soon, only the corpse of the female giant ghost infant beast was left in its place. Ah, scummy beast. Thought that giant ghostly baby beast was going to avenge his mate. Didn't realize it was pulling out its legs and running away. Identification complete. Indeed a scum beast. I'm laughing my ass off. Husbands and wives are birds of the same feather, but they all fly apart in times of trouble. And this ghostly baby beast is ignoring me. The hall was lulled into mourning, and the smaller ghostly baby beasts ran away. Let's just say this munchkin is fierce. Mom, yeah. Now there is another extremely important thing. That is, how to detoxify this baby. Yeah. If she doesn't get the antidote, she's going to be cold. Wow. The Su Mengmeng stood up from the corpse of the ghost infant beast. Her head spinning and her small body wobbling. She felt so dizzy she wanted to sleep. What's going on? She hammered one of the ghostly baby beasts to death? Shalippo looked confused. It hurried from the Moonlight restaurant to the back of the mountain, fearing that something might happen to the human child, but the scene that he saw before him made Shalippo suspicious of creepy life. No good. Why is that little girl's skin colorful? Baby-faced mushrooms. She consumed baby-faced mushrooms? Seeing that Su Mengmeng was not in the right state, Shalippo was startled in his heart. He was afraid that something would happen to Su Mengmeng. Go! Nakajima Ikeda's eyes narrowed and he gestured, secretly signaling his men the side effects of the baby noodle mushrooms that this munchkin ate came. His body was weak and he couldn't hold out any longer. Now is the best time for them to strike. As soon as the kid died, the trick props on her would explode into nothing. That S-class wine glass was naturally in his pocket. 4 members of the Fortuna Club, armed with long knives, killed Su Mengmeng from 4 directions. In order to cover their sight and hide their eyes, they even used the ghost mist stone. Bang bang! The 2 ghost mist stones were crushed and exploded. A large amount of black mist immediately appeared around Su Mengmeng, preventing others from seeing inside. Shit! Someone's trying to get at Su Mengmeng. Seeing the black mist appear, Starchow's face changed violently and he couldn't help but shout. Shoo! Zhang Daoming had already acted long ago. With a pinch of his fingers, the peachwood sword swept into the black mist like a bolt of lightning. Chimera! Do! Injury! Death! Jing! Open! Bright eyes! He let out a soft gulp and crossed both fingers in front of him. At once, there was no longer any obstacle that could stand against his vision. Even that black mist was like nothingness in front of him. Soon, Zhang Daoming saw the 4 players who made the move and controlled the peachwood sword to chop towards them. Snort snort snort! The 4 players who made the move were hit. All of them had their hand and leg tendons picked off, and all of them fell heavily to the ground. Looking pained, seeing a human failing, a group of baby-faced mushrooms rushed forward and carried the incapacitated 4 into the depths of the fog. Oomph! Rubbish! A success and a failure! Nakajima Ikeda grimaced and decided to take matters into his own hands. While Zhang Daoming was distracted from dealing with his men, he rushed out 100 meters in an arrow step. His right hand stretched out and tried to snap Su Mengming's neck. Unbridled! How dare you take a shot at her? But who knows? As soon as Zhang Daoming arrived in front of Su Mengmeng, he was slapped by Sharibo. Pop! Nakajima Ikeda hit the rocks and fell hard to the ground, his right cheek on fire and his eyes about to spit fire. He never thought that this Sharipo was helping this kid? Nakajima Ikuta had already sensed when Shiripo appeared just now, but he thought that just now. Su Mengmeng had contradicted this sheep-headed man. Sheep's-head Shiripo would certainly sit this one out, but who would have thought that the goat-headed man would strike? What's going on here? Woohoo! Well played. I knew the half-breed bastard didn't have any good intentions. Star Chow screamed from the sidelines, feeling relieved, but he also had doubts in his mind. Didn't Su Mengmeng and this goat-headed man Shiripo have a conflict just now? How is it that this Shiripo would still take the initiative to protect Su Mengmeng? What exactly is the reason? What a deep color. Colorful. How many babyface mushrooms has this human child eaten? How did the color get this dark? Even if I had the antidote for the baby-faced mushroom, I couldn't save it. Looking at the colorful Su Mengmeng who was standing on the ground not far away and shaking, the sheep-headed man Shiripo's eyes were anxious and his heart was full of regret. Had I known that this human child had such a great origin, I shouldn't have sent her inside the back of the mountain in the first place. If something bad happens to this human child, its little life will be lost too. Heavily poisoned state. Goddess of Life's wineglass. Unleash. Just then, under the sight of everyone, a silver wine cup appeared in front of Su Mengmeng, blooming with bright silver light. A drop of red water flew out of the mouth of the cup and flew inside Su Mengmeng's small mouth. Take life drops X1. Poisoning is lifted. Power +1, speed +1, agility +1, endurance +1. The silver-colored wineglass was precisely the gift given to Su Mengmeng by the big-mouthed gentleman. At this moment, it detected Su Mengmeng's abnormal status and was triggered passively. Props panel update. Type, auxiliary, quality, grade S, function. The wineglass can produce a drop of life water every once in a while, and the water of life can cure diseases, strengthen the body, and prolong life. Life drops storage, 2 drops. Under the effect of the wine cup of life, Su Mengmeng's poison state was lifted, and her attribute panel was updated. With each attribute point increased by 1 point. Player, Su Mengmeng, age, 3 years old, height, 90 centimeters, weight, 13 kilograms, strength, 60 +1, speed, 38 +1, agility, 46 +1, endurance, 30 +1. With the expiration of the babyface mushroom, all 610 temporarily increased strength attribute points were cleared. The attribute panel returned to normal. Hacky. Su Mengmeng's state returned to normal. The colorful colors faded, and her skin became white and tender again. She yawned, only feeling like she just had a dream and wasn't sure what had just happened. This wine glass, it's worth an amazing amount of money. Zhang Daoming's eyes widened. I can't believe I was cured. It's an S-class prop. The chalice of the goddess of life. Sure enough, it's this prop. Not far away, Nakajima Ikeda breathed heavily, his eyes greedy, itching to immediately go up to the snatch, but reason told him, with Zhang Daoming and the sheep's head's protection, the chances of grabbing it were slim if he struck now. Gotta find another time. The players who watched Su Mengmeng's live broadcast were all stunned one by one, not without even having to think about it. The Dow silver wineglass floating in front of the munchkin just now must be an extremely high-level prop. Or even, most likely, an S-rank healing type prop. There are gradations and even more types of artifacts. There are 4 broad types of trick props: defense type, attack type, auxiliary type, disposable type. Of these, auxiliary props are the most valuable of these categories. Auxiliary type trick props with amazing effects that could heal a player's wounds, get rid of negative effects, and some could even prolong their lifespan. Inside the Thriller Forum exchange, an A-rank auxiliary type prop can be exchanged for several other types of shenanigans, not to mention, it's an auxiliary type S-rank trick prop. Mom, this prop actually healed the munchkin. I didn't realize that big mouth sound was a gift, but it was actually a supplementary trick prop. This is not an S-grade prop, is it? To be able to save a baby who ate hundreds of baby face mushrooms, and even have a passive triggering effect, this can't be an S-class trick prop, can it? It's so crazy that the munchkins have S-class shenanigans on them. Yeah, I didn't think that the wineglass that the big-mouthed gentleman gave to the munchkin was an auxiliary prop, and now it seems that it's also very likely to be an S-class prop. The wineglass still has this effect. I'm afraid it will be missed by many organizations. The players in the live room were not calm. One frantically fires pop-ups in a constant stream of guesses about that silver wineglass. What level of auxiliary prop is it? After some heated discussion, they probably gave a conclusion that would be this wineglass, which was at least an A-class trick prop, and possibly even an S-class trick prop. Geez, a munchkin carrying an S-class auxiliary prop. It's a crazy world coming to this conclusion. Many players sucked in a breath of cold air and were shocked. The value of this wineglass is amazing. The munchkins may be missed by many organizations when they are out in the outside world. Isn't this wineglass for a gentleman with a big mouth? How did it get to this kid? The goat-headed man's mind became even more terrified. The big-mouthed gentleman is acquainted with their store manager. Nyo Gangalaid IT was not a manager at the time, and when it was still an employee at the restaurant, it saw the big-mouthed gentleman flaunting his collection in front of Nyo Ganglai, and that collector's item. It was exactly the same as this wineglass floating in front of the little girl in front of her. This human child has come from an amazing and terrifying background. Damn. That was a bad first impression I just made on her. Almost offended her too. Gotta get your attitude right in a hurry. The goat-headed man, Galipokin, was anxious in his mind, without saying a word. It was under the dumbfounded gaze of the other players Galipo even kneeled. To Su Mengmeng bitterly apologize. Really is a snot and a tear want to beg for Su Mengmeng's forgiveness. This acting, kill a group of fresh meat, other players? Zhang Daoming? Star Chow? Live viewers? What's going on here? The sheep's head manager went straight to his knees, kneeling down and begging for forgiveness to Su Mengmeng. They were confused. I didn't expect this from Galipo the sheep's head. You, well then, I'll forgive you. Su Mengmeng nodded adorably with her small hands crossed. Thank you. Thank you. Your honor has a great deal to offer. Forgiven. Galipo stood up and was incomparably pleasing to Su Mengmeng, revealing fawning as if he were licking a dog. Time remaining for hidden mission, 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Please complete the baby-faced mushroom capture mission as soon as possible. The black panel surfaced in front of the crowd. The crowd of players were shocked in their hearts and immediately thought nothing of it and started to grab the infant face mushroom. Almost forgot about that. Failure to complete the hidden mission. But 10 years of life will be deducted. Star Chow froze and also immediately went to grab the baby-faced mushroom. Baby-faced mushrooms are palm-sized, have hands and feet, and can run, and run like a thief. It took him a long time to catch 2 or 3, and catch baby-face mushrooms. Is Phuket good for food? I just ate it so fast, I can't even taste what it is yet. Su Mengmeng jumped at the chance to run and catch it and eat it too. Honorable human. Baby-face mushrooms are not edible. If you're doing it to fulfill a hidden quest, we'll just catch it for you. Galipo felt a jolt in his heart. Fearing that Su Mengmeng would eat the baby-faced mushrooms she had caught again, that he immediately arranged for the other goatheads to help Su Mengmeng catch the baby-faced mushrooms. And he caught hundreds of them in one go. So cool. That's a lot of licking for a manager's goathead. Is it a boiling goat? Mud. We worked so hard to catch these mushrooms that run. That kid is good. She has a sheep's head to help her catch them. What is the origin of this kid? That goat-headed man manager is so lickable. It seems like boiling goat possessed. Quite a few players are a bit unbalanced in their minds. There's no comparison. They worked hard to catch the baby-faced mushrooms and complete the hidden quest, but Su Mengmeng didn't need to do anything. Directly lying flat. And even the sheephead man manager gave Su Mengmeng as a horse to ride. That's a comparison that hurts to pull full circle. What happened to the dangerous thriller game? How come it's turned into a cozy baby game? Thriller world. Are getting skewed by this munchkin. Congratulations on completing the hidden quest. Obtaining baby mushroom seeds. Hidden mission time is over. The players who didn't complete the quest were pale and directly lost 10 years of their life expectancy. The player who completed the quest, with an excited face, received a baby-face mushroom seed. Prepare to descend. The honored human, shopkeeper Bull, is in the dining room to greet you. The cow store manager? Su Mengmeng cocked her little head, her little face showing doubt. Yes, Mr. Bull is the acting manager of the Moonlight Restaurant. Shalippo, the goat-headed manager, looked respectful, his eyes showing celebration. Luckily, Su Mengmeng is fine, otherwise, Nyo Ganglai would have whacked it into a meat pie. On the way down the mountain, Shalippo, the goat-headed man, completely turns into a boiling goat. It took out a chair from somewhere and made Su Mengmeng sit on it, and together with another goat-headed man, carried Su Mengmeng down the mountain. During this time, it was even more hush-hush and incomparably sweet to Su Mengmeng. When the other players saw this, there was a jealousy and envy in their hearts. Big bag of misery. On the contrary, Su Mengmeng, not only was she carried by the mount erected by the goat-headed people, but she was also well served by these goat-headed people, repelling the tricky mosquitoes along the way. This comparison was hard on their hearts. It is true that the vast majority of all suffering in the world comes from comparison. What the hell is going on here? And how can these goat-headed creepy creatures be so nice to that little girl? At the back of the group, Nakajima Ikeda's face was ugly just now. When he sneak attacked Su Mengmeng, he lost 4 elites of the Fountain Club. It made his heart drip with blood. It takes a lot of money and effort for an organization to develop an elite thriller player. Who knows? But now it is the loss of 4. And, still, a worthless death. Damn Chinese kids. Damn Zhang Daoming. Bakayalu. Nakajima Ikeda's face was as grim as if he could drip water. The wine glass, he said in his mind, pondering how he would do it later. The crowd walked for an unknown amount of time before finally returning to the front door of the Moonlight Restaurant. Many players were almost paralyzed with exhaustion and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Finally, honorable human, the store manager is waiting for you. Let's go inside. Shalippo the sheep's head said respectfully, but when it had just finished speaking, under the shocked gazes of a group of players, a behemoth minotaur, close to 3 meters tall, violently rushed out from inside the restaurant and came in front of Su Mengmeng. Enthusiastic attitude, polite and respectful. Hello honorable human, I am the store manager of the Moonlight Restaurant. No gang lie. Its already fierce face was comical when it squeezed on that full smile to please Su Mengmeng at this moment. Crap. It's the manager of the Moonlight restaurant. It's him. A great fierce level creepy thing. How can such a vicious creepy thing be so licked at this little girl too? Yeah, some of the older players were confused. What exactly is this little girl's origin? How did you get the store manager to be so respectful? That's right. That's her. She is the child of that lord. Seeing the doll Su Mengmeng was holding in her hand, Niu Ganglai immediately recognized it and knew it in his heart. Shopkeeper, this honorable human child is hungry. He needed to eat. Just now, at that moment, the sheep-headed man, Shalippo, stepped forward and lowered his voice beside Niu Ganglai, reporting what had just happened. After listening, Niu Ganglia's eyes widened like copper bells. I ate a lot of ghost-face mushrooms because I was so hungry. Normally, a human baby-faced mushroom would have poisoned itself and died a violent death after eating so much, but not only is that little baby fine, but it's alive and kicking? In addition, the ghost infant beast was strong and had sturdy flesh. Even if he wanted to kill it, it would take a lot of energy, but, also whacked by that kid? Learning these news, Niu Ganglai was shocked in his heart. Sure enough, the kid was the adult's kid. With that, Niu Ganglai waved his right hand and beckoned a convex-faced eagle to send a message to the real shopkeeper. Lord Phantom, honorable human, wanting to go down the mountain with so much exertion? Your stomach has been hungry for a long time, right? Wait for a moment. I'll personally cook and make you a delicious meal. Niu Ganglia's eyes were respectful and full of curiosity. The other humans were full of speechless awe. Being carried down a hill by a sheep's head? She calls that exertion? What about us? What about us? Star Chow's eyes were excited and he immediately opened his mouth from the side. There's the cafeteria. Niu Ganglia's face changed and he coldly said, aside from Su Mengmeng and that lord, to him, other humans were mole crickets. Star Chow's neck scrunched. Woj. What's the difference? Cam. He spat madly in his mind. Now that the babyface mushroom collection is complete, it's time to assign work. Sheep's head manager Shalippo chortled from the sidelines. Soon, other than Su Mengmeng, everyone else was assigned a job. A waiter, a backroom, and a receptionist. What about me? What about me? Su Mengmeng asked. Freelancers. Niu Ganglia's face was mild and he smiled nervously. Someone, what is a free agent? Niu Ganglai, it means what you want to do. What you want to do. Other players, although they were extremely unbalanced in their hearts, they didn't dare to show it.to the side. Nakajima Ikeda's face became even more somber. What's this kid's origin? How can you get this kind of treatment? Just now the sheep's head manager's attitude switch. How is it that even this Minotaur store manager in front of me has turned into a dog licker? This was certainly very bad news for him. The chances of him trying to snatch the S-Class Lifeline Cup were undoubtedly even smaller. I'm going to go. This munchkin is being treated too well, right? Why does it feel like he's on a different thriller game than the other players through? And why does it seem like she's on vacation? Ahahaha. The other players are going to collapse. The same people have different lives. The other hearts are scared. This munchkin is leisurely, laughing to death. This Minotaur takes the shoots. That fat man is almost speechless with the whole thing. Woohoo. I'm looking forward to what kind of feast that Minotaur will make for the munchkin. Yeah, the food in the thriller world is different from us humans. A lot of it is inedible to humans. And even if a small portion of it is edible, it's still slightly toxic. And there are only a very few precious ingredients that are completely non-toxic and beneficial to humans. Expectation +1 when it's time to eat. The tricky restaurant is filled with a steady stream of customers. The other players were busy, barely stopping, and during that time several humans lost their little lives because they angered the trickster and triggered the kill rule. Su Mengmeng, on the other hand, was leisurely and idle, taking her dad's picture to the creepy creatures and asking them if they recognized her dad. Soon, close to 2 busy hours, the staff at Moonlight Restaurant opened for dinner. They don't even know my daddy yet. Daddy, where the hell are you? Mo misses you. Su Mengmeng sat on the table, her hands propped up on her chin. Her large eyes watery and endearing. When she finished speaking, a grumbling sound came from her stomach, obviously hungry, and both her eyes were a bit dizzy again. Although he had eaten the baby face mushrooms earlier, his physical strength had long been depleted after all that tossing and turning just now. Su Mengmeng rubbed her stomach. It's time to eat. Sheep's head manager Shalippo yells from the sidelines. It's finally time to eat. Yeah, starving me, exhausting. And dare you imagine that one of the bowls in the creepy dining room is bigger than the basin in my house. Heavy as hell. Players can't help but gag and go numb with exhaustion now that it was finally mealtime. They couldn't help but reveal a smile as they could finally eat and rest, but when they came to the dining table and saw those meals on the dining table, their faces changed. Inside the cafeteria stall only, there were a total of 10 dishes. One that was densely packed with bug-like corpses. One that was colorful and sticky and incredibly liquid. One, a rotting fish of some biological type, especially the smell. As if the inside of a garbage can and a toilet were sandwiched together, these 10 dishes are a disaster. Vom, is this fucking human food? It's disgusting. How it looks like Ali gave it. Throw up. The group led by Nakajima Ikuta turned even more green and almost vomited. How can they eat these things when they feel that they are very particular about what they eat and drink as honorable Big Islanders? Damn. Dogs don't eat this stuff. Starchow's face also changed. And he couldn't help but spit inside, although he loves to eat. And there is no food that he can eat that he does not dare to eat. But for this table in front of him, he is the first time to produce a resistance. All this food. It's not even for human consumption. What is dark cuisine? This is dark cuisine, ha ha ha. Can't imagine what it would be like to scurry thin if you ate all that. It's so good that only my wife's cooking can compete with it. Is who dares to eat these things? Yes. Ha ha, but the munchkin shouldn't eat these. As the cow store manager has just said, it personally cooks for the munchkin. I wonder what kind of food it will be. Wasting food is shameful. If you don't finish what's on the table within an hour, then you, the goat-headed manager, Chalippo, sneered. His meaning unmistakable. If the humans don't eat all the food, then he has the right to dispose of the player who eats the least, and can kill them to turn them into ingredients. After all, the human stockpile is a bit low right now. Just in time to add to it. Hearing this, the faces of the dozen or so players changed immediately. Yeah, these dark dishes still have to be eaten? For a while, they looked at each other with ugly faces, though the goat-headed man didn't say what would happen if he didn't finish it, but they knew if they didn't finish it, it would end badly. The players were a little hesitant to eat up. Eat up. Su Mengmeng's big eyes were excited. She felt no resistance to the food and wanted to savor it. Honorable human, that tabletop food is not worthy of your status. That's what humans? Minions eat. The store manager has prepared a sumptuous dinner for you. Where is it? Please look on the other side. Seeing Su Mengmeng trying to leap to taste it, Chalippo was startled. Those trick foods are top filling, but they're mildly poisonous and hard to eat. And not very good for humans. In case something happens to Su Mengmeng after eating it, it's definitely going to give Neo Ganglai a beating. So, after Chalippo finished politely and respectfully, he hurriedly pointed to another tabletop. On the other tabletop, there were goat heads serving food. 12 dishes in total. None of these dishes are colorful and mouth-watering. Emperor trick crab, golden and oily, with an aroma that fills the room. Abyssal lobster, white and red, delicious and tantalizing. 7 yen. Autumn fish, showy and aromatic, slices of scaly tiger meat, crystal clear and refreshing. These 12 dishes are impeccable in both appearance and flavor, and are the ultimate in delicious cuisine. When the other players saw this, their eyes went straight, barely drooling as their gazes froze. Emperor trick crab, Zhang Daoming, also froze, his heart slightly shocked that he couldn't recognize all 12 of these dishes, but he could recognize some of them. Generally speaking, the vast majority of Thrill World foods are either highly toxic or slightly toxic to humans, but there are some very few delicacies that are not only non-toxic to humans, but also have great tonic properties. For example, that Emperor Guile crab is not only delicious, but after eating it, it can increase the body's energy and make it stronger. Another example is the scaled noodle pork slices, which have a refreshing Q taste and have a cleansing effect, not to mention other foods he can't name. Start up. Seeing this table of delicious food, the players in the live broadcast room, one by one, were stunned. How could they not expect that the Minotaur had made such a table of dishes of amazing value for Su Mengmeng? Crap! What did I see? Emperor Tricky Crab. In the Thriller Forum's trade auction house, this ingredient has fetched millions of RMB. And it was an auction that was gone in an instant. Not to mention the abyssal lobster. This table of food is worth hundreds of millions of RMB. Kam. I looked at the instant noodles I was eating. I want to eat it so bad. I'm drooling just looking at it. Originally, my girlfriend broke just now, and it was hard for me to cry. But now, the tears flowed out of the inside of my mouth indisputably, right in between their discussion. The Minotaur Bull Ganglai with a chef's hat laughed nervously as he stepped out from within the kitchen, the ground thumping due to its huge body. Honorable human, please don't be offended. The cooking is a bit rusty. Try it and see if it suits your taste. It let out a naive smile and signaled for Su Mengmeng to taste it. Really? Daddy said, you can't just eat other people's food. Su Mengmeng's two small hands stirred together adorably. Internally torn, her little face was a bit red, as if apple red, because she was a bit embarrassed. This look immediately let the live room many big men and women straight. This is too cute. Ozzel, don't be embarrassed. Your father used to be a regular customer of our store, the most honored guest of our store. This meal is considered as a benefit for the senior members. Please eat it, or else I'll be in a bad position if Lord Phantom imputes it to me. Moonlight Restaurant. The other players were already messed up and completely numb. Such an outrageous copy of a thriller. They'd never seen it before. A table full of superb delicacies for a small child? Or begging for her to eat it? It's just so far from the original spectrum. The outrageous son opens the door to the outrageous mother. Okay then, but I can't eat that much. Can I invite them both to join me? Those two are my friends. Su Mengmeng looked at Zhang Daoming and Star Chow and said in a milky voice, well, you two come over here and count yourselves blessed. Niu Ganglai nodded his head, his copper bell eyes glancing at them, and said faintly, yeah, Mengmeng I really didn't make the wrong friend in you. From now on, the two of us are the best in the world. Star Chow was overjoyed. That excitement in his heart. Immediately sat next to Su Mengmeng and praised her for a while. Immediately after that, he turned to Zhang Daoming, who had just taken his seat, and said proudly, see, I told you that with that munchkin, the oomph would explode. I was right, wasn't I? This waifu will be grateful. You just helped her in the back of the mountain before she let you have a big meal. Star Chow's eyes were triumphant. Aha! Zhang Daoming nodded his head. He was also surprised at Su Mengmeng's pointing him out, but no matter what, to be able to eat this big meal in front of him was definitely the big opportunity for him to come to this copy. When you eat this food later, both your physical body and spirit will be enhanced to a great extent. By then, his strength would be several steps higher. If he had protected Su Mengmeng before, it was from the organization's mission and requirements, but nowadays, even without the organization's mission and requirements, he would still protect Su Mengmeng, this 3-year-old friend. Zhang Daoming he made. Dinner. Su Mengmeng's little eyes were excited. Sitting on the stool, crab meat in her left hand, tiger scale meat in her right hand, one bite at a time, seeing the munchkins open their mouths. Zhang Daoming and Star Chow were also not polite and opened their mouths. They ate with gusto. Looking at the players at the other table, that was a jealousy. Su Mengmeng, a few people to eat Thriller World's mountainous delicacies, while eating the chaff of the Thriller World itself. Even if the food smelled bad, it was extremely hard to eat, and on top of that, it had to be finished. There's no harm in not having a comparison. This comparison made it even harder for them to eat, and they felt like they were about to spit out every chew. Woohoo! It's a different life for the same person. Nakajima Ikeda's men are on the verge of tears and internal depression. Nakajima Ikuta glared at his men and chortled, telling them to have some ambition. As a man of the Oshima Empire, how can you hang your head in shame over such trivial matters? He said so, but it was equally hard inside. The table of extremely bizarre food was something that even he, as one of the 4 leaders of the Fortuna Club, had never tasted. The hell with it, why can those guys eat and he can't? Nakajima Ikeda is so suffocating, but he chose to endure. As an island ninja, what can't you endure? What are you looking at? You guys eat your food. Half an hour left. If you don't finish it, chop you up for food. Seeing that they were eating a bit slowly, Shalippo droned. Many players had a jolt and began to speed up to solve those dark dishes on the table. It's really a lot. Feel like I can't even finish it. But these foods are really good tonic. After eating them, I feel that my years of kidney weakness are no longer good. At the other table, Star Chow burped as he ate, his face content. Aha, delicious indeed. In the face of this table of delicious food, social terrorist Zhang Daoming said a few rare words. Yummy. I'm next. Su Mengmeng ate with gusto, barely stopping the entire time, and as she ate these trick foods, alerts were appearing and the attribute panel was updated. Eat scaled tiger meat slices. +1 strength point. Eat emperor's crab. +1 agility point. Feeding on 7 inferno autumn fish. +1 speed point. Player, Su Mengmeng, age, 3 years old, height, 90 centimeters, weight, 13 kilograms, strength, 61 +2, speed, 39 +2, agility, 47 +2, endurance, 31 +1, after having a big meal. All the attributes of Su Mengmeng's attribute panel, except for the endurance points that added 1. All the other attributes added 2. Finished. That's a good meal. Wow. Su Mengmeng lay down on the chair and burped, her little stomach bulging. I have to say that the portions of food made by Niu Ganglai were indeed extremely large. Even after the 3 of them finished eating, there was still 1/5 of the food left on the table that hadn't been eaten. I'm full too. This is really tasty. I don't know if I'll ever get a chance to taste it again. Star Chow looked contented and couldn't help but sigh after eating it. Nowadays he just felt his body full of strength and energy. He felt that even if Asuka came to see him, she would have to beg for mercy on her knees. The power has actually gotten really strong. Zhang Daoming's eyes were surprised, and as he gazed slightly, a flash of golden light actually flashed in his eyes. He is a Taoist heir, known as 100 years of Taoist wizards, and at a young age, he has extremely deep attainments in the secret Taoist arts such as Qi Men Dun Jia and the 5 elements and 8 trigrams, the body's various functions. It was also polished by him to an extremely terrifying realm. But now, after eating this great meal, he actually realized that his power had become stronger again. Vomit. Finally, I'm done eating. Thank God. Mud. I feel like I'm going to get anorexia later. At the other table, it was a completely different situation from Su Mengmeng and the 3 of them because the food was so bad. 3 players threw up right after eating it, and a few more got anorexia after the 3 island players, led by Nakajima Ikeda, finished eating. They played smart and spit out the food, thinking that this way they could escape the torture of this food. But who knows? but it is by the sheephead man demanded those vomit all eat back, otherwise according to the waste of food treatment, will be killed into ingredients. Hearing those words, Nakajima Ikuta and the few players' faces changed. After weighing the pros and cons, they finally could only obediently eat back those vomits of their own. At this scene, watching the other players' stomachs roll with acid, they almost wanted to vomit as well, but just then a black panel appeared in front of the crowd. The hidden mission, after all, appeared for the second time. Hidden quest, shopkeeper Phantom Freya's inspection. Contents, please receive with the warmest smile. Mission reward, 200 guile coins. Mission failure penalty, may trigger the shopkeeper kill rule. Time left for mission, 0 seconds. Urgent alert, coming. 2ND hidden mission? Meet the Chimera? Coming. So fast. Seeing the prompt, the players froze in shock. Many veteran players know that only particularly menacing creepy creatures have this platoon and need to be greeted by players. Phantom? High-level shenanigans. Finally get to see the Phantom live. Woohoo! Starchow was a bit excited instead. As a veteran craftsman, he had seen many cosplay, Phantom play-related action movies, but after watching them, he always felt that flavor was missing. I wonder what a real Chimera would look like. Looking forward to it. Second hidden quest? 2 hidden quests in 1 copy is rare indeed. Brothers, have you got your tissues ready? It's time to really watch Phantom. Brother you've got me all worked up. Phantom I have seen it before in other copies. That body, that face, no boy can refuse it. It's not, is it? Is it really that top? The door is locked. Paper is ready. Headphones are on. Just waiting for the Phantom to come out. Looking forward to it. The boss is here. So fast. The bull nose does not move. The bull gang eye pupils shrink. The face is wild. The tip of the nose cannot help but exhale white gas like the other players. It turned its head and looked towards the entrance of the restaurant. Just then, a graceful silhouette appeared in front of the crowd. She was dressed quite vigorously, with a short hip-hugging skirt and black silk heels on her lower body. Hot and sexy, the top tight leather jacket emphasized her round and huge front, with a pair of high black mini wings on her back, and a devil's tail behind her peach buttocks. What was even more blood-curdling was the fact that her entire body exuded an amazing charm, causing the males present to have their blood boiling and reacting greatly, as if they were going to be at the mercy of becoming her slaves. Brighten your eyes and clear your mind. Ching. Zhang Daoming bit the tip of his tongue and performed Taoist techniques to force himself to wake up. Just now, he almost sank, charmed by the Chimera in front of him. This Yukai in front of me. Her strength is quite terrifying. Just the charm that naturally emanated from itself could affect him. If it was any other player, I'm afraid that they would be stunned on the spot and become the plaything of this Phantom demon, for example. Starchow beside him. At the moment, his eyes were obsessed, his eyes were dull, and the corners of his mouth were drooling. And he kept going ABA-BA-BA-BA-BA-BA-BA-BA-BA-BA-BA-BA-BA-BA-BA-BA. It was as if he was willing to go through fire, up a mountain of swords, and down a sea of flames at the mere word of the Chimera. Sober up. Zhang Daoming frowned and gave Starchow a backhanded slap on the head. The slap was just the right amount of force, and the riposte didn't hurt his brain. I'll go. What just happened to me? With a jolt, Starchow came to his senses and realized that he had just been in that state. His face revealing afterthought. Although he is an old SP, but has his own bottom line, absolutely will not be a licking dog, much less a boiling sheep. Damn, this Chimera is extremely good, but this is too horrible. Just by looking at it, he almost fell into a plaything, become the ultimate boiling goat at their mercy. This body and face value is simply unbeatable. Too saw right, so hot body. Is this the Phantom? What man can stand this body? This temperament? This charming face? What should I do? I don't feel like a pack of tissues is enough. Screenshot. When wallpaper. Lick the screen. What a feast for the eyes. The audience in the live broadcast room all looked straight in the eyes, madly sending pop-ups, and each one of them called out vigorously, vigorously. What a horrible creature. Inside the restaurant, Nakajima Ikuta also came to his senses. A cold sweat breaking out behind him. He almost succeeded in being charmed as well and became this Chimera's slave. Wake up, all of you. Nakajima Ikeda reminded his men, but 2 of them had already completely sunk, becoming that Chimera's slaves, unable to wake up even if they screamed, their eyes looking at the Chimera obsessively, completely being wasted. What the hell is this creature? Seeing that 2 of his men were already hopeless, Nakajima Ikeda's face was as gloomy as if he could drip water. Ever since he came to this copy with the kid, he had been frustrated and lost his men one after another, as if he was cursed, but soon a strong crisis of life and death surfaced in his heart. What's going on? Nakajima Ikeda's face changed violently, and he fiercely looked at a short distance away, only to see Nyo Gonglia's bull's eyes reddening. striding and aggressively charging towards him with a ferocious spirit. Why aren't you smiling when the Phantom Lord boss is here? Why are you still gloomy? Is this an attempt to give the boss a face? You've rebelled, haven't you? It reached out with its right, millstone-sized palm, lifting Nakajima Ikuta in midair and squeezing it in a death grip. Nakajima Ikeda doesn't show a smile to his boss. Freya, trigger the hit rule. At that moment, blood-colored text appeared on a black panel that surfaced above Nakajima Ikuta's head. When the other players saw this, their hearts snapped and their faces changed drastically. Yeah, hidden quests have just been released. When the Chimera arrives, one must laugh. Otherwise, the store manager has the right to kill humans who don't smile. Thinking of this, even though they were in a panic, they still forced out a smile. The boss is here. Why don't you smile? Why don't you smile? Even if you don't smile, why are you making faces? Who do you think you are? Looking at the human in front of him, Nyo Ganglai gripped Nakajima Ikeda's hand tighter and tighter, his tone becoming more and more agitated and irritated. The midair Nakajima Ikuta's face was horrified. His face flushed red, and he felt like his body was about to be crushed by this minotaur. Now he can't even speak. Bakayalu, as one of the 4 leaders of the Fortuna Club, how can I die here? Die here, in front of the intense life and death crisis. His mind was roaring madly. He doesn't want to die, trying to catalyze the defense shenanigans. But Nakajima Ikuta thought in despair of those defensive artifacts of his, which he had used up long ago in the back of the mountain in order to block the punch of the seething Su Mengmeng. Today, there are no trick props to protect him at all. Soon, his face revealed madness, wanting to activate the trick props and kill the minotaur in front of him. But the minotaur's strength was too great and pinched him so hard that it was close to bursting him, making it impossible for him to make any movements, and his body couldn't move. Nakajima Ikeda was in utter despair. You have a murderous look in your eye? Seem to be trying to get me killed? Delusional. Humph. Die. Nyo Gonglia's right hand pinched vigorously. Bang! Nakajima Ikeda was crushed. Both his internal organs and bones, completely crushed and dead. Nakajima Ikeda. Sudden. The inside of Nakajima Ikeda's body has been completely crushed. The body slipped out of Nyo Gonglia's palm like mud and fell to the ground. The human skin mask trick prop on his face also lifted its effect, revealing his true face, which was no longer the look of a Chinese, but the traditional look of an islander. His just die? What a ferocious minotaur. No wonder they say minotaurs can't be messed with. Why is there another human skin mask? This guy isn't a Chinese hybrid, and the name isn't the one he told me, but a proper islander's name. Mud. This small island country ghost is near us. It doesn't have good intentions at all. Seeing this ferocious scene, Star Chow was dumbfounded, but soon, after he reacted, the corners of his eyes twitched and his heart broke. Nakajima Ikeda? I've heard of that. He's one of the 4 leaders of the Fukuda Club. Zhang Daoming frowned slightly. It seemed that the purpose of the people from the Fountain Club entering the Moonlight Restaurant was very likely to be running towards Su Mengmeng as well, and that their hearts were not in the right place. Plotting against them. Why else would you use trick props to hide your original face? I'm sure it's trying to stage a murder for treasure. Nakajima Ikeda? Crap. There's a big shot hidden inside these players? Isn't that one of the 4 leaders of the Fukuda Club? Laughing my ass off. Islanders love to design minotaur plots for their action movies. I didn't realize that Nakajima Ikeda ended up dying at the hands of a minotaur. Woohoo. The minotaur is invincible. Good kill. Anti-Japanese heroes. This guy came to this copy of the Moonlight Restaurant undercover. Definitely has thoughts about Su Mengmeng and wants to engage in underhanded tactics. I've been saying it for a while now. The islanders are petty but not righteous. Proper little people. 6666. The leader of the island's largest civic organization, the Fukuda Club, is dead. And this is definitely a hot topic when it gets out. What a sad death at the hands of a cow. More than 80% of the audience in Su Mengmeng's live broadcast room are Chinese. Ever since the Thriller game descended on Blue Star, the conflict between Huaxia and Sakura Country had become more intense, and players from the 2 countries even had bloody clashes inside the game from time to time. Therefore, they did not feel sorry for the death of Nakajima Ikeda, and all of them even applauded him, calling Nyo Ganglai an anti-Japanese hero. This object has a destiny with the poor Taoist. Zhang Daoming stepped forward and took away a few of Nakajima Ikeda's trick props. Once a player is killed by a creature of the thrill world, the trick item on their body will appear next to the corpse and become unclaimed. It really is exploding equipment. Seeing is believing. After these props go to the Blue Star, I will auction them off, and the money I get will be split 3 ways. 1 for me, 1 for you, and 1 for Su Mengmeng. The social terrorist Zhang Daoming was very righteous and added after returning next to Star Chow. Brother Zhang. No. Master Zhang Dao. Chutzpah. Star Chow was so excited in his heart that he once again changed his call sign from Big Brother Zhang to Master Zhang Dao. How much would these be worth to sell? He snuck off to the side. There should be a few tens of millions of RMB. One person can split $10 or so million. I think. Zhang Daoming thought for a moment and then replied, crap. Hearing this, Star Chow could not wait to give Zhang Daoming a single knee and exclaimed, righteous father is above. Please accept my child's obeisance. Nyo gang lia. Your violent temper has never changed. Why do you make the scene so bloody when there's a little kid around? Nu Jia can still have some things to ask that little child? Not far away. Phantom Freya swung a smile. Her voice was so soft and seductive that the male creature's bones felt as if they were tingling when he heard it point one word and one action. Seduction is naturally natural. Some of the players' entire body gave a jolt. Their pants got wet. Their feet went limp. And they almost didn't stand still. Yes, the boss is right. Nyo Gonglia's eyes were wild, nodding and obsessing over the chimera. Shalippo, hurry up and clean up the bodies on the ground and take them to the kitchen to use as ingredients. Immediately afterward, he spoke to Shalippo, the goat-headed manager, who was on the sidelines. Shalippo nodded hurriedly. Nyo Ganglai is the store manager and its superior. The chimera was also the boss of the bull ganglion, the superior of her boss. So it could only command the goat-headed man who was lower in status than it. You guys, take this human body to the back kitchen. The other goat-heads moved nimbly and immediately cleared the ground of the corpses. What's your name again? Freya stepped on her high heels, her posture swaying as she came in front of Su Mengmeng and asked with a slight smile. My name is Su Mengmeng. The Su of Su Mengmeng. The Meng of Su Mengmeng. Su Mengmeng said in a milky voice. So it's Mo-sama. I didn't realize that lord had a child. First time meeting. This is a small token of appreciation from my slave. Please accept it. Freya snapped her long fingers, and a purple mist appeared in her right hand. When the mist dissipated, a small, miniature wing lay in the center of her palm. These little miniature wings, crystal clear and hazy with purple light, were as beautiful as a perfect work of art. This is the companion artifact of my phantom demon clan, the amethyst phantom wings. When you wear them, you can also fly. She adds, S-rank flight props. When Zhang Daoming saw this, his pupils shrunk slightly. This trick prop. No, a trick prop of this caliber can be described as a treasure more than anything else. Any trick props that could help with flight were at least A-rated or above. And like this quality flying prop in front of him, according to his vision of having seen so many high-level trickster props, this was definitely a S-class trickster prop of amazing value. The viewers of the live broadcast, likewise, exploded. Crap, it's a flying prop. This can't be A+? Holy shit, how can this be A rank? This is definitely S-grade. A flying tool with such a bright and awesome appearance. Hiss, what exactly is the origin of this munchkin's her dad? Even this character Yukai actually sent a gift in order to please her dad? Big news. This is definitely big news. The munchkin has gotten an S-class prop, and Huaxia has added another treasure of this level. Shudder to think how much the wings would fetch. Mundane like this grade of trick props, it is no longer able to be measured in terms of money. If you want to exchange with it, you can only take out treasures of comparable value. I've told you before, whether it's in the thriller world or the blue star, the bigger the bear, the more atmospheric the woman. See, isn't this phantom very atmospheric? Send S-class props directly. Who else is there? I'm sorry, big sister. Daddy said you can't accept gifts from strangers. I can't take this gift from you. Although this little wing buling in front of her was very pretty and cute. Su Mengmeng looked at it with glowing eyes, but she still chose to reject it. The family can be sad. Oh, once you are sad, you may be sick, and eventually, die. Do you want to see your dad's best friend, your big sister, like this? The phantom demon Freya revealed a pitiful appearance, charming the heavens between the words, and lulled Su Mengmeng one ring in order to get Su Mengmeng to accept this one gift. She also took great pains to tell the reason. Inside the old castle, this saw hoof, trying to steal a man from my master. You can say anything, and gifts, but not to mention, this gift can be given. The companion artifacts of the Phantom Demon Imperial clan have been given out. Seems like it's not too ambitious to try to be her, trying to get to the top and get close to that lord? But don't even think about it. My lord can only be my master's. Looking at the thrilling live feed inside her tablet, Lilith grunted twice and rolled around on the couch, wailing. Saw hooves? Robbing men? Up? Next to her, Chen Jiai was also listening. One froze. It seems like she just ate a big melon? Oh. Then I'll take it. Thank you, big sister. Under Phantom Freya's 100 insistence and a flurry of flimflam, Su Mengmeng finally nodded and accepted her gift. Receive a gift from the Chimera Freya. Prop name, Amethyst Charm Wings. Type, auxiliary flight type. Quality, grade S. Function, after using it, you can gain the ability to fly, speeding thousands of miles and traveling to the top of the sea of clouds. Flight time, unlimited. A prop message panel, which only Su Mengmeng could see, appeared in front of Su Mengmeng's eyes. Wow. It can fly, yeah. Su Mengmeng's eyes were excited and she immediately used this prop, equipped with amethyst wings. After putting it on, Su Mengmeng had an extra pair of amethyst mini wings on her back. Beautiful and cute, she subconsciously flapped her wings, which fluttered, and her body slowly flew up in place, 3 meters above the ground. Fun A, it really can fly. Su Mengmeng was so excited that she let out a milky giggle. She incited her amethyst chimera wings and soared through the air of the large moonlit restaurant, flying here and there, although her movements were a bit awkward at first. Soon, after she adapted, she was able to control the direction as she wished and fly wherever she wanted, and it was as if these wings had grown on her body. Mosama is awesome. I didn't expect to be able to take control of the amethyst phantom wings so quickly. Freya then complimented with a smile on her face, worthy of being an adult child. The talent was just amazing, even when she was a child trying to put those wings to good use. It took her more than a day. Thank you big sister, oh thank you for the gift. I love it. Su Mengmeng put away her wings and came in front of Phantom Demon Freya, revealing her tiger teeth and saying in a milky voice, thanks for nothing. Let's just say that Phantom Freya, the Phantom of the Moonlight Restaurant, wants to be by your father's side. Freya crouched down and smiled when these words came out. The live viewers once again exploded and boiled over with the live stream was clear. All brushed with question marks, they were all completely confused. This stunning beauty, a chimera with such a powerful strength, wants to become the stepmother of a budding child. And if that doesn't work, so does a slave girl? This attitude seems to be like licking a dog? The news was so explosive, it made a bunch of gays and lesbians haunted. The stunningly beautiful goddess they've been begging for is the Munchkin's daddy's lickspittle? They all 3 views have blown up. There is no harm without comparison inside. This comparison is 999, 999, 9999 plus storm. Many viewers covered their hearts and felt their hearts hurt inside the restaurant. Su Mengmeng froze, her little face frozen, her little mouth wide open. I treat you like a big sister. You want to be my mom? Is it okay, Mosama? If you see your father, can you tell him about my request? Inside the restaurant, Phantom Demon Freya smiled and looked at Su Meng with flirtatious eyes. I in the world of Thriller, strength reigns supreme, with some of the most powerful trickster creatures only often slaving other packs, and as a chimera, she is the chimera's emperor, seemingly above the rest, but her strength was nothing to some of the top existences in the Thriller world. The only way to keep the pack back is to find a strong backer, and Su Mengmeng's dad is that backer. The Phantom clan is loyal to one person for life, and as far as she's concerned, Su Mengmeng's dad is the best person for her. Let me think about it. I can carry that message for you, but it's up to Pappy to say yes or no. Oh, I can't make the call, Su Mengmeng said in a milky voice. But I still don't know where Daddy is now. Thinking of her dad, she sighed, her little face sad. This big sister asked her to give a message to her dad on her behalf, but she has searched so long on her own that she has not even found her own father yet. Maybe I can help you find it. I am good at Chiman Bagua. I can help your father divination. To understand, your father recently went to a year to go to the whereabouts, although it will not be very specific, but at least there are clues. At this time, Zhang Daoming, who was not far away, seemed to have thought of something and walked up, speaking from the sidelines. He had few friends, no more than 5 fingers. Since he had just treated Su Mengmeng as his friend, he decided to help out a little, to make a contribution. Crap, Master Zhang Dao, you turned out to be such a dick? Star Chow's eyes were amazed. He didn't expect Zhang Daoming to have such a hand. Taoistares are just awesome. They're so deep. Really? Thank you, brother. Oh, Su Mengmeng's little eyes were grateful and excited. Humans still have quite a few tricks up their sleeves. Looking at the human dressed in a do-rag in front of her, Freya was equally surprised, her eyes measuring it with interest. I'll try, and I don't know if it's going to work. After saying that, Zhang Daoming took out a string of copper coins and shells and threw them on the ground when he bit his tongue and smeared a drop of essence blood on the coins and shells while chanting an incantation. A moment later, his face was pale, his eyes were a little frightened, and he seemed to have consumed a great deal of physical strength as his body staggered. Star Chow hurriedly walked up and assisted him. There could be a lead on your dad. After saying these words, Zhang Daoming was breathless and his expression was in a pang of fear. Su Mengmeng's dad. It's horrible. He had never seen such a strong destiny. Divination for such a fearsome character as this one almost cost him half his life. Moreover, there was a strong suspicion in his mind that it was the man himself who had deliberately exposed his trail so that he could spy on the man's whereabouts. Otherwise, no one could know his whereabouts. Scarlet High School? I've recently heard from the restaurant's customers that Scarlet High School has been a bit unusual and uneventful lately. The Minotaur Bull Ganglion's bull's eyes widened. That crazy school with a bunch of crazy students. No creature of our world wants to set foot in that place. He adds, I'm going to Scarlet High School later. Punchy punchy punchy. I'm going to Scarlet High School. Hearing that she was able to find her father, Su Mengmeng was wide-eyed and excited, wailing and wailing from the sidelines in excitement. The 2 invitations are for you. If you want to go, You can go back to your world and use this invitation. Freya smiled flirtatiously and snapped her fingers as 2 red envelopes appeared in her right hand. These 2 envelopes are none other than the Scarlet High School invitations. You. Good oh. Thank you big sister. Su Mengmeng received the 2 invitations with wide-eyed excitement. Received an invitation to Scarlet High School. Do you want to see it? Do you check the copy messages? Q to appear. Su Mengmeng chose to view it. Copy. Scarlet High School. Copy description. This middle school is home to thousands of recalcitrant and devious students who are bloodthirsty, cruel, rebellious and violent, and most of all, enjoy torturing humans. Copy difficulty, grade A. Requirements for passing the copy: become a school employee and survive for 3 days to exit the game. Warm reminder, the faculty fled, the principal left, and Scarlet High School is in a state of chaos and disorder these days, so please enter with caution. Usage tip, after use, the game will start in 2 hours, and you have 2 hours to prepare. After that time, this invitation will automatically disappear. That's a lot of words. I can't read it. Seeing the introduction of this copy, Su Mengmeng looked a bit brainwashed and froze with her big eyes. She's only 3 and can't read much. The introduction of this copy is completely unintelligible to her. It's just like talking to a cow that there's no news. Phantom Freya seemed to have thought of something, and with a slight frown, she couldn't help but ask, is it looking for a student named Alita at that school? I remember. Su Mengmeng nodded and agreed. Trigger cross-copy hidden quest. Mission, go to Scarlet High School and look for the little chimera Alita. Time remaining on mission, 2 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes and 58 seconds. Mission reward, AS grade treasure chest of tricky props X1. A black panel that could only be seen by Su Mengmeng and the viewers of the live broadcast once again appeared in front of her. What's with another mission low? Su Mengmeng's big, dull eyes blinked. Livestream, crap. It's a cross-copy quest. And the reward is simply too good to be true. AS grade treasure chest of tricky props? AS grade treasure chest of tricky props? It's the first time I've seen a cross-submission quest. Shock from budding players, this is what it's like. Inside the game of Thriller, any cross-submission quests that are rewarded are extremely counterintuitive. Little Alita? Something happened to her at Scarlet High School, didn't it? It's normal for things to go wrong. Scarlet High School is a grade A game copy. Many Big Brother players are afraid to rush into it. The players in the live room were stunned. None of them expected that this munchkin would trigger the cross-copy hidden quest. Moreover, she had to go to Scarlet High School. Look at this munchkin. She's definitely going to Scarlet High School. Mom, yeah, the trick school is so unlucky. I recently had a friend who went to a copy of that and never came back out. This munchkin is really brave. Looking for his dad to find Scarlet High School. This is going to be exciting. Sit back and wait for the Scarlet High School copy to open. Yeah, I wonder how far the creepy students there will go to have a seizure recently. Scarlet High School has been hot in the Thriller forums, and many players have learned how dangerous this copy is. The most dangerous thing about this weird middle school is that the students are all bad and weird teenagers, and almost none of them are normal, especially after the recent departure of the principal and staff inside the school. The middle school has become even more chaotic and the students even more unscrupulous. The principal and staff left for the simple reason that being the creepy creatures that they are, they too could not stand the torment of these delinquent students of this school. Today is a complete haven for delinquent creepy teenagers. In the last month, this copy has even had a couple of reunions. None of the players who entered Scarlet High School survived. It's a no-go area for humans. Nowadays, many high-level players and bigwigs didn't dare to enter this place easily for fear that they would be folded inside. Therefore, when they heard that Su Mengmeng's next copy was going to be in here, many audience players were shocked. This munchkin is really going where the danger is. And that's when it happened. Check it out. The Moonlight Diner copy is starting to settle. Holy shit. Another S rating. Coward. This munchkin is a little coy. She's got a lot of luck. And that's when it happened. Inside the Moonlight restaurant, in front of a group of players, a settlement panel appeared. In front of Su Mengmeng, a settlement panel likewise appeared. Congratulations on the pass. Start settling rewards. Under evaluation. Scoring ends. Sumo, rated S. Passing reward, 50. 000 Guile coins. S grade Guile props treasure chest X1. A grade physical fitness treasure chest X2. Seeing this rating, the audience in the live broadcast room had long since completely exploded with shocked eyes. Previously at the tricky bus stop, this munchkin had gotten an S rank rating once even. Yet this time at the Moonlight restaurant, he had actually gotten an S rank rating as well. Got 2 S ratings in a row. And this time, inside the scoring rewards, there was even a treasure chest of S rank trick props. Just open the treasure chest and you'll get an amazingly valuable S rank trick item. This is so shocking. This munchkin is going against the odds. This record is too dazzling. 2 S grade ratings. Can't even imagine. Yeah, it's so anticlimactic that this copy of Munchkin goes almost all the way across the board. I asked who else was there. People are more angry than people. 3-year-old munchkins can get an S rating. But we adults can't? I don't know what kind of tricky props will be opened from the S-rank treasure chest. This munchkin is carrying several S-rank items, so he must have been targeted by many forces. In the live room, many viewers couldn't help but feel emotional. The munchkin who was carrying several S-rank trick props was simply a mobile treasure trove. What power wouldn't covet it? After returning to the blue planet, there would surely be a lot of big powers looking for them. Another B rating? Cool. Ha ha ha. Master Taoist Jang. What evaluation did you get? Star Chow was so happy in his heart. The last time I followed the munchkin, I got a B rank evaluation, and this time I got a B rank evaluation at the Moonlight restaurant, which rewarded me with close to 9,000 ghost coins, and even a B rank tricky prop treasure chest. It's great. Zhang Daoming smiled faintly. Grade A evaluation, worthy of being a son of the sequence of Huaxia. It's just bull. A level evaluation is taken casually. Star Chow gave a thumbs up. Right. Remember to grade the money you get from selling those trick props for money when you get back to Blue Star. He rubbed his palms together and reminded again. Zhang Daoming nodded his head. I can open the treasure chest again. Su Mingming's eyes were excited and she was opening the treasure chest. Will you open the S-Class treasure chest of Tricky Props X1? Whether or not to open the A-Class physical quality treasure chest X2? Open. She milked it. Ding. Obtained S-rank sneaky props, Mushroom Bomb X2. Disposable consumable, ding. Acquired a bag of physical quality props, Power Fries, disposable consumable, ding. Obtained a bottle of physical quality prop, Speed Cola, disposable consumable. A white light flashed. 3 things floated in front of Su Mingming. The first piece is an S-Class prop, which is an attack prop. After using it, it can cause a wide range of geographical extinction, and is the nemesis of all life, with a power comparable to that of a miniature nuclear bomb. The second and third are physical props. The props are, as the name suggests, eating Power Fries improves the user's physical strength. Eating Speed Cola, on the other hand, increases the user's speed. There's 2 boom booms in food. So happy. Su Mingming was overjoyed. She barfed down her fries with her left hand vigorously and her right hand speed coke. So yummy. These 2 snacks. I in 3 tries. 2 snacks were wiped out by her. Strength +8, speed +8. Her attribute panel was also updated. Player, Su Mingming, age, 3 years old, height, 90 centimeters, weight, 13 kilograms, strength, 63 +8, speed, 41 +8, agility, 49, endurance, 32. The strength and speed columns of the attribute panel had each increased by 8 points. The attribute of strength, on the other hand, had even broken through 70 points, reaching 71 points. By Big Sis. I'm going back and I'll tell my daddy about that request you told him about. Alita, I will also help you find at Scarlet High School. Bye 2 brothers. I'm off. After eating the snacks, Su Mingming said goodbye to them and prepared to go back to Blue Star. Phantom Freya. Good. Zhang Daoming, aha. Star Chow, holler. Inside the restaurant, after they finished saying goodbye to each other, the players turned into white light and disappeared back to the blue planet. Inside the old castle, inside the room, a white light flashed and Su Mingming, who was holding a pink piggy doll, appeared, finally back. Better to use the invitation first. She thought about it and immediately used the Scarlet High School invitation. Successful use. Time left to enter Scarlet High School, 1 hour, 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Blue Star, the Thriller Forum, where Munchkin-related threads and short videos keep popping up, dominates the Hot 100. This 3-year-old Munchkin, once again, bursts into flames. At the moment, the Thriller Forum's hot search was all dominated by Munchkins. #witness history. Wasia's 3-year-old budding newcomer player gets another S rating. Hashtag 3-year-old Munchkin suspected of carrying 3 S-class shenanigans. Hashtag phantom gifts. Flying trick props, obtained by Munchkins. Hashtag who is the father of the Munchkin. Hashtag the owner of the Moonlight restaurant. Phantom Young-in wants to be her slave girl. Hashtag when the Munchkin eats the creepy mushrooms and violently beats the ghostly baby beast. The picture is too vicious. Enter with caution. Hashtag one of the 4 leaders of the Fukuda Club, Nakajima Ikeda, died at the Moonlight restaurant. Hashtag the Minotaur Bull Ganglion, the true anti-Japanese hero. Hashtag when the players saw the hits, they froze. It's only been a while since they've logged on to the Thriller Forum, and that Munchkin has come up with so much more work. That Munchkin, he's such a neat little workhorse, with intense curiosity. Many players clicked on the title to see what the hot search was about. Look no further. Crap, that Munchkin. He really got another S-rank rating and is suspected to have 3 S-rank props? The title of this hot search is not a title party. It is to come true. Many players exclaimed, no, Precious, are you for real? This baby is going against the grain. With shock, they continued to browse through the other hot searches about the Munchkins, and the more they looked, their eyes became even more shocked and completely stunned. Soon, thousands of comments sprang up under the headlines of these hits. Crap, Crap. This munchkin is going against the heavens. Getting another S grade. There's no doubt that she's a little coy. Everyone, follow her and try to get some OC. 3 S rank props. His terrifying as hell. Are kids nowadays so posh? Looking at the spend 0.5 balance, I silently shed tears called poverty. Ahahaha. What a ferocious munchkin. That ghost infant beast is too funny. It even ate its own child alive. It's simply too sick. Maybe it didn't think that it would be whacked to death by a 3-year-old child until it died. My god. Such a stunning beauty has to work as a servant for Mung Bao's father. Shocking. The goddess in your eyes is a licking dog for another man? Inside the comments section, players were beyond hilarious and boisterous. Shocked numb by this 3-year-old munchkin, they were spitting and posting comments like crazy. Some players were shocked that Su Mengmeng got an S-rank rating again. Some players, poor ghostly baby beasts get whacked by munchkins. There are also players that shame Nakajima Ikeda for being killed by a minotaur. Some players, moreover, are surprised that Phantom is going to be the servant of the munchkin's father, but more players consider more realistic issues. Part shocked that Su Mengmeng actually hold 3 S-class props. This was an S-class trick prop. For a country, it was a national weapon. A national treasure. Many countries' national thriller organizations don't even have S-class props. For example, in the country of the stick, their national thriller organization only has one A-grade morphing prop, morphing fire rod gun, on the surface, possibly an S-class prop. After many big organizations got the news first, they began to smell the dark tide. They have stated in their official accounts that they are willing to offer the most generous conditions to invite the Munchkins to join their organization, especially the beautiful country's official thriller organization, Superhero Alliance. But also proudly stated that as long as Su Mengmeng is willing to join, promised to give her whole family beautiful country citizenship, so that she can receive the world's best education conditions, medical resources. The post below beautiful country statement drew mockery from many players. Laugh your ass off. Times are different now. After the thriller game came to Blue Star, the people of the beautiful country still think they're the most powerful country in the world? Props. Tisk. This beautiful country's math is so good that I heard his math from as far away as the South Seas. Yeah, this gesture from the beautiful country is just disgusting. Acting all high and mighty and thinking how much of a bully they are. A proper white whoring monster. Huaxia is still willing to give the sequential sons quota. And you guys are giving the beautiful country citizenship? Laughing to death. Many players are happy this beautiful country is here to get sprayed. At first, when Su Mengmeng received an S-rank evaluation, many large organizations were unimpressed, thinking that it was purely because she was lucky and the live cat had picked up the dead rat. But now, knowing that Su Mengmeng has S-class props, one big organization can no longer sit still, constantly throwing out olive branches, wanting to absorb Su Mengmeng into the organization, wanting to include those S-class props in the bag. That's not a bad calculation. Learning of this news, some players set up a support group, the formation of fan groups, the formation of their own organization called Mengmeng Group, and the person who formed it is Starchow. He calls himself the second in command of the movement. Starchow is even playing Join My Mengmeng Group. Enjoy the European life. Constantly in the whole network to absorb Su Mengmeng's fans. Who knows? The amount of Su Mengmeng fans is amazingly sticky. In a short period of time, the fan base went up to tens of thousands of people. Holy shit, this munchkin is too fierce. What about so many people adding to the group? As soon as Star Chow returned to Blue Star in a small neighborhood, he was bombarded with messages from his cell phone. He pulled out his cell phone and was stunned. The discovery was that the budding fanbase that he had posted before entering the Moonlight Restaurant replica was actually on the verge of being added by the Thriller gamers. The number of people inside the group had reached 10,563. These are all players from Thriller World. With such a large number of players, this Mengmeng group of mine is considered a big organization. However, these players still need to be screened. There must be some players who want to come and watch the fun. Only those players who are truly willing to join the Mengmeng group will be screened out. As the second in command of the Mengmeng group, Star Chow stroked his chin with fiery eyes. Although he was in the Dragon Scale department, his heart was in the Moonblade Core. Half an hour ago, Cherry Blossom Country Fukuda Club. Inside the judo room, the bald old man's face was as gloomy as water. Dead child. She's a calamity. Seeing the death of Nakajima Ikeda inside the broadcast, Yamaguchi Hanmei spoke in low tones with a touch of sadness. Nakajima Ikeda was a player he brought up as a child, and he had long treated him as his own, but he never thought he would die in the Moonlight Restaurant. In his opinion, the culprit of all this was Su Mengmeng. Without her, Ikeda Nakajima won't die either. Next to them, two men and a woman's faces were equally heavy as they learned of Nakajima Ikeda's death. The other three group leaders of the Fountain Club, they were the first to learn of this news and immediately reported it to the president. Banaki Yamaguchi. A woman in a kimono said, Ikeda was the most outstanding member of our organization. It's sad to see him die young. A short middle-aged man said, that child from China is indeed a calamity for our country. It's better to get rid of it earlier. Talent. 3 birds with 1 stone. Man, lead the sharpest players in the organization to Scarlet High School. Kill that kid. Avenge Nakajima Ikeda. And bring back the S-rank props on her. Acquire Scarlet High School invitations in bulk. Point 1 is to avenge Nakajima Ikeda. Secondly, it was to prevent other forces from purchasing Scarlet High School invitations and bringing resistance to them. Killing Su Mengmeng. Su Mengmeng had several S-rank props on her body, so she was definitely being targeted by other major powers. They would definitely purchase the Scarlet High School invitation from the Thrill Exchange and enter this copy to snatch it. The value of S-class props was so amazing that it would definitely cause many forces to tear their faces off to make a grab for them. Yes. The 3 of them nodded and left in a murderous rage. Dragon Scale Division. Inside a certain room of the building, a white light flashed and a young man dressed in Taoist vegetarian clothing appeared. Who tired? Zhang Daoming stretched his back. Words, I should be done with the whole thing? He looked up at the ceiling. His eyes glazed over. Inside this copy, Zhang Daoming had gained a lot. Not only did he get an A-rank evaluation, but he also ate the mountainous delicacies inside the thrilling world, which allowed him to increase his strength drastically. If he hadn't gone and divined for Papa Su Mengmeng, this thriller copy would have definitely been easy. Easier than the thriller copies he had experienced in the past. Just then Zhang Daoming's phone rang. Caller, Minister Chi Dulin. He walked out onto the balcony and immediately picked up the phone. Point 1 connection. A majestic old man's voice came from inside the phone. I'm sorry, someone will send you an invitation to Scarlet High School and a Dragon Tiger Pill. The graded Dragon Tiger Pill is for you to replenish your stamina. After you finish the Dragon Tiger Pill, immediately use the invitation to Scarlet High School to go to this copy to protect the Munchkin. Be quick, please make sure to protect her. Inside the phone, Chi Daolin spoke very quickly, even a bit anxiously. Scarlet High School invitations were instantly sold out at the Thrill Exchange. There must be a force targeting Su Mengmeng, and within the 7 sequences, it is Zhang Daoming who was the most reliable. That was why Chi Daolin had given this task to him again. Yes, Minister, I know. Knowing the seriousness of the matter, Zhang Daoming nodded. That force that's eyeing Su Mengmeng, it can't be those people from the small island nation, can it? He guessed in his mind. Soon the phone hung up. As soon as the phone hung up, someone knocked on the door and brought Zhang Daoming a Scarlet invitation and a Dragon Tiger Pill. Back in his room, Zhang Daoming ate the Dragon Tiger Pill, instantly refreshing himself and regaining his strength. His mind became empty and his thoughts became flexible. This Dragon Tiger Dan was equivalent to a gift rewarded to him by the organization. Time to use the invitation. Zhang Daoming took out the Scarlet High School invitation and chose to use it. Successful use. Time left to enter Scarlet High School, 1 hour, 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Inside the old castle. Su Mengmeng came to the hall, jumped and walked to Qinjiai. Milky voice, you, big sister. I'm back. I didn't realize you were still here. He. She was in a good mood now, writing happiness onto one little face. The thought of being closer to Pappy and finding him soon made Su Mengmeng happy. Mo, I'm happy to see you too. Welcome back to Blue Star. Seeing this little living treasure in front of her, Qinjiai was also very happy, picking up Su Mengmeng and spinning around in place a few times. Little Princess Mengmeng, are you hungry? Do you need the little servant to make something for you to eat? Lilith is professionally strong. As soon as she saw Su Mengmeng, she immediately put away all her lazy looks and came to Su Mengmeng respectfully, just like the most attentive maid in the world. No, I was eating a lot just now. Satiety. Su Mengmeng patted her little tummy and smiled cheekily. This time, she suddenly realized that Qinjiai had put on a beautiful makeup and said in a milky voice, wow, big sister, you seem to have become even more beautiful. Thanks, I'm wearing makeup here, so my skin will look in much better condition. Hearing the Munchkin's praise, Qinjiai's heart was happy. Her pretty face with a smile gave Su Mengmeng a head touch. Su Mengmeng, my daddy said that girls like big sister can be called something else. Qinjiai's eyes were curious. What is it called? Only to see. Su Mengmeng's small face said seriously. Beautiful female creature. Pretty female creatures? Qinjiai froze, then snorted and couldn't help but laugh. That poked her funny bone. Mo little princess, that's not something you say to humans. Lilith couldn't help but smile as well, reminding from the sidelines. Good blah. Su Mengmeng nodded expansively. Qinjiai said, Mengmeng, are you going to Scarlet High School? Su Mengmeng said, right, big sister. I've already used the invitation. I'll be able to go in a little while. Qinjiai was shocked and said, so soon? I saw on the forums that Scarlet Middle School is dangerous. There are abnormalities in this school recently. Su Mengmeng said in a milky voice, no matter how dangerous it is, I have to find Daddy. Qinjiai said, okay, then I'll find you the relevant information and strategies about this copy. After saying that, she opened her cell phone thriller forum and spent quite a lot of creepy coins to check the relevant information about Scarlet High School. And after browsing through it, she probably knew the specifics. This copy of Scarlet High School wasn't dangerous when it first came out, and it was guarded by a teacher and principal, but in recent times, the trickster students inside the school have gotten more and more aggressive, driving away the teachers and principal inside. Today's Scarlet High School is completely the land of tricky students, with the recent waves of players being massacred at Scarlet High School. Now even more so. No players dared to enter this copy. So dangerous this copy. Chen Jia's pretty face blushed slightly. Stunned, this copy is too dangerous, something bad could happen to Mo when he goes in there. She didn't want Meng Meng to encounter this danger. So she persuaded Su Meng Meng not to enter this copy. But Su Meng Meng insisted on entering. In the end, Chen Jia could only compromise. Intending to enter this copy with Su Meng Meng, Chen Jia smiled faintly and said, Meng Meng, don't you have 2 invitations in your hand? Can you give me one to use? I also want to go in. Su Meng Meng didn't think much about it and said in a milky voice, Good-o. Her small hand pulled out an invitation from her cub's book bag and handed it to Chen Jia. Thanks. Chen Jia took it and chose to use it. Successful use. Time remaining to enter Scarlet High School, 1 hour, 29 minutes, 59 seconds. After the two decided to go to Scarlet High School. At Chen Jia's suggestion, they sat down on their knees at the sofa and began to make targeted preparations at the ancient castle. Taking stock of their equipment, the 2 crystals can be utilized to forcibly teleport back to the blue planet. After saying that, Chen Jia took out a small box in her LV handbag and opened it. Inside the small box lay 2 blue crystals. The crystals are prismatic, small for a thumb, and emit a faint ethereal blue glow. If another player were to see these 2 crystals, they would be absolutely thrilled. It's a teleportation crystal. It is an extremely special grade A prop, the most recent one sold on the Spirit Forum exchange for 1 billion RMB, and often at a price money can't buy it without a deep background and connections. But, as the eldest daughter of the Hang Seng group, as a kryptonite player, she was simply trenchant as she took 2 of them at once. These 2 crystals are, indeed, a good thing. Off to the side, Lilith, who was standing, raised an eyebrow, a little surprised. Teleportation crystals are indeed life-saving artifacts for ordinary players, able to save their lives and teleport back to the blue star at critical moments. However, teleportation crystals have their drawbacks. Facing a ghost king who is strong and knows the means of spatial confinement, this crystal would also be useless. However, under normal circumstances, the trickster king usually did not strike and would not take the initiative to kill players. Aha! Su Meng Meng seemed to understand and nodded. Milky voice, she had little idea about trick props, except that the 2 crystals were beautiful. Like 2 little stars, all of her attention was on the appearance of the crystal stone. Chen Jia, Mo, what kind of trick props do you have? Trick props? Meaning these? Su Meng Meng's eyes were dumbfounded as she took out her little bare school bag, unzipped it, and her small hands took out 5 things from inside the bag and placed them on the sofa in a cluttered manner. 1 piece. A moon goddess wine glass from Gentleman Big Mouth. 1. The amethyst phantom wings from Phantom Freya. 1 piece. 100 boo-boo ball. 2 pieces. A mushroom bomb. She didn't know what a trick prop was, so she only pulled out these 5. What class of props are these? Chen Jia couldn't help but ask. These trick props are not simple at first glance. What is rank? Su Meng Meng cocked her little head, her little face puzzled. Level. Well, the level is when you get these 5 things. They have these letters, S, A, B, C and those. You check the messages for these props and what letters are written on them. Chen Jia patiently explained, typing out these 4 letters on her cell phone. Informing Su Meng Meng about the prop level, the message of a trick prop can only be viewed by the player who owns it, other players can't view it. Let's see. Su Meng Meng's small head nodded. Checking the news of these 5 trick props in front of her, she blinked her big eyes when she read it. It's all just this A, Su Meng Meng said while pointing to the typed out letter that stood for S on Chen Jia's cell phone. These 5. All S-class props. Chen Jia's eyes were wide and stunned. S-class props. Even national-level organizations can't possess a few of them, but this munchkin in front of you has 5 of them? If this news were to spread, it would make all the forces go crazy, right? S-class props and A-class props are 2 very different concepts. The boss of the Hang Seng group was worth hundreds of billions of dollars. For the sake of his daughter Chen Jia's safety, he did his best, mobilized all his connections, and used a large amount of money. But in a short period of time, he was only able to get a few A-grade props and 2 teleportation crystals. However, it was extremely difficult to get S-class trick props, and it was no longer a treasure that could only be exchanged for money. Even Chen Chia's dad would have a hard time getting it. So how could Chen Jia not be surprised to learn this news? When you enter this copy, not only do you have to guard against shenanigans, you also have to guard against people. Chen Jia's mind was smart, and she immediately thought clearly about the causes and consequences of the matter, and secretly said in her heart, but just then, the countdown to the replica begins. Countdown begins. About to enter Scarlet High School. 3, 2, 1. How come it's gone so fast? In the hall, Lilith had just prepared beast milk, wanting to bring it to Su Meng Meng to drink in the thriller copy. Fearing that she would starve while playing inside the copy.so just now, Lilith had made a large bottle of Su Mengmeng's favorite beast milk. That's right. Su Mengmeng hasn't been weaned yet, she has to drink milk every now and then, but who knows, Lilith had just soaked up the good milk on the front foot. And Su Mengmeng went to Thriller World on the back foot. Scarlet High School. It seems to be the territory of Otto's stupid batch of ghost kings. I hope it doesn't mess with Princess Mo, or else. Lilith sat on the couch, suddenly thinking that Scarlet High School was Otto's territory, and Otto, the ghost king, was crazy and seemingly brainless, brutal and overbearing. Therefore the Scarlet Middle School in its territory was also crazy and chaotic. If this ghost king doesn't have the good sense to mess with little Princess Mo, then it can only be destroyed. Scarlet High School. 3 red moons hung high in the overcast sky, and a patch of buildings appeared before the players. The first thing that came into view was the marble middle school gate, built rather eerily, and the red of the school gate seemed to be the red of blood poured on it. Here we are. 2 white lights flashed by, and in front of the school entrance, Chen Jiai held Su Mengmeng's hand, her eyes vigilantly surveying the surroundings. It's school. Hey, I haven't been to school. Su Mengmeng was full of curiosity about things and said in a milky voice, she still didn't know that the Fukuda Club had led a large number of organization members into this copy to hunt her down for revenge. Immediately after, around them, player after player appeared. Crap! Dying me! How did I get into this copy that came here? I'm still taking a shit. I haven't even wiped my ass yet. How did I get teleported in? I'm damned. It's Scarlet High School? Listen, thank you. Hell. A copy of a group that has destroyed the player several times can make me encounter it. Many players immediately screamed and wailed as soon as they appeared and realized it was a copy of Scarlet High School. The number of players in this one was, after all, quite large. There are more than 50 people. Among the players who appeared, there was a group of people who were silent and wore masks, their eyes looking at Su Mengmeng from time to time with hidden killing intent. They are none other than the members of the Fountain Club. It's safe to say that within these players, most of the players are members of the Fountain Club. In order to kill Su Mengmeng, they could be said to have called upon the vast majority of the elite forces within the organization. The vibe is off. Chen Jiai's long willow brows furrowed as she felt something was wrong in her heart, and her mind began to be on alert. We meet again. At this moment, a familiar silhouette appeared and waved a greeting to Su Mengmeng. It's Daoming Zhang. Wow, it's you again. We meet again. Seeing Zhang Daoming, Su Mengmeng's big eyes were excited and she similarly waved her little hand as Zhang Daoming smiled slightly and nodded. It's Zhang Daoming. Why is he following us again? Bakayalu, I soar. Wait and finish him off too. At the back of the crowd, when they saw Zhang Daoming appear, some of the members of the Fountain Club were instantly a bit confused. They didn't expect that as the sequential son of Huaxia, Zhang Daoming actually appeared in this copy again with the Munchkin. Zhang Daoming was quite strong, a Taoist wizard. His methods and strength were quite strong, and it was incomparably tricky to solve. His appearance here was undoubtedly bad news for the members of the Fountain Club. Obviously, the Dragon Scale Department of China took a stand, and was trying to protect that kid. No doubt, there are quite a lot of people coming. Su Mengmeng is really being targeted by that group of people. Zhang Daoming swept a glance at the players, and his heart was clear. The other side. Su Mengmeng's thriller live had long since boiled over, with the Munchkin bursting into flames, once Su Mengmeng's thrilling live broadcasting room opened. In just a few minutes of time or less, it flooded with close to 100,000 viewers. In the live room, they were frantically posting pop-ups and discussing in a frenzy. Crouch. It hadn't been more than 3 hours since the end of the last copy, and the Munchkin had actually entered the copy of Scarlet High School again. This baby's energy is too good. The Munchkin is back on the daddy hunt. After knowing that the Munchkin has S-class props, many big powers were about to blow up her home phone, but they just couldn't get in touch with that manhwa. Now there are already many forces that have taken a stand and are ready to pay a visit to Manhwa's house. It's the national woman Chen Jiai. Another blessing. I didn't expect her to enter this copy together with the Munchkin. I'm going. Zhang Daoming is also there. This is hilarious, but don't you guys notice something wrong? How come there are so many players from Scarlet High School this time? It's already 50 to 60 people. When you put it like that, I suddenly remembered that a few hours ago, someone acquired Scarlet High School's invitations in large quantities. It's not possible that a force did this on purpose, is it? They want to target Su Mengmeng? It's normal to have one. The Munchkin is carrying S-class props, so what power wouldn't be dumbfounded? Many players had sharp intuition and immediately realized that something was a bit off anormally. With a copy of Scarlet High School being so dangerous, and with a few recent reunions, very few players would utilize the invitation to enter this copy even if a player had been extremely unlucky recently and was teleported into this copy. The usual number of people probably stayed around 10-20 people, but nowadays, this copy has a large number of people. There are over 50 players. There was no doubt that someone had used an invitation to enter this copy. Look quickly. Why are there 20 to 30 players wearing masks? And they seem to be wearing the same style? This can't be the same force, right? You're wearing a mask. It's not like you're trying to do something nasty, is it? That should be it. Munchkin danger. I've been saying for a while now that Munchkin carries S-rank shenanigans, and there have been other players eyeing her for a long time inside the thriller game. It is a normal thing for players to wear masks. There are some players who will wear masks while clearing thriller copies to protect their privacy so as not to give away their identifying information, but the 20 to 30 players were out of the ordinary, except for the leader. Everyone else wore the same style of mask, and they stood in a position where the leader was in the front and the rest of the players within the organization stood at the back, standing in a very specific position. At this glance, they're in the same organization. While the live viewers were discussing it just then, a black panel floated in front of the players at the entrance of Scarlet High School. Welcome to Thriller World. Copy, Scarlet High School. Player mortality rate, 99%. Description of assignment, to work as a school employee for 5 days. Mission punishment, those who fail to complete the mission will be wiped out. Mission reward, after completing the mission, you can get the corresponding reward according to the rating. Mission alert, 1, stay alert. 2, middle school students are dangerously grotesque, rebellious, and vicious. Please refuse to communicate with them. Seeing this high mortality rate of 99%, the viewers in the live broadcast room were confused. It was the first time they had seen such a high mortality rate. 99% mortality rate. Out of 100 people, only one can survive? The death rate of this copy is too outrageous. Yeah, I've cleared it once before, and I remember that the mortality rate was only 60 or 70% then, but now it's elevated by so much. This copy definitely has a lot of anomalies. Munchkin. Jeopardy. I feel like this Munchkin is going wherever the danger is. She's so brave. It's been a billion days since we've had to survive in this school. I wonder how the Munchkins will behave. It's not going to blow up the school, is it? Crap. Up on the first floor. I'm excited you said that. Bombing schools was one of the things I wanted to do most back in the day. In the live broadcast room, the audience players were discussing non-stop, constantly sending out pop-ups and talking of this Munchkin they couldn't see through it all. The first 2 copies always passed in ways they wouldn't expect. How will the Munchkins get through this time? Therefore, they held great interest and curiosity in their hearts as to how Su Mengmeng would pass this copy, without realizing it. Their mindset ideas changed, watching other Thrashers live. They instead worry about whether the players' lives will be in danger or if they'll crunch off. However, after watching Su Mengmeng's live broadcast twice, what they were most concerned about instead was which form the Munchkin would pass the copy. Unconsciously, Su Mengmeng seems to have completely brought them Askew, and even more so, played Askew in the thriller world? What a high mortality rate. 99%. In front of the school entrance, noticing the mortality rate on the black panel in front of her, Chen Jiai, who was holding Su Mengmeng's small hand, changed her face slightly. It's a bit of a departure, but luckily, she had the teleportation crystal. Even if her life was in danger, she could still leave this copy with Su Mengmeng, not far away. The 3 group leaders of the Fukuda Club, wearing ghostly masks, were discussing in lowered voices. Kobayashi Kenichi said, "Should we do it now? The death rate of this copy is too high, and it's too late." Kurosaki Jun said, "Yasi, I agree with Kenichi's idea. Let's all surround and kill that little girl first to avenge Nakajima. With our 3 team leaders plus the elites within the organization, I don't believe we can't dry her out." Reiko Kojima said, "You can try." The 3 leaders of the group looked at each other and nodded to each other, charting their way to the top. In order to avenge Nakajima Ikeda, they, the Fukuda Club, not only sent out 3 group leaders second only to the president, leading 25 elites within the organization, but also came to a copy with a mortality rate of 99%. For this assault, they could be said to have paid extreme attention and put down blood money. It's quicker said than done, receiving the order to surround and kill. In order to prevent Su Mengmeng from escaping, all the members of the Fountain Club secretly surrounded towards Su Mengmeng, with a heavy murderous aura, ready to strike in the next moment. Do it so soon? And really thinking about Mo, noticing the changes in the other players' positions, Zhang Daoming's eyebrows moved, and with a thought, the A-ranked Guile prop, Peach Blossom sword, floated into the air. He was on full alert, his fingers together, ready to kill the enemy with his imperial sword. Although he was socially terrified, he never lost a fight. Otherwise, Zhang Daoming wouldn't be the bearer of the other sons of the sequence in Huaxia. Those masked ones are the enemy. When we do it later, I'll be in charge of killing the enemy, and you'll be in charge of protecting Meng Meng. Walking next to Chen Jiai, Zhang Daoming gently reminded, "Enemy." Chen Jiai was startled in her heart and looked at the masked players warily. No wonder she felt that the atmosphere of the players was off this time. She didn't expect that there was really an organization that wanted to go after Mo. All of a sudden, the atmosphere became tense and depressing. However, just as the Fortuna Club was about to start a siege and get down to business, not far away, the school gates opened. Squeak! With a piercing sound, the rusty and heavy door slowly opened in front of all the players. For a moment, all the players froze. The situation has changed. Reiko Kojima, the leader of the Fukuda Club group, raised her hand, signaling the rest of the organization to stop the siege. Soon the rusty, heavy metal doors opened. A lively and innocent figure appeared in front of the players. Woohoo, it's really nice to have new teachers here with us again. It sounded as if it was pleasantly surprised. The crowd looked closely and realized that it was a creepy creature in a short red school uniform with 2 rabbit ears. This creepy creature was different from other creepy creatures, with a surprisingly innocent-looking face. If it didn't have a rabbit tail behind it, a fluffy white fur all over its body, and eyes like rubies, the players would really think it was an innocent middle school girl. That's a lot of humans. It's the first time we've had so many humans wanting to be our teachers. It's fun again. The Guile girl's eyes were excited and her face seemed surprised to see so many players. The players present froze a bit when they were able to see this innocent and harmless trickster girl. Didn't they say that this creepy school regiment has wiped out players several times? But it feels like this drawing style. It's not like that at all. What are you guys waiting for? Come on in. The other students are greeting you. The trickster girl waved enthusiastically, signaling the players to step inside the school gates. After hesitating for a moment, the players entered inside the school gates one after another. Once inside the school gates, thousands of creepy students stood in the playground waving at them. These creepy students wore crisp red creepy school uniforms, and there were creepy creatures of all ethnicities, from minotaur students to dog-head students, and so on. But what makes the players very odd is this: the creepy students were surprisingly anticlimactic when they saw their humans and waved hello to them. You're finally here. We've missed having a teacher so much. Yeah, we're bored without a teacher to play with us. Yeah, we're 5 good students. We'll never let you down. The trick students were enthusiastic. You and I making a lot of noise not far away. There's something weird. Seeing this odd scene, the 3 group leaders of the Fortuna Club looked at each other with alarm bells ringing in their hearts. It was clear in their minds that the more this odd painting style and bizarre passionate images, the more dangerous this copy would become. Surrounded by thousands of creepy students, the creepy girl, Nami Bunny, ran to the lectern, grabbed the microphone, and addressed the players. All right, now that you're in, pick your positions. Any position will do. Why is there a little girl cuter than me? What subject does this little human doll want to be a teacher of? Rabbit Nami jumped down from the lectern and came in front of Su Meng Meng, bending down and raising the microphone in front of her. Su Meng Meng blinked her big eyes and said, "Is any position possible?" With excited eyes, Nami Rabbit said, "Yeah." Thus, under the watchful eyes of thousands of trick students, under the speculation of dozens of players, and under the speculation of tens of thousands of viewers in the live broadcast room, Su Meng Meng milked his voice, and sure broke the sky. I want to be a principal. I want to be a principal. The whole room was confused when those words fell. The tens of thousands of viewers in the live broadcast room also froze. No, being a creepy principal at Scarlet High School? Is this Munchkin serious? No one has dared to be a principal since this replica center appeared. Veteran players know that one of the biggest rules for surviving a copy of thriller games is to minimize your presence, reduce your exposure, and stay out of the limelight as much as possible. It's not that no one has ever wanted to be a principal, but being a principal is too much of a headline, too much of a publicity stunt. No player dares to take the risk and risk his life to become a principal. Scarlet High School in particular has had a couple of recent reunions. Some of the players who were accidentally passed into this copy, that's even more afraid to be the principal. Headmaster, Zhang Daoming stumbled, giving this munchkin a thunderbolt. The profession of principal is so existential and out there that it's almost certainly the most dangerous profession in this school. But the munchkin chose it. Okay, now that he was protecting Su Meng Meng, not only did he have to face those dozens of members of the hostile forces, but he also had to face thousands of trick students? Zhang Daoming would like to say, "Baby heart bitter a Yangtze River water my tears." It is well known that male nanny is a high-risk occupation, and nowadays, Zhang Daoming has experienced it. Too good. Finally a human can be our principal. Everyone applaud. Nami Rabbit was delighted and led the applause. The thousands of students on the playground also rang out in applause, looking excited and whistling. The way they looked at Su Meng Meng brightened, probably because they felt that this human child was interesting. Or maybe they felt that this human child's meat should be very tender and delicious. What about you two? You two is what? Rabbit Nami looked towards Zhang Daoming and Chen Jiayi next to Su Meng Meng and asked out loud. Zhang Daoming said helplessly, "Vice Principal, I guess." Xia Yi Chen said, "The principal's secretary." Both of them had a tacit understanding, knowing that if they wanted to protect Su Meng Meng, they had to stay close to Su Meng Meng, and with both of their careers, they are certainly the best choice. Okay, these 3 professions, no human player has ever been a human player. You guys are the first time. Fantastic. Nana Rabbit's eyes were excited, and there was a touch of teasing and playfulness in the depths of her blood-red orbs. Not only it, but if you look closely, underneath the enthusiastic surface of these bizarre students on the playground is the same mentality. Now it's just you guys, Nana Rabbit said to the other players. I'll be a teacher. I work as a janitor. Other players have spoken up, choosing grassroots careers in schools. Faculty and staff, this copy is weird and extraordinarily out of place. They didn't dare to choose indiscriminately, but chose the most low-profile professions that way. They wouldn't have to have too much contact with these creepy students and avoid as much danger as possible. Gee, how come you work as a janitor too? There are already 5 cleaners. Why do you want to be one too? If you really want to be so bad you can just like this, snap your eyes out. Upon inquiring about the last player, this answer was received from the player. Nami Rabbit smiled wryly and extended her right hand with great speed. He gouged out the right eyeball of a player in front of him and put it into his mouth to eat it. Ah, my eyes. A member of the Fukuda Club fell to the ground wailing and rolling around in pain. Player Takuya Nakamura's chosen profession is full. Trigger the rabbit man kill rule. This scene startled the other players and their faces changed drastically. Yeah, these students are creepy creatures. They're creepy. They're creepy students who have regimented several waves of players. How can they possibly greet human players warmly? There's only one explanation for this, and that's that these creepy students are banding together to play with humanity of humans, but instead only gouged out his eyeballs for a reason. That's it wanted to slowly torture and play that human to death. Alright, now that all of you have chosen your careers, then according to the rules and regulations, let's ask the new principal to make new rules. As principal, what rules do you want to make for us? Rabbit Nami once again walked up to Su Mengmeng, bent down, and addressed her. Rules? What are the rules? Su Mengmeng froze with her big eyes and cocked her little head, her little face puzzled. Rules? Are the rules for eating? She's 3 years old and doesn't know what rules are. Nami Rabbit also froze at the human child's clueless reaction in front of her. She doesn't know what the rules are? Nana Rabbit rolled her eyes and explained. Rules for a change means what do you allow us students to do? What can't we do? Let's see. Think about it, then let the students have fun. Don't be unhappy, be happy and cheerful every day. My daddy said that having fun is the most important thing. Su Mengmeng crossed her small hands and milked her milk. As soon as the words fell, not only Nana Rabbit, but the other trick students were confused and stunned, and none of them thought that this human child in front of them would make such a rule. It's amazing that a principal has broken the mold of caring about his students. Do any humans care if they're happy? This is incredible. The creepy school. The creepy teachers and the creepy principals have nothing but beatings and scoldings as their rules and educational methods, and any disobedience to the teacher principal's commands is met with brutal beatings and verbal abuse. Many trick students have lost their lives under the violent beatings of former trick teachers and principals. Under the long-term accumulation of days and months, the students' repressed negative emotions exploded, began to rebound collectively, all rebellious, tyrannical, against the teachers and principals of their schools. Kill, drive out of the drive out. Under the influence of psychological shadows, they no longer want to be bullied and abused by their teachers. Since then, Scarlet High School has become a high-risk copy. They will get them en masse as long as they are faculty, let alone humans. But nowadays, there are human children telling them to have fun? Happy is the most important thing? Don't be upset? For a while, many of the trick students were touched in their hearts. Their eyes were both touched and excited, and some of them even shed tears. This principal is wonderful. Yeah. She's fantastic. Long live the principal. Long live the principal. Long live the principal. For a time, the thousands of Ghost Guile students collectively cheered, excitedly leaping, and became much more favorable towards Su Mengmeng. The members of the Fukuda Club were confused, and a bad feeling appeared in their hearts. What's going on here? These weird students are actually starting to flock to Su Mengmeng? Trigger hidden mission. Mission, as a school leader, you need to lead Scarlet High School back on track. Mission time remaining, 4 days. 23 hours and 59 minutes. Mission reward, S-Class Physical Fitness Treasure Chest X1. Mission penalty, loss of 10 years of life. At this time, a black panel surfaced in front of Su Mengmeng. Looking at the blood-colored text in front of her, her 2 big watery eyes widened, her small face bewildered. What does that mean? She cocked her little head, her clear eyes showing the budding stupidity of not being in school. Su Mengmeng hadn't gone to school yet, so these words she didn't recognize. Only recognize those few most basic Arabic numerals. This black panel not only surfaced in front of Su Mengmeng, but also in front of Zhang Daoming and Chen Jiai. The two of them were also school leaders, so they activated this hidden quest as well. Leading Scarlet High School back on track? Deduct 10 years from your lifespan if you fail the mission? Chen Jiai and Zhang Daoming looked at each other, a little confused. As soon as they chose a school leader level position, the hidden mission descended. Sure enough, the more you choose a profession with a high conspicuous status, the higher the danger will be. The rewards of this hidden quest were quite amazing, and as soon as it was completed, it would reward an S-rank physical fitness treasure chest. Again, high reward and high risk, but that's a pretty hard hidden quest to complete. 2. Getting Scarlet High School back on track? How about getting back on track? They don't have a clue. I'm going. Coward. A hidden mission was triggered within a few minutes of opening the game, or a hidden mission with such a high reward. You can obtain an S-rank physical quality treasure chest. His deducting life expectancy for 10 years. Is this punishment so harsh? This hidden mission is pretty hard to accomplish. Getting thousands of weird students back on track? This given task is too vague, right? How is it considered on track? Sure enough, the more exposure you choose in a thriller replica and the more presence you choose, the greater the danger. Ha 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 ha. Look at that, you guys. That wow is so cute. She looks at the black panel again and froze. She can't be not recognizing those words, can she? Ozzel. She's so cute and silly in this way too. I in the live broadcast room. Many viewers were amazed at this hidden mission, and likewise were adored by Su Mengming's silly and stupid appearance. This munchkin is too cute. Ozzel. Just as the audience in the live broadcast was sending out pop-ups, in the thrilling copy, Rabbit Nami revealed a smiling look as she spoke to Su Mengming once again. Hee, that's great. You as the principal made up this bunch of rules? Surprisingly, is there anything else you'd like to add? What about your 2 school leaders? Anything you need to say? She glanced at Su Mengming and then at Zhang Daoming and Chen Jiai. Chen Jiai laughed, her eyes coldly scanning the group of masked players before she spoke out to Rabbit Nami. As a school leader, have the right to assign your own men, right? For example, those teachers? Since to the person with the mask wanted to be unfavorable to Su Mengming, then don't blame her for being ruthless. Nami Rabbit nodded her head rightfully. That's a must. Yeah. No good. Not far away. The 3 group leaders of the Fortuna Club's hearts were shaken, and inwardly they had a bad feeling. They never thought that the kid being the principal to set the rules, even Zhang Daoming and Chen Jiai as the school leaders can speak and give orders. One must have said something against them. They're in trouble, but what goes around comes around, Chen Jiai faintly said. Then assign all of that group of mask wearers to the first class. She had consulted the Scarlet High School's copy information before coming into this copy, and knew that of all the classes, Class 1 was the most ferocious, with the highest mortality rate and the most brutal way for players to die. The words fell, the dozens of members of the Fortuna Club exploded. Bakayalu, that woman is vicious. Damn the Chinese woman, so vicious. As the elite of the Fukuda Club, they naturally knew how dangerous Class 1 was. It can be said that among all the classes in Scarlet High School, it is the tricky students of Class 1 who are the most dangerous and ferocious, even if they are the elite within the organization. They are also scornful of this class, and when choosing a teacher's career, they avoid the large class first class as much as possible. But who knows? Wherever it's dangerous, Chen Qiai shoves them towards it. I object. How can she arbitrarily assign us to any class? Within the members of the Fortuna Club, one of the more impatient members raised his hand in opposition. But who knows? The head of the school is speaking. Why are you interrupting? You little punk? Your turn to talk? What is your status? Nami Rabbit rushed forward and bunny stomped, sending this one player flying. Put! That member of the Fortuna Club screamed miserably and fell heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. It's vicious. Seeing this scene, the other players such as the Fortuna Club's faces changed drastically. Their hearts shook, and they immediately chose not to make any more noise. The 3 group leaders of the Fountain Club all had their faces darkened, their hearts depressed and harboring a great deal of anger. At first, they led a large number of elite players within the organization, thinking to kill that kid with a thunderous strike as soon as they entered the copy, to avenge Nakajima Ikuta and grab the S-class props on that kid. But who knows? That once he entered the copy he was held back everywhere and repeatedly suffered defeat. This is going to make their lungs hurt. If it were any other copy, they wouldn't have had any concerns and would have rushed up and slaughtered the munchkin. But this copy of Scarlet Middle School can't be. Now that Su Mengming and the others have become school-level leaders, once they make a move, it would be bad if they messed with the thousands of trick students. Kenichi Kobayashi's face was grim as he whispered, "What should we do now? How to survive the first class? I guess." Kojima Reiko snorted coldly. Let's see how long they can be complacent. I'll have to take their dog's life tomorrow. The players in the live broadcast were also shown by this wave of Chen Jiai's operation just now. Everyone knew that the dozens of masked players were stupid and ill-intentioned, wanting to make a move against Su Mengming. And a lot of spectators had long since looked at them unfavorably. These players are stealing chickens and wearing masks. It looks like they are trying to make a mess. Therefore, seeing this group of masked players suffer defeat, they exclaimed that they were happy, and their hearts were refreshed. All right, all positions have been filled, and the leader's message is over. You faculty and staff will be escorted to your positions by the other trick students. I, on the other hand, will lead the school to my office. School leaders, this way please. After Rabbit Nami said these words, She led the way for Su Mengmeng and the others in the front. She looked extraordinarily attentive. A playful smile deepened the corners of her mouth. Here we are. This is where your school leader's office is. Nice environment, isn't it? You can overlook most of our school from the windows. Soon, Rabbit Nami led the way, bringing the three of them to an office in the teaching building. The office is indeed as spacious and bright as she says it is. Standing in the office looking out the window overlooking the entire dormitory high school, the school layout of Scarlet High School was still quite perfect, and the buildings had quite a bit of character. And if it weren't for this weird atmosphere, it could indeed be called a beautiful campus. However, just then, under Chen Jiayi's shocked gaze, after Zhang Daoming closed the door to his office, he was seen pulling out a black stick, obedient big stick, with a swift movement, backhanding Nami Rabbit and knocking it unconscious. Duong, the Rabbit Nami, who had been knocked on the head, looked at the man knocking the black stick in front of her with incomparable shock before passing out. This man in a Taoist costume is also too dark. A black stick without saying a word? But what surprised it even more was this: it's a soul-devouring rabbit. The body is hard as if steel. Just now that stick knocked away. It only felt the brain shock, completely unable to withstand that force, suddenly hit. If you were a normal trickster student, your brain would be knocked out by it, wouldn't it? To belly up, moments before passing out, Nami Rabbit's eyes were incredibly haunted. Finally, she lay on the ground on all fours, completely unconscious. Seeing this scene, Su Mengmeng and Chen Jiayi were both confused, and the two of them looked at each other. Wide-eyed. Confused face you? Su Mengmeng cocked her little head. Chen Jiayi? How could she not expect that Zhang Daoming, who had always been quiet, would lay a black stick? This creepy girl still seems to be underage? What does this Taoist want by knocking it out? Live viewers? They were equally dumbfounded, having been shown off by the Taoist's hair-raising maneuver. I can't believe it. Taoist priests can knock the black stick too. What does Zhang Daoming want? He wouldn't be interested in sex, would he? It's true. After being around munchkins for too long, the dogs are having a seizure along with them, laughing at death. This black stick is just plain Taoist. The black stick caught me off guard. It's so damn showy. It's solid. Sure is Zhang Daoming. The scene, which caught him off guard, made many of the viewers in the live broadcast room laugh wholeheartedly. Zhang Daoming's black stick was a masterpiece. You guys don't look at me like that. This stick in my hand is an A-rank creepy prop, big stick of obedience. And any creepy thing struck by this stick will have 1 minute to answer my questions honestly. Zhang Daoming touched his nose and explained with a little bit of weakness. Indeed, he was a little less than generous with that black stick just now, but it'll have to do to get the crucial information, this one trickster student in front of him. The moment he came out and brought other trickster students to make things happen, it looked like he was the head of the student body. Using the big stick of listening on it would certainly extract a lot of useful information. So it is. Chen Jiayi expressed her understanding. She hurriedly helped the Rabbit Nami onto the stool so that Zhang Daoming could ask her questions. Can you hear me? What's your name? The time for props is limited. And Zhang Daoming no longer hesitates to ask her words. Rabbit Nami's eyes were hollow as she replied numbly. My name is Rabbit Nami. Zhang Daoming asked. Are you the strongest student in this school? Nami Rabbit replied. No. Someone else. Zhang Daoming asked. Why did you treat the players so warmly when they appeared? Mischief against you, that you may die in despair. Zhang Daoming asked. Why did your middle school become a high-risk copy? What was the exact reason? And what was the fuse? But not long ago, Principal Creepy, in order to curry favor with Principal Creepy King of the middle school next door, it sent my best friend Little Phantom Demon Alita to their school. But not long after sending Alita there, our teachers and principals of Scarlet Middle School were actually cursed. And the whole campus of Scarlet Middle School was cursed as well. And the curse also made our students become very violent and bloodthirsty. And after learning that the principals and the teachers had become weaker, our students began to take retaliation. Zhang Daoming frowned slightly. Things were more complicated than he thought. Is Scarlet High School cursed? And the root of all this stems from Alita? This Alita wouldn't be the person that the Phantom explained to Mo to look for in the last copy, right? You, Alita. It said Alita A. Su Mengmeng's watery eyes widened as she milked her eyes and said. Su Mengmeng still remembered what Phantom Freya had asked her to find Alita. Zhang Daoming asked again. Rabbit Nami, tell me about the other school's basic situation. Just as he asked that question, Nami Rabbit's body began to tremble violently with movement. Soon, its eyes suddenly opened and its sanity returned to lucidity. Damned humans, what have you done to me? Learning of the abnormality of her body just now, the Rabbit Nami's eyes were furious and she let out a sharp, eerie whistle. The IT swung its right hand out violently, and swung 3 punches in a row, hitting 3 soul shockwaves. How dare these humans do something to it while it was unconscious? IT was determined to teach these humans some lessons. The soul shockwave is a spiritual attack. Once hit, a light headache, or a heavy one will be delirious and fall into madness. But who knows, just then, sensing that her master was in danger, the piggy doll Su Mengmeng was holding shook slightly, emitting a lurid aura against the rabbit Nami. The breath is horrible simply by emanating out. The 3 soul shockwaves of rabbit Nami were crushed on their own. What is this? Noticing that aura, rabbit Nami's heart was horrified. Her rabbit fur exploding and her eyes terrified, it fiercely looked towards the source of this terrifying aura, the pink piggy doll in Su Mengmeng's hand. Just by looking at it, Nami rabbit felt like her soul was going to explode. It seemed to see a huge monster with 4 hooves and feet in black flames, looking down at itself with a cold expression. Just a single look made it feel like its soul was going to tear apart and explode. The godlike creature was 1,000, no, 10,000 times more powerful than the most powerful principal it had ever seen itself. What is the origin of this human child? Really? When he first entered the school, although the rabbit Nami was incomparably cooperative with the players, and was even more obedient to Su Mengmeng and the others, as if they were harmless as human animals, but inside, she was acting. He just wanted to tease these humans in front of him, just like a cat playing with a mouse, but once it gets tired of playing, it will reveal its nature and kill all humans. It was supposed to have everything under its control, but who knows? The human Taoist priest, after all, had hypnotized her. When she woke up, Nami rabbit was furious, completely pissed off. She wanted to teach the players some small lessons, such as removing their arms and gouging out their eyes, but who knows? It just did. But it was suppressed by the doll in the munchkin's hand. That doll was too terrifying. Just a look and a breath made it completely defenseless, could be killed at any time. It's quicker said than done. It was only a moment before the doll targeted the aura it emanated. All of a sudden, Nami rabbit's entire body was badded. It was thoroughly intimidated through and through. His eyes were horrified, and he kept up his swing. It was different from the previous reverence and awe. Now it looked at Su Mengmeng, who was truly respectful and awe-inspiring. Luckily, the munchkin's doll hadn't launched an attack against it just now. Just a warning look, otherwise, it's definitely going to die. Died a horrible death. The background of where this munchkin came from is horrible. Nami rabbit was horrified. You, what are you doing, Missy? Why did you throw a couple punches in the air? Are you putting on a show? Su Mengmeng tilted her little head, her eyes puzzled as she asked. In the earlier part of the day, rabbit Nami had stormed up and swung 3 punches through the air, hitting 3 shockwaves, all of which were defused. So it was as if it was performing as it maintained its swinging motion. Shinjai was also a bit stunned. What's this rabbit Nami in front of her doing, suddenly jumping up and swinging her fist in the air? She thought the trickster student had been hypnotized and was now waking up to get back at them, but to not expect a few punches in place after letting out some harsh words? That's it? What's the situation? Is that the doll? Zheng Daoming was surprised in his heart. Asa Taoist air. He was physically extremely strong, and his 5 senses had been polished to be extremely sharp, although the doll didn't target him. Inside the scene, he was the only one who noticed the doll's abnormality just now. He sensed a very terrifying aura appearing on the Su Mengmeng doll, just for a moment though, but the aura that emanated from it was terrifying and powerful in a way that he had never seen before. The origin of this munchkin could be rather uncomplicated. Just the doll in his hand today is so horrible. Zhang Daoming marveled in his heart. Nowadays, he was getting more and more curious about Su Mengmeng's dad. That is, who on earth could that man be? Yeah, I see you guys are a bit bored. So I'll show you a set of punches. I'm not a bad fighter, am I? I can play 2 more times if the principal likes to watch. Hee. When looking at Su Mengmeng, rabbit Nami was terrified deep in her eyes, and with fear in her heart, she stuttered a bit in her speech. It gulped, its face full of curiosity. But the new principal who had just taken office in front of him was thousands of times more powerful than the previous trickster principal. With just the aura emanating from that doll, it would be pretty miserable to piss off the new principal in front of you. A school wouldn't be enough for it to kill. The rabbit Nami was now on the verge of being terrified in her mind. No, but I'm a little hungry. Do you have any meals at school? Su Mengmeng rubbed her little tummy and said in a milky voice, Yes. In half an hour or so, it will be time for our school students and teachers to eat lunch. At that time, there will be an ant inside the cafeteria who will prepare meals for us. We just need to go to the cafeteria to eat. Nami rabbit replied with immense apprehension in her heart, afraid of upsetting the munchkin in front of him. Half an hour to go. Huh? Okay then. Missy, did you just say that Alita is in another school? Where is the other school? There's a big sister who wants me to find her. I have to find Alita. Su Mengmeng nodded her head and asked the doubt in her heart, though she had just listened to those words of the hypnotized rabbit Nami with some confusion. But still, I can probably understand some of the meaning. Hearing Su Mengmeng say that she wanted to find Arietta, rabbit Nami's eyes lit up in her heart. Even though she was still fearful, Alita is her best friend. The strength of that school was so terrifying that even if she wanted to save it, she just couldn't. Can't be saved at all. I'm afraid that as soon as I set foot in that middle school, I'll be killed by their school's creepy teacher. Really? Then let's go find Alita later after dinner. Su Mingming's little face was excited. She immediately made the decision to get ready to go to Alita every 2 months. There's a portal between the two schools, and that's when we can go to each other's schools. Zhang Daoming raised an eyebrow and asked out loud, why must we go through the portal? Can't we go in person? Teleport back. The only way to get to the other school is through a portal. So it is. Zhang Daoming nodded his head. Inside some copies, there will be some special rules. For example, in this copy, portal and can't leave the school are two very special rules. Zhang Daoming stroked his chin. It seems, the hidden meaning of trying to get Scarlet Middle School back on track is to break the curse of Scarlet Middle School, and the other school, Ghostbusters Middle School, is an extremely critical entry point. Gotta go there and find Alita to get there, he said darkly in his mind. Chen Jia was smart and thought of the same point as Zhang Daoming. So, to Nami Rabbit, she asked, when is it until the next portal opens? With the shock of the doll just now, the rabbit Nami could be considered honest nowadays. It answers whatever they say. At the mention of the opening of the portal, Nami Rabbit said with a grave face, the day after tomorrow. The day after tomorrow? Chen Jia's heart froze and she inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily it's the day after tomorrow, otherwise, that hidden quest wouldn't really be completed. Right, it's the day after tomorrow. The reason why our school has become so brutal, and why you players have had several reunions. It's us students devouring you all in order to increase our strength and prepare for the day after tomorrow. The day after tomorrow. As soon as the portal opens, the people from Ghost Weeper Middle School will come and invade our Scarlet High School. We've had enough of the creepy principals and creepy teachers. We don't want to be ruled by new school shenanigans leaders anymore. Nami Rabbit's eyes were defiant as she spoke this truth. I've heard that the creepy principal and creepy teacher at Ghostbusters High School are even more vicious and brutal than the creepy principal and creepy teacher before them. How could they possibly be willing to accept the rule of Ghostbusters High School when they learned this news? Couldn't beat that Ghostbusters Middle School, but give it a try. It might just work. Zhang Daoming nodded. Then we'll have to wait for the day after tomorrow. Okay, then we'll go back to that school the day after tomorrow, Su Mingming said in a milky voice. The viewers inside the live broadcast room had already been frantically sending out pop-ups and continuously trolling after hearing these truths. Crap. So this is the truth about Scarlet High School. So Scarlet High School is cursed? 2 days from now it will be the invasion of Scarlet High School by Ghostbusters High School. I wonder what kind of big battle there will be then. Looking forward. It's no wonder the creepy students of Scarlet High School resisted. With such a ferocious creepy principal and creepy teacher. It's me who also resisted. Now that's something to watch. I wonder what the Munchkins will do. This Munchkins creepy livestream just keeps getting better and better. I wonder what will become of that little chimera, Alita, who was given away by her former principal. I feel like it must have suffered inhuman abuse. Otherwise, how could she have unleashed such a horrible curse? Yeah, I wonder if little Phantom Alita is still alive. The more players watch, the more they enjoy it. There's so much to see in the thrilling live broadcast of the Munchkin. There are also too many mysteries that need to be cleared up. For example, will the curse of Scarlet High School ever be lifted? Is little Phantom Alita still alive? What exactly is the strength of the principal of Ghost High School? Need the former ghost principal of Scarlet High School to bow down and curry favor? Inside this copy, can Su Mingming find clues to her dad? Will the group of players who have bad intentions towards Munchkin do something to her? It's all waiting to be unraveled by the Munchkin. This feeling of solving the mystery step by step and getting closer to the truth of Su Mingming's father's identity made them feel quite exciting. Can be so much more interesting and exciting than the other thriller players' livrooms. As a result, the number of fans in Su Mingming's live broadcast is not soaring. From the start of the broadcast to now, it has risen by a whole 100,000 fans. Thump, thump, thump. Just then, a loud noise rang out from inside the school. It's the bell for the end of class. We can go eat. Principal, and the two leaders, let's go eat. Nami Rabbit reacted with immense respect for the Mingming in front of it. In addition to that extra for powerful strength and respect just now because of the doll. Now that it learned that Su Mingming was going to rescue Alita, there was even more gratitude and anticipation in its heart. The background of this Munchkin in front of him came from a shocking source, and the strength of that doll was even more terrifying. But from the performance so far, it seems like a friendly fire. The Munchkin in front of us is going to find its best friend. Alita, dinner is served. Hearing that he was going to eat, Su Mingming's eyes glowed and she jumped off the stool, milking her voice. As a dry cook, she was now excited. Right, those things just now have to be kept secret from the other players. They can't be told. The fewer people know the better. Zhang Daoming said to Rabbit Nami from the sidelines. Nami Rabbit nodded. Okay, 3 school leaders, I promise to keep it a secret. Let's go. Chen Jia took Su Mingming's hand and walked downstairs with Zhang Daoming and Rabbit Nami. As they descended the stairs, they could see that many students were also making their way inside the dining hall. Is there any good food in the cafeterias? Su Meng asked in a milky voice. Yes there is. It's a relatively small preparation, but it's enough for you to eat. Nami Rabbit replied respectfully from the sidelines, explaining in a whisper. Oh, Su Meng's eyes were expectant. Hello principal, hello leader. On the way to the cafeteria, many students were enthusiastic and greeted them. All this enthusiasm, of course, is feigned. These creepy students are in the same state of mind that Nami Rabbit was in not so long ago, and it's meant to be a tease for them soon. Finally, we reached the dining hall. Honorable school leaders, though there are many windows here where food is served, the meals from these windows are tampered with and will cause problems if eaten. Nami Rabbit whispered a reminder. Zhang Daoming and Chen Jiayi looked carefully, only to see that many of the players who were eating their meals did have problems, although it looked and felt quite fragrant. But on the other hand, the food was rather weird, all necrophagous and colorful, and just about none of it was normal. Some players obviously don't want it, but those tricky students were so respectful. They kept giving them food and saying nice things with great hospitality. Those players can't even think about not eating. Devil! Those weird students in class 1 are the devil. We wouldn't be like this if that damn woman hadn't made us go to first shift. Just then, the members of the Fukuda Club similarly arrived at the dining hall, their expressions unsightly. It was only the first day, and they had been subjected to inhuman torture in the first class. They organized quite a few players with less ears, or maybe less eyes. As Zhang Daoming and Chen Jiayi looked at it without any ripples in their hearts and inwardly cursed a deserved sentence. Come on, let's go inside that room and fight for food. It's the food in that room inside the cafeteria that hasn't been tampered with, and it's some of the best food we have inside the school. At that moment, Nami Rabbit said. She brought the three of them, Su Meng, to a room inside this room. Dishes are plentiful inside the window where the food is played. An older woman, a pig-headed man, was beating the meal. Seeing the munchkin in front of her, the pig-headed human ant asked, "What would you like to eat?" Su Meng said in a milky voice, "Auntie, let me see first." Oh, Chen Jiayi picked her up and showed her what kind of meal she wanted to eat just then. Su Meng glanced at the crystal grilled fish, and then at the auntie who beat the food, her perspective constantly moving between the two. Apparently, Su Meng was organizing her words, thinking about what to say. However, next moment, she organized her words after the words that made everyone confused appeared. Su Meng pointed at the crystal-baked fish, her little face serious and milky. A fish. I want that ant. That ant. That ant? Not only did the pig-headed man who beat the vegetables freeze, Zhang Daoming and Chen Jiayi also froze. The atmosphere became a little quiet. After a few moments of silence, the broadcast room exploded as viewers were amused by the munchkin. They sort of reacted to the fact that the munchkin was having trouble organizing his language and said that fish is that ant. Ozzle. This munchkin is too cute, haha, god damn that ant. What a cute munchkin, cute, so cute. I want to rua her. If only this were my daughter, I'd be willing to die young. Her dad must such be galactic, right? Or else how did he give birth to such a cute daughter? Alright, you big old men, get out of the way. I'm the father of this munchkin. I'm on the first floor. I'm pissing yellow and waking you up. It's a well-known fact that the older humans get, the more unstoppable they become to cuter and cuter things, just like the group of big old men in the live broadcast room in front of them. They were all buddied by Su Meng's words. This milky baby is so cute and adorable that it almost didn't budge their hearts. If Su Meng had opened the Thriller Lives reward function, she might have to harvest a large number of gifts. But Chen Jiayi couldn't help but laugh as well. Meng, you've got it backwards. That's a fish, not an ant. What you want is a fish. She touched Su Meng's little head and opened her mouth to explain. So it is, then auntie, I want that fish. Under Chen Jiayi's guidance, Su Meng intentionally corrected herself and once again milked her voice. Her stomach rumbled, obviously hungry. In the end, Su Meng asked for all 10 dishes, filling a large dish plate to the brim. Chen Jiayi and Zhang Daoming did the same, ordering all of these dishes just the same, and so the three of them sat down to eat at the dining table with 3 large pots full of delicious delicacies. Wow! Lots of good food. Cheers! Looking at the sumptuous dishes in front of her, Su Meng was so happy that she used a spoon to start eating. 1 spoonful of vegetables and 1 spoonful of rice. Thriller dry rice man. So. Chen Jiayi was similarly turned on, but she hadn't taken 2 bites before she felt the blood speeding up all over her body, and her face turned rosy. Chen Jiayi couldn't help but say, "What's going on here?" It replenishes humans' chi and blood, and invigorates the tendons and strengthens the bones. Another example was the fish that Meng was nibbling on, called Xianmei cagefish, which belonged to the A-grade tricky ingredients, and after eating it, it could enhance a person's spiritual power. When he finished, his eyes were also a bit odd. It seems like following Su Meng around. One's luck seems to have become very good. In the last copy of the Moonlight Restaurant, he had followed Su Meng and ate the thrillingly creepy high-level ingredients, and his strength had improved somewhat. And inside this Scarlet High School, there was actually another high level of weird food. Immediately, with a pinch of his right hand, Zhang Daoming made a fortune for himself at the trigrams show. That this Su Mengmeng, Wang Yama, learned the news, his eyes widened in confusion. Huh? Want him? So Momo is a wanted little munchkin? Hearing Zhang Daoming's explanation, Chen Jiayi on the side froze. Wow. No wonder it's so delicious. So these ingredients are all upgraded. As far as she knew, there were grades of trick ingredients. And the higher the grade, the more amazing the value, and yet these are foods that are either grade A or grade B ingredients? That's too good of a deal. As much as we can. But when she finished, she realized she had spoken in vain, for the three humans in front of them were burying their heads in dry food and eating it with gusto. No time for it. Humans are so into dry rice? Nami Rabbit muttered, watching them dry their rice with relish and eat so well. Many viewers' mouths were watering. I can't wait to get inside the screen and take so many bites. For many ordinary players, they can't even eat Thrill World's upgraded creepy food for the rest of their lives. The premium ingredients of Thrill World are so precious that players are hardly able to eat them. So delicious. It's so filling. After eating, Chen Jiayi smiled faintly, revealing a satisfied smile. No matter how many times I eat it, I think it's delicious. On the side, Zhang Daoming agreed. I'm done eating too. Satiety. Su Mengmeng patted her little tummy and smiled cheekily. She was so hungry that she dried her food rather quickly. As Su Mengmeng finished eating this food, the prompts kept ringing in her ears. The properties panel has also been updated. Eat grain of crystal rice. Strength point +2. Eat imperial gold eggplant. Agility points +2. Feed on soulflame fish. +2 speed points. Player, Su Mengmeng, age, 3 years old, height, 90 centimeters, weight, 13 kilograms, strength, 71 +2, speed, 49 +2, agility, 49 +2, endurance, 32 +2, inside Su Mengmeng's attribute panel. Each attribute increased by 2 points, the speed and agility piece, on the other hand, surpassed 50 points. Such an amazing physique at 3 years old. If it was known by the outside world, it would definitely make its them incomparably hard. Breaking it was important to realize that even for the average Big Brother level player, their basic attribute points were only 20 or 30. And these munchkins were only 3 years old, and their attribute points had already surpassed them on all fronts, especially in the column of strength. It had already reached 73 points. That's enough power to send a cow flying with one punch. At this time, the rabbit Nami on the side respectfully said, the three school leaders, it's already class time. As leaders, do you need to go inspect the other teachers' classes? Su Mengmeng jumped down from her chair and said excitedly, yes. Wow. The first time she became a principal, she felt like having fun, her delicate little face leaping with joy. Since the principal said so, let's inspect the first class first. Right. Chen Jiayi and Zhang Daoming nodded and looked at each other in dismay. They would like to see what kind of situation those masked players are in now. Let's see how these players who were scheming against Su Mengmeng are doing in class 1. I just don't know if they're dead or alive, but I'm sure it's not easy. Is it? I'm really looking forward to it. Under the leadership of Rabbit Nami, Su Mengmeng and Chen Jiayi as well as Zhang Daoming arrived at the teaching building and went up the stairs to the 3rd floor. The first classroom on the 3rd floor on the right is class 1. Look inside. Class 1 is a large classroom, almost the size of a soccer field, where hundreds of trick students interact with members of the Fountain Club. Why are you wearing a mask, Sensei? Is it because you don't have a face? Should I peel off your skin and I'll draw you a mask? Inside the classroom, a trick student smirked. No. It's too cruel to skin it. What if it dies? Let's just cut off its head. This way, the teachers won't be bothered by the lack of a face. How can you cut off a teacher's head? You guys are too cruel. It's better to gouge out the eyes. Class 1 is in an uproar, and the suggestions are more brutal than ever. Many of the members of the Fortuna Club were shivering. They were dumbfounded ever since they were assigned to Class 1 by Chen Jiayi. They had had a truly miserable time. The tricky students of Class 1 are cruel and dark. Many of their members were already missing arms and legs. In particular, the lunch they had just eaten had given them collective diarrhea, went to the bathroom no less than 10 times, and to go to the restroom, there was even a 2,000 Gue coin protection fee, and if you didn't pay it, you could only give an eyeball. This led to a lot of members of the Fountain Club would rather shit their pants. They are not willing to go to the toilet. So the classroom of Class 1 stinks. Ahem, the head of the school is here. Why don't you all say hello? Nami Rabbit knocked on the door and called out, all rise, greetings to the school leaders. At this point, the squad leader yelled, hello principal. The other trick students all stood up and bowed in greeting to Su Mengmeng and the others with a respectful expression. Although this respect and enthusiasm they were faking, they were hiding it well at the moment. Seeing this scene, the three group leaders of the Fortuna Club had a bad taste in their hearts. With that jealousy, envy, hate in their eyes. Su Mengmeng and the others came to make their rounds here in Class 1. Just to drop stones on them, right? They, being tossed around by the shenanigans students of Class 1, are unlikable and fearful. As for Su Mengmeng and the others, not only were they intact, they were living quite nourishing lives, And the shenanigans students respected them. There's no comparison to be made. This comparison made them unbalanced in their hearts, Kenichi Kobayashi whispered. If I had known, I should have chosen a career as a school leader. Kurosaki Jun's face was ugly as he said, what's the use of talking about this now? Let's move the action ahead. I'll find their place at night and go straight for it. Take out that kid, get the S-class props, and hurry up for a quick kill. Kojima Reiko coldly grunted. I also support this. It's better to take them out sooner rather than later to avoid a long night. The three of them, the leaders of the organization, discussed their plans and prepared to strike at night just then. Well, the school leaders have finished their rounds. You guys go ahead and do what you need to do. The principal has said that you must have fun, any way you can. Before leaving, Nami Rabbit added. Hearing this, the trick students became even more excited. Long live the principal. For playing, they are a favorite. Many of the trick students were even more favorable towards Su Mengmeng. Since the principal said you can have all the fun you want, then let's have some more exciting pranks. Many of the Guile students' eyes were excited as they stared at the group of Fortuna Club's organization members in front of them, letting out hefty, maniacal laughs, noticing the excited gazes of the guileful students. A bad feeling appeared in the hearts of the members of the Fukuda Club. Soon, after returning to the school leader's office, Zhang Daoming said to Rabbit Nami, go get someone to keep an eye on those people in class 1 and see what moves they make. Nami Rabbit blushed suspiciously. Okay, is that the group of masked humans? Chen Jiai added. Yes, it's that group of humans. That group of masked humans. They want to turn against the principal. They want to kill the principal. She didn't hide it. She told the truth. They tried to kill the principal. Isn't this just looking for death? Where did those humans get the courage? Nami Rabbit's eyes bugged out for the terrifying shenanigans in Su Mengmeng's body. It had seen it before. Just the doll held in its hands almost made its soul burst, not to mention the other means that might be in this munchkin's body. Headmaster, I'll arrange for all the students in class 1 to get them. But soon, it seemed to think of something, and its eyes glared as it said with some exasperation Mosu was the key to fighting Ghostbusters High School the day after. If Su Mengmeng wanted to find Alita, she would definitely be on hostile ground with Ghostbusters High School. At that time, with the means of Su Mengmeng, the new principal, he might be able to find Alita and successfully free her, and yet, now there are humans trying to kill this munchkin? Nami Rabbit was instantly a bit exasperated. There is no hurry, they are not weak, and they definitely have a way to escape. If we want to deal with this group, we can't let the word out. We can only wait for the right moment and keep watch. We can't let them have a chance to escape. Chen Jiai stopped it. She has the teleportation crystal. Maybe those members of the Fountain Club have them. It's better to be cautious in order to get it all in one place. What should I do? Go ahead. I'll do what you say. Nami Rabbit patted her full breasts. Strike us when you all pop up. Get them. Ha ha. Fun. This is fun. If they saw all of our thousands of trick students popping up, they'd be scared shitless, right? Nami Rabbit's eyes lit up with excitement. Being a trickster student, there is an innate interest in games like pranks. This game is called Defense of the Munchkin Principle. Go ahead and contact any students who would like to participate in this game. Chen Jiai smiled and said, hearing this plan, Zhang Daoming's eyes lit up slightly. Not bad for a senior. Brains are just spinning fast. That's not a bad plan. Holler. Nami Rabbit nodded. Soon, she left the office with great excitement and went to each class, calling out all the class presidents of each class to convene in a small room, after which she told Chen Jiai's plan. Woohoo! Got a game to play? Munchkin Principal Defense? Our class is willing to participate. Our class is in. This game sounds fun. Ha ha, we'll definitely scare the shit out of those guys when we rush out with the whole school. Participate, participate. Must participate. This game of Defense of the Munchkin Principle is fun. Had ha. When the time comes, so many of us will pop up. Surely we'll scare the hell out of those people and scare the shit out of them. Really looking forward to it. This is getting to be a favorite principal. Not only does she let us have fun, but she even asks us to play with her when there are games. She's fantastic. Long live the principal. The class presidents of each class, one by one, came to be interested, their eyes excited for pranks and playing games. They are a favorite, principals and teachers, in the past, never played games with them. They even experienced severe beatings from former principals and teachers whenever they play the game, and now, Su Mengmeng called on them to play together, undoubtedly causing their favorability towards Su Mengmeng to soar at this principal. It's so right. Grounded. Soon, the various class leaders who got this news, they immediately informed their classmates of this secret. To keep it secret. At the time of the summons, they even arranged for a century of trick students. It didn't take long. In less than an hour, more than 3,000 students decided to participate in a game called The Principal's Defense. Soon, Nami Rabbit led the 10 class leaders back to the principal's office. School leaders were all up for this one. Rabbit Nami reported in front of Sumo that IT also didn't expect that the students would be so cooperative that they all agreed to participate in this one game. There's no way around it. Closed schools are so depressing. Especially for the students, who are all at the age of high energy and extreme fun. That's why they all participate. What a cute principal. Don't worry, principal. Our class will definitely scare the crap out of those people and cry. Yeah, trust us. Ha. Long live the principal. I can't believe you asked us to join you when you have a game. I recognize you as a principal. These 10 squad leaders, you and I, with exuberant eyes, spoke excitedly. All in? On the side, Zhang Daoming was a bit dazed. At first, he thought there weren't many students attending. It's almost as good as being able to have 50 people, but who knew that the whole school of shenanigans would be willing to participate? That's a lot. Thousands of them, under the siege of such a huge number of trickster students. Even he didn't dare to say that he would retreat in one piece. Thinking about this, he had begun to silently mourn for those in the Fortuna Club. It's better to keep some people around. Otherwise it's easy to arouse the suspicion of that group. Chen Jiai was thoughtful and smiled. Looks like Mo has a lot of charisma, otherwise, these trickster students wouldn't have been so cooperative. Going so far as to unite the entire school of trickster students, for the game of the night, she was looking forward to it. It's getting a little darker. Some of the squad leaders went out to secretly inform the message, while others were discussing where to hide. After the discussion, several squad leaders left one after another. Soon it was dark. Su Mengmeng they returned to the school leader's exclusive villa small building to rest. Nowadays. Everything's in place, just waiting for the prey to take the bait. The other side. A teacher's ramshackle dormitory building rest area. The 3 group leaders of the Fortuna Club were exchanging low voices on the balcony of the dormitory building. Of the villa building? Humph. Kurosaki Jun's face was grim as he retrieved the trick props, detection fly. His eyes somewhat jealous. Had I known that this treatment would have been theirs if they had chosen a career in school leadership. They won't be comfortable for long. In a moment, we'll lead all the members within the organization to move together to let and hunt them all down. If you dare to offend our Fukuda Club, you'll only die. Kobayashi Kenichi sneered, cruelty on his face. For the 3 Chinese people of Su Mengmeng, he loathed them so much that he couldn't wait to kill them earlier. Cut the crap and prepare for action. The hidden talisman has a limited time to use. We must fight quickly. Kojima Reiko said coldly they had specially prepared D-grade props, hidden talisman, for each member for this assassination. As for the time of the hidden talisman, it was only useful for half an hour. Once this time is exceeded, it will disappear. But what they don't know is this, even if they hadn't prepared this prop, they were destined to go all the way without any interference. That's all. At the Fortuna Club, the 3 team leaders and the remaining 25 members left their place in the dead of night and set off towards the place where Su Mengmeng was prepared to begin the assassination. It smells human. So strong. They're coming. At that moment, a dog-headed squad leader who was on sentry duty in the branches of a tree not far away twitched his nose and spotted them. Although the concealment talisman was able to be invisible, it couldn't hide the odor. Here it comes. The school leaders and their guesses were right. Someone really did try to assassinate the principal during the night. Fun. Really fun. This dog-headed squad leader had excited eyes. It was already so late. And if it was normal, there would definitely be no players leaving the dormitory building, and now there are tons of players out there? I don't even have to think about it. It must be the players who wanted to assassinate the principal. Hurry up and ventilate first. Inform them to get ready, hide, and scare that group of humans to death. He. This dog-headed man squad leader was so excited that he ran extremely fast with his hands and feet. After all, they arrived at the rest area of the villa where Su Mengmeng was located 10 minutes earlier than the members of the Fortuna Club to report the news. They're really here. Let's hurry and hide. Had. Definitely put them under death. Go into ghost mode and hide. Good. Learning that the Fortuna Clubs was just around the corner, thousands of trickster students with excited eyes began to go into apparition, hiding within the shadows of the villa's lounge area. It didn't take long. Under the dark night, the 28 members of the Fountain Club quietly arrived in front of this villa. And lock the door? Go in and open the door. Reiko Kojima frowned, signaling one of her men to open the door. A henchman stepped out, took out a C-rank prop, universal key, and went forward to open the door. This prop can be opened by any lock that has a lower rating than it. For this assassination, they can be very well prepared. Soon, with a slight click, the door, it's open. The gate of the villa was a bit thick and heavy, and it took the combined efforts of the 2 members of the Fortuna Club together to slowly push it through a gap that would allow a person to enter, under the cover of darkness. One Fukuda Club member after another entered the villa. They inspected the villa for a few moments and finally identified Su Mengmeng's resting position in a room on the 2nd floor. Kojima Reiko gently pushed open the door to her room and looked inside, where she could see that Su Mume was asleep on her bed. Su Mengmeng's sleep was quite comfortable, in the shape of a big, and she was even snoring. Ha, this human child has a big heart. How can you sleep so well inside a thriller game? Kojima Reiko smiled coldly, and said in her heart, she thought as she had pulled out her dagger, but Reiko Kojima didn't notice the thousands of ghostly figures in the shadows of the bedroom. These ghostly figures are none other than the school's creepy students. They are in their ghostly state at the moment, lurking about, the men huddled in a pile, the women huddled in a pile. In ghost state, they can ignore volume. A small patch of shadows can hide hundreds of trick students. Don't talk, it's this group of them now. This group of humans in masks trying to assassinate the principal. Shoo, don't startle the snakes. We'll move when their people arrive. All stop talking. It's not good to scare them away. I'm going to rip their heads off. He. In the shadows, the eyes of these students were excited and thrilled. Ready to strike. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and do it. Kenichi Kobayashi prodded from the sidelines, his eyes a little impatient. Something's wrong. As a woman's seventh sense, Reiko Kojima frowned, feeling that this was going too well. A little too smooth, but under the urging of Kobayashi Kenichi, she didn't hesitate any longer, gripping the dagger in her hand, and thrusting it down quickly and accurately at the heart of Su Mengmeng. Results. Put. Su Mengmeng even dried up and turned into a piece of wood. It's not Momoso. It's a stand-in prop. It's a trap. Kojima Reiko's face changed drastically as she shouted anxiously, what's going on? How could we have been discovered when our tracks were so perfectly hidden? I don't know. All hands on deck. Kurosaki Jun and Kobayashi Kenichi's faces similarly changed, and they shouted in low voices, hearing this order. Alarm bells went off in the hearts of the remaining 25 members of the Fortuna Club, and each of them picked up their weapons, their eyes tense as they observed their surroundings. You guys are so hateful. I can't believe you tried to kill me. At this time, Meng flapped her little amethyst-charmed wings, her little wings fluttering as she flew in through the window and landed on the ground, her little mouth pouting and puffing at them. Su Mengmeng was so angry, she didn't even do anything, and these bad guys are going to target her, even broke into her places to assassinate Jaeger. That's an abomination. You guys are coming in pretty big. Zhang Daoming stepped out from inside the cabinet and stood next to Su Mengmeng, raising an eyebrow. Kinda got me. Chen Jai also stepped out from behind the curtains and her face changed slightly. At the moment, the three of them confronted the members of the Fortuna Club. Seeing this scene, Su Mengmeng's live broadcast audience players were hilariously boiling over. That's kind of a cool scene. Woohoo! There is a good show. Worthy of being a senior female university. Chen Jia. This intuition is just sharp, but also really guessed by her. Someone will really attack the Munchkin in the dark. Ha ha ha. These people are going to be out of luck. They don't realize now that thousands of creepy students are in the shadows. Ah woo. Mo is so adorable. Fluttering with these little wings on her back is so cute. It's flying into my heart. All you oldest men, behave yourselves. Unlike me, I just want to be Su Mengmeng's dad. Laughing my ass off. Up on the first floor, ordering billion. The inside of the live room was buzzing with activity. None of them had expected that there were really hostile losers who came to the door to assassinate Su Mengmeng. This live stream is just getting better and better. It can be a dead end. Inside the room, Kurosaki Jun, who had lifted his invisibility and was wearing a mask, spoke rather dominantly, looking down on them from above, including him. The total number of people they came with was a full complement of 28.3 of them were group leaders of the Fortuna Club, powerful and carrying several A-class props. Those 25 remaining members are still the elite of the organization. Facing such a powerful lineup, Su Mengmeng and the three of them could only be surrounded. It's hard to even resist. That's where his bottom line comes in. You're just a bunch of dwarves wearing masks. Zhang Daoming looked at Kurosaki Jun, who was 2 heads shorter than him, with a bland face and disdainful eyes for these clowns in front of him. Compared with the day after tomorrow's portal, he did not take it seriously at all. These dwarves think that no one will recognize them with their masks on? One look at that height, and you're from the Sakura country. Otherwise, what other country would have such a short average height? You! Kurosaki Jun burst into a rage, his face reddening with anger. Height is hard on their country and even harder on him, although he's only 5 feet 59 inches. Not even 6 foot 6 inch, but Kurosaki-kun still felt like a man on top. Not only him, but the other members of the Fugen Club who had lifted their invisibility were all looking at Zhang Daoming with angry eyes. The physical qualities and the advanced shenanigans they possess are no less than yours. On the side, Kobayashi Kenichi took a step forward and exasperatedly said, "It could be said that Zhang Daoming's wave of hatred was quite good. One sentence made all the Fortuna Club players break their collective defenses. Make them anxious. Cut the crap. All of us together." Kojima Reiko's face was cold as she gave an order from the sidelines. "Oh, as school leaders, aren't we afraid of being killed by the creepy students in case you kill us?" Chen Jai mocked from the sidelines. Ha 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 ha, laughing my ass off. You think we'd be afraid of that bunch of creepy students who don't even have hair on their heads? In our eyes, they are nothing. Just a bunch of beasts that speak human language. Kurosaki Jun laughed out loud. His expression rampant, his mouth high with triumph. Hear that? The trick students hiding inside the shadows couldn't help themselves. They were already in their adolescence, the age of recklessness. So how could they tolerate a human calling them animals to their faces? Cam, those humans call us animals. Tear them apart. For a moment, thousands of ghost students erupted. Tear these masked humans apart. I can't take it anymore. How dare a bunch of human dwarfs call us animals? Revenge back. Must retaliate back. In the shadows of the room, a large number of trick students were exasperated, their eyes reddened and their bodies trembled. This group of masked humans is too arrogant. Not only is the attitude condescending, and words insult them and call them animals, as if they were creatures like pigs and dogs. How can this be tolerated? Especially in their adolescence. They can't tolerate a little aggravation or half a provocation. Then in time, thousands of trick students completely exploded. They appeared violently, lifting their ghost status, and one after another appeared in the room. Luckily it was a villa room, with more space, or the room would have been bursting at the seams. This scene is amazing. The group of creepy students had their whole body draped in a fury aura because of their anger, and their red eyes were particularly eye-catching in the darkness, like evil spirits, staring at the members of the Fukuda Club to death. Nani, noticing the strange changes in the surroundings, Kurosaki Jun's complexion changed drastically, his heart beat wildly, and his entire person was confused. How can this room harbor so many weird students inside? His smug and arrogant expression from earlier all but disappeared. In its place, a face full of horror. How come there are so many creepy creatures inside this room? No wonder I felt something was wrong just now. So there really was an ambush. Underneath Kojima Reiko's mask, her expression also changed drastically, and her voice trembled a bit. If these trickster students pounced on them, they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to hold out for long and would be directly torn apart. What a heavy trickster aura. How many weird students have come here? It can't be that all of the school's weird students are here, right? Looking at the densely packed and bizarre students in the fourth form, Kobayashi Kenichi's scalp tingled and he couldn't help but sweat and gulp. These three group leaders of the Fortuna Club were like this, not to mention the 25 members behind them, whose expressions were even more wonderful. All of them were like enemies, not daring to take a breath. A few members were even scared shitless to imagine. In the middle of the night, an uncountable number of creepy creatures appear at once, surrounding you densely, staring at you with red eyes and claws. How is this not frightening? At this moment, the members of the Fortuna Club who were surrounded by thousands of bizarre creatures, they all had, some of them were a little bit skeptical of their eyes, a little bit skeptical of life. Where am I? Who am I? What am I going to do? In this extreme situation, some members of the Fortuna Club were so stunned that they couldn't help but ask themselves the sole triple question. The viewers in the live broadcast room also looked confused when they saw the scene. Even though they had been informed of the plan, they were still taken aback by the rather spectacular sight before them. Geez, these creepy students are just too much, aren't they? These creepy students were both angry and excited-eyed, as if they thought this was a fun thing to do. These 28 masked players were like fish and meat on a chopping board in front of them, and could be slaughtered at will. Instead, these players were shivering, their faces pale, and their hearts terrified. For a while, most of the players in the broadcast room couldn't help but feel pity for them. There were even a number of viewers who took a 0.1 second moment of silence in their honor. Look at them scared. It's hilarious. A bunch of cowards. Cowards drink cold water and turn into devils. They've got such funny looks on their faces. And this is so much fun. How dare you scold us? Now you're scared, silly? Wait a minute and we'll all go together. Catch them all. Tie them all up. Take off their masks and see what their faces look like. Yes. These shenanigans students also looked amused and let out jeers. They have been guarding this room for so long, waiting for the members of the Fukuda Club to come and assassinate the principal. Kung Fu. They have finally waited, and it also saw such an exaggerated reaction from these players. Some were so scared that they couldn't move and were shaking. And there were even players who were so scared that they were incontinent. A moment before, they were screaming madly, looking conceited, but they all rushed out. And these masked humans were utterly abashed, reacting one by one. It was a stark contrast that amused the shenanigans students. This whole game is so much fun, isn't it? Hey, long live the principal. They wouldn't be able to play this game if it weren't for the principal. The feeling was so awesome that it made every shenanigans student call out that it was fun and playful. They were getting bored out of their minds in the closed school, so they were playing this fun neat game at the moment. Each of them is awesome. Of course, the class president of these ghost students hadn't forgotten Chen Jiai's words that these masked players might have teleportation crystals on them, and it takes a minute for the teleportation crystal to activate. If the battle is not resolved in 1 minute, then members with teleportation crystals can teleport back to the blue star. With this reminder, they don't let these masked players have their way. Let's go. Everybody punch 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 punch. Time is running out. Grab them all and tie them together. Good. Dare to call us animals. Tear them up. The 10 trickster class leaders were very active, and they led thousands of trickster students to attack the members of the Fortuna Club with great vigor. Scarecrow Hand Puppet. A face under Kojima Reiko's mask was so frightened that she immediately pulled out a palm-sized scarecrow doll from inside her pocket and threw it in front of her, changing into a scarecrow with a scythe in its hand to help her fend off the ferocious creepy student in front of her. The moment she struck, it was her own bottom card, an A-rank summoning class prop, Scarecrow Mannequin. The other 2 Fukuda Club team leaders also did not dare to be the slightest bit careless, and similarly struck out with their own finale shenanigans. Kobayashi-Kan's face changed drastically as he unleashed the A-rank defense-shaped artifact, Glazed Wave Shield, and 2 more layers of 7-colored protective shields appeared around his body and in Kurosaki Jun's hand. On the other hand, there was an additional A-rank attack-type Samurai Longsword, Windbreaker. They took the lead in rushing towards the dense crowd of trickster students and fought to meet them, as did the rest of the members of the Fortuna Club, but the disparity in numbers is too great. Less than a minute the members of their Fortuna Club were then beaten back, many of them missing arms and legs, and the battle was a grueling one. Can't resist. What to do? Kurosaki Jun didn't pay attention and his scalp was partially scratched off by one of the trickster squad leaders. He cried out while his face was in pain. Don't block if you can't. Let's hurry and escape from this villa. We haven't violated the rules of killing. Those tricky students won't dare to really kill us. As long as we escape this villa, we can talk about anything later. Kobayashi Kenichi's face was ugly as he yelled normally. Inside a game like this, trickster creatures need to trigger the kill rule if they want to kill a human. Yes, they can't kill us now. Don't panic, everyone. The other members of the Fortuna Club changed their faces slightly and immediately reacted for a moment. They didn't have to worry about being killed immediately now without triggering the kill rule. They were also scared and panicked just now, and really thought they were going to be torn apart by these ghosts. A copy of the Moonlight Restaurant. That back mountain where the babyface mushroom is collected is part of the Hidden Quest territory. In the territory of the Hidden Quests, players were not sheltered by the rules of the game, which was why players were killed directly by the ghost baby beasts, and in this copy of the game, the entire inside of Scarlet High School was sheltered by the rules of the thriller game. Unless the rules of killing were triggered, the tricky students were not allowed to kill the players directly. However, after leaving Scarlet High School, going to Ghostbusters High School, and going to the territory of the Hidden Quest, and not being sheltered by the rules of the game, the creepy creature could just kill the player without triggering the kill rule. Right, while these students can't actually kill you, they can still leave you missing arms and legs, and your fighting ability is greatly discounted. Not far away, Zhang Daoming sneered, waved his finger forward, and the A-grade prop, Peachwood Sword, swept through the air like lightning, instantly sealing the throat of one of the members of the Fountain Club. Member of the Fountain Club 1. People don't offend me. I don't offend them, these people want them dead. They've been killing people in the middle of the night. Naturally, he would not be merciful and would kill when he could, with the principle of death to the friend, not to the poor. Zhang Daoming was decisive and ruthless. At this moment, Zhang Daoming was like a living king of hell in the world, killing one person with a single step in the large room, exuding an invincible aura. He pinched his fingers with both hands and slid his fingertips casually in the air, maneuvering the Peachwood Sword, flying in the air and sealing the throats of 7 members of the Fortuna Club. Once again, Fountain Club members -7 die in less than a few seconds. Zhang Daoming maneuvered the Peachwood Sword and instantly wiped out 8 members of the Fortuna Club. Hiss, this is awesome. Seeing this scene, the viewers in the Thriller live room called out handsome. Is this the sequential son of China? It's really fierce. Many viewers are even playing a stunt inside the live broadcast, calling Zhang Daoming on the legendary Mr. Mighty. Most of the viewers who were able to watch live in the Thriller live room were veteran players of the Thriller world, not holier than thou, and were used to seeing bloodshed. They didn't feel the slightest bit of sympathy for the deaths of these masked players. Instead, they felt that the deaths were normal. These masked players want someone's life in the middle of the night, so be prepared to be killed back. It's always unlikely that people want to kill you. You're still being a saint and sparing people's lives, aren't you? In the game of Thriller, the Madonna player doesn't live long. Unbridled. Dare to kill a member within our organization like that. Kurosaki's eyes were red. These members that were killed by Zhang Daoming were all elites that their organization had nurtured with their heart and soul, and were experts in the eyes of ordinary players. But now, it was easily solved by Zhang Daoming, who chopped and sliced 8 of them. I want you to pay for your life. He was furious and leapt up, his long samurai sword slashing down at Zhang Daoming's face, intending to 1v1. Kurosaki Jun is the most powerful group leader within the 4 group leaders of the Fukuda Club, and he is quite confident in his strength. The physical quality had long been polished to an extremely high level, far beyond that of ordinary people. He was also instructed by a kendo master in the Sakura country, and his sword skills were superb. He thought he could match the abominable man in the Taoist costume in front of him, able to rival the first sequential son of Huaxia, Zhang Daoming. But who knows? Those who fight in front of the army all march in formation. Formation. Zhang Daoming recited the incantation and lightly drank dye in his eyes. The ground actually appeared as a Bagua diagram. This was the secret art of Taoism, 6 armor secret blessing. And the formation represented the stance, containing the principle of positional change. Bent in time, Zhang Daoming's figure shifted and disappeared in the same place. And Kurosaki Jun's slash was empty. What's going on? Why it's gone? It's so weird. What kind of prop did he use? Kurosaki Jun's face changed drastically, and when he looked around, he actually realized that Zhang Daoming appeared behind him, his eyes gazing at him indifferently. Nishinai! 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 Kurosaki Jun's face changed drastically. Alarm bells ringing in his heart. He gripped the long samurai sword, broken blade, in his hand tightly and slashed frantically at Zhang Daoming. A dozen or so slashes a second, so fast that he even set off a wind of slashes. But he was dismayed to realize that he couldn't even hit Zhang Daoming. Zhang Daoming was like a falling leaf. His feet moved lightly, and between the slightest movement of his body, he easily dodged all of his attacks. It's horrible. Is this still human? The more he fought with Zhang Daoming, the colder Kurosaki Jun's heart became. At this point, it took him a moment to realize a truth that chilled him to the bone. He was simply not on the same level of strength as Zhang Daoming. No. Is not in the same dimension. This assassination by their fountain club was a joke. I'm afraid that just by virtue of this one man in front of him, he would be able to protect Su Mengmeng and finish them all off. What kind of terrifying battle power is this? Is this the legacy of thousands of years of Chinese Taoism? Is this the heritage of China? It was even more appalling than he had expected. For a while, facing this was absolute strength-crushing. Kurosaki Jun's heart gave birth to a strong sense of powerlessness. All of you. All of them. He turned his head, yelling at the rest of the organization, and began calling out to his soldiers. Kurosaki knew that he couldn't beat the man in front of him. Noisy. Zhang Daoming raised an eyebrow. Ethereal would beget solar fire. Break. He pinched his fingers together and swung suddenly. The mahogany sword flew out like lightning, piercing through Kurosaki Jun's heart and then scuttling out, the tip of the sword carrying a splash of blood. Before he died, Kurosaki Jun looked down at the bloody hole where his heart was pierced by the mahogany sword, and his eyes actually revealed a strong remorse. It was then that he figured out what a stupid decision he had just made. Daring to go 1v1 with the first sequential son of China, simply overrated. But before he could think much about it, Kurosaki Jun's life force disappeared and he fell heavily to the ground. Members of the Fountain Club. -1. So strong. Inside the room, Chen Jiafro's Zhang Daoming was powerful beyond his imagination. This Taoist priest who doesn't talk much, moves with a vengeance, kill the sky and the air. The viewers of Thriller Live were also shocked. There is no gap without comparison. With the disparate comparison just now, they realized how strong their Chinese sequence son was. It's simply crushing. Coward. Those who can become a sequence son are the top of the players. And now I realize how strong he is. Laughing to death. Just now that kind of duel gave me the feeling as if the national professional players hanging amateur masters, simply as crushing. That masked man died too breathless. One photo was taken out. He was too much of a rookie. I can't say he's a dish. I can only say that Zhang Daoming is too strong. Isn't it just a hanging? Inside the live room, the players were talking and the discussion was heated. They eventually came to a conclusion. It wasn't that the masked man with the long knife was too weak, but Zhang Daoming was too strong. What terrifying strength. Is this the sequential son of China? It's too strong. Can't fight at all. Only able to escape. Not far away, Kobayashi Kenichi, who was entangled by 2 trickster students, was covered in sweat and his face was horrified. Kurosaki Jun, who was one of the 4 leaders of the Fukuda organization, didn't even have a chance to resist and was instantly killed. The difference in strength between them and the man in the Taoist uniform in front of them was too great. If we stay any longer, it's really going to be a total loss. Without saying a word, he turned his head and ran, intending to flee the place. Kobayashi Kenichi felt that he was still wearing the mask and his identity hadn't been exposed yet. Even if he still stayed at Scarlet High School, he would still be able to survive if he took off his mask and mixed in with the other players. But the idea is beautiful. The reality is bone-chilling nowadays. Zhang Daoming adheres to the principle of death of a friend, not death of a poor man. And keeping an enemy is a scourge. He noticed Kenichi Kobayashi, who was trying to escape, and made a stroke with his fingertips. The peachwood sword swept through the air, stabbing straight at Kobayashi Kenichi's brow like a bolt of lightning, extremely fast. Bakayalu, why are you onto me? Looking at the flying swords that came speeding by, Kobayashi Kenichi's heart jumped within him, and after his eyes flickered for a moment, he pulled next to him Kojima Reiko as a shield. Thumbs up. The peachwood sword pierced right through the door of Reiko Kojima's head without missing a beat. It caused her mask to shatter and blood to flow out. Kenichi-kun, you, before she died. Reiko Kojima's eyes were fixed on the companion in front of her. She just couldn't figure out why the trusted partner in front of her would use herself as a shield. Why exactly? just because he likes men, with this doubt. Reiko Kojima died. Members of the Fountain Club. 1.3 of the 4 major group leaders of the Fountain Club are dead today. Now there is only one left. Reiko, I'm sorry. Don't worry. I'll avenge you later. I'll take your teleportation crystal for now. Without any hesitation, Kobayashi Kenichi stepped forward and after groping around Reiko Kojima's body for a few moments, he searched out a blue crystal. It's a teleportation crystal. There was a time before when Reiko Kojima had courted him, and even told him the secret that she had a teleportation crystal, but Kenichi Kobayashi refused, because he likes men. Originally, he hadn't wanted to use asking for Reiko Kojima as a shield just now, but had thought about escaping, but who knows. Zhang Daoming stared at him, his flying sword aimed at him, but he knew that even though he had a great defense ghost prop to protect him, he certainly wouldn't be able to withstand it for long. So in this extreme situation, Kobayashi Kenichi hits on Reiko Kojima. So this scene just now happened. As soon as he got the crystal, Kobayashi Kenichi didn't without any question and directly chose to use it. The crystal turned to powder, and a flash of blue light surfaced on the surface of his body. Teleportation crystal used successfully. Transmission time remaining, 59 seconds. After using the teleportation crystal, Kobayashi Kenichi even used the B-rank flight prop, black bat wings, and a pair of black bat wings appeared behind his body. After equipping himself, he flapped his bat wings violently, breaking through the circle of bizarre students and flying outward. In the blink of an eye, it flew outside the sky of the villa area. No good. He's getting away. On the side, Chen Jiai anxiously reminded, there are flying shenanigans? And used a teleportation crystal? Zhang Daoming raised an eyebrow, was about to control the peachwood sword to scurry out when Su Mengmeng wailed from the side. I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll fight Bad Silver. She was very active, fluttering her little amethyst wings up and similarly flying outside the villa sky. Next moment, under everyone's shocked gazes, Su Mengmeng pulled out an orb. The orb was fist-sized and had a small flower pattern on its surface, emitting a faint pink light. This orb was exactly the hidden copy of the screaming bus station that Su Mengmeng had cleared last time. The 100 changes boing boing ball. Hundreds of boing boing balls. Change cannon cannon. She cried out in a milky voice. Soon the fist-sized ball of boing boing emitted a pink light that flowed through it, and as the crowd stared in dismay, it began to change shape, transforming into a bazooka. The bazooka is covered in pink and 120 centimeters long, which is taller than Su Mengmeng's height. That's when the crowd was shocked to realize the so-called 100 changes boing boing ball in Su Mengmeng's hand could even change its second form. In the night sky with 3 red moons hanging high in the sky, a munchkin flaps his little amethyst wings and carries a pink bazooka, standing in the air with a domineering look. Originally, cuteness and dominance were 2 very different temperaments, but at this moment they were perfectly blended together by Su Mengmeng. Crap, that ball from the munchkin even has a second form. 2 forms of morphing trick props. What kind of grade does that have to be? At least A or S grade. That ball in the munchkin's hand actually has 2 changing forms? At first I thought it was a B grade creepy prop, but it seems I was wrong. It's at least an A grade or higher morphing ghost prop. It's more likely to be S grade. Awah. This munchkin is so cool. S-class transformation props? I can't even think about it. In the live room, tens of thousands of viewers were stunned. Shapeshifter props are extremely rare, whether they were attack or defense type morphing trick props. Their prop effects were thievingly strong and their numbers were extremely rare. Generally speaking, there is only one form of morphing shenanigans, and that 100 changes boing boing ball in Su Mengmeng's hand. It could even change into a second form? This is amazing. Unheard of. They've never seen it. They've never heard of it. A morphing trick prop that can change 2 forms. What level would that have to be? Class A? Or maybe it's S-class? At this point, a huge doubt once again popped up in their minds. Who exactly was Su Mengmeng's father that he could prepare this level of props for her daughter? 2 forms of shape-shifting shenanigans? Inside the villa, Zhang Daoming looked through the window of the villa, and when he looked up at the pink bazooka in Su Mengmeng's hand, his pupils couldn't help but shrink slightly. He was a sequential son of China, and had viewed many top-secret files within the Dragon Scale department, knowing news that ordinary players didn't know. One of Huaxia's S-rank props, the Dragon Chopper Sword, was an S-rank morphing trick prop and had 2 forms, and the ball in Su Mengmeng's hand in front of her. There are 2 kinds of morphing forms? Doesn't that mean that ball in Su Mengmeng's hand is an S-class morphing prop? Learning this news gave him some heartburn. A national strategic level quality S-rank trick prop. And Mo had one? Ha, how dare you, a little kid, come after me? It really hasn't died. In the air, Kobayashi Kenichi flapped his bat wings and confronted Su Mengmeng, laughing coldly, eye in his eyes. 3-year-olds posed little threat. So what if you're carrying a high-level artifact? Although he thought so, he did not dare to take the enemy lightly. Inwardly, and immediately pulled out a palm-sized scarecrow hand puppet from his pocket, threw it into the air, and used the trick prop to meet the enemy. After the palm-sized scarecrow hand puppet was thrown, It let out a strange laugh, rapidly expanding in size, its eyes turning red, and transforming into a 2-meter-tall scarecrow holding a scythe. This scarecrow hand puppet was originally a prop for Reiko Kojima, and was taken by Kenichi Kobayashi after her death. Transmission time remaining, 38 seconds. Go! Kill him! As soon as the scarecrow appeared and glanced at the remaining teleportation time of the teleportation crystal, Kobayashi Kenichi ordered the scarecrow to kill Su Mengmeng with a large black scythe in hand. But who knows, next moment, something that left Kenichi Kobayashi dumbfounded happened. Humph. Bad silver. Don't try to run. Su Mengmeng flapped her amethyst wings and carried the pink bazooka. Facing the huge-bodied scarecrow alone, little fingers snap. Fire away. The pink bazooka's pink light blazed out, and an energy rocket quickly coalesced in the mouth of the bazooka. And after it coalesced and took shape, it was ejected, and shot at the scarecrow as if it had been broken. Boom! Shakalaka! The scarecrow didn't even have time to react as it was blasted and exploded in the air in a large explosion. Sparks flying everywhere, the scarecrow's body was on fire, and after emitting one wail after another, it eventually dissipated in the air under the dumbfounded gazes of the audience in the live broadcast room. The A-grade prop, Scarecrow Mannequin, was actually blown away by Su Mengmeng in a single shot? You know, that's a grade S summoning type prop. It's just gone? Predictable. How powerful was she carrying that pink cannon? The viewers in the live broadcast room each exclaimed in their hearts, this baby is too fierce. Nanny! In the air, Kobayashi Kenichi's face changed drastically. He revealed a look of horror as he once again looked at the bazooka in Su Mengmeng's hand. What the hell level of trick prop is this? I can't even hold out against that kid's run. With this kind of props, even if all of us attacked just now, we may not be able to kill her. The chairman told us to assassinate this little child. That's for us to find death. Kenichi Kobayashi's eyes were shocked and angry without saying a word. He flapped his B-rank trick wings and scurried through the air of Scarlet High School. Transmission time remaining, 21 seconds. Right now, he didn't need to fight hard with Su Mengmeng and that Zhang Daoming. He only needed to run away and dodge. And when the effect of the teleportation crystal was activated, he would be able to escape from this copy. His Black Batwing was a B-grade prop, which was considered to be a high grade in a group of flying trick props. The effect can be in the air for half an hour straight. The flight speed can reach 200 kilometers per hour. Kobayashi Kenichi didn't believe that little brat Su Mengmeng could catch up with him, but something that confused him appeared. You, bad silver, don't you run. Only the child wailed and flapped his wings in the same way. She only gently flapped her wings a few times, and her speed actually skyrocketed, like a purple lightning bolt, catching up with her in the blink of an eye. What level of flying prop is this? How is the speed so fast? That kid's flying several times faster than my flight gear? Kobayashi Kenichi's face changed drastically once again, and his heart skipped a beat. Bad silver. Look at the cannon. Looking at Kobayashi Kenichi, who was less than 10 meters away, Su Mengmeng wailed and snapped her little finger. The pink bazooka she carried on her shoulder glowed pink, and a shell that emitted a horrible aura shot out under Kobayashi Kenichi's horrified gaze. Kenichi Kobayashi sidestepped violently, and the shell narrowly grazed his side, taking one of his arms with it. Boom! His arm disappeared with the sound of an explosion coming from the distance. Ah! Kenichi Kobayashi wailed in pain. Damn it! I can only use my killer weapon. I wasn't going to use it. You made me. Kobayashi Kenichi's heart was pounding. An intense life and death crisis erupted in his mind, and the shadow of death enveloped him completely. He gritted his teeth and finally made up his mind, pulling a syringe from inside his pocket and injecting the serum into his thigh. This syringe is a grade C bat monster serum. Ah! Kenichi Kobayashi wailed after the serum was injected. His body began to swell. Black hairs surprisingly grew on his body surface. His face became distorted and sunken. His bat fangs were exposed, and his pupils turned red. After using the serum, he actually became half human, half monster. The body is half human and half bat monster. Although the Fukuda Club is a civilian thrill club organization in the Sakura country, the people within the organization are not weak, especially the 4 group leaders of the Fountain Club. The basic physical attributes of the 4 of them, in the range of 15 to 25, were a cut above the average player inside the thriller world. The higher the physical attributes and the more tenacious the life force, the higher the chances of surviving the thriller replica copy will be. And vampires, zombies, evil spirits and these weird creatures have extremely high physical qualities, with their physical qualities basically being above 30 points. Advanced trickster creatures. Their physicality is capable of being so desperate that they can't even be pierced by artillery shells. This was why some extreme players, in order to pursue their own strength, use trickster creatures. Serum props, even if it had side effects, and serum props have the same rigorous leveling. The grades are S to E, from highest to lowest. The higher the grade of the serum prop, the fewer the side effects, and it won't cause too many mutations, and vice versa. The lower the grade of the serum props, the greater the side effects. And the more bizarre biological traits associated with the serum will appear on the body surface after use, and what Kobayashi Kenichi was holding in his hand was a C rank, Bat Monster Serum, which was a relatively low rank. As such, after using the C rank, Bat Monster Serum, Kobayashi Kenichi's body surface took on many of the characteristics of a bat monster, for example, covered in black hair. Another example is scarlet pupils and sharp fangs. Ah, you deserving dead kid, you made me do this. After using the serum and noticing that he was covered in black hair, Kenichi Kobayashi was so furious that even his voice changed and he let out a shrill, strange cry. He now looked both pained and angry. Countdown to transmission, 15 seconds, 15 seconds left. Glancing at the cue bar in front of him, Kobayashi Kenichi's red eyes were on the verge of spitting fire. If it wasn't for the kid in front of him who put him in a desperate situation, he would never use the serum prop to make himself look inhuman in order to buy time. Seeing this terrifying scene, the live broadcast room boiled over. Shit, is this islander's desire for survival so strong? Being forced by the Munchkin to even dare to use such a low-level serum prop. The serum prop is irreversible after use. It seems that he is going to look like this for the rest of his life. It's fucking miserable. He had to use it too. If he didn't, he'd surely be bombarded to death by the Munchkin's bazooka. This just keeps getting better and better. Inside the live broadcast room, the viewers of the live broadcast were constantly sending out pop-ups and watching the live broadcast with great interest. Serum props, there were pros and cons. Although one could become stronger after using it, the essence of it was to change one's body's bloodline into that of a trickster creature. And one's body would also have the characteristics of a trickster creature. The vast majority of players couldn't accept it. As a result, there are very few people who will use serum props among the many players. Stinky kid, pay me back for coming. In the air, the inhuman and ghostly Shaolin Jianyi roared, flapped his bat wings, sprang out, stretched out his sharp claws, and killed Su Mengmeng in a murderous manner. After using the serum, his physical fitness now skyrocketed. The various attributes of the body rise to 50 to 60. Strength value, up to 50 points. Speed value, to 55 points. His body strength had skyrocketed a few times, and he was so self-confident that he was confident that he could kill Su Mengmeng with a single strike. Not good. Zhang Daoming's pupils shrank, and he felt bad in his heart. After noticing that Su Mengmeng was in danger, he immediately pinched and controlled the mahogany sword, wanting to break out of the air, but it's already too late. Kobayashi Kenichi Soman was too close and he was too fast. Zhang Daoming was too late to support. Mo Su. Danger. Not only Zhang Daoming, but Chen Jia couldn't help but exclaim from the sidelines with anxious eyes. The change happened so suddenly, she was equally caught off guard. Die. He scurried to Su Mengmeng. His eyes revealed cruelty, and the sharp claws in his left hand suddenly reached out, wanting to snap Su Mengmeng's neck. Ada. You monster bad silver. Beat the shit out of you. Su Mengmeng reacted extremely quickly, swinging the bazooka she was carrying up above her head and violently smashing it towards Kobayashi Kenichi's outstretched left paw. Humph. Kenichi Kobayashi didn't care. His left hand was still probing towards Su's neck and he didn't choose to avoid it. In his opinion, how strong could a small child be? No threat at all. Soon, the bazooka slammed into his left hand that had turned into a sharp claw. Dang! A popping sound came out. It was the sound of an arm bursting. An extremely incomparable pain, drilling pain, came from his left arm. The next moment, the bones of his left arm broke by inches, and finally exploded with a bang. His left arm, in fact, was smashed hard and burst. What kind of terrifying force is this? Ah, what kind of monster are you? Kenichi Kobayashi screamed miserably. Such an appalling power of the child in front of him made his heart tremble with fear. He's using the serum. Strength is several times greater than it was in human times. But even so, the power is still not as great as the Munchkin in front of you? This fact is so shocking. How much power will the Munchkin in front of you actually reach? The child in front of him was like a little devil king in his eyes. Terrifying. Ah, this. Looking at the Munchkin in the sky not far away, he smashed the man's arm. Zhang Daoming was stunned once again. A strong doubt bubbled up in his mind. Who the hell is Mo's dad? And how did he give birth to Mo with such terrifying powers? Time remaining for teleportation, 7 seconds. 7 seconds left. Only escape. Shaolin Jianyi, who lost both arms, was decisive, forcibly enduring the pain, immediately flapping his bat wings and moving away from the Su Mengmeng in front of him. In the blink of an eye, he had already flown out 100 meters away from Su Mengmeng. Mo! He used the teleportation crystal. Finish him off, or else he's going to leave here and go back to Blue Star. Chen Jia ran out of the villa, raised her head, and loudly reminded Su Mengmeng that she's still a girl, though, and still going to school. But as a senior novel fan, Chen Jia, she is convinced of a truth, that the grass should be cut to get rid of the roots. There can be no mercy for the enemy. No survivors can be left behind. If you are the enemy, you must die. You, yes, big sister. In the air, Su Mengmeng, who was carrying a rocket launcher, responded with a loud, Milky Whale, teleportation time remaining, 5 seconds. I'm sure I can escape. Looking at the 5 seconds left before the teleportation crystal activated, Kobayashi Kenichi said with gloomy eyes. Kenichi Kobayashi waved his wings frantically and hid at the back of the school's back hill, his eyes flashing madly. It's all this distance. That kid surely can't hit me, right? Even if he finds me, I'll be able to avoid those shells with the bat monster's gifted ultrasonic sensing. His thoughts flew by, and he was overwhelmed with anxiety. Just want time to go by a little faster. Every second that the teleportation crystal was activated felt like years to him. Countdown to pass. 4 seconds left. I'll be able to get out of this hellhole and away from that devil once and for all. Today, in the eyes of Kenichi Kobayashi, Sumengmeng is the devil. That must be a child born of the devil. That's why it's so scary. Now he had a great inner shadow over Sumengmeng, but what comes to mind? So there you are. Sumengmeng fluttered her amethyst wings and arrived not far from Kobayashi Kenichi with a cheeky smile, because of the reason that she was too excited to play just now. She had already started to play with a seizure, and in her big watery eyes, there was actually a touch of seizure.so at this moment. Sumengmeng's smile looked like a devil's smile to Kobayashi Kenichi. Without saying a word, he immediately fled frantically through the air once again. Tracking function enabled, Sumengmeng shouldered the pink bazooka. After turning on the mode of tracking the bazooka shells, aim for the target. Fingers snap. After the bazooka glowed pink, a rocket shell shot out sharply through the darkened hole. The rocket shells were extremely fast, like meteors in the night sky towards Kobayashi Kenichi. She used a bazooka. I'm sure I could have managed to escape. Kenichi Kobayashi, who was speeding through the air, having received the ultrasonic talent of the bat monster bloodline, noticed the movement in the rear. His face was delighted. One of the bat monster's talents is the ability to use ultrasound to locate and track objects, cannonballs or long-range attacks. He was convinced he could dodge it. Coming! I duck! When the rocket shell was about to hit Kenichi Kobayashi, his direction in the air suddenly made a sharp turn, allowing the shell to miss him and successfully dodging it. Time remaining for teleportation, 3 seconds. Ah ha ha, missed me. Luck is on my side. I, Kobayashi Kenichi, am a man favored by heaven. He managed to dodge the shells with a smug look in his eyes. 3 seconds left and he's out of this thriller game. Kobayashi Kenichi believed that he would one day be able to go back with vengeance and slaughter that kid. Time remaining for teleportation, 2 seconds. But just then, Kobayashi Kenichi suddenly felt something was wrong within his ultrasonic sense. He sensed that there were still objects coming from behind toward him at high speed. It's shells. That shell has a tracking function. Her shells actually turn. Upon discovering this truth, Kobayashi Kenichi's face revealed horror, and he tried to flap his black bat wings, wanting to escape, but it was already too late. As he flooded with this thought, the shell had landed on his face. Boom! Kenichi Kobayashi was hit and his body was engulfed in flames and finally disappeared in a loud explosion. Members of the Fountain Club. -1, time remaining for teleportation, 1 second. User dies. Props fail. To this point, the 3 group leaders of the Fountain Club are all accounted for here. Even though Kobayashi Kenichi used a teleportation crystal, he ended up dying and failed to escape. As a matter of fact, this time Sumengmeng was a big help. If it wasn't for her, Zhang Daoming wouldn't have been able to keep Kobayashi Kenichi here. Right, there's still the mushroom bomb that didn't work. I wonder what the mushroom bomb will do. In the night sky, the pink bazooka transformed back into a ball and was put inside Sumeng's little bear book bag. Just then, her big eyes blinked, noticing that there were 2 more mushroom bombs inside the book bag. Don't need it now, use it later. Sumengmeng stretched a lazy waist, fluttered her little wings, flew in through the window, and re-entered inside the villa room. I took a closer look just now, and these people are all members of the Fortuna Club, and they came with 3 group leaders at once. Laughs at the fact that, so aggressively trying to assassinate the Munchkins. I didn't expect all of them to be killed back. No. Sakura Country's first big civil thriller club organization, Fukuda Club, afraid to be removed from the surely cannot rank the first name. This time the loss of so many members. The 3 major group leaders are accounted for in reunion of the ACE. All I can say is, did a great job. During Sumengmeng's battle, some of the viewers in the live broadcast room had already known that the players wearing masks were from the Fortuna Club. The 3 group leaders of the Fountain Club do have a lot of tricks up their sleeves and quite a few advanced ghost props, especially Kobayashi Kenichi. Not only have flying type trick props, but also have serum props. Life preservation ability can be said to be extremely strong. Originally, he had used the bad monster serum and was able to dodge that last bazooka shell from Sumengmeng, but it's because you're too confident in the abilities you've been given. He didn't expect the shell to turn. This ultimately leads to being hit at the last second before the teleportation crystal is activated, thus killing you as a result. Headmaster, what a fun time. Are there any more humans who want to deal with the principal? I'll help you scare them to death. You're so strong. Principal, that bazooka is so cool too. Inside the villa room, Thousands of guileful students were circling around Su Mengmeng, their eyes excited, calling out with one mouthful of the principal. Today's defense of the Munchkin principal is a great way for them to have a little fun. Now one was still uptight and had an excited look in his eyes. They felt respect and admiration for Su Mengmeng's powerful performance of blasting Kobayashi Kenichi just now, and completely recognized the fact that Su Mengmeng was the principal inside the game of Thriller. Strength reigns supreme. That powerful performance of Su Mengmeng's just now had undoubtedly made them completely recognize this principal. It's a good thing I didn't think of the principal as an enemy before, having seen the battle just now. Rabbit Nami sucked in a breath of cold air, her heart showing her gratitude. No injuries, right? Chen Jiayi walked forward and bent down, concernedly inquiring about the little munchkin in front of her. It's okay. Su Mengmeng crossed her small hands, indicating that she was healthy. Chen Jiayi nodded her head and smiled faintly. That's good. Zhang Daoming yawned. Sleepy poor Taoist. Poor Taoist is ready to go to sleep. But just then, his pupils shrunk. His face changed, and his sleepiness instantly disappeared. And the next moment, the entire Scarlet Middle School actually appeared to shake slightly. Only a huge vortex actually appeared on the soccer field of Scarlet High School. Soon, the vortex dissipated, and 100 feet tall, Lightgate, stood on the ground, appearing in front of the crowd's line of sight. Hidden event, portal, next to her. Rabbit Nami's face changed drastically. The time when the portal appeared. It's even advanced. Inside the room, Nami Rabbit's eyes were a little fearful as she sighted through the window and landed on the 100-meter light gate outside the playground. It must have been the improved strength of the principal of Ghostbusters High School that made the portal arrive 2 days earlier. Without the powerful Principal Gue and Teacher Gue in attendance, the Scarlet High School is already weak. The hope of victory is slim now that the portal had come down early. It meant that the principal of Ghost Weeper Middle School had become more powerful, and their hopes had become even more remote. How did the portal arrive so quickly? Ghostbusters Middle School wants to enslave our Scarlet High School. Let's fight it. Spell it out. I've had enough of teachers and principals. I'd rather die in battle than have them as our teachers. Spell it out. Fight. Seeing the appearance of the portal not far away, the eyes of the surrounding Guile students boiled with shock and anger, although they knew that it was almost impossible for them, Scarlet High School, to win this invasion of Ghostbusters High School. But they're not going to sit around and guard the safety of Scarlet High School. Not long ago Principal Mo had already given the word that the moment Ghostbusters High School invades, we will step in and help you out ourselves. Chen Jiayi stood on the tabletop, took a deep breath, and spoke to the thousands of trick students around her. The portal opens. Ghostbusters High School is going to invade Scarlet High School, and Mr. Creepy over there is going to be the principal and teacher of Scarlet High School. Then they, the would-be teachers and principals of Scarlet High School, would surely be persecuted innately. They and Ghostbusters Middle School were already hostile forces. The power of Su Mengmeng's killing of Kobayashi Kenichi just now was evident to the trickster students. At this moment, Chen Jiayi pushed all the credit for this active resistance to Su Mengmeng, just to boost the morale of this group of tricky students. Wow! The principal is willing to help us out. Long live the principal. Really, since they humans are willing to help us. Too good. Long live the principal. I love you, principal. The principal is so powerful. He might actually be able to win. Chen Jiayi's words had fallen, and the thousands of guileful students around them had their eyes perked up with excitement. Now that this Principal Munchkin is willing to help them, they are all getting excited. Su Mengmeng's position in their hearts became heavier in weight. The crowd of trick students looked at Su Mengmeng, and Su Mengmeng's little head tilted a little confused, and a billion times more, her tiny mind was still reeling, and for a moment she didn't know what was going on. The portal has descended now. There's about half an hour left before the trick teachers from the Ghostbusters High School side will kill us. Let's hurry up and discuss our countermeasures and get ready. Off to the side, Nami Rabbit reminded. For a while, the room was filled with voices and discussions. They were constantly discussing strategies, and their emotions were so high that they actually began to congregate. Nami Rabbit's mouth broke into a smile when she saw the scene. Su Mengmeng's image in its heart once again grew greater and greater. A day ago, Nami Rabbit would never have imagined that this human munchkin would be so cohesive as to unite all the rebellious students against the enemy. Rabbit Nami's method is good. Wait for half an hour more for the portal to activate completely, and the teachers from the opposite school will definitely come to our school through the portal, so we can prepare a trap at the soccer field in advance. Setting traps is a good method. The teachers at Ghostbusters Middle School don't know anything about us, and we have an inherent advantage. Good. Then we, Squad 2, will go ahead and set up the traps. You guys stay and keep conferring. I'll see you later. The discussion among the trick students was heated, and they were constantly discussing their responses and trying to win the battle. The other side, as Zhang Daoming began to count the loot. These people are so poor, close to 30 people, but they can't come up with 10,000 shenanigans. Poor people. He spat inwardly and shook his head. As a matter of fact, the Fountain Club was really not poor. They had even taken out the crushing cards within their organization in order to assassinate Su Mengmeng, and had deployed a total of 3 A-ranked trick props. 2 of them were lost by the glazed wave mask and the scarecrow mannequin being rocket blasted by Su Mengmeng. Otherwise the price of the 3 A-grade ghost props is worth hundreds of millions of RMB. This has been a huge amount of money for the Civil Thrills organization, and then the 3 split it equally. Zhang Daoming was very generous and handed that A-grade ghost prop samurai longsword, Windbreaker, to Chen Jia. You guys see what other shenanigans you need to use for these, and try to pick them up. He seemed to have thought of something, and placed other levels of trick props on the ground for Chen Jia and Su Mengmeng to pick from. Let's see. Chen Jia put away her long samurai sword and began to survey the other artifacts on the ground. Eventually choosing 2 defensive artifacts, she couldn't help but feel in her heart that those members of the Fukuda Club were really nice people. It's called a money-giving boy. Knowing that they were going to war with the school across the street, these members of the Fukuda Club came in the middle of the night to deliver weapons and equipment. Fruit of the Loom. Next to him, Su Mengmeng had already huffed and puffed, sleeping soundly on the sofa, even snoring. Played close to all night. She was also tired of playing and had just sat down on the couch in her room and fallen asleep. The viewers of the livestream looked on in amusement. Ah, Munchkin sleeps so well. He falls back to sleep. When will I have his quality of sleep? Laughing my ass off. The Munchkin has a big heart, sleeps when he says he will, and has almost no cooldown. Seeing the Munchkin sleeping so soundly, the insomniac in me can't help but be envious when I see it. This Munchkin sleeping on all fours is too cute, right? Take a screenshot and use it as wallpaper on your cell phone. Ha, the audience kept sending out pop-ups, and under your words and mine, time rushed by you within this half hour. The students of Scarlet High School were extremely efficient, setting up a number of traps at the location of the portal's exit, just waiting for the ghostly Weeping High School's trickster teacher to appear. School leader. The traps have been set up. There are swamp traps and poison gas traps, as well as 7 or 8 traps set up with trickster gas. Due to the rush of time, only these can be set up. Rabid Nami stepped forward and reported to Chen Jia.mr. Creepy from Ghostbusters High School is tough, powerful, and viciously brutal. They trick students set up traps dare not have the slightest sloppiness. How powerful. How to come. So inside those 20 minutes or so, with the collective efforts of thousands of trick students, only 10 traps were set up. It's still right to be careful now that the portal is advanced and the principal of Ghostbusters High School has become more powerful. It's even more dangerous for their trickster students to deal with. Well, get ready to fight. There are now 5 minutes to go before the portal is ready to begin. Let's go to the playground and meet the enemy as a group. Chen Jia nodded as she understood. Yes. All the students fought and went to the playground as a group for trick students. They need little rest to stay energized and refreshed all the time. I'm going too. I'm going. At that moment, Su Mengmeng also woke up and jumped up on the couch, wailing. After half an hour of deep sleep, she had recovered well mentally and was full of energy at the moment. Good. Chen Jia smiled faintly and gave Su Mengmeng a head touch. She took Su Mengmeng's hand, and together with the thousands of other Guile students, they came to the playground and stood guard in front of the teleportation gate together. 5 minutes rushed by. Coming. They're coming. The Ghostbusters High School people are here. At that moment, Nami Rabbit, her eyes alert, stepped aside and warned, the portal is activated. Ghostbusters Middle School. The invasion has begun. Only to see that inside the portal, a large mass of black mist as black as ink suddenly gushed out, and the bizarre gas churned. With all eyes on him, a horse-headed man stepped out of the portal, looking proud and disdainful. Its eyes were filled with ferocity and brutality, and it exuded a violent aura, and whoever glanced at it would definitely feel uncomfortable and would be frightened. The horse-headed man seemed to tower over the students in the playground as he swept a glance at them, grinning coldly. Under the sweep of its gaze, some Guile students dared to meet its eyes and couldn't help but lower their heads. The creepy students of Scarlet High School had often been abused by the creepy teacher in the past, and now that they had met the real creepy teacher, they still had shadows inside and couldn't help but be afraid. Of course, the look of fear was all put on by the trick students. Immediately after. A second, third trickster teacher also walked out of the portal. 2 goat-headed men. Welcome, welcome creepy teachers of Ghostbusters High School. Seeing the 3 trick teachers appear, Nami Rabbit brought a few of her classmates with her and pretended to welcome them together. Welcome. The other Scarlet High School shenanigans students shouted in unison. Of course, it's not true that they welcome it. The purpose was to lower the guard of the 3 teachers in front of them, increase the hit rate of traps. Oh, and the students came to greet us? Kinda obedient. Seems to have been conditioned pretty well. The horse-headed man waved a bit of his whip in his hand, as if he were the emperor of the land, and scrutinized one of the trick students present. The other 2 goatheads nodded back, looking satisfied. Under the influence of their principal's power, the portal was 2 days ahead of schedule, but there was a limit. Only 3 teachers could enter at a moment's notice. They had expected to merge Scarlet High School and encounter resistance from the students here. They need to be violently suppressed, but now it seems that these students are so enthusiastic that it doesn't seem to take much effort to take this one school. For a moment, they were wary. Dear Ghostbusters high school teachers, our students also have a gift for you. It's these 3 humans. Rabbit Nami walked forward with a smiling face, pointing to Su Mengmeng and Chen Jiai, as well as Zhang Daoming in the open space. Oh, and human children? I've never eaten a human child before. It looks fine and tender. I wonder how it tastes. Try it later and you won't know. Upon seeing Su Mengmeng, the eyes of the 2 goat-headed trickster teachers were filled with interest, as if they had seen a delicious dish. Come on, let's try it together. The Minotaur laughed out loud and walked forward with the remaining 2 trick teachers. Intending to taste Su Mengmeng together, they even couldn't help but lick their mouths as they walked up, showing excitement in their eyes. In this short period of time, they had already thought of how to dismantle Su Mengmeng and which part of the body to eat. They were getting closer and closer to Su Mengmeng. 10 meters, 8 meters, 7 meters, 4 meters. Just then, launch! Nami Rabbit yelled, go! The remaining 10 squad leaders also shouted in unison, working together to unleash the traps that had been set up in advance on the ground. With the trap activated, the ground that those 3 ghost-weeping middle school teachers were standing on suddenly erupted with a dense and bizarre aura. The hard ground turns into a swamp. In a moment, the 3 trick teachers sagged, almost half of their bodies sinking into the swamp. The swamp was filled with poisonous gas, as hot as lava. If it were an ordinary human, they would have been burned or poisoned to death long ago. Ah, I'm going to kill you. The 3 guile teachers wailed in pain. This trap hurts too much. It makes their flesh feel pain beyond measure. Of course, this is just the first wave. Throw them in together. Nami Rabbit's voice sounded again. Next moment, dozens of trick students smashed glass bottles prepared in advance containing curses and glass bottles containing trick gasoline all over their heads. Read the curse. Light the fire. Dozens of creepy students breathed fire in unison, unleashing the curse and igniting the creepy gasoline. Wow! Those 3 guile teachers' bodies burst into flames and erupted into curses as they screamed and wailed, and the 3,000 or so shenanigans students at the dormitory high school have removed their pretense of enthusiasm and are watching them with indifference. Do you think these little tricks can kill us teachers? That's so stupid and naive. I'll decide to torture you all to death later. Inside the flames, the Minotaur's miserable cries came out. Upon closer inspection, the skin on its entire body was burned. Not a single piece of it was intact. It was using its power to resist the flames with all its might, making them all dissipate a lot. Ah, how dare you! I'm going to rip your heads off hard. These students lack conditioning in torture. The other 2 trickster teachers also made morose noises, and the flames on them diminished considerably. Although he was in the blazing flames, his body was burned and tattered, and he was badly injured, but they are still violent and vicious. That spiteful, vicious look made many of the students present bristle. No good. They're almost putting out the flames. Don't be afraid, everyone. They've been hurt. Let's rush up together and subdue them. Go! Inside the soccer stadium, 2 ghost squad leaders yelled. Sharp claws emerged from its hands and it led the charge. All on! Scared shitless, the other trickster students roared back and rushed forward, all attacking the 3 trickster teachers as a group. The scene was chaotic for a while. Not far from the dormitory building, some players were awakened and all of them came out from their rooms, looking out to the big melee on the soccer field. This look. They were shocked, though they don't know what's going on, but their inner instincts told them that they were afraid it all had something to do with the Munchkin. Roar! Do you guys think the sheer number of them works? Since you won't listen, go to hell. The Minotaur trick teacher's bull eyes were red, and he swung his large iron rod, sweeping across the surrounding students who surrounded it with a rather horrifying aura. No good. That Minotaur is attacking fast. Nami Rabbit blushed and loudly reminded the other students, but it's too late. A dozen or so students were hit by the large iron rods, and their bodies were sent flying like golf balls, falling heavily to the ground. They can't help coughing up blood and screaming in pain. Humph! A bunch of stubborn and unknown students. How dare they challenge the teacher's majesty? Today, let you all learn a lesson. The other 2 goat-headed trickster teachers were equally fierce and powerful. Only one of the goat-heads was seen holding a long black whip, and as he swung it around, he beat a large number of students' skin and screamed miserably, each screaming in pain and leaving a bloodied scar on his body. The other goat-head was more direct, his hand a 2-meter ruler, beating student after student until they saw blood. Although they had been badly injured, their fighting strength was still strong. The battle was almost lopsided and completely crushing, even though the students have the numerical advantage and are outnumbered. After some of the injured students backed off, new Scarlet High School shenanigans students filled in wave after wave, offense after offense. But even if the numbers were high, it would be hard to resist the onslaught of those 3 trickster teachers. They're so ferocious. The more they fight, the more they get. Wail. Wail to your heart's content. The louder the better. Especially that Minotaur teacher. His eyes were red, A big iron rod was constantly being swung up and smashed on top of those trick students. Ahahaha. It's been a long time since I've been able to torture these students with such abandon. The other two goatheads sneered. The more they fought, the more excited they became, beating the trick students, screaming and shouting out in pain, as if torturing these students was their hobby. The strength is actually this strong. Zhang Daoming frowned slightly. The viewers in the live broadcast room were also all confused. Does Mr. Creepy of Thriller World have some special fetish? Like to hear students wail and scream? But one thing was for sure. These three trick teachers were really strong. To be able to handle close to 3,000 trick students, those three teachers are a bit strong. Oof, what's going on with you three? Hurry up and fight quickly. Stop fighting and get the headmaster seal, and take control of this school. If you upset the principal later, you will suffer the consequences. Inside the portal stood a werewolf. It was blocked by the portal's boundary, and its face grimly reminded the three Ghostbusters high school teachers. Due to the portal appearing 2 days early, only 3 teachers could be transported out of today's portal. The Ghostbusters high school teachers would have to wait until the second day for the portal's boundary power to weaken before they could pour out if they wanted to go all out. Yes, director. We'll get it as soon as we can. The Minotaur turned his head and nodded to the werewolf inside the portal. The werewolf was their director, the head of a group of teachers. It dares not disobey. Where the hell is your headmaster seal? Quickly hand it over to us. On the grass of the playground, Bulldog yelled, questioning the students in front of him. What is the principal's seal? Not far away, Chen Jiai had a puzzled expression. The principal's seal is the token of our Scarlet High School. If the principal of Ghost Weeping High School gets it and refines it, the portal will be completely solidified, and then we can easily take control of our school. Nami Rabbit pulled out a red seal. The red seal is fist-sized, with a beautifully engraved pattern on the surface, and the words Scarlet High School are engraved on the bottom of the wooden tray. The previous creepy principal was killed by us. Now the principal's seal of Scarlet High School has become ownerless. It voiced an explanation. You mean to say that the portal is related to the principal's seal? Then why didn't you guys take control of the headmaster's seal before and let the portal close? Chen Jiai was smart and thought of the key to the problem and asked out loud, otherwise, other school slice portals can't descend. Chen Jiai was a bit puzzled. Why didn't you let Principal Meng Meng refine it before? As long as it was refined, wouldn't that Ghost Weeping Middle School's portal not reach our middle school? After saying that, she felt a little stupid. If the principal's seal was really refined by Mo, then Ghostbusters Middle School wouldn't be able to appear at Scarlet High School, and they, too, couldn't get inside Ghostbusters High School. Once you can't get into Ghostbusters Middle School, then the Alita that Mo is looking for will not be found. The curse of the Scarlet Middle School could not be broken either. At that moment, next to the portal, the students of Scarlet High School couldn't even hold up under the battle power of the three trick teachers. Hand over the headmaster's seal, now, the Minotaur roared, grabbing one of the trick students by the neck, and out of the blue, he pressed aggressively. Gotta make a move. Zhang Daoming put his fingers together and prepared to maneuver the Peachwood sword to kill the enemy, but before he could make a move, he only saw Su Mengmeng next to him with both hands holding up a Gatling, wailing and rushing out, milkily shouting that he wanted to fight and beat the shit out of those three trick teachers. You bad silvers, bullying my students. I'm going to beat the shit out of you. Su Mengmeng was holding a pink Gatling and aimed her gun at a Minotaur. Ha ha ha, how dare a human child talk about beating us to death? That's the best joke I've ever heard. Looking down at the tiny speck less than a meter in front of him, the Minotaur scoffed, as if he had heard some great joke. It had a huge body, covered in muscles, and was close to 3 meters tall, and Su Mengmeng, who was less than a meter in front of her, was really like a small dot compared to it, but soon, he just couldn't stop laughing. Shit. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Only to see Su Mengmeng's little finger snap. The pink Gatling pink light emerged. The gun head turned quickly, and a bullet poured out like a raging storm. The weapon, as the Gatling spun, an aura of death appeared in the Minotaur's heart without warning, causing its black cow hair to explode all over its body, and its face to change drastically, its eyes revealing panic. What kind of weapon is this? How can it scare me so much? Strong intuition told it that if it couldn't fend off these bullets, it would only buy. It was too late to dodge, so he could only take it hard. Black armor. The Minotaur growled lowly, and a weird aura appeared on his body. The bizarre aura turned into a black scale that covered its entire body. This was the Minotaur's trickery. Able to make his body hard and enhance his defense, it was too late. As soon as the black scale surfaced, the pink Gatling bullets had blasted into it, and next moment, under the Minotaur's horrified gaze, the black armor, artifice it was so proud of couldn't last more than a moment before it was pierced by the bullet and shattered. As soon as the scale shattered, densely packed bullets penetrated its torso, splattering blood in all directions. The Minotaur wailed and screamed out, and before it died, its eyes glanced at the human child with horror, and many doubts bubbled up in its heart. What's this kid's story? How did it shoot itself in the head like this? But before the Minotaur could figure it out, its massive body had fallen to the ground with a heavy thud. Ghostbusters High School's creepy teacher. -1. Dead. Nyo Cho-jin died. Seeing one of their accomplices die, the other two goat-headed teachers' faces changed drastically. Their hearts in disbelief. It happened so suddenly they can't take it in for a moment. The most powerful of them all, Nyo Jajin, died just like that? Beaten to death by a human child? Hurry up and kill that human child. Just now, Nyo Jajin was too eager. That's why he was killed by that child's terrifying weapon. The two of us together. Both sides will attack and kill her. The two alpacas were shocked and angry, and wanted to attack Su Mengmeng from both sides. Jointly attacking her, they thought that the human child was only able to kill Nyo Jajin because of the weapon in his hand, but Su Mengmeng reacted quickly, and had already aimed her gun once again at the two sheep-headed men long before they made their move. With a maniacal smile on her small face, ew, it's really too much fun to play Bad Silver. With a lopsided grin, she pulled the trigger on her Gatling again and fired at the goat-headed man. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Countless pink bullets spewed out once again, and the two goat-heads were horrified in their hearts, their faces in shock. That weapon, but it could even kill the highest of their strength. Nyo Jajin. If they were hit, they would only die. Run away. The two goat-heads were inwardly terrified and personally thought of escaping, but the bullet was too fast for them to escape. Snort! Snort! The bullets hit them, ending their lives instantly. Ghostbusters Middle School creepy teacher. -2. You. I'm a good shot. Su Mengmeng was about to have a seizure because she was so excited to play, wailing in place with excitement, seeing the three GUE teachers being killed by Su Mengmeng. The GUE students present were all stunned and dumbfounded. The three Ghostbusters Middle School teachers who had been incredibly arrogant just now, beating them to a standstill, were dead just like that, being shot at random by their budding principal. This fact is so amazing. It's left a lot of trick students still reeling. There was silence in the room. After a few moments of silence, all the trick students erupted into cheers. Woohoo! The principal is so strong. Long live the principal. Long live the principal. Long live the principal. The trick students were excited beyond belief, shouting out in excitement, their eyes adoring. Their Munchkin principal is really strong. They are so worshipful. If it wasn't for Headmaster Mo, they'd be in a real danger of being wiped out. How powerful does that Gatling have to be? This power is too exaggerated. It's definitely an S-class morphing trick prop without a doubt. Having once again seen the power of the 100 variety Boo Boo Ball, Zhang Daoming was more and more convinced at this moment. The Gatling that Su Mengmeng was holding in her hand was an S-class morphing trick prop. Inside the portal, the werewolf Olga was confused. Her wolf eyes wide, dumbstruck. Unbelievable. How did it not expect three trick teachers to just die? And it was killed by a human child. No way. Absolutely not. How could that human child kill two of our teachers? I don't believe it. Next to Ollie the werewolf's house, the other Ghostbusters High School creepy teachers had unbelievable eyes. If their teacher had been killed by some other creepy creature, they could have grudgingly accepted it, but now, it's being shot by a child? That human child is so mean. Director, that human child must die. I want to avenge Ox and the others. Inside the portal, a goat-headed trickster teacher had angry eyes. In their opinion, Su Mengmeng was only relying on the weapon in her hand to be powerful, and her own strength was very rookie. Today's portal boundary is very strong. Now we can only go in, not out, unless we use some way to bring that child in. Otherwise, we can't get out of the outside of the portal either. You guys think of any ways yet? Olga the wolf grimaced. As soon as that child came inside the portal, even if the child had a terrible weapon in its hand, it could immediately kill it. There. Use agitation. Kids that age are best coaxed. That's when a trick teacher had the bright idea to chip in. Yes, I'll try. The werewolf Olga nodded her head and began to provoke Su Mengmeng in front of the portal. Human child, hit me if you can. Aren't you a good fighter? Come over here and hit me. You can't be afraid. He looked at Su Mengmeng from afar through the transparent boundary of the teleportation portal, his face full of arrogance and provocation. You, that Wolverine told me to beat it? How strange. Ya demand. Ya. It's the first time I've heard it. Su Mengmeng's small face blushed oddly with a helpful mindset. She decided to fulfill that werewolf's wish, and so with the whole room gawking in disbelief. Su Mengmeng's two little legs stomped, like a small rocket, scurried out, rushed into the portal, came in front of the werewolf Olga, and swung the Gatling at the wolf's head and smashed it fiercely. Duong! A loud ringing sound came out, and the werewolf Olga screamed in agony, covering her bleeding head and rolling all over the ground. It didn't expect a human child to be this fast. Thus in its momentary carelessness, the werewolf Olga was beaten to the point of bleeding all over its head. This time, Su Mengmeng said with a small innocent face, everyone saw. Oh, it called me hit de, rain me no melon. It hit. And I had nothing to do with it? On the ground, werewolf Olga's head was bleeding. Her heart was sad and angry. I told you to fight. You're really going to fight? Are you really that easy to fool? Not far away. The other teachers were stunned. They never expected this human child really did it. Say fight. For a moment, they all sympathized a bit with Olga. The teacher who had just come up with this ploy had even retreated to the back, not showing his face. Put. Outside the teleportation door, Chenjai couldn't help but laugh. Mo was really too cute, but at the same time, she was a little worried about Su Mengmeng. Su Mengmeng actually ran into the portal and into the Ghostbusters middle school grounds. Livestream, laughing my ass off. The werewolf is so screwed up that he's asking for a munchkin to beat it up. The munchkin said, "This is the first time I've heard such a strange request, to be adorable by this munchkin. One is really daring to say and one is really daring to do." Werewolf says, "No way. Soul, are you for real? I'm just saying. And you're really going to run through a portal and whack me to death? Ha 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 ha. This is embarrassing." Seeing this scene, many people in the live broadcast audience couldn't help but laugh, showed off by this tawdry maneuverable wolf and a baby. A real daredevil. One still has the guts to fight. As for the other shenanigans, students were stunned. Their budding principal is so fierce. Say whack a werewolf and whack a werewolf. Get the fuck on me. What are you all standing there for? Tear this human child apart. The werewolf Olga was furious and let out a wolf whistle. Go. Watch out for the weapon in its hand. Take it down. Go. Dozens of ghost-weeping middle school guile teachers reacted, and one by one, they attacked Su Mengmeng. You bad silver. Beat the shit out of you. Change cannon. Su Mengmeng switches her 100 change boing boing ball form, changing from a Gatling to a bazooka. Boom, boom, boom. With amethyst chimera wings on her back and a bazooka in hand, she shells a group of trick teachers on the ground as she flies through the air. Ah, holy shit. This shell is so powerful. Everyone run. Where are the kids from? It's horrible. Get away from her. She's too cute. On the ground, a group of trick teachers were blown up, screaming and wailing. A few of the trick teachers who didn't dodge the shells were blown to dust with a single blast. There's no crumbs left. The crowd of trick teachers were horrified. The human child in front of them was too terrifying. One shot could blast one of their teachers. The other creepy teachers shivered and scurried around on the ground, dodging Su Mengmeng's shelling. Ha. Hit the bad silver. Break silver. La. Take my shot. Su Mengmeng got high and let me go completely. At the moment, she's a little crazy. *TT*/fun. Breaking silver. A bunch of losers. A human child scared like this. It's really a disgrace to our Ghostbusters middle school teachers. On the ground, the werewolf Olga stood up, his face grim, embarrassed by the flight of the other teachers. It decided to strike out on its own. It serves as the director of Ghostbusters Middle School and is the strongest trick teacher in Ghostbusters Middle School. If it hadn't been so careless just now, it wouldn't have been exploded by Su Mengmeng. After all, who would have thought that a munchkin of less than a meter would suddenly jump up and blow your head off? Ow! The werewolf Olga growled, and his sharp claws emerged, killing Su Mengmeng. You, big wolf, you still come. Eat me. Su Mengmeng followed the whale and backhanded Olga. Because of the proximity, the shells that flew out of the rocket launcher in her hand actually appeared to whistling and were extremely fast. What's going on? What kind of weapon is this? Olga blanched and ducked sideways. Boom! The shells hit the massive rocks behind it and shattered with a crash, sending debris flying. Lapis lazuli could explode. Olga's heart skipped a beat at the sight of the rock bursting. This huge rock was called green corundum, and although it was a school wigwam, its texture was extremely hard. Even if it was at full strength, it could only leave a few shallow marks on top of the green steel stone. And now, it's the human kid in front of you, who's been fucked to pieces with a single shot. At this point, Wolfman Olga truly saw the terrifying power of that bazooka. No wonder other teachers are fleeing. There's a reason for that. Su Mengmeng had no intention of letting it go, and kept blasting at Jean Wolfman Olga with her bazooka. She's a lousy shot. She can't hit 1 out of 10. It's a lucky shot, but the werewolf was so close to the munchkin that he could have shot it with his eyes closed. Boom! Blasted in the face with a cannon. The werewolf wailed. It screamed miserably and was blown away, blood bubbling from its body. But the werewolf Olga was clearly way stronger than Mr. Creepy. Under the shot, it was not even dead. You, crows and airplanes. Seeing this, Su Mengmeng's wings simply flapped, and the air erupted with a roar. In the blink of an eye, he came to the werewolf and slammed it with his bazooka. Bang! Olga was slammed into the ground, which crumbled and cracked like a spiderweb crack. Ha! Fun! Boom! Boom! In the air, Su Mengmeng had already played crazy, letting out epileptic laughter. Her smile crazy. Like a demon, she carried a bazooka and fired it indiscriminately at the ground. Olga replenished her guns. It's horrible. She's the devil. It's the devil. Hiss, is she still human? The director won't survive. The other teachers' pupils were clenched and their hearts were pounding. What exactly do they see? The human child let out a maniacal laugh, going so far as to blast their masters into oblivion. No good. She's on to us. Run. Run away. Go wake up the principal. We can't hold it. At that moment, a tricky teacher realized with horror that Munchkin revealed his little head tilted, revealing a maniacal smile, and actually stared at them. It was a smile that made their scalps tingle. Shit. Boom. 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 A shell fell on the ground and exploded. Many of the guile teachers wailed and wailed. Some were blown away. Some were blasted into slag inside the portal. Su Mengming's epileptic laughter, the wailing of the trick teachers, and the sound of shell bombardment mingled into one hiss outside the portal. The Scarlet High School shenanigans students were stunned. Their principal, too, is too epileptic. A Munchkin, shelling a bunch of creepy teachers? It was beyond their imagination and was the first time they had ever seen it. What a seizure principal! Nami Rabbit was dumbstruck and frozen. How powerful is Mr. Creepy? Just now, the three creepy teachers from Ghostly Weeping Middle School were able to abuse a group of their creepy students. And now, the budding principal, who beat the hell out of Mr. Creepy from Ghostbusters Middle School across the street. It's horrible. Right at this moment, Su Mengming's two little arms actually surfaced with violet patterns. Abnormal status. Abnormal status. Violet curse attacks. Seizure. Rational 999. Power plus 999. Agility plus 999. Speed plus 999. Endurance plus 999. Properties panel update. Player, Su Mengming, abnormal status, age, 3 years old, height, 90 centimeters, weight, 13 kilograms, power, 73 plus 999. Speed, 51 plus 999. Agility, 51 plus 999. Endurance, 41 plus 999. Violet patterns spread across Su Mengming's two small arms, looming and emitting a faintly demonic violet light under the illumination of the purple light. Su Mengming's little face became more and more obvious with madness. Her entire body was surrounded by black flames, flapping her amethyst wings and carrying a bazooka, just like a little devil king who descended into the world. Ah ha 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 ha, boom, 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 shit, shit, all give me shit, destroy, destroy them all, ah ha 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 ha. In the air, Su Mengming epileptic laughs, bombing madly at the bottom. Crazy batch of very rationality has been about to lose. Ah, headmaster, help us, headmaster. The trick teachers below were horrified and yelled, trying to wake up the sleeping principal. The human child in front of me was horrible anymore and they're going to be slaughtered now. The only way for them to live is to wake up the Ghost King principal. It's not right. What's that pattern on Mo's arm? A curse? Seeing the crazy batch of Su Mengming, Zhang Daoming frowned and took a step inside the teleportation door. Raising his head and observing Su Mengming for a few moments, he took out a talisman paper and gave Su Mengming a fortune-telling test. Buzz, Mani, Chi, Mao, Yeah, Sa, Li, Da, Ji. Zhang Daoming looked serious, pinched his finger, and recited the incantation. Soon, the talisman paper even sprang up with strange black flames, burning, showing the word, mantra, and then burned out. How did Mo get infected with such a horrible curse? Looking at the black flame, Zhang Daoming was horrified in his heart and his face changed drastically. He was casting a secret Taoist art that could roughly detect the state and destiny of the person being tested. If it is a curse, the rune paper reveals the specific name of the curse, but nowadays, his talisman paper actually failed. Not only did it emit a weird black flame, but it didn't even reveal what the name of the curse was. If it wasn't for its quick reaction, even this black flame even wanted to curse him along with it. Primordial Heavenly Father is above. What on earth is this wave from? How could it be tainted with such a terrible curse? Zhang Daoming gulped, his scalp tingling down. I'm afraid that this waif's origin is even more astonishing than he imagined. How can you live with such a horrible curse? Her dad was actually some kind of terrifying powerhouse, able to suppress the curse on Su Mengming and keep it from kicking in, and the reason why Su Mengming's curse struck this time was definitely related to the Scarlet Middle School curse. The Scarlet Middle School's curse was the trigger, pulling out the curse that had been suppressed within Su Mengming's body. That was why the terrifying curse on Su Mengming's body exploded. Livestream, crap. What's the state of the Munchkin? How so, crazy batch? The Munchkin is so upside down. It doesn't feel like she's right. What a crazy baby. Look. A pattern has appeared on her hand. What an evil pattern. It's not a curse, is it? Why do I look like I've seen this pattern before? Crap. I remember. Isn't this pattern the logo of the Underworld organization? Hiss, Hades organization. The audience was numb with shock. A few years ago, an incomparably terrifying force suddenly appeared in the blue planet, chilling every country. I am their organization. Only one member showed his face, but this member is a weapon of war. A walking nuclear bomb. The headquarters of the Sakura country, Dainichi section, was uprooted and swept away with a single sword. The head of this department and thousands of elite members of the organization all turned into flying ash. With no survivors, when it happened, the global forces went into a panic. One person can destroy a country. What a terrifying power, global horror. It was then that the forces of the globe were horrified to discover that a horrible organization existed on the blue planet. Although the members of the underworld organization had only shown their faces once, they had made countless forces horrified and shocked, and thoroughly had to remember this horrible organization. At that time, on the Thriller forum, there was even such a hot search, today's thrilling power pattern. A superpower. Hot search inside. How powerful. Referring to the national thrill forces of the 5 permanent states of the blue planet, and the 1 super, refers to the underworld organization. And now, the mask pattern representing the underworld organization had actually appeared on Su Mengmeng's arm. How is this not going to get players buzzing? How does this not make players shudder? Crap. It's the violet pattern that represents the underworld organization. She's not the daughter of the founder of the underworld organization. Is she? Fizzled terror before long. There will be a major earthquake of global power. Mom, yeah. This munchkin was so terrifying. No wonder what he casually took out were S-class props worth hundreds of millions of guileful coins. It's amazing. This munchkin comes from a horrible place. Her dad is most likely the king of the underworld organization. What kind of strength must that be? Horrible. This is a scary thing to come to. Mom asked me why I was kneeling in front of the computer watching the live broadcast. The underworld, in underworld organization, stands for EEN, and EEN corresponds to the thriller world, which means that the founder of the underworld organization claims to be the king of the thriller world. Crap. Educated people are different. So it makes sense. The truth. The audience in the live room was stunned. How in the world does the man who swallows the mountains, the man who is unmatched in the world, dare to name his organization like this? The self-proclaimed king of the thriller game. What a sense of power and vigor this is. Rumble. Rumble. Human, you seek death. Inside the Ghost Tears Middle School, a large earthquake occurred on the ground, shaking the buildings and causing the sky to roll over. An incomparably terrifying aura of bizarre gas appeared and enveloped Ghost Tears Middle School, a Guile King level existence. Feeling the fluctuation of this weird chi, Zhang Daoming's face changed drastically and his heart was horrified. This school, there is a king of trickery. Great. The principal has awakened. We are saved. Headmaster, destroy that human. On the ground, the remaining Guile teachers yelled as if they had seen hope. Rumble. The ground cracked open and a bat with a massive body scurried out of the crack, covering the sky as its wings spread. It gazed coldly at the human in front of it, its words disdainful. Human, you are given 2 choices. Submit or die. In the night sky, huge bats spread their wings and covered the sky. It is so huge that it can block the red moon, block out the sky. The aura it exuded was horrifying. The shenanigans teachers on the ground couldn't help but tremble, their eyes not daring to meet theirs. Even the bizarre students outside the teleportation portal were all softening their feet, their eyes showing panic. The trickster king. It's King Creepy. It appeared. Outside the portal, Nami Rabbit had fear in her eyes. I am the creepy world. The Creepy King was the existence that dominated the party, the existence that could ignore the rules of the thriller game and directly obliterate the players. I'm still too naive. Nami Rabbit's eyes were desperate. It had even naively thought before that their entire student body of Scarlet High School could defeat the ghost-weeping high school creepy principal. It seems like such a joke nowadays, that Creepy King was too strong. Just the aura he emitted made their hearts unable to put up any resistance. This is so appalling. It's not the same level of creature anymore. What kind of monster is this? Chen Jiayi's face changed drastically, her heart beating wildly. How could Mo possibly fight this horrible creature? Mo! Run! Run away! She ran inside the teleportation portal, looking excited and shouting at Su Mengmeng. But in the air, Su Mengmeng, who was surrounded by black flames, had a pained face. It hurts. I'm in so much pain. Daddy, where are you? The curse was still acting up, the violet pattern gradually spreading across her small face. It's hard to imagine what pain her tiny body has taken on. Noisy, insignificant human. How dare you interrupt me? Bat King Otto looked down at Chen Jiayi and coldly said, with a flap of its massive batwing, a terrifying wind blade coalesced and fell towards Chen Jiayi at extreme speed. Look out! Zhang Daoming's face changed drastically and he stepped out violently, holding Chen Jiayi to dodge. But that wind blade was horrible. Although they avoided it, the residual air currents emanating from the wind blade still swept them away. Crashing heavily into the rocks, the 2 men coughed up blood and were seriously injured. Big sister, I will protect big sister. In the air, seeing the severely injured Chen Jiayi, Su Mengmeng forced herself to endure the pain and murmured, "Kind-hearted. She thinks of others even as the curse erupts within her." Live. Many viewers were in tears. This munchkin knows too much. She's like that and still thinks of others. This munchkin knows what he's doing and it hurts. Meng Meng. Run. That's the Guile King. An existence that is hard to resist even if state-level forces come. Mo lives. Must live. Mo. Viewers couldn't help but pray in their hearts that the understanding munchkin would live, but she was facing the Guile King now. Could she really survive? Even the son of Sequence, Zhang Daoming, was severely injured by a single blow. Diminutive human. You are given one more chance to choose, submission, or death. Bat King Otto looked disdainfully out of the corner of his eye and said indifferently, "It is so powerful that it can't see through the human child in front of it at a glance." It couldn't help but make it suspicious, wanting to take in the human child in front of it and get to the bottom of her. Shit. The great monster. Dared to hurt big sister. Ahahaha. I'll beat the shit out of you. In the air, the curse had completely erupted, and Su Mengmeng was completely insane. She was holding a bazooka, and in a fit of epileptic laughter, she was bombing and firing wildly at Otto the Bat King, insane to the core. Madness without equal. Ahahaha. Shit. Boom 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 boom. In an instant, countless cannonballs were like a rainstorm, frantically exploding on Bat King Otto's body. Roar. Damn humans. Bat King Otto roared, looking shocked and angry. What the hell is this shell? It can actually make it feel some pain? It shamed him. It was the king of Guile, and it was actually a bit hurt by the tiny human. Humph. Bat King Otto's eyes flashed with red light, and countless terrifying wind blades condensed in front of him, shooting out at Su Mengmeng. The power of the wind blade was too terrifying, and as it swept through the air, it vaguely tore through a sliver of space. This is amazing. Ahahaha. Shit. Shit. Su Mengmeng carried the amethyst phantom wings on her back and was extremely fast. She kept dodging the wind blades while blasting Bat King Otto. The battle was fierce, and the Guile students and Guile teachers on the ground watched one by one, unable to stop themselves from sucking in cool air. This is appalling. A human child was able to fight back and forth with the Guile King for a while. Is she really human? Damn it! Why are you running around like a rat? Bat King Otto growled, his face furious. 3 times. The human had dodged its attacks away, leaving it fuming in its heart. The situation was supposed to be a crushing situation, and it shouldn't have been. Rats! When I catch you, let's see how you escape. Otto the Bat King sneered, with a flap of its batwing. A popping sound was emitted in the air, and its speed was extremely astonishing as it rushed towards Su Mengmeng. It changed plans. He wants to catch this little rat with his own hands and crush it with his own hands. In the air, a large and a small light shadow kept flashing and skimming through the air. They were too fast. When the trick students looked up, they only saw 2 streams of light streaking by. The scene alarmed them to no end. Ha ha, let's see you run. I got you. In the end, Bat King Otto grabbed Su Mengmeng with his right hand and choked Su Mengmeng to death, looking smug. But the next moment, the black flames that surrounded Su Mengmeng's body actually used Otto's right claw as a medium. The right claw instantly blazed, filling the room with terrifying black flames. What kind of curse is this? How can you still get on top of me? Its face changed drastically, and it made a horrified sound, immediately letting go of Su Mengmeng, and hurriedly used its entire body's bizarre chi to douse that black flame. That flame, it's horrible. If it did get infected, its inner instincts told it must die itself. How did this child contract such a horrible curse? Bat King Otto was alarmed in his mind. But if he dares to mess with me, Otto, this kid will only die. It laughed coldly and once again flapped its bat wings, preparing to kill Su Mengmeng completely. But just then, ahahaha, come on out, mushroom bomb. In the air, Su Mengmeng epileptically laughed, her face frantic as she took out 2 mushroom bombs, one in each of her left and right hands. What the hell is this again? Seeing that the child was holding something that looked like a mushroom, Otto the Bat King was momentarily alarmed. Livestream viewers, Daoming Zhang, it's a S-rank one-time attack artifact. As a sequential son of Huaxia, it knew the power of S-class disposable trick props. Once used and released, the power is comparable to a small nuclear bomb. Run! Zhang Daoming was startled. He hurriedly assisted Chenjai and with a fierce leap, he scurried into the teleportation portal. That munchkin even has a disposable S-rank trick prop in his hand. This is horrible, scared the poor man to death. Running out of the teleportation portal and back to Scarlet High School, Zhang Daoming's heart palpitated. The most powerful and terrifying of the S-class trick props, when it comes to disposable S-rank trick props. And just now, the mushroom Su Mengmeng was holding in her hand, he definitely wouldn't recognize it. It was the mushroom bomb. Shit. In the air, Su Mengmeng's eyes were maniacal as she threw her right hand. Mushroom bomb, throw it at Otto the Bat King. Mushroom 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 mushroom. Mushroom 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 mushroom. That mushroom bomb was thrown out, but it even let out a strange scream and crashed towards Otto at an extremely fast speed. What the hell? Bat King Otto's face was grim as his huge body dodged in the air, avoiding the mushroom bomb pursuit. Not sure what this stuff is though, but instinct told it not to be hit by this thing. Roar! Bat King Otto opened his mouth wide and sent out a sound wave of the hit. Mushroom bomb quickly drops down to the ground below Ghostbusters Middle School. The next moment, something that appalled it appeared. Boom! Boom! Once the mushroom bomb landed underneath Ghostbusters Middle School, an extremely terrifying explosion occurred. The power of this explosion was too strong, and the shockwave generated by the explosion swept around, enveloping dozens of miles of ghost-weeping Middle School. Ah! No! Principal saves. This scene was so crazy that the countless creepy teachers Shenzhen didn't even make a wailing sound before they disappeared under the high temperatures generated by the explosion. Immediately after a mushroom cloud rose into the air. Looking down from a high altitude, the ghost-weeping Middle School was actually razed to the ground, and all surviving life was exterminated. Seeing this scene of great extinction, the viewers in the live broadcast room all sucked in a breath of cool air. Too scared to make a sound, their brains are going down. Quiet. After a few moments of silence, the live broadcast room erupted into an astonishing murmur. Crap. Crap. The live broadcast room was all screened by the word, crouching. Nowadays, only crouching could express the shock in their hearts. How could a trick school be razed to the ground as they witnessed it? What the hell is that prop? That's horrible. It is important to realize that the creepy school covers an area equivalent to a human city. In other words, that prop is so lethal that it could level a city? The first Heavenly Father is above. What the hell did I see? Seeing that scene through the boundary of the teleportation portal, Zhang Daoming's face was horrified and he could not help but murmur. Luckily, he had just performed a secret technique to forcefully break through part of the portal's boundary and return to Scarlet High School with Chen Jiayi. Otherwise, under that bomb, there would be nothing left of them. Now, just in the aftermath of that bomb, the portal's light dimmed and the portal was on the verge of collapsing. The principal blew up the school across the street. Seeing the scene of that horrifying explosion, a group of bizarre students were all dumbstruck, as if they had seen a ghost, frozen as if they were wooden chickens. It's a sight that will surely stay with them for the rest of their lives. Having seen the power of the mushroom bomb, Bat King Otto's face changed wildly, his body and mind shaking. That thing blew up at school? The power is so strong. But soon, its face erupted in anger because its school was bombed. The school was bombed. Okay, I just don't know if something will happen to the cursed sacred flower hidden in the ground. The cursed sacred flower is its biggest secret. It is determined not to let anyone destroy it. Damned humans! You gave me. Bat King Otto looked furious and growled out, but before it could finish, its face changed drastically once again, and a cold air came from behind it. A strong life and death crisis surfaced in its mind. This is. Otto quickly turned his head, only to find another mushroom bomb making a strange noise and slamming towards its back. Ah. Shit. In the air, Su Meng, who was covered in black flames, laughed epileptically, her little face looking insane. At the moment, she was like a little crazy batch. It's too late. Damn it. In the air, Bat King Otto's face was shocked and angry as he wrapped himself in his massive bat wings. Just now, it was so focused on its own school below that it didn't even realize that the human in front of it had used the mushroom bomb again. Boom. Boom. Next moment, Bat King Otto was hit, and a big explosion occurred with it at the center, and a horrible shockwave swept around. Immediately after, a mushroom cloud rises into the sky. Roar. However, after the big explosion, Otto the Bat King didn't die after all. It flew out of the center of the explosion, badly injured. Now it had long since lost its previous disdain and exaltation. Its bat wings were tattered and torn, and it was covered in black blood. Apparently, after eating a mushroom bomb, it was also having a hard time. Human, you have completely angered me. The Bat King Otto's black light blazed out, and his eerie aura flourished. In the next moment, it actually instantly moved. It ghostly appeared in front of Su Meng, and with its huge claws, it grabbed Su Meng once again. This time, it learned the hard way, letting the claws wrap around his own guileful aura. He isolated himself from the eerie black flames. Livestreamed mom? Yeah, is this a creepy king level creepy thing? This doesn't even die. Too tenacious for this creepy creature. Oh, my god. This monster is so fierce and miserable. The Munchkin is going to be gone. Ah, she's been captured. Someone save the Munchkin. Pray the Munchkin's okay. Pray the Munchkin is okay. The viewers all looked anxious, feeling that Su Meng was going to live or die this time. Some pessimistic viewers even felt that Su Meng was dead. That's the king of creepy in the thriller world. It's the presence of weird world terror. In front of it. Who dares to say they can save Su Meng? No good. Mo is in danger. Please save her. The seriously injured Chen Jiayi's face was anxious as she grabbed Chen Daoming's sleeve. She wanted to save Su Meng so badly, but there is a hard point. One could only pin their hopes on Zhang Daoming. Hey, the poor man tries. Who called her my friend? Zhang Daoming stood up and stepped inside the teleportation portal once again, looking up at the sky and casting the seance mantra. Declare. Zhong Kuei breaks the demon. Declare. Red Lotus Third Prince, declare, Erlang Jinjuan. As he recited the incantation, Zhang Daoming's entire body was bathed in golden light. Just like a holy son of Taoism, what was even more amazing was that every time Zhang Daoming recited a divine name, an additional divine shadow appeared behind him. Help me cut down the demons. On the ground, Zhang Daoming's golden light enveloped his entire body like a deity. He used his secret Taoist technique, the seance mantra. For hundreds of years, the secret art that several generations of Longhu Mountain had failed to practice was practiced by him. The seance mantra allows you to summon the power of Taoist deities for your own use and to strengthen yourself. Poor Taoist cultivation is still too low. You can only summon 3 god rulers, and you can't borrow too much power. Zhang Daoming whispered. His eyes contained a golden light, and his words and actions contained the rhythm of the DAO.I in the live room. The audience was stunned one by one. Crap. Zhang Daoming is also too handsome. I'm not ashamed to say I'm a son of the sequence, but I actually know how to do this. I told you, Taoism is definitely about immortality, and Zhang Daoming was able to invoke the gods. Hiss. Maybe he could actually save Su Mengmeng. It will not be the most heavenly and extinct heir of Taoism for 100 years. It is indeed a cow, but it's lit. Gaia, quickly go on that munchkin. They had hope in their eyes. Maybe Zhang Daoming, who had used the secret technique, could really save Su Mengmeng? Now, they could only place that hope on Zhang Daoming. Golden light curse. A golden light flashed in Zhang Daoming's eyes and he lightly shouted. A flutter of the sleeve, thousands of talisman paper hung in the air, exploding with golden light. The sight was amazing. In the next moment, the roiling talisman paper rushed into the sky, transforming into a tight band and lassoing Bat King Otto. Roar! Bat King Otto's eyes were furious and he let out a growl. Why? Why do you guys always stop me 3 times? Damn you humans! It roared so loudly that the ground shook slightly. Go to hell! Bat King Otto condensed thousands of terrifying wind blades in front of his body. The wind blades swept towards Zhang Daoming below with a monstrous and terrifying might. 8 trigrams formation. Gone. A golden light enveloped Zhang Daoming and he once again pinched the spell and recited the incantation. Instantly, in his eyes, the ground seemed to appear as if an 8 trigrams map with a diameter of 1,000 meters had appeared. He kept changing his position, searching for the koan position within the Bagua formation. In Taoism, koan is auspicious. That wind blade was too terrifying and powerful. In just 1 minute, the koan position changed hundreds of times, and he changed his position hundreds of times. According to this rapid change of position, if it were an ordinary person, they would have already lost their stamina and collapsed to the ground in a state of weakness. However, Zhang Daoming had the blessing of the seance mantra, and all the qualities of his body as well as his physical strength had been greatly enhanced. So facing that terrifying wind blade, he was able to dodge it completely. Rat! You humans are a rat. I can't believe I'm not dead again. Bat King Otto Sang was furious, his heart harboring a fire that was about to explode. 3 times, and 3 times again, these humans dodged its attacks. As the Trickster King, it was completely disgraced. Ah ha 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 ha. Shit it. Shit. Boom boom boom. It has become a little crazy batch of Su Mengmeng. She held up a bazooka and let out a maniacal laugh as she bombarded the Trickster King in front of her in a frenzy. Oomph. I'll get you later. Batman Otto dodged the cannonballs, and Fuxing charged downwards towards the ground, wanting to finish off Zhang Daoming. The persimmon picks the soft one. In its opinion, the human child was full of ominousness that could not be solved in a moment. Might as well tackle the humans who provoked it on the ground. Good coming. Peachwood sword. Change form. Giant break. A golden light flashed in Zhang Daoming's eyes and his tongue bit. The mahogany sword in the air suddenly grew in size, turning into a 100-meter giant sword that emitted a shocking golden light, stabbing fiercely towards that Bat King Otto. At this point, it was only then that the audience in the live broadcast room was shocked to realize that the Peachwood sword in Zhang Daoming's hand was actually an A-grade morphing trick prop. I'm surprised they didn't realize it before. These viewers are guessing right, but not all of them, because this one prop of his, a one-time morphing A-grade prop, could only morph once. Once deformed, it will self-destruct. The power of an A-rank morphing trick prop blowing itself up was equivalent to the power of an S-rank blowing itself up. Yes, Zhang Daoming wanted to explode his Peachwood sword. Roar! Bat King Otto's right claw formed a fist, as big as a small hill, and fiercely faced that 100-meter giant sword. Boom! Who knew that the 100-meter giant sword was a big explosion? Flames swept all around and waves of fire rushed to the sky. Ah! Otto the Bat King screamed miserably. In the midst of the fire, in the center of the explosion, taking advantage of this effort, Zhang Daoming's feet slightly flexed, and with a fierce leap, he actually jumped up dozens of meters high and hugged Su Mengmeng. Su Mengmeng still wanted to struggle, but she was knocked on the back of her head by Zhang Daoming, making her dizzy. Clear your mind spell. He took out a piece of rune-grade tricky prop paper and recited a spell before sticking it on Su Mengmeng's head. Immediately, a large amount of green aura enveloped her. causing the black flames emerging from her body to dim and the curse to weaken a bit. Still no. This curse is too strong. It can only be barely suppressed for a while. We still have to think of a way later. Today's top priority is to escape from here. Zhang Daoming had a decision in mind. He picked up Su Mengmeng with great speed, and as soon as he jumped inside the portal, he returned to Scarlet Middle School. Hurry! You guys destroy the portal! Zhang Daoming raised his head and looked anxious as he shouted at the thousands of Gue students. The explosion of the Peachwood sword just now was definitely not enough to kill that kind of creepy king-level creature. It could only delay it for a while. As long as it waited for it to get its breath back, it would surely come after it again. Moreover, the time for the Ji Seance spell was almost over. If the Trickster King caught up with him, he definitely wouldn't be able to carry it. Everyone, hurry up and attack the portal. Make the portal collapse. To the side, Nami Rabbit knew the gravity of the situation and immediately helped to deliver the message. Charge! Everyone, don't hold back. If the principal of Ghostly High School comes, not only will these humans die, we won't be spared either. It's us together. Go! On the playground, thousands of trick students yelled. They immediately unleashed their strongest trickery, constantly attacking the portal, trying to make it collapse. Densely packed artifice attacks continued to fall on the portal. For a moment, the portal glow dimmed even more, wavering, the light threatening to go out at any moment. The attack by these thousands of students were too. Everyone, step it up. The portal is almost out. We're almost there. Hurry! Nami Rabbit yelled. Roar! Damned humans! I will kill you all. Outside the portal, Bat King Otto roared, and one of his claws actually reached inside the portal. Ah! That creepy king is about to come in. It's trying to forcefully prop open the portal and get into our school. This is too perverted, isn't it? Taking two such severe attacks and still not dying? Cut the crap and attack the portal quickly. Don't let it in. The students were terrified at the sight of a mountain-sized bat claw sticking out of the portal, shocked that the Bat King Otto was so resilient. It just took such serious blast damage, and under a moment's time, it's alive and kicking again? This trickster king, he's more tenacious than a little strong man. As soon as it was said and done, thousands of guileful students once again combined their efforts. They have cast trickery, intending to destroy the portal. Boom! Just then, however, another massive bat claw reaches into the portal again. The audience in the live room was stunned. Is this a creepy king-level creature? That's too mean. After receiving a mushroom bomb and a Peachwood sword self-detonation, you're still alive and kicking? Want revenge? Roar! Don't you dare try to stop me. Bat King Otto's two massive claws were continually propping up the portal, causing its cracks to become larger and larger. It's trying to force its way in. I have 2 teleportation crystals here. You and Mo use it quickly. Chen Jiai immediately pulled out a teleportation crystal and gave it to Su Mengmeng as well as Zhang Daoming to use. Teleportation crystal used successfully. Transmission time remaining, 59 seconds. Teleportation crystal used successfully. Transmission time remaining, 59 seconds. Soon, Zhang Daoming and also Su Mengmeng's bodies immediately floated with a faint blue light. In case that bat comes in. Wait, I'll hide with the other students and maybe we'll get out alive. But you guys are different. You and Mo have been targeted by that bat. And it's not going to stop. It's going to kill you. Zhang Daoming wanted to say something else, but Chen Jiai interrupted him and explained herself. This favor, the poor Taoist has remembered it. Zhang Daoming didn't say anything more, looked deeply at Chen Jiai and nodded alive. Many viewers were abuzz. Wow shit. Worthy of being a national female university. Chen Jiai's pattern was too big. Even letting Zhang Daoming and Manhwa use the teleportation crystal. I'll go. If I were Zhang Daoming, I might have given my body to him. Laugh it up. However, that bat is also too fucking ferocious. Right. Suffered 2 big explosions but still did not die, but also wanted to go through the portal to arrive at the Scarlet Middle School. The students, come on. Hurry up and destroy the portal. The creepy king is coming in. Not good. That big bat is coming in. Crap. It's still coming in. The audience was stunned through the screen. They were able to clearly see that the Bat King Otto had actually hardened the portal, destroyed it, and forced his way through it to enter the Scarlet Middle School. It's over. Damn it. It was just a little bit close. What a shame. On the playground, looking up at the bats that covered the sky, thousands of students' faces revealed despair and were ashen. Just now, the portal was that close to collapsing, but in that nick of time, Bat King Otto Mirror squeezed his body directly inside the portal and managed to teleport in without the isolation of the portal, without the blockage of the transparent boundary, and clearly feeling the oppression of that Guile King's aura. They realized just how terrifying this behemoth in front of them was. Thousands of students' feet were soft, and they couldn't even muster up any resistance in their hearts, so they could only look at it with bated breath. Oomph. Stupid human. Don't even think about trying to run away with this look. Bat King Otto laughed coldly, flapping his bat wings that covered the sky. looking down at the ants on the ground with a proud and lofty expression. Teleportation time remaining, 1 second. Okay, teleportation time is over, just in time. Chen Jiai breathed a sigh of relief. Although these students hadn't been able to stop the large bat from entering Scarlet High School, they had managed to buy some time for the teleportation crystal to activate completely. There's a spatial fluctuation? How dare you guys try to escape? Bat King Otto seemed to sense something and his face changed slightly. A space stone that possesses a certain amount of spatial energy? This low-grade space stone. Let's see how I can destroy it. Don't you two try to run. It let out a growl and cast a trick spell across the room. A strange fluctuation emanated from its mouth, and a momentary confinement of space occurred, actually interfering with the teleportation function of the teleportation crystal. Teleportation crystal failed to activate. Teleportation crystal failed to activate. 2 prompts appeared, and Chen Jiai's face changed drastically. Her face was ashen, and her heart revealed despair. How is this possible? That creepy creature can even interfere with the teleportation crystal. This is outrageous. All tried their best. Whether we live or die, let's leave it to God. Zhang Daoming's face was bitter, and he despaired inwardly. Creepy creatures at the level of Creepy King were simply not something human beings could resist. The cursed sacred flower is almost ripe, and it's useless to keep you students and humans around. Together, you'll turn into blood mist and become cursed blood flower as sustenance. Bat King Otto roared. His right claw formed a fist, condensing terrifying bizarre chi, and slammed his fist towards the Scarlet Middle School. Of that punch, which covered the sky and contained an extremely powerful might. Once this punch has landed, whether it was Su Mengmeng or the thousands of students on the playground, they were all bound to die without any chance of survival. Facing that huge fist, the students all turned pale and completely despaired. Seeing this scene, the live streaming viewers despaired one by one. It's just gone? Chen Jiai's face was bloodless, but just then, in the sky, a red aura actually appeared. The red aura covered an unknown distance, and when he looked up, the entire sky seemed to be dyed the color of blood. The scene was appalling. What was even more appalling was that the blood-colored sky had been deeply torn out with a 100-meter-long crack. That's a crack in space. Rip through space. Which terrifying existence is here? Bat King Otto's eyes were horrified and his heart was filled with fear. The right fist it had slammed down towards the Scarlet Middle School was violently retracted, and its expression was tense to the extreme. On the playground, those thousands of students were deeply shocked by this scene in the sky. Each and every one of them had their Gui Chi churning in their bodies, and their Gui Chi seemed to be about to come out of their bodies to greet the king. Their bodies trembled, and all of the trick students' bodies were completely soft and afraid, falling to the ground. What's that? Zhang Daoming's expression changed drastically under everyone's gaze. A woman in a purple dress stepped into the air in the middle of that crack in the blood-red sky. Seeing the overwhelmingly gorgeous silhouette in the air, all of the viewers in the live broadcast room were stunned, and their hearts set off monstrous waves. I'm going. Is that a trickster creature or a human? To be able to step into the air. That strength is too terrifying. Not only can you affect the vault of heaven, but you can also tear open spatial rifts? Crap. What kind of level of trickster thing does this have to be? That face and that body are unlike anything mortal, and that temperament is so transcendent. Oh, my God. This is so shocking. That woman is also too beautiful. That face value and that body are simply unbeatable. The audience in the live room was completely shocked. The woman who stepped into the air from the crack, her purple dress fluttering, possessed an unparalleled face, with picturesque eyebrows and a tall figure, especially that temperament. It was like an empress descending from the 9 heavens. Absolute splendor and dominance. Just through the screen, they were able to feel the incomparable aura. What the hell is this creepy creature? Or maybe it's human. And what was the purpose of her coming here? This doubt appeared in everyone's mind. Can't count. Zhang Daoming pinched his right hand, trying to calculate the origin of the woman in the sky who had stepped into the air, but he was shocked beyond belief to find his fortune-telling was out of whack. Since he was a child, it was the first time Zhang Daoming had encountered such a situation. That meant that the strength of the woman in front of her was already terrifying to the point where no one else could peek into it. Supreme Beginning Heavenly Father, is this woman a foe or a friend? Zhang Daoming could only listen to God's will. Who are you? What is the purpose of coming to my land? Bat King Otto looked incomparably nervous. Alarm bells ringing in his heart as he stared dead on at the woman coming out of the crack in the air. There were very few existences capable of tearing through spatial rifts, and none of them were prime powers in the thriller world. Even if it was, under its best efforts, it could only tear a little bit of space and interfere with spatial fluctuations. For example, the failure of Su Mengmeng and Zhang Daoming's teleportation crystals just now was its handiwork in manipulating space, but even then, it could only intervene in space for a few seconds. It simply couldn't be done to rip through space and appear somewhere else. In other words, the strength of the woman in front of it far exceeded it. This is my place. If it's all right with you, please get out of here. Seeing that the woman didn't say anything, Bat King Otto spoke again. It's kind of very humble these days. If another creature had intruded into its territory, it would have already struck out and killed the creature that had intruded into its territory, but this woman in front of me is different. Strength far exceeds it. Bat King Otto didn't dare to act rashly either, and could only fox around in the distance, uttering warnings. Who knows? That purple-skirted woman didn't say anything, but instead took out a red crystal longsword under its horrified eyes. That longsword was too terrifying, containing an extremely terrifying sword intent. Just seeing it from afar, Bat King Otto's heart was already beating wildly, his body was trembling, and a strong crisis of life and death appeared in his heart. Next moment, holding a red crystal longsword in her hand, the purple-skirted woman's eyes were cold as she raised her right hand and swung it at the Bat King Otto. Sizzle! An incomparably terrifying sword chi flew out, heading straight for Bat King Otto. Wherever the sword chi went, the void shattered, and space was actually slashed through a shallow opening, and inside was temporal turbulence. What a shot! Bat King Otto's eyes were horrified, his mind changed drastically, and his heart beat wildly. That sword was horrible. If it were to cut into it, Bat King Otto felt that he would surely die. Bat shield! Bat King Otto didn't hesitate and immediately burned his life to cast a trick technique. In an instant, a thick black aura emerged and turned into two huge bat wings to protect it in the center. This is its strongest life-saving trick. Each time it was used, it consumed its lifespan and origin bloodline. Therefore, the Bat King Otto would not use it until it was in a life and death situation. Say it slowly and then rush it. When Bat King Otto had just coalesced his bat shield, the red sword chi had already slammed into it fiercely under its eyeballs. That red sword chi actually shattered the huge bat shield with a destructive force. How? Bat King Otto couldn't help but growl out in disbelief in his heart. This woman is horrible. With just a randomly swung sword, one of its greatest life-preserving cards, the bat shield, was blown through. Escape. Must flee. Otherwise, I have no choice but to die. Bat King Otto's heart was wildly shaken, and his desire to survive was extremely strong. It spared no expense for its life and cultivation, and once again performed its trickery. Its body shifted and instantly moved to the teleportation door, and immediately drilled in, still trying to escape. In the air, the purple-skirted woman's face turned cold as she swung her sword again. A terrifying sword chi once again coalesced and appeared, carrying an extremely appalling might as it pursued towards Bat King Otto. The sword chi that the woman swung out was too fast, as if it was oblivious to time and space, and in the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of Bat King Otto. No! Otto the Bat King growled and roared out in a resigned wail. Inside the thriller world, the ranks of creepy creatures were extremely strictly divided, from low to high. They are Gue Shang, Gue Soldier, Gue Master, Gue General, Gue Ho, Gue King, Gue Emperor, Gue Emperor. There are two divisions of power, the Little King of Guile and the King of Guile Ghosts, and Bat King Otto had gone through 9 deaths and had managed to reach the realm of the Little Guile King, and had even obtained a cursed sacred flower. As long as it waited for the sacred flower to mature and it devoured it, it would be able to reach the level of Great Trickster King. Even among the many Guile Kings, they belong to the ranks of the strong. But is it going to die here today? Batman Otto was not happy about this, not willing to die here on his own. But before it had time to think more, even if it did its best to change its position and not let that sword chi directly strike itself down, but in the end, that sword chi still split one of its wings and fell to the ground. Who are you? Who the hell are you? I have nothing against you. I haven't offended a strong man like you at all. Why did you come to my place to kill me? Bat King Otto was chilled to the bone in his heart and roared in anger and horror at the purple-skirted woman outside the portal. It could be 10,000% certain that the stunningly beautiful purple-skirted woman in front of it had definitely reached the level of a Guile Emperor. Moreover, it was still in existence with extremely terrifying strength among the Guile Emperors. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to crush it so much, let it have no power to fight back at all, or slaughter it like a chicken or a cow. Next moment, after hearing the name of the woman in front of him, Bat King Otto's heart was like falling into a cold cave. His face was shocked and stunned, only to see the purple-skirted woman standing in the air with a haughty expression, condescendingly saying, "My name, the Shadow Queen. Shadow Queen. You're the Shadow Queen, aren't you, in the Shadow Realm? How did you get here?" Bat King Otto's eyes were incredulous as he roared in horror inside the large panel of the Thriller World map. It consists of 8 spooky domains, and inside each ghostly domain, there are 108 spooky cities. Each and every piece of the tricky domain had an extremely terrifying, heaven-defying existence sitting in it. That kind of existence, that was a creature at the level of the Guile Emperor. This level of creepy creatures alone is one of the 8 greatest and most terrifying existences of the Thrill World in terms of strength. His words and actions can shake the Thrill World, and Bat King Otto couldn't even scratch his head to think how he had offended a Guile Emperor. It was just the Guile King of a Guile city. How could it offend that kind of existence? Live, the audience all exploded and boiled over. Holy shit! It's the Shadow Queen! How the hell did this come to seem like a big boss from Thriller World? It's the first time I've seen it. I'm not sure if this is the right woman for the job. Did you all notice? This absolutely beautiful woman. How it seems to be which, underworld, organization's woman. The one who went to the top of the Sakura country. And with one sword, almost made the Sakura country extinguish the country. The woman wearing a mask? I didn't realize it was her. I hadn't noticed until you said it, but if you say it like that, it really seems like her. This amount of information is quite terrifying. That means that an existence at the level of the thrilling world's Guile Emperor can descend upon our blue star at will. My god. If this news were to spread out, it would definitely trigger a massive earthquake of total loss. Doesn't that mean that this woman tore through space and descended to Scarlet Middle School in order to protect Su Mengmeng? It's still a real possibility. Inside the live broadcast room, the more than 100,000 audience players who watched the live broadcast online were completely stun-numb. The arrival of the woman in the purple dress contained a billion points of information. It almost didn't burn their CPUs. If this woman was really the one from the Underworld organization, that meant that the members of the Underworld, they are all at the level of the Eerie Emperor? If this is the case, Su Mengmeng her father identity in the end who? How was he able to start an organization with such horrible members? What level of strength would her dad have reached? The message this holds is horrible. What a fine thought. Many people are afraid to think about it any further. They can't accept the fact. Please give me a reason to kill me. Why did you take a shot at me? Why on earth? In the air, Bat King Otto was puzzled. His face both horrified and aggravated, for good reason. He was suddenly killed by a Guile Emperor level existence on his doorstep. It just makes it unbelievable. Feeling wronged beyond belief. In the air, the purple-skirted woman didn't speak. Her eyes glancing at the unconscious Su Mengmeng, noticing the look. Bat King Otto's eyes widened like copper bells. Dumbfounded. Instantly understand why the Shadow Queen wants to kill it. Why it's suffered this killing. It's all because of that girl. Damn it. I never thought I'd fall for a human child. Bat King Otto laughed miserably. As if the heavens had played a big joke on it. Who would have thought that a little human girl would make the emperor of a domain appear in its territory? What is this little human girl's origin? How could it be connected to the Trickster King? But, before it could think much, it was enveloped by a terrifying sword QI. In the next moment, Bat King Otto was split in half by a sword, completely perishing. Otto the Batman. A creature at the level of a Guile King was killed by a sword slash just like this? Zhang Daoming's eyes were dull, even before he reacted. Dumbfounded. Hiss. The viewers in the live broadcast room also sucked in cool air one by one. Is this the power of the Shadow Queen? It's scary as hell. Creepy king-level creatures couldn't pose any danger in front of it, and it could kill them as if they were chopping and slicing. No good. The Shadow Queen is coming our way. Terrible. What the hell is she doing here? Jesus. Under the terrified eyes of the many Guile students, the purple-skirted woman stepped into the air and came before Su Mengmeng. You are. Looking at the stunningly beautiful woman in front of her, Chen Jiai's eyes were wary though, because she felt malice from the woman in front of her. However, Chen Jiai was still wary, fearing that Su Mengmeng would encounter danger. But who knows, that stunningly beautiful woman, however, was the one who uttered a sentence that Chen Jiai was very stunned by, completely dispelling her vigilance, only to see, she said in a clear and cold voice, I'm the young lady Su Mengmeng spoke of. Ha? Xie Chen. In her mind, countless question marks immediately surfaced, and her expression was dumbfounded. Nope, it's not so small. Unable to resist glancing at the stunning woman's rounded and plump breasts, Chen Jiai couldn't help but blurt out these two words, but realizing that she had said the wrong thing, she hurriedly covered her mouth, fearing that this stunning woman in front of her would split herself in half. After all, this ruthless person in front of him was an existence that could even split the Trickster King in half. Yet, absolutely beautiful woman. She did not say anything, glanced at the behemoth in Chen Jiai's chest, and finally glanced at Chen Jiai, meaning as if to say, right, it's true that I am not small, but compared to your behemoth, it's just a small witch. Looking at the Shadow Empress seemed a bit jealous. Zhang Daoming, who was trembling at the side, didn't dare to speak. Sure enough. Star Chow was right. No matter how pretty and well-built a woman was, she would still have an endless pursuit of body and beauty. Suddenly at this moment, he thought of the words Star Chow had idly chatted with him. Is there a way to save Mo? Chen Jiai hurried back to the topic and couldn't help but ask. The curse on Mo can't be fixed even by me. It can only be suppressed temporarily. The woman in the purple dress shook her head, her words clear and cold. How do you suppress it? Chen Jiai asked again. There are cursed sacred flowers around here. Let's see if we can suppress the curse in Mo's body under the attack of poison against poison. The woman in the purple dress thought for a moment before answering seriously. Daoming Zhang, Xie Yi Chen. Live viewers, they all thought that the woman in the purple dress would have some reliable method of suppressing the curse. The results were indeed unexpected. Fighting fire with fire? No way. Sir. You're the queen of shadows that Bat King Otto talks about. A direct line to fight poison with poison? Is this serious? Wait a moment. I'll fetch that flower. But before they had time to think more, under everyone's horrified gazes, after leaving behind these words, that purple-skirted woman flew out and went to the back of the 100-meter-high peak at the back of Ghost Weeping Middle School, splitting the mountain with her bare hands. Rumble. In the sky behind Ghostbusters Middle School, as the Shadow Empress landed a punch of the large mountain that was up to 100 meters high was actually cracked open with a hard blow, and immediately after, under the shocked gazes of the crowd, a demonic lotus flower actually emerged from the cracks in the ground. This lotus that emitted purple light was too demonic, and each lotus petals crystal clear and emitted purple light. What was even more appalling was that the lotus petals carried an extremely terrifying curse. As soon as it came out, curses emanated from all around it, even through the portal. The group of Guile students could feel the dreadfulness of the curse. It's the cursed holy flower. Zhang Daoming's pupils shrank as he recognized the flower's origin inside the thriller world. There are many strange and exotic things, and this, cursed sacred flower, was a treasure that belonged to the curse category and was extremely rare. If it is obtained by a curse-type trickster creature, eating it will increase its strength greatly. I'm afraid that the creepy king had been inside Ghostbusters Middle School before for this, cursed sacred flower? It was also at this time that some of the Guile students with particularly good eyesight actually discovered that the crystalline, cursed sacred flower, had a person inside of it. Look everyone! There seems to be a person inside the flower. Ah! It's Alita in there. I thought Phantom Alita was dead. I can't believe she's not. Alita is alive. Creepy students gasped and murmured out loud. The curse of Scarlet High School was caused by Alita. Otherwise, without the help of the curse, their group of trickster students wouldn't be able to defeat their school's teacher and principal, and they wouldn't be liberated at all. In another way, Alita is their benefactor. And a little chimera? The Shadow Empress' right hand clenched in the air and immediately separated Alita inside the cursed sacred flower. Upon closer inspection, Alita was encased in a purple crystal, her eyes tightly closed as she fell into a deep sleep. Since Alita was of the cursed sacred body physique, it was discovered by the Bat King Otto, who immediately grabbed it and threw it inside the cursed sacred flower, becoming the cursed sacred flower's sustenance. The purpose was to accelerate the maturation of the cursed sacred flower. At this moment, the cursed sacred flower sensed the danger, and its crystalline petals trembled as it immediately tried to run away. Trying to escape, trying to run? The Shadow Empress once again tightened her grip on the void, imprisoning the cursed sacred flower, and preventing it from escaping this space. The cursed sacred flower was instantly honest, and the flower that was up to several 10 meters high even became dramatically smaller, turning palm-sized. After becoming smaller, the cursed sacred flower was even more crystalline and delicate. After surrendering this flower, the Shadow Empress held the cursed sacred flower in her left hand, while her right hand vainly pulled Alita, stepping into the air and rejoining Su Mingming's side. Try and see if you can suppress the curse on Mo. The Shadow Empress touched her stuttering chin, and her slender white fingertips slightly pointed, borrowing the power of the curse contained in the cursed sacred flower, to suppress the curse on Su Mingming's body. You realize the purpose of fighting fire with fire. For a moment, under the gazes of Chen Jiai and Zhang Daoming, huge amounts of cursed power continued to gush out from the cursed sacred flower, pouring into Su Mingming's body. Not to mention, it worked. The violet pattern on Su Mingming's body was fading rapidly, gradually disappearing. Eventually the cursed sacred flower withered, turned into a point of light, and dissipated into thin air. The curse on Su Mingming's body was also finally successfully suppressed. Abnormal status lifted. Properties panel update. Player, Su Mingming, status anomaly lifted, age, 3 years old, height, 90 centimeters, weight, 13 kilograms, power, 73, speed, 51, agility, 51, endurance, 41. Shinjiai's face was delighted. It worked. Shadow Empress, it can only be said that it has been temporarily suppressed. It hasn't been completely eradicated. The curse will still erupt. She shook her head softly and couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. By the way, pretty sister, where on earth did Mo's dad go? Why hasn't he been looking for Mo? Also, who put the curse on Mo? Chen Jiai was puzzled and couldn't help but ask the question in her mind. Zhang Daoming was also puzzled in his heart, and similarly looked at the woman with a stunning face in front of him. There are so many mysteries surrounding Mo. Let's not talk about who Mo's dad is. It was the horrible curse on that body that was enough to make you think. The cursed sacred flower, which was one of the cursed sacred objects, was only able to suppress the terrifying curse on Moe.to put such a horrible curse on a 3-year-old baby. The heart of the person who put the curse can be put to death, which can be described as ruthless and cold-blooded to the extreme. It's a long story. I can't explain it for a while. The poison on Meng Meng's body can only be solved by herself. Outsiders can't intervene. Now for the rest of this month. I just want her to live a happy, cheerful life. The Shadow Empress sighed, her eyes favoring Su Meng Meng as she looked at her. Ah, the rest of the month. That means Mo will only live for a month? Learning of this news, Chen Jiai's face changed drastically and she couldn't help but cry out in shock. The player audience in the live broadcast room was also completely confused. Crap, this cute munchkin will only live for a month at most? My day. None of them could accept this fact and frantically posted pop-ups inside the live broadcast. Ah, I can't bear to see the munchkin gone like this. That's a harsh truth, isn't it? That such a cute munchkin has only a month to live, so heartbreaking. The thought of such a cute munchkin about to die is hard to think about in your heart. Mo is so pathetic. Mo has only 1 month left and her dad doesn't even stay with her. This father is too cruel. You guys just don't speculate about Biggie with your normal human minds. Maybe he left to save Mo as well. In the live broadcast room, many people condemned Su Meng Meng's father. Yes, if the curse hadn't broken out, Su Meng Meng would still be able to live for 1 or 2 more years. But the curse on her body was triggered, and the power of the curse has risen so much that she can only live for about 1 more month. The Shadow Empress couldn't help but gently shake her head. Can't this curse be lifted? You're so powerful. Don't you have a method too? Are we just going to watch Mo die? Chen Jiai's face was anxious and she couldn't help but ask after him. During these hours of time together, she had long since come to regard Meng Meng, the adorable munchkin, as her own sister, and now that she had learned this truth, how could Chen Jiai not feel anxious and anxious? I can't reveal too much else, or else Mo will surely die. There's only one way to undo the curse on her. Seeing that Chen Jiai was so concerned about Su Meng Meng, the Shadow Empress was silent for a moment before revealing this shocking piece of news. Chen Jiai's eyes were anxious. What method is it? There's only one way to unravel it? Zhang Daoming's eyes were astonished and his heart was amazed. The curse on Meng Meng's body was only able to be suppressed by virtue of the cursed sacred item, cursed sacred flower. From here, one could glimpse how powerful the curse that Su Meng Meng had been hit with was. And yet the Shadow Queen is saying that she can unravel it. That left him quite shocked. Just what is the only way to undo the Mo curse? At this moment, he was curious beyond measure. The only way to be able to undo the curse on Mo is for Mo to personally find her father. Whether or not that will work depends on this month. No one else can intervene. I'm afraid that me stepping in today is part of Papa Mo's plan, and the reason why Mo's dad left Mo was because he was trying to undo this curse. The Shadow Empress didn't hide it and spoke up about it. After hearing this, both Chen Jiai and Zhang Daoming's eyes widened in shock. Is all this an arrangement by Mo's father? Chen Jiai took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. Remembering the experience of meeting Meng Meng for the first time, it seems it's all very coincidental. For example, the first time at the screaming bus stop, that big-mouthed gentleman gave wine glass to Mo, and later provided Mo with a clue to her dad, Moonlight Diner. And while at the Moonlight restaurant, Zhang Daoming shows up and figures out that Su Meng Meng's dad came to Scarlet High School. So, another clue was provided for Mo to come to Scarlet High School, as if it was all arranged. What a fine thought. Chen Jiai already has a smart mind, and immediately corresponded the previous events one by one, and finally reasoned that Meng Meng's father's departure was really possible in order to try to undo the curse. Now it seems that Su Meng Meng's father is really racking his brains for his baby girl, laying such a big game with the purpose of unlocking the curse on Su Meng Meng. A father's love is like a mountain. Chen Jiai couldn't help but lament. So the poor Taoist is also part of Mo's father's plan. Zhang Daoming rubbed his temples and let out a bitter smile when he had told Su Meng Meng's father's fortune at the Moonlight restaurant. Zhang Daoming had wondered if the man had deliberately revealed the trail to him. That's why he was able to fortune tell that Su Meng's dad had come to Scarlet High School, and now it seems to be true. What a horrible man. A tent in a tent. This kind of big picture thinking is truly a rare find. 1 in a million. If his realm and strength were within the Taoist religion, I'm afraid he'd already be at the level of a Taoist lord. Right? Zhang Daoming lamented. In the past, within the Taoist religion, there were Taoist masters of heavenly strength who possessed terrifying and unpredictable abilities, able to lay out a plan and find a glimmer of life in a situation of certain death. The reason why Momo's father left and allowed Momo to take the initiative to find him, I'm afraid that it was to set up this scenario so that Momo could find the hope of life inside the curse of certain death. I just don't know if Mo can break the curse in the end. The live viewers were also stunned by the news. Some of those who said Mo's dad was desperate were also immediately and lightning fast punched in the face. Momo's dad left to solve Momosa's curse? Is that why he's been keeping his face hidden? Waiting for Su Meng Meng to find him on her own? And it's on the way to him that there's hope of breaking the curse of Su Meng Meng. Thinking about it almost didn't burn their CPUs. At this time, Su Meng Meng stretched her back and let out an evil dragon roar. She was a little dazed from her sleep and looked around blankly. Where is this? Where am I? How did I fall asleep? Su Meng Meng was confused. She remembered that she was fighting the big bat monster just now. Where's Batman going? Why are you here? Missy, want a hug? Su Mengmeng spotted the Shadow Queen and immediately pounced on her. Still in good spirits, the Shadow Empress smiled faintly and charmingly. Picking up Su Mengmeng, her stunningly beautiful face revealed softness as she touched Su Mengmeng's head. Seeing Su Mengmeng alive and well, Chen Jiayi was also relieved today. It's good that she's okay, but I just don't know, this month, whether Su Mengmeng could completely lift that curse. Right, that Chimera big sister told me to find Alita, and I haven't found her yet, and I'm going to that school to find Alita. Suddenly, Su Mengmeng thought of something, waved her little fist, and milked it to say that she wanted to go find Alita. That school has been bombed. On the side, Chen Jiayi cried and laughed, stating this fact. Ha! Bombed! Su Mengmeng's two watery eyes widened and her small mouth opened into an O shape, expressing her astonishment. Degree asterisk, when was that? It's a shock. For a moment, countless question marks surfaced in her tiny head. Seeing the shocked expression on her face, the live broadcast viewers were all adored by this munchkin. This is too cute. Many of the big old men in the live broadcast room had their hearts adorned one by one. Who the hell blew it up? That's abominable. I haven't even found Alita yet. Su Mengmeng's little face was furious and she waved her little fist. Apparently, after the curse broke out, she had no recollection of what had just happened at all. No memory of what had just happened. A bunch of creepy students. Who else bombed the school so aggressively? You yourself, of course. Headmaster. Found Alita. Oh, she's right there. Rabbit Nami stepped forward with an incredibly respectful expression. As she spoke, she couldn't help but glance at the Shadow Empress with her afterglow every now and then. Her eyes adoring. Mom. Yeah, is this the king of the realm? The queen of shadows? The strength is so powerful even though it's still so beautiful. She was on the verge of becoming a hardcore fan of the Shadow Queen. Yo, how come it's encased in crystal? Su Mengmeng jumped out of the Shadow Queen's embrace and walked over to the purple crystal, unable to resist looking east and west. Ka-ching! But at that moment, the crystal cracked. The little Chimera Alita opened her eyes and jumped out from inside the crystal, her eyes weak. Alita, it's so good that you're alive. Rabbit Nami immediately stepped forward to assist. I am? She just woke up and shook her head. It's like this, so-and-so. Rabbit Nami immediately told her the cause and effect, the events of the past 2 days, in the most concise words. So it is, Principal Mo? Su Mengmeng. After knowing that Su Mengmeng was also there, Alita's eyes were excited. She finally waited for Su Mengmeng. That lord had instructed her to give the letter to her daughter when she saw her. That letter, she could finally hand over. Do you recognize me? Alita. Su Mengmeng, like a curious baby, opened her big round eyes and looked up at Alita. It was the first time she'd ever met Alita. Alita knows herself? I know. That adult showed me a picture of you. The little phantom demon Alita fluttered and flapped her little wings, her eyes excitedly looking at Su Mengmeng. The lord had told her that she would be in for a rough few months, but this hijacking, he will indirectly help eliminate, and in return, the letter needs to be given to that lord's daughter. That time, in the face of that mysterious and handsome man, the little Chimera Alita listened to one froze one. Attention was attracted by the handsome human male appearance, was busy shyness. After handing her this letter, the handsome man actually disappeared. Seeing this scene of him disappearing in place, Alita was stunned. It was then that she reacted to the fact that a human could come in and out of Thrill World at will. This is amazing. Immediately afterward, something that shocked her even more happened. As the Lord had said, a great misfortune had indeed befallen her. He was sent to Scarlet High School by the headmaster of his own school, who was later thrown into the cursed sacred flower by the Bat King, Atto, and became the sustenance of the cursed sacred flower. It was only with the arrival of Su Mengmeng that she was finally rescued. Everything, as that lord had expected. The lord? Su Mengmeng was puzzled, her big watery eyes blinking, a little confused. She's too young to know what adult means. Seeing Su Mengmeng dumbfounded, the little phantom demon Alita also froze for a moment, and then understood, knowing that Su Mengmeng is too small. Do not know what that adult means. That adult. That's your dad. So she explained again. You, my daddy. Hearing the news of having a jack few daddies, Su Mengmeng's big eyes instantly lit up, her little face excited. Yeah. Seeing that the munchkin in front of her finally understood what she meant, the little Chimera Alita continued. It was your father who instructed me to give you the letter if I ever saw you. Su Mengmeng cocked her little head. Letter? What letter? Chen Jiayi and Zhang Daoming also had curious eyes. At the same time, they reconfirmed one thing. This is all really under the arrangement of Su Mengmeng's father. Su Mengmeng, her father, is playing a big game. I wonder what the contents of the letter will be. Zhang Daoming was curious in his heart. Not only them, the hundreds of thousands of audience players in the live broadcast room also exploded with curiosity about what the content of that letter from Su Mengmeng's dad was. That's right, the incident just now got fermented briefly. and a large number of viewers flooded into Su Mengmeng's live broadcast room. If Su Mengmeng and the others had gone out, they would have found that the Thriller forum had already been in an uproar and completely blown up. "This is the letter your father gave me, and now it's yours." Little phantom demon Alita took out the letter and handed it to Su Mengmeng. As soon as Su Mengmeng received the delicate purple envelope, the envelope actually emitted a purple radiant glow under the crowd's shocked gazes. After the radiant light dispersed, a magnificent and handsome man actually appeared in front of them. This man was divine. Just one glance and it was hard to forget his appearance, seemingly to be eternally imprinted in the heart, become eternal, especially his temperament, which possessed a marvelous Taoist rhythm. Although he was extremely handsome, like an exiled immortal who had stepped out of a painting, he didn't have that lofty feeling. Instead, he gave off a feeling of a neighborly big brother, both affectionate and warm. His name is Su Ning. He is Su Mengmeng's father. Wow, so handsome. Seeing the person who appeared from the letter, Chen Jiayi couldn't help but blurt out, but after she said that, she felt some regret inside, and a blush appeared on her cheeks. Ouch, shame on you. Saying those words in public, knowing her words were a bit revealing, she couldn't help but cover her mouth. There's no way around it. The man in front of me is just too lethal for women. After seeing Momo's father appear, the live broadcast audience instantly boiled over, calling out handsome. "Ah, I'm going. What a handsome man. Is this Mo's dad? His indeed is very handsome. Ah, compared with me, it is just a little bit worse. I'm on the first floor. I'm pissing yellow. So wake up. Ahahaha. This is the first guy I've ever had a crush on? What? Crap. Really handsome. Yeah, ahahaha. When a female is face controlled, there's absolutely nothing for a male to do. Especially the female audience players inside the live room, they were even more active than the male audience players, constantly uttering words of tigers and wolves that made one male player call out horror as it were. This shouldn't be a real person, but a projection. At this point, Zhang Daoming observed carefully, and after hesitating for a moment, he voiced his guess. He realized that the man appeared right in front of him without any semblance of life. That would be a projection from the letter. Well, it's a projection. The Shadow Queen nodded. Chen Jiayi's mind was clear. When Meng Meng touches that letter, it triggers the projection and delivers a message to Su Mengmeng. I have to say, Mo's dad is very sweet. Knowing that Mo is still too young to read too many words. So he used the projection method to send a message to Su Mengmeng. Su Mengmeng's dad. That's too much detail. What a spoilsport. It was also at that moment, as the crowd watched, that the magnificent man spoke. I am the Thriller Luxury Cruise Casino. I've prepared a birthday gift for you, so go get it. After getting this gift, it won't take another month for us to meet. After saying these words, that man revealed a doting smile at Su Mengmeng. Eventually, the projection faded and disappeared. The day after tomorrow is Mo's birthday? Thriller Luxury Cruise Casino, got a gift from Mo's dad? No need to meet in another month? Within the passage projected by Su Mengmeng's father, Chen Jiayi quickly grasped the key points of the three messages. Intuition told her that there seemed to be a thread connecting these three key points, but she didn't make sense of it for a moment. Her head was a little short. Thriller Luxury Cruise Casino. Hearing the name of this copy, Zhang Daoming's face changed slightly. This copy is extremely dangerous. Even he didn't dare to step into it easily. What's wrong with this copy? Is the mortality rate particularly high? Noticing Zhang Daoming's strangeness, Chen Jiayi couldn't help but ask, who knows? Zhang Daoming shook his head. The death rate is not high. However, very few people are able to come out of the copy. More than 90% of the players who enter this copy become slaves inside the cruise ship forever, unable to return to Blue Star for life. Ha? Slaves? Unable to return to the Blue Planet? Chen Jiayi's face also changed, not understanding what kind of situation this was. As far as I understand and know, every player who goes in needs to carry 1,000 Gue coins themselves. Zhang Daoming spoke again. Gambling with 1,000 Gue coins to earn 2,000 Gue coins will allow you to pass and return to the Blue Star. It's far out, isn't it? With restraint, it wouldn't be more than 90% or so who couldn't make it back to Blue Star. So that's what happened. Knowing part of the truth about the luxury cruise ship, Chen Jiayi was secretly shocked. The most evil and greedy in the world are not thrill creatures, but people. Many players of the thriller world knew that every thriller copy was incredibly dangerous inside and that they could lose their lives at any time. But why did player after player go into them one after another? The reason is simple. That is because of the profit. By successfully clearing the level in the thriller replica, you will be able to earn amazingly valuable trick coins as well as have powerful trick props. Many players only need to pass the level once and exchange the trick coins and trick props for RMB to get money that an average person would never get in a lifetime. As for the rich and powerful big shots, they even organize teams to enter the thriller world to seize the treasure time and again for the life-extending trick props. That's why Thriller World had many organizations springing up as soon as the Blue Star descended. A big reason. It's because of profit. Because of greed. I'm going to find the present daddy left me, and I'm going to the big wheel. Next to her, Su Mengmeng wailed and thought about going inside the big wheel to find the gift her dad had left for her. Yo, how did the letter change? At this time, Su Mengmeng realized that the letter in her hand had changed its appearance. The color changed from purple to gold. The border had an exquisite gold foil pattern, and 8 big words, Thriller Luxury Cruise Casino, were written in the center of the letter, and Invitation was written on the back. Principal Mo, the letter you're holding has turned into a cruise ship invitation. Nami Rabbit marveled. An invitation? Does that mean I can go to the place Daddy said I could go to with this invitation? Su Mengmeng asked in a milky voice. Right-o, but if you want to use this one invitation, you have to return to your world to use it, Nami Rabbit explained. Oh, then I'll go back to Blue Star and use it later. Su Mengmeng wailed and couldn't wait. Well, I'll leave without me. Mo, remember to come home early for dinner. The Shadow Queen wanted to cut through the void and return to the blue planet. By the way, from now on, this school of yours will be sheltered by me. And your school should also change its name. Don't call it Scarlet Middle School, just call it Mo Middle School. She seemed to have thought of something, and after speaking to Nami the rabbit, she turned away and stepped into the space rift, disappearing. Thank you, Shadow Queen. We'll change the name of the middle school later. Having received the Shadow Queen's promise, Rabbit Nami was overjoyed and gratefully thanked her continuously. Not only it, but the rest of the thousands of Guile students were also excited with their eyes and delighted in their hearts. To the Shadow Queen. The words were probably inconsequential and light, but for them, Scarlet High, it was a guarantee of being able to survive. Their high schools are the reason why they are invaded by other high schools because they are not sheltered by strong people. For example, the Ghost Weeper Middle School before was so reckless in trying to invade their school because their school didn't have the shelter of a strong person. But now with the shelter of such a powerful person, Scarlet High School would not be subjected to the invasion of other schools in the future. Long live Lord Mo! Long live Lord Mo! I love you, Mo-sama! Mo-sama, you'll be our only principal from now on. The trick students were excited and shouted hooray at Su Mengmeng. They all know in their hearts that the reason why the Shadow Queen is sheltering their middle school is because of Principal Mo. Without its words, there would be no Shadow Queen's line. At this moment, the respect and admiration that the guileful students had for Su Mengmeng got to its peak. Right at this moment, under the shocked gazes of the more than 100,000 viewers in the live broadcast room, one black panel after another kept appearing in front of Su Mengmeng's eyes. Ding! The creepy students are giving you full prestige. Ding! Unlock achievement alert. Ding! Earn the Scarlet High School Prestige Badge. Description of Prestige Badge. Those who have this badge will have their school game copy scores increased by 100%. A red glow emerged, and a red badge appeared in Su Mengmeng's hand. The badge was small and cute, 2 thumbs small, with Su Mengmeng's head engraved in the center. An achievement badge? So cute! Getting this good-looking badge. Su Mengmeng's wide-eyed excitement. Holding it in her palm and looking around. After looking at it for a while, she was content to put it inside her bare book bag, but the sound of the copy's prompt hadn't ended yet, and a black panel with a prompt for completing the hidden copy quest appeared in front of her once again. Completing the cross-copy hidden quest. Mission, go to Scarlet High School and look for the little Chimera Alita. Quest reward, S-Class treasure chest of Tricky Props X1. Su Mengmeng hadn't reacted yet, and a black panel doubled back to appear a piece again. It's the scoring panel. Congratulations on the pass. Start settling rewards. Under evaluation. Scoring ends. Sumo, rated S. Passing reward, 1,000,000 creepy coins. S-grade creepy props treasure chest X1. S-grade physical fitness treasure chest X2. Another S rating. Seeing this rating of Muva, the audience in the live broadcast room were completely shocked and dumbfounded. Su Mengmeng got her first S rating, which they felt was a surprise. Getting their second S rating, they felt it was luck. But getting a third S rating will still be an accident and a stroke of luck. No, that's strength. Then, at this point, the audience players in the live broadcast room were shocked to realize that this munchkin getting 3 consecutive S rank ratings was not a lucky wow, but really had that strength in. Especially this one. Not only did she get the Thrill World Achievement Badge, even more, he got 2 S-ranked Trick Props treasure chests and 2 S-ranked Physical Fitness treasure chests. This reward is amazing. Even if you put it into the history of the Thrillist world over these 100 years, there wouldn't be a single player who could get several S-ranked props within a single copy. The quality of Su Mengmeng's ratings as well as the rewards today can be described as unprecedented in history. Making an achievement badge. 2 S-class props treasure chests, 2 S-class physical fitness treasure chests, 3 consecutive S ratings. Every bit of this news would be enough to make other players jealous and envious if it were to reach the Thriller Forum. Wow! The poor man got an S rating. Next to him, Zhang Daoming was a little confused and his eyes were a little surprised. S rating is too hard to get. It needs to be a combination of right place, right time, and right person to get it. Even though he was a sequential son of Huaxia, the highest rating he took was only an A grade, but today, he got an S rating. Good luck. There's an S-rank prop treasure chest. Open it and see what it is without saying a word. Zhang Daoming immediately opened the S-rank treasure chest that belonged to him. You don't know until you open it. Golden Thunder Sword. Once he opened it, even the always calm Zhang Daoming couldn't help but show surprise and his eyes perked up. A nice guy. He finally has an S-class prop of his own. This long sword is 4 feet long. The mouth of the sword is sharp and unparalleled. The body of the sword is surrounded by golden lightning. The whole sword seems to be a miraculous power. Seems to have the power of the thunderbolt. The ancients once said that good fortune and misfortune follow each other. The poor Taoist lost an A-ranked Peachwood sword, but gained an S-ranked Golden Thunder sword, which is considered to be a blessing for the poor Taoist. Zhang Daoming put away his long sword. His eyes looked at Su Mengmeng. The more he looked at this little munchkin, the more he liked it. He hadn't been wrong in his previous fortune-telling. This munchkin really won him. Without Su Mengmeng, he and Chen Jiayi wouldn't be able to get the hidden quest, and if they couldn't complete the hidden quest, they definitely wouldn't be able to get an S-rank rating. But this time, with the Shadow Empress stepping in to take care of Bat King Otto and using the cursed sacred flower, it made it so that the Scarlet High School's curse was naturally lifted. He and Chen Jiayi would be passive laying down. The hidden quests are done straight away, with the completion of the hidden quest, and combining it with his previous performance. Zhang Daoming also received an S-rank evaluation. By the way, you got an S rating too? Seeing the somewhat excited Zhang Daoming, Chen Jiayi smiled and couldn't help but say. Zhang Daoming nodded. Is that your rating as well? Chen Jiayi nodded. Her delicate melon face similarly unable to hide her delight like Zhang Daoming. She also got an S-rank rating this time and also received an S-rank defense prop. West Sea Wind Chime. It's time to open the treasure chest again. I'll drive. On the side, Su Mengmeng's eyes were excited. Rubbing her little hands together and milking the treasure chest. Ding. Acquired S-rank auxiliary artifact, God of Gambler's Ring. Ding. Acquired S-rank auxiliary artifact, Goddess of Luck's Brooch. Ding. Acquired S-rank physical quality prop, Powerful Sacred Lollipop, Disposable Consumable. Ding. Acquired S-rank physical quality prop, 1 bottle of Speed Extra Sprite, Disposable Consumable, for white lights flashed. And 4 things floated in front of Su Mengmeng. The first piece was, the Gambler's Ring, a delicate metal ring, buring, all silver in color, with gold and silver grass patterns on the surface. Delicate and ancient, it floated in the air, emitting a faint fluorescent light. The efficacy of this S-rank auxiliary prop, God of Gambling's Ring, is the same as its name. Anything related to gambling, the wearer will be favored by the God of Gambling, and will have a 500% bonus to his gambling luck. The second piece is the Brooch of the Goddess of Luck, a golden glazed lotus flower pin with a colorful light emanating from its body. So beautiful that it looks like one of the world's finest works of art. This is also an S-rank auxiliary prop, and when the wearer uses it, he will be blessed by the Goddess of Luck and his luck will be increased by 300%. The efficacy of these two props is so amazing. If an ordinary person to get, with this luck, casually in the casino to win a lot of small goal, as to how much want to win, depending on the user wants to win how much. If the audience in the live broadcast room knew the specific effects of these two props, I'm afraid that they would all explode and go completely crazy. Some extreme great powers would even go to great lengths to get it. But, Thriller Live is limited, and viewers can see player ratings and rewards, but what exactly the reward is, they have no right to watch. As for the last two S-rank physical quality props, again the words are as the name suggests. Eating a powerful holy lollipop boosts the user's power. Drinking Speed Extra Sprite boosts the user's speed. What a beautiful ring and pin. I love it. Su Mengmeng looked at the two shiny props in front of her. Her big eyes excited, she reached forward with her small hand and put the God of Gambler's Ring on the middle finger of her left hand. And the God of Gambler's Ring kept getting smaller and smaller, becoming a size that fit on Mo's middle finger. Just big enough to wear in. Not too big and not too small. I'm going to wear this ring first, and I'm going to give it to Daddy when I see him. As for this pin, I'm going to give it to Jaeger to wear. Su Mengmeng smiled cheekily, and after putting on the God of Gambler's Ring, she clasped the Goddess of Luck's pin on the front of her chest. After wearing these two things, Su Mengmeng was happy. She came to Chen Jiayi with a bounce and spun around, wanting to be complimented by Chen Jiayi. Broad 2-0, super unbeatable looking. Looking at the Mangbao in front of her, who wanted to ask for praise, Chen Jiayi couldn't help but cry and laugh, and immediately praised Su Mengmeng fiercely. Su Mengmeng jumped around happily, in a good mood, a little hungry. Right. I still have lollipops and Sprite left. She rubbed her stomach and thought of the reward she had just received. So without saying a word, she just started eating. Kiki. Kiki, under the shocked gazes of the live broadcast audience, the two S-rank physical quality props, Powerful Sacred Lollipop, and Speed Extra Sprite, were resolved by Su Mengmeng. Hee, this is too good to eat. This is the best snack I've had all day. After eating, Su Mengmeng patted her small stomach with her small hand. Her face satisfied, strength plus 50 points, speed plus 50 points. Hearing this, the hundreds of thousands of viewers in the live broadcast room were a bit giddy. You know, this is an S-class physical prop. It's even rarer than an S-class prop. What kind of concept is that? The price of an S-rank physical quality prop could be sold for billions to tens of billions. And at a price. It could be said that the 250 milliliters of Sprite that Su Mengmeng finished in one gulp was equivalent to drinking tens of billions of RMB. And in the eyes of a munchkin, it just looks like a tasty snack? This munchkin's focus is a little skewed. Also, after eating it, Su Mengmeng's physical quality panel was updated. Player, Su Mengmeng, age, 3 years old, height, 90 centimeters plus 2 centimeters, weight, 13 kilograms plus 1 kilogram, strength, 73 plus 50, speed, 51 plus 50, agility, 51, endurance, 41, from the attribute panel. It could be seen that with the addition of the two S-rank physical qualities, Su Mengmeng's strength and speed had already broken through 100. This is appalling. A little munchkin with strength and speed as high as this. It could be said that if the current Su Mengmeng went to participate in the Olympic Games on the Blue Planet, the running and weightlifting championships would be taken casually. Of course, Su Mengmeng's focus wasn't on these two things, but on her height. I got taller. It's so good. Happy. Su Mengmeng bounced with excitement. The time has come for us to go back. Zhang Daoming smiled slightly and reminded Chen Jiayi and Su Mengmeng. Okay. We'll be in touch when we get back. Chen Jiayi nodded his head and gave Zhang Daoming a wink. Zhang Daoming nodded with understanding in his heart. He understood the meaning of Chen Jiayi's wink. It was to see if there was a way to get an invitation to the thrilling luxury cruise casino. Aha! I'm ready to go back too. I've had a lot of fun these past 2 days. Bye-bye, big sister and brother. Goodbye, Ms. Nami Rabbit. Goodbye, students. Su Mengmeng waved her small hand at Chen Jiayi and Zhang Daoming, and waved goodbye to Rabbit Nami and the thousands of trick students behind her, preparing to leave. Why did the principal leave so quickly? Stay and play with us again. Goodbye, principal. We'll miss you. See you later. Headmaster, have a good trip and remember to come back and visit us. Under the reluctant gaze of the crowd of trick students, Su Mengmeng turned into a white light and disappeared back to the Blue Star. Inside the old castle room, a large bed full of dolls, a white light flashed. Holding a piggy doll, Su Mengmeng appeared. I'm back again. After she wailed a sentence, she immediately took out the thrilling luxury cruise casino invitation while using it. Successful use. Time remaining to enter the thriller luxury cruise casino, 5 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. An hour ago, Cherry Blossom Country, Put, Fukuda Club, Judo Club. The bald old man's face was ashen, and a mouthful of old blood sprayed out. Dead. Actually all dead. The entire army was wiped out. 3 group leaders and dozens of elite members didn't even survive. It's all because of that disaster. It's that calamity's fault. Lord Emperor, are you going to destroy the Fukuda organization? Seeing the deaths of all the members inside the broadcast room, Yamaguchi Benmei was so angry that he had vomited blood and his face was filled with grief. He still felt that it wasn't he who had single-handedly pushed the Fukuda organization into the abyss, but that it was all Su Mengmeng's fault. Think Su Mengmeng is a calamity. How could their organization have suffered so badly without him? Within just a few days, 14 leaders and dozens of the organization's most elite team members were all dead, with no one surviving. Without these core forces in place, and after the news of all the core members being killed in action spread out and festered, I'm afraid that within a few weeks, his organization would eventually face disintegration and cease to exist. What else is there to do now? What in the world should we do? How can I get my revenge? Already overwhelmed by hatred and anger, Yamaguchi Benmei's eyes went crazy as his mind pondered on a plan he could retaliate with. But soon, he was in the live broadcast and saw watching Su Mengmeng piss off a Guile King level existence. Ha. Dare to mess with the Guile King. Die calamity. Yamaguchi Benmei cursed, itching for Bat King Otto to kill Su Mengmeng, but soon after, upon seeing the Shadow Empress appear, heaven and earth changed, and Yamaguchi Benmei was stunned. Who was this woman and how could she still shock the Guile King? What level of shenanigans is she on? Soon, under Yamaguchi Benmei's horrified gaze, the woman actually destroyed the Guile King with a few swords. The scene stunned him, and then, after learning that the woman with the terrifying strength was someone from the Underworld organization, and that she was even the young lady that Su Mengmeng had spoken of, Yamaguchi Benmei's desire for vengeance was instantly cut off. How could he possibly get revenge on a woman with such terrifying strength? Don't let him say it's the #1 civil thrillers organization in Sakura country. Even the National Thrillers organization in Sakura country is afraid of that woman AH.AT that time. The woman had descended over their island nation, and with a mere slash of her sword, she had made the headquarters of their country's thriller organization disappear from the map. Of this sword had left the National Thrill organization of the Sakura country languishing and had not recovered to this day. An organization that can't even do anything about its own country. How can he fight against a civil organization? But, after learning this fact, Yamaguchi Benmei depressedly spat out blood again. His face paled a few points again, becoming extremely weak. Right, the Pentecostal. There's still the world's Pentecostal existence. Yuji. Suddenly, Yamaguchi Benmei seemed to think of something and his face went crazy. He pinned his hopes on the 5 permanent countries, hoping that the 5 permanent countries would step in and uproot the underworld organization. That way, he'll have a chance to get his revenge. Yamaguchi Benmei's mouth said 5 permanent, refers to the 5 most powerful countries of the National Thriller Organization Department. And these 5 countries are China, the Hairy Bear country, the Fart country, the Big Sound country, the Beautiful country. The organization, Hades, was purged. After Yamaguchi Benmei made a good plan inside. He immediately used funds and manpower to start smearing the underworld organization all over the internet thriller forum. Today's forum was exceptionally hot. Hot searches about Munchkins kept appearing, completely taking over the entire forum. No one expected that the Munchkin would get another S rating. Not only that, but a lot of news about the Munchkins keeps surfacing. The hot search is even more constant. For example, just Su Mengmeng's Shadow Queen. Another example is who Su Mengmeng's dad really is. As well as curious about what those S-rank props Su Mengmeng got worth. The players who learned these news about Su Mengmeng were completely shocked, and countless discussions appeared below the hot search. No way, no way. It turns out that Munchkin's father is most likely the founder of the organization Hades? This news is really too unbelievable. Laughing my ass off. The Fukuda Club's people have actually been wiped out. Those 3 group leaders and dozens of elites have actually all died. It's really a great joy. But there's one thing to be said for the Shadow Queen. She's truly beautiful in pink. The revelation this time is too heavy. The organization of the underworld has reappeared. I'm afraid that even the Pentecostals can't sit still. Some people haven't even seen an S-rank prop. But now a 3-year-old Munchkin is wearing several S-rank props. It's just too heaven-defying. Inside the comments section, countless players and forces were shocked. Some players were shocked at where Su Mengmeng came from. Some players shamed the Fortuna Club as being a jumped-up bunch. Many more players are keeping an eye out for moves from other major powers. After all, the emergence of the Pluto as an organization would have a major impact on Bluestar. The Shadow Empress was able to decimate creatures at the level of the Guile King simply by being a single person. What was even more shocking was that she could freely enter and exit the Blue Planet. This news was so shocking that it would definitely make many great powers feel threatened and uneasy indeed. As many players had predicted, the re-emergence of the Undertaker organization and the appearance of the Shadow Queen immediately made many national-level thrash organizations jittery. A meeting was held overnight, prepare solutions overnight. And the preparation of responses. The battle power displayed by the Shadow Empress was simply too terrifying, makes them have to be on their guard. It's not at all clear whether it's friend or foe. And it was on this day that the Thriller forum suddenly flooded with many words bashing the Undertaker organization. Post a threatening comment from the Shadow Queen. Inside these remarks, the Hades organization was considered a scourge. As if it were a nuclear bomb that would explode at any time. Left alone, it poses a great danger to the security of the world, especially the Shadow Empress. That was a huge threat. These statements suggest that the Shadow Queen is not human and should be destroyed. Humans and thrashers can't coexist. These statements were so incendiary that they immediately compelled a number of players to join in. But there are some players who find these statements wrong. Those statements were so incendiary, as if they were meant for the Black Sticks organization. Simply no-brainer rhetoric, obviously trying to bring the Hades organization to the opposite side of the human race, bringing the Shadow Queen against humanity. That would be very ill-intentioned. It was clear that in reality, the Hades organization and the Shadow Queen had never posed much of a threat to humanity at all. However, these statements label the Hades organization and the Shadow Queen as dangerous and instill a sense of fear in humans, trying to subconsciously change people's perceptions of the Shadow Queen and the Undertaker organization. There are even some statements that are very extreme, thinking that Su Mengmeng was a scourge. She must be a deviant. Otherwise, how could she have gotten several S-grade ratings? Directly labeling Su Mengmeng as not a human being. Inside some neighborhood, sweet crap. Someone actually dared to hack Su Mengmeng, taking the Munchkins out of the picture? When Star Chow learned of this news, he was immediately enraged. He took advantage of the few days he had to expand the power of the Munchkins. The number of hardcore fans inside the Moe's group has gone up to more than 100,000 people. Now, get ready to start the counterattack. During these 2 or 3 days, Star Chow was not idle. He thought of himself as the deputy head of the Moe's group, but he was running the organization well. After his systematic and rigorous certification, he has absorbed a total of 103,800 hardcore fans. These 100,000 members are the centerpieces of the Moments. Not only that, but there are more than 200,000 additional peripheral members waiting to be tested and validated by the organization. Nowadays, the number of members of the Meng Group organization can be said to be amazingly high, up to several 100,000 people. It's already a behemoth. The entirety of the organization is full of thrill players, and all of that combat power combined is enough to go to war with a country. Looking at the active group members inside the group, Star Chow also sucked in a breath of cool air, feeling alarmed by the organization in front of him. How dare you blacken the Underworld King organization and blacken Mo and Black Shadow Queen? This is obviously someone deliberately inciting public opinion and bringing up the tempo, wanting to bring Mo to the opposite side of humanity. With ill intentions and bad intentions, Star Chow narrowed his eyes. As a certified hacker, it was a simple matter of picking up the internet user's vest and residential address, personal information and IP location. He just peeled off dozens of black Meng netizens and found that the IP addresses of these people nearly came from the same place. That is the Cherry Blossom country. Though the behind-the-scenes host was smart enough to set his IP address to roaming mode, trying to confuse the others and look like he was from all over the country, but the actual source of the signal is still in the Sakura country. Holy shit! Labor thought who was manipulating public opinion, but it turns out it's someone from Sakura Nation who's hacking our Mo? Hacking the Underworld organization? How dare a tiny islander be so wantonly rampant? Seeing that the black hand behind the scenes came from the little kid, Star Chow couldn't help it even more. The hatred in his bloodline awakened, and he couldn't hold back his anger even more. Keys come. Without saying a word, he immediately called on the 100,000 fans of the Mo's group and began to make a push. There is a particularly bullish group of people in China who are able to dislike the sky and the earth, dislike the air, dislike the 18 generations of their ancestors, and dislike their mother as a radius. That's right, they are the keyboard warriors of China. Star Chow informed each of the 10 groups, each with 10,000 members, of the details of what had happened. When these members learned of this, each one of them couldn't help but be filled with righteous indignation and fire, angry for Mo. Patriotic episodes are high. One member after another kept taking a stand in the group. Fuck the damn brats. No way, no way. In the global realm, there's actually someone who dares to bring a rhythm to blacken our headmaster Meng. Guys, I'm going to go ahead and spray. Keyboard attached. Keys come. Spray those brats. I'll spray them first. 100,000 warriors of the Moomin regiment. Let's see your power. Everybody high. Go. Immediately after they took a stand in the group, they ran to the Thriller forum to hack most threads that were frantically attacked. Their comments are centered on their ancestors and the radius of their mom, and they constantly greet the black people who are bringing up the tempo. For a moment, those black people from Sakura Nation exploded. When have they ever been greeted like this? It's simply unacceptable. These words are so vicious to greet them directly and befuddle them without saying a word. They immediately chose to fight back and curse back, but Huaxia was full of Zwan maniacs. And these counterattacks of theirs were the equivalent of scratching an itch for the Zwan maniacs. It doesn't hurt at all. The more they resisted, the more excited the Zwan maniacs became. Ha ha ha. Listen. There's a dog barking. No. You call that cursing? It seems that they still know very little about our Chinese language and need to comprehend it more deeply. Oh, the more you guys fight back, the more excited we get. Seeing that group of black people resisting, the 100,000 troops of the Meng regiment became even more excited. As if they were a beautiful woman seen by a hungry wolf. As veteran keyboard warriors, they hit the keyboard extremely fast, almost one reply a second, with extremely fast hands, holding on for no more than a few minutes. A lot of Sakura Nation's black people had already been made to break their defenses, and even quite a few of them had been scolded and cried. Have they ever been subjected to such abuse? It really is as bad as it gets. The army of the Meng group is very powerful, almost more than half an hour. The black people with public opinion of the rhythm of the post is reduced by a large part, and of course, there are some Sakura Nation black people who are extremely mentally strong and can still take the Zwan quotes. For these tenacious blacks, Star Chow, who was the deputy head of the group, thought of another solution. That would be a human search. Since the black people of Sakura Nation were no longer inappropriate, there was no need for him to care about underhanded tactics or consider any consequences. Imagine the aftermath consequences that the hacks would consider when they're messing around with the internet and putting Mo on the wrong side of the human race. Don't they know that once the rhythm is successfully brought, Mo will become the public enemy of the entire planet and will become the object of hostility of all humans? Su Meng is still alive? This kind of rhythmic behavior of theirs was simply not going to give Mo a chance to live. Once the organization, Underworld, was hostile and, Shadow Empress, was targeted by the national thriller departments of each country, Mo became a public enemy of the world. Let's not even talk about whether or not mankind can win the war that the globe will be facing. So these black people who bring the rhythm, and the mastermind behind the scene that is really a death of 1,000 cuts, their hearts can be put to death against these black people. Even if Star Chow uses any means, It's normal. Finally found something on you still recalcitrant blacks. So it's all a bunch of gnawing second generation. A bunch of idle do-nothing social punks. After casually checking the information of these few people, Starchow raised an eyebrow and hemmed and hawed. As a certified hacker. It's simple and easy to try to humanize a random person on the internet. Even the news of humanizing a group of people was more of a click of the mouse for a top hacker like him. Starchow sent all of these people's information to the group, letting the organizational members of the Meng group play freely. This wave of maneuvering is undoubtedly a king bomb for those black people who are still stubbornly resisting. They were still on the line and were actually horrified to find their true information exposed. How did private information about me get leaked? This is horrible. There are very powerful hackers in China who are hacking into our firewalls and stealing our private messages. Geez, why is it all my private information? This is terrible. As a sailor, it's the one thing that scares me the most. They have done many incidents of bottomless and unethical bandwagoning that have offended many bigwigs and socialites. The only reason they still have the guts to do this is because they rely on the fact that their identifying information has never been publicized and their identifying information is well hidden by themselves. By virtue of having the protection of the internet mask. That's why they dare to speak so recklessly and dare to be so arrogant and rampant and dare to carry the tempo so bottomlessly. But once private information is released, that's all different. They will face hostility from many bigwigs and socialites and will receive countless letters from lawyers, while there are many people who look down on attorney warnings. The utility of an attorney's letter once it is in effect, then what will face them is either a huge fine or years or even decades of jail time. This group of still recalcitrant black people are afraid, thoroughly scared. Without saying a word, they rush to delete the previous comments that brought up the tempo and rush to delete the post, delete video. And not only that, it's even logged off the account. This time, the Munchkins won big. Although the tempo was all brought back, and the blacks were made afraid, but the mastermind behind the scenes hasn't been uncovered yet. Now, this is the time for my solo performance show. It's time for my showtime. In the room, Starchow stroked his chin, his eyes pondering who the mastermind behind this one was. Soon, the conclusion quickly came to him inside his head. Most of the odds are that it's someone from the Fountain Club, because inside the two thriller copies, they lost too much. That one leader will surely be furious and doggedly use underhanded tactics. The leader of the Fukuda Thrill Club turns out to be Benmei Yamaguchi. You old Biden. Just let me check you out and see if you got it or not. Starchow clicked the mouse and struck the keyboard, continuously invading Yamaguchi Hanmei's personal network information profile. Soon, he got the news he wanted. The person behind the scenes, surprisingly, was really this old Biden. So it's really you. Let's see how I'm going to screw you and make you lose your reputation. He. Starchow grinned. Starchow's plan was actually very simple. That would be to expose the ugly and evil things that Yamaguchi Benmei had done, followed by having the 100,000 strong army of the Meng group go on a wild internet bandwagon to force this old Biden to his death. Let the old man lose his reputation, preferably so depressed that he cuts his own throat. Don't the little devils love to cut their own throats? Starchow chose to fulfill him, since he first used underhanded tactics, using hundreds of millions of RMBs worth of water force power to carry the tempo around the globe, trying to drive Mo to his death. Then Starchow is no longer human. Let this old Biden also try to be taken to task by others, try to be hacked and cyberstormed by others. If you don't check this old Biden's personal information, you'll be surprised. So this old man is playing with such flowers, both men and women? It's really an island characteristic. The 4 team leaders actually have that kind of unsavory relationship with him, and also likes to record videos? How disgusting. Starchow hacked into Benmei Yamaguchi's netbook. After watching these webcam videos, even he, a pervert, felt perverted. He's perverted. He's a pervert in a normal sexual relationship. The perversion of Yamaguchi's real name is a perversion that transcends gender and species. Not only is it unisex, but he likes to come with his adopted pet sow? That's disgusting. Starchow looked so disgusted that he felt that this old man was too perverted. You say you like interspecies love, even if you do, but you also fucking love making videos? That's a sickening level of perversion. It turns out that there are still so many unseemly things that have been done. You have private dealings with the thriller department of the beautiful country, and you're stealing and selling information from your own country? Wouldn't that be treason if it was in the Sakura country? The guys are still cheating on their taxes. Kinda old and strong, and still harboring so many girls outside? TSK. The more he checked this Yamaguchi Benmei's information, the more Starchow looked at it. If you are a human being, you are bound to be tainted. You are bound to have scandals, but he didn't expect the guy to be so sick. Once you check, there's a whole lot of black spots and dirt. The information was hidden so secretly that if he wasn't a hacker, it would be easy to look up a person's personal information, even if the police did. Besides, the police wouldn't check a powerful individual's information for no reason. The evidence and video collection is almost done. It's time for the members of the Mo's crew to take the stage again. Starchow packaged all of Benmei Yamaguchi's evidence and black spots in a folder and eventually sent it inside 10 groups. The 100,000 000 members of the Munchkins opened their folders and were stunned one by one when they saw the blown-up evidence and videos. After each one of them exclaimed crap, they immediately followed Star Chow's instructions and began to publish these stains and evidence of Yamaguchi Hanmei's crimes across the internet. The power of 100,000 people was an extremely powerful force, and in less than half an hour's time, Yamaguchi Hanmei's dirt and evidence immediately swept through all the internet platforms around the world. When the other netizens saw it, each one of them exploded, saying that their 3 views almost didn't crack. Boiling hilarious. The other side, inside the Fountain Club. The president is not good. It's not good. A member of the Fukuda Club staff hurriedly detached himself from the door of the judo room to report the incident to Yamaguchi Hanmei. After learning of these things, Yamaguchi Benmei's face changed drastically, and he was utterly confused. Bakayalu, how did my personal information get leaked? What the hell is going on here? Who did this? He was completely flustered and at a loss for words. People who are powerful and older will especially value their face. As president of the Fukuda Club, Banaki Yamaguchi is no exception. He travels a lot, and he's very proud of himself. When he did his dirty work, he thought he'd handled it cleanly and left no trace, but as a result, I didn't expect that now his black material would actually be turned upside down by people. Not only have they all been dug up, but they've all been exposed. The consequences of this are too serious. It was so serious that he couldn't afford it. All that bisexuality, all that man-pig ugliness, and that's just on a personal moral level. Most importantly, he broke the law. He runs a company that cheats on taxes, and if his own country's tax department catches up with him, he'll be facing decades in prison. That's even. He peddled his country's thrill players to the beautiful country and leaked his country's secrets. It's more like committing treason, and that's not to mention the fact that he's been falsely accused of endangering other entrepreneurs, fighting against the power of other organizations, and secretly involved in many cases of human life. These 2 cases alone were enough to kill him and hide him. He is now, so to speak, in a state of disrepute. There was no room for him in either place. After all this news broke, the reputation of Benmei Yamaguchi is now stinking. Stinking internationally. Yamaguchi Benmei was lost in thought and opened the Thriller forum. As soon as I opened the Spirit forum, the first item on the hot search actually had something about him. The bottom of the hot search is even more cursed and verbally abusive. Haha, laugh me to death. I didn't realize that the president of the Fukuda Club would actually do these underhanded things. Worthy of the island's traditional culture. Is really fucking messy. This Yamaguchi Benmei old piker was shot by his own country. I also feel justified. And leaked his own country's secrets to the enemy country. And tax evasion and leakage of so many billions of dollars. He does not go to hell who goes to hell. After watching those videos I'm also really knowledgeable. This guy fierce actually can put down so many heinous crimes. Each one can be sentenced to death. 66. The people of the Sakura country really do things without any bottom line at all. I am already thoroughly fed up and disgusted with this nation. It's really 6. It turns out that the person behind the attack on Momo 3 times before was actually this one old piker. And the public opinion and netstorms not too long ago were actually planned by this person behind the scenes as well? This person really has an evil mind. Damn it. The players inside the Thriller forum came from all over the world. And the comments they made were all taunts and tirades against Yamaguchi Hanmei, and now his reputation can be said to stink globally. Not only that, but Benmei Yamaguchi's phone was ringing off the hook. Many companies with which he had business dealings all cut off their cooperation with his company and offered to unilaterally terminate their contracts. Even Benmei Yamaguchi had even received an official search warrant. In 2 hours, there will be members of the Sakura State Department's investigation team to verify and investigate their organization and his personal actions. Nope, thoroughly none. Lord Emperor, are you trying to drive out all the people? Yamaguchi Benmei wailed, despair showing in his eyes. Now he had no chance of even flipping. Not only that, but not even a chance to live. Now his company's business has suffered an unprecedented blow, and he fears it will go bankrupt and face seizure in a month or so. His State Department treated him like a priority criminal and straight away said they were sending investigative members over to investigate him. Inside the globe, various forces have turned against him in disgust. He can't defect to any organization after being exposed to those black materials by Star Chow. And under the constant rhythm of the 100,000 members of the Meng group, Yamaguchi Benmei is now dissipating both his monetary reputation and fame. All gone. There was only one way left for him to go, and that was the way of death. Stab. Yamaguchi Benmei took out a long knife from inside his pocket and cut himself. Just that cut. He opened a large gash in his stomach, and blood continued to pour out like a spring, staining his white judo uniform red. With a thud, Yamaguchi Hanmei fell to the ground, completely dead. President, what's wrong with you? Chairman. This one member of the Fukuda organization turned pale, panicked, and rushed to call an ambulance, but it was too late. Everything is as expected by Star Chow. This Yamaguchi Benmei really cut his own throat. In less than an hour's time, The news of Banaki Yamaguchi's death reappeared on various social media outlets around the world. The Fukuda Club is an organization that is not too small, not too big, but it has some notoriety in the tiny island-populated area. It is, after all, the island's #1 civilian folk thriller organization. So naturally, his death was heavy news. Thriller forum. Crap. He actually cut his own throat and died so quickly? My god. Doesn't this rather confirm that all those rumors of news are true? It is normal to commit harakiri. Yamaguchi Benmei committed treason. His kind of character. Other national forces cannot accommodate him. The company has evaded taxes and tax evasion, and the assets have suffered a freeze. What else can be done? Can only die. Hiss, why does it feel like the world is a stage hayride? With all the big things happening lately one after another, I'm kind of overwhelmed. It's good to die. It's good to die. If such a person with a rotten character kills himself, then shall we not applaud and clap our hands? Many of the players couldn't help but raise their voices when they learned that Yamaguchi Hanmei had cut his own throat. None of them felt sorrow or sympathy for his death. A scourge like this one is better off dead, especially the netizens of China. It was a hoot and a holler, and they couldn't wait to beat the drums inside the thriller forum. Ha ha ha, no way no way. It's really just my guess. Did this old Biden really just commit harakiri? Worthy of being an islander, this traditional custom is well inherited. Inside the room, informed of Yamaguchi Benmei's suicide, Star Chow took a sip of his happy fat house water, his eyes astonished. Lately, he's had a lot of luck. Guess what hit the spot? And inside the 10 organized member groups of the Munchkins, the members were shouting and celebrating this victory. This time their offense is complete. Not only did it succeed in curbing the hacks who brought the rhetoric and let the masterminds behind it get what they deserve. What is this if not a complete victory? I heard from Chen Jiayi that Meng Meng is going on that what's-his-name thriller luxury casino cruise recently. Why is the name of this copy so awkward? Can't it be simpler? Forget it. That's not even the point. The point is that I'm going to go to this replica as well. I'm going to go on an adventure with Head Mo. Staying home is so boring. Star Chow stretched his back, his eyes a little excited. In a lifetime, a thriller player has to go to a thriller copy at least 3 times. Then they won't be randomly teleported inside a thriller copy again in the future. I've gone in twice before with Mo to get a copy of Thriller. Now it's just a matter of one last time. The power of the army has allowed the members of the organization to successfully pluck 2 invitations for me. Taking out a golden invitation. Star Chow immediately chose to use it without saying a word. Successful use. Time remaining to enter the Thriller Luxury Cruise Casino, 6 minutes. 59 seconds. 6 minutes to go? I should be able to make it in time. I should be able to enter inside the thriller world in the same wave as Mo. That's right. I have to call Zhang Daoming as well before I can do that. That guy's battle power can be quite a dick. I can't do it without calling him. I wonder if he's received that thrilling invitation from me yet. Still need to warn him quickly. Star Chow stroked his chin and immediately made a call to Zhang Daoming. In total, the members of the Mo's crew plucked 2 invitations to the Thriller Luxury Casino Cruise. Point 1 he used himself, the other he used Dongfeng Express and sent it to Zhang Daoming's address. Soon, the call was answered. Star Chow. Hey, Xiaoming, did you get my delivery? Zhang Daoming, that delivery was yours? Star Chow. Yeah, it's the Thrilling Luxury Casino Cruise invitation. Don't talk too much nonsense. Use it quickly. Later on, go into the casino with Meng Meng to play. Get rich together. Punch. Zhang Daoming, I'm so tired lately. I want to take a break. I've entered the thriller copy for 2 days in a row these past few days. Star Chow, use it quickly. If you get in this time, I'll introduce my nationally recognized cousin to you. Absolutely good looking. Absolutely great body. Even compared to Chen Jiayi. Zhang Daoming, you think poor Taoist is that kind of person, right? Star Chow, JPG. Without saying a word, he sent Zhang Daoming 3 portraits of his cousin. Inside these 3 photos, there is a lively and lovely girl. She is wearing a secondary Yuan cosplay costume. Her body is extremely hot. Her face is exquisite and lovely. Eye-catching. Zhang Daoming, is she really single? Star Chow, really single. Zhang Daoming, good. Your cousin is destined to be with the poor Taoist. I've already used the invitation. Time left to enter the Thriller Luxury Cruise Casino, 3 seconds. My cousin is related to him? Star Chow's eyes widened. No. Why does he seem to have lost so much money on this wave? He had wanted a picture of his cousin to attract a wave of Zhang Daoming thriller world to help him protect a law, but I didn't expect. He seems to have hitched himself to his cousin? 3, 2, 1. Countdown begins. Teleporting into a thrilling casino cruise. What do you mean my cousin is destined for you? You couldn't have been fortune-telling something, could you? Wait. Explain it to me clearly. But before Star Chow could finish speaking, he turns into a white light and teleports into Thriller World. Point 3 red moons hang high a black sea. The sea was black as ink and the waves were rough. On the surface of the sea, A huge thrilling cruise ship traveled like a steel beast even though the waters were rough. The thrill cruiser traveled through the sea in all directions. Steady as an old dog at this point. The camera pulls in from far to near as one white light after another continues to appear on the deck of the thrill cruise. It's a group of human players. Here it is. Here it is. I wonder what Daddy will have in store for me. Looking forward to it, yeah. A cute munchkin waved his little hands. His little face excited and milky. How come it doesn't seem to be the ground here? It looks like it's at sea. I seem to be on a big boat. Su Mengmeng tilted her little head, surveying the surroundings like a curious baby, and that's when it happened. A black panel appeared on her face that only she could see. A few lines emerged from the black panel, entering the casino grounds. Special occasion activation. God of Gamblers Ring unleashed. Gambling luck increased by 500%. Current luck, 900%. Luck of the 9.0.0? Looking at the black panel in front of her, Su Mengmeng froze. She knew what luck meant, not sure what 900% luck means though, because Su Mengmeng only knows 110. But 900 was beyond the concept she recognized. But if another player knew that she had a 900% luck value, absolutely stunned. What kind of gambling luck is this? Mustn't gamble the casino out of existence? And the reason why Su Mengmeng had a 900% luck bonus, the first one was because it was in a casino. So it inspired a 500% luck bonus from the Gambler's Ring. The Lady Luck pin ignores any occasion and provides another 300% luck bonus, and Su Mengmeng's luck was very good today. It seemed that she was favored by someone and got another 100% luck bonus. So the total luck reaches a dizzying addition of 900%. And that's when it happened. White light flashed next to Su Mengmeng, and one human player after another appeared. As soon as one of the fat men appeared, he immediately asked furiously towards a young man in a Taoist priest costume. Little Ning, get it straight for me. What do you mean my cousin is related to you? No, my cousin looks like a national beauty. Big breasts, thin waist, chopstick legs. How come she's destined to be with you? Star Chow repented regret using the colorful seduction trick and seemingly ending up hitching your cousin? The poor Taoist calculated that your sister does have a destiny with me. Or a positive destiny. My parents at home pushed me urgently. I didn't expect you to help me in the end. And finally let me find my own rightful destiny. You are a good person. Zhang Daoming patted Star Chow's shoulder. His face emotional. As Star Chow sent him those pictures, he did some calculations in passing. It turns out that Star Chow's cousin is actually related to him, and it's still a destined marriage. Crap. Star Chow couldn't cry. Mom. Yeah, he's really being a red herring for once? What can be done now that it's happened? Just have to accept it. Although Zhang Daoming was a bit stuffy and usually didn't talk much, his status and earning power, that was also considered to be the top generation among the young. Identity is the son of the sequence. Get a prop inside Thriller World and turn around and sell it for millions more, much better than some rich kids. In the end, he could only accept this fact. Something's not right. Why are my mood swings so big? It's true that just like what the previous frightening information said, once you come to this place, the emotions and desires in your heart will be infinitely amplified. Realizing that he was different, Star Chow hurriedly became vigilant. Normally, he would never have grabbed Zhang Daoming by the collar just now and been so aggressive. Is this still him? That's definitely not it. Let's not talk about not being able to beat Zhang Daoming. That doesn't really fit with his character either. This is all, indeed, the work of the thrill cruise. There really is something odd about this place. Beside him, Zhang Daoming's brows were also furrowed, and he immediately used the Taoist technique of clearing the mind to clear his mind. He's a sociopath that he normally wouldn't even say a word in a public place with so many people, but just now it was so many words at once, obviously not a normal thing to do either. Yikes. It's you guys. At this time, Meng Meng came forward and waved her little hand at Star Chow and Zhang Daoming. Zhang Daoming smiled faintly and similarly waved his hand. Chief. Star Chow smiled cheekily and looked down at the little munchkin in front of her. In the meantime, ASMO arrived at the Thriller Cruise. Hundreds of thousands of game viewers flooded into the live broadcast room. Many of the audience members even claimed to be members of the Meng Meng group and came to call and cheer. The members of the Munchkins are here to report. +1+1+1+1+1. The Munchkin is actually back on the air. And the energy is too good to be true. It's even more industrious than the oxen that plow my fields. Grab the front row of the couch. Melon sodas for sale in the front row. Give me a soda. All the P5s out there have called a meeting. And I didn't realize the main character was back for a thriller copy. One word: fierce. The audience in the live broadcast room was incredibly excited. And you said one thing and I said another, making the live broadcast room lively. It was also at this time that a black panel surfaced in front of a group of players. Welcome to Thriller World. Copy: thrilling luxury casino cruise. Player mortality rate, 98%. Tasks: redeem up to 10,000 coins and win 20,000 coins in the casino. Mission punishment: those who fail to complete the mission will be wiped out. Mission reward: after completing the mission, you can get the corresponding reward according to the rating. Mission reminder. 1. Please control the desires of your heart. 2. Gambling is risky, so be careful when placing bets. Holy shit, yeah, how did this rule change? Wasn't it 2000 GUE coins to win before? Why does it need to be 20,000 now? What the hell is this? Star Chow was a bit confused. Did something unusual happen to this copy again? He never wins at gambling. He loses at everything he bets on, by stock down, by an individual color press whoever doesn't win, playing a game of mahjong and often blowing up. If it weren't for Meng Meng, a blessed treasure, he would never have come to this place. How do you win 20,000? Yeah, didn't the previous pass rule say 2000? That's a lot of fun. My ass. How does this win? The other players also panicked. You looked at me and I looked at you. The atmosphere was terrified and in anxiety. It really isn't easy to win 20,000. Zhang Daoming frowned and immediately gave Star Chow and Su Mengmeng 2 fortunes. The gambling luck on Star Chow is black. This guy has never won at gambling, right? He raised an eyebrow, then looked at Su Mengmeng's trigrams again. You don't know until you see it. It was a shock to see that, only to see Su Mengmeng's gambling luck hanging towards the red light rushing to the sky. Gambling luck building solid. Fortune. Is this little waif so fierce? Seeing that there was only one trigram, Zhang Daoming that was looking confused. He'd never seen anyone with such good gambling luck. With this kind of gambling luck added to the mix. It's hard for Su Mengmeng to lose even if she bets recklessly. It's true, this munchkin won him. Later on, he just had to follow Su Mengmeng and place his bets. Just then, the sound of clattering high heels came from the plywood, and a voluptuous fox person appeared in front of the crowd, emitting a flirtatious voice. Seeing the surprised looks on your faces, I'm sure you already know the rules. Now then, go into the casino and play to your heart's content. As soon as her words fell, other body looks equally charming and voluptuous fox people and rabbit people, under the gaze of a crowd of players, one by one, their body posture enchanting out. It's beautiful. Good fork. That body is fantastic. With their desires magnified indefinitely, some of the players' eyes went straight, being led one by one into the interior of the casino by what ended up being these fox demons. Hello guys. My name is Sister Who. It's your casino guide this time. A bunny girl appeared and greeted Mo and the others. She was a rabbit person with clear human looks, topped with 2 long white rabbit ears and rabbit paws, with a voluptuous figure and long straight legs wearing black silk. It's really a bunny girl, isn't it? Star Chow couldn't help but spit out a sentence. That's certainly the real deal bunny. Sister Who flicked her rabbit ears and threw a wink to Star Chow. Star Chow had a jolt, saying that he couldn't top it. If it wasn't for the fact that he had watched numerous island action movies and seen many big scenes, his fixation would have been very strong already. It might even look like a pig in a poke under that one wink. You lead the way. We will leave everything up to this munchkin. We'll play whichever gamble she says. Zhang Daoming hugged Su Mengmeng and faintly said, Yo, play what I say? What is gambling? Su Mengmeng tilted her little head a little bit frozen. What is gambling? She didn't even have an idea in her mind yet. What a cute human child. I didn't realize it just now. Gambling is actually a game. You can use the bets in your hands to place your bets. Let's exchange the chips first. I'll take you into the casino later. Sister Who smiled. Redeem 30,000, 10,000 for each of us. Zhang Daoming was so rich and generous that he gave 30,000 stitches to Who's sister. Sister Who took it and gave them each a box of 10,000 worth of chips. 0.5 chips worth 1,000 guile coins. 0.50 game coins worth 100 guile coins. After exchanging their chips, Sister Who led them inside the luxury cruise ship casino. The inside of the casino was gilded with many bizarre creatures gambling in it, and the emotions were unbelievable. The sounds of dice and yelling abounded in a cacophony. Inside the casino, the smell of trick money abounds. Many curvaceous and flirtatious bunny girls deal online. Seeing this scene, many of the players in the live broadcast room became excited. What do you call a sexy dealer dealing online? That's what I call a sexy dealer dealing online. This casino's atmosphere is unbeatable. I feel that once you go in this must not play a few games. Mo won't be brought down when he comes to this place, will he? Thankfully, inside Thrill World, there's nothing that says adults under 18 aren't allowed in the casino, but if you want to earn 20,000 weird coins, it's very difficult. The rules of this game only allow each player to redeem a maximum of 10,000 shenanigans in chips. So if they lose 2 hands, they're gone. Not everyone was as wealthy as Zhang Daoming, exchanging 10,000 sick dollars in chips at a time. Many players want to win up to 20k. That's an incredibly difficult thing to do, even if it's 10,000 to win 20,000. That's a lot of luck. If you lose within a few innings, you're just eliminated and declared dead. Under the watchful eyes of hundreds of thousands of viewers, Su Mengmeng was held by Zhang Daoming and kept wandering inside the infinity hall. Eventually, Su Mengmeng pointed to the round table arc chart table not far away and said she wanted to play that. The table had cards on it, with chips, and a big one and a small one printed on the left and right heel. At this time, Sister Who on the side began to explain with a smile on her face. If the numbers of the cards add up to more than 10, then the big one wins. The small guess is 1 to 5. The big guess is 1 to 2. There is also a special case. That is 1 pays 50. This is the case when all 3 cards have the same number, called a leopard. This game is about to start. You guys want to play? After explaining, Sister Who asked for their opinion. Play around. Although Su Mengmeng didn't hear what the rules were, she felt that this should be quite fun. So how much do you want to lay down? Press small or big? Or maybe the leopard? Sister Who inquired. Panther, panther. I love the pink panther. Su Mengmeng wailed and jumped onto the round table croupier. She pressed all her chips on the leopard under the dumbfounded gaze of the other creepy creatures, and hundreds of thousands of spectators, live stream viewers. Sister Who, Star Chow, Direct Alan? Ha? Straight away. You're placing the entire bet? No. Mo, are you serious? Seeing Su Mengmeng's heaven-defying maneuver, Star Chow was a bit confused. This munchkin is crazy too. Is this the way to place a bet? Straight down the entire fortune? In case you make a mistake, won't you just get cold feet? What do you think, Ming? He wanted to step in and stop it, asking Zhang Daoming for his opinion. It's good that Mo is having fun. I'm betting all my chips on the leopard this time. Just like him, Zhang Daoming smiled faintly under Star Chow's dumbfounded eyes. He also put all his bets on the leopard. Crazy, crazy, crazy. You're all crazy. Will you guys bet on you guys or not? The over and under odds are the greatest. The odds of betting on the leopard are very slim. Less than 1 per 1. 000. Why else would there be 1 to 50 odds? You guys are crazy. Star Chow couldn't help but spit, looking at Zhang Daoming as if he was looking at a 250%. The hundreds of thousands of viewers and players in the live broadcast room were also dumbfounded, being surprised by this wave of operations by Su Mengmeng and Zhang Daoming. Bet on the least likely leopard even and betting all your chips? This is too crazy. It's not right. Xiao Ming has always done things steadily. How come today he will be so crazy with the little crazy batch and put all his bets on it? It's a bit odd. Star Chow had a good head on his shoulders and immediately saw that something was wrong. Row. Since we're in the same boat, I'll do the same as you guys. If your house is all in, I'll bet January 5th for 2,000 in chips. His eyes rolled and he took out a 2,000 chip to bet on the leopard. How silly. These humans don't even have a shred of logic. How dare they bet all on the leopard? It's stupid. They'll know misery when they lose all their chips. Once they've lost all their chips, there are free buffet. Hey, the other thrill creatures gloated and began to fall in line. The sure you're all in on the leopard? Not sure about the change? This one bunny girl named Sister Who was quite kind and kindly reminded Su Mengmeng. No, just the leopard. Panther. Su Mengmeng shook her head and milked her voice. Sister Who had no choice but to nod. All bets are in, right? Now get ready to open the cards. No backing out after the cards are opened. Violators will forfeit all their money. Let's look at the first card first. A flirtatious voice came from the dealing dealer. After the cards are dealt, IT opens one of the 3 cards first. The card count shows a king. YK. I should have known better than to press small. Ugh. No more. Wrong press. Yeah, it's supposed to be big. Seeing that the first card was a king, many gamblers who had bet on small side and cursed inside a deck of playing cards. There are 13 kinds of numbers, 110 respectively. Then the remaining 3 are JQK. Each JQK is worth 11 points, and with a small bet, the numbers of the 3 cards can add up to more than 10. And the K stands for 11. The first card has come out first. Now let's look at card number 2. This bunny girl dealing dealer, her flirtatious voice with a hint of mystery, once again opens the second card first. The second card, actually, is also a king. This scene directly confused the audience in the live broadcast room. Fuck me. Both cards are kings. According to the rules of the game, if the third card is a king, then it's a leopard. It's really possible. Hiss. Everyone stop talking and keep reading. If it's really 3 kings, my brother will never get out of this life. They all looked a little confused. It's amazing that both lifted cards are kings. The third one wouldn't be a K as well, would it? Crap. Seeing that the second one was also a K, Star Chow's eyes were round and he didn't dare to take a breath. If it's still K. That's a 50-fold increase. Ha! I can't believe it's still a K. This little human sister might be able to press it to win. Let's see what the numbers are on the last one. The bunny holder smiled in its heart of hearts. It naturally does not believe that the third one is also a K. After so many years as a dealer and so many lifts, it has rarely opened a leopard, not even once a month. That remark just now was purely a joke, but who knows, next moment, when it flipped over the last card, its face changed and it was dumbfounded. The last one is surprisingly also a K. 3, actually, all kings. It's the leopard. My god. The bunny girl was confused, not only it, but the other thrilling creatures were all shocked as if they had seen a ghost. What kind of luck did these humans have that they actually opened a leopard? This is so fake. It's really being pressed. If it's a leopard, that's 1 to 50, 10, 000 to 500, 000, they're so lucky. 2, count them lucky, one by one. The other thrill creatures murmured, discussing it all over again in disbelief. Ha 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 ha, bingo! And it really hit. 2, 000 chips. 50 times that's 100, 000, 100, 000 chips worth 100 million RMB. I fucking earned a small goal straight away? Star Chow was so excited that he couldn't help but scream out, his face overjoyed. Here are the chips you won. The bunny girl pushed the winning chips in front of Su Mengmeng and the others. I've got a lot more play money all of a sudden. Looking at the chips piled into a small mountain in front of her, Su Mengmeng was so happy that she stood on the gambling table and wailed, I can't believe I actually won. Zheng Daoming was also a bit dumbfounded. He was also gambling just now, betting that under such strong gambling luck as Mo's, pressing the leopard would be successful, but I didn't expect it to be pressed successfully. Inside the live broadcast room, dozens of game viewers sucked in cool air. The live feed is constantly being swept by the words I fuck and really won. Kinda blindsided by this munchkin. Straight up 10, 000 chips into 500, 000 chips, 500, 000 chips converted to shenanigans would be 500, 000 shenanigans. If the 500, 000 yuan is converted into RMB, at an exchange rate of 1, 000, that would be worth 500 million yuan. A bet to win 500 million renminbi straight away? This is too crazy. Congratulations. After being shocked for a long time, Sister, who also had an excited look in her eyes and congratulated with a flirtatious voice, it acts as a guide. And the more gamblers win, the more water money it gets a share of. Just now, Su Mengmeng and the others won a large sum of gambling money, and it was able to share a few thousand Gui coins. It's water money it wouldn't get for months of being a guide. So seeing Su Mengmeng and the others win money, whose sister was naturally happy. Now on to the next round. Hurry up and place your bets now. The Dutchman spoke again. To them thrill casino crews. The hundreds of thousands of ghost dollars are just small change, not even worth mentioning, and as long as Su Mengmeng kept playing, it had a way to make Su Mengmeng return all her winnings and lose her own principal. Little sister, what are you betting on? The Lotus officer looked at Su Mengmeng and smiled. Panther. I love the pink panther. I'm still betting on the leopard. Under the eyes of others who were shocked, Su Mengmeng wailed and milked the leopard again, putting out all the chips in front of her once again, all betting on the leopard. Upon seeing this scene, the other thrill creatures froze, their eyes dumbfounded. Originally, when they saw Su Mengmeng's good luck, they wanted to follow Su Mengmeng's bets, rubbing in a wave of gambling luck and raking in a fortune, but who knows? So Momo or bet on the leopard. What's wrong with this? Betting on leopard in the first game is even. You're still betting on the leopard in the second game? Do you really think you're the god of gamblers? Ha? Mo, are you serious? Do you think you're so European? Still betting on the leopard in this game? Have you thought this through? Star Chow froze and spoke bitterly to Su Mengmeng that he was also a little hesitant, despite earning 100, 000 in chips. Su Mengmeng is still betting on leopard in this round? Panther. I'm going to bet on the leopard. Su Mengmeng milky voice said, wailing on the gambling table. Okay, a leopard is a leopard. I'll bet on that one too. After Star Chow was sure again, he decided to bet 50, 000 chips on the leopard with Su Mengmeng once again. He knew he'd always had bad luck with gambling. It's almost like you lose every bet. If it hadn't rubbed off on Mo's good fortune just now, but there's no way he's going to win that 100, 000 in chips either. So this time he decided to put up a fight and trust the munchkin this time. The other thrilling creatures looked at Star Chow one by one as if they were 250%. This human actually followed this little kid's nonsense? So much for wanting to be their after dinner snack? Oh, many of the thrilling creatures had already been unable to resist licking their tongues, intending to eat Su Mengmeng as well as Zhang Daoming, who would lose all their chips later. The rabbit person next to her, whose sister also wanted to speak out to persuade her, but seeing that Munchkin's resolute face, it is not good enough to speak again. Buy it and leave it. All bets are off, right? Then I'll start dealing and flipping cards now. At the table, the dealer smiled flirtatiously and dealt himself 3 cards. Then as the crowd watched, it starts by opening the first card first. Everyone look at the first one first. After saying that, the bunny ladder flipped over the first card. It's Q. Immediately following she flips over the second as well as the third card. The second one is Q. The third one is also a Q. 3 all queens. Panther. It's still Panther this round. The bunny ladder was also confused and eventually reported the result. It was also confused by the fact that it had opened itself up to this result. The first inning was the Panthers, the second inning was actually a Panther as well? Geez, What kind of luck is that? The human kid actually hit it again. Wow. In an instant, the entire room let out an uproar of shock. The entirety of the terrified creatures present were each as if they had been struck by 5 thunders. Completely numbed by this scene. A leopard. I can't believe the leopard appeared again. The human kid actually hit it again. Leopard pays 1:50. That is, the 500,000 chips the human kid bet on went straight to 25 million? That's a staggering amount. Inside the live broadcast room, hundreds of thousands of viewers were all lying down one by one. Fuck me. The Munchkin actually won again? That's 25 million in chips, which is 25 million when converted to shenanigans, or 25 billion when converted to RMB. Geez, 25 billion. Is this Munchkin going against the odds? That's crazy. 25 billion RMB worth of shenanigans. It's crazy. This Munchkin is really a little coy. The luck is so unbelievable that if I win a few more games, I'll be the richest man in the country. Nima. Scared to death. That's 25 billion RMB in chips. The group of members of the Munchkin group, at all members, our headmaster got rich overnight and directly earned 25 billion. Everyone, go watch it on the live broadcast and rub the headmaster's luck in it. Crap. Are you serious? Is the regiment leader so awesome? Hurry up and go to the live broadcast room to support a wave. Punch. Go dip your hands in the oomph. It's true that if you join my Momo group, your luck will change. Oh you. Crap. The deputy head actually won so much as well. He's directly a billionaire. Thriller forum hot topic hashtag Munchkin gambles and rakes in 25 billion renminbi in 2 games. Hashtag a little koi is born. Su Mang. Hashtag as soon as the hot search appeared, it immediately drew the attention of players from all over the world, attracting them to keep entering Su Mengming's thrilling live broadcasting room. With fermentation on all sides, more and more gamers logged into the Thriller Live app and entered inside Su Mengming's live room, and because of that, the number of people in Su Mengming's live broadcast room kept growing. From over 200,000 in the beginning, the number jumped to over 500,000 people. It took the number 1 spot on the Thriller Live list for the day straight away. That's a whole 500,000 plus game audience players. It's the real deal. There's no water in it. Hiss bingo, 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 bingo actually won again, at 150 odds. That would make my 50,000 in chips 2.5 million. 2.5 million in chips converted to RMB would be 2.5 billion. Crap. Star Chow's heart was beating extremely fast. His face was extremely excited, and he couldn't help but yell out and become crazy. $250 million. That's $250 million. It went straight to billionaire. How could that not surprise him? How does that not excite him? And after the bunny hoist was confused for a long time, it stabilized itself and reacted. These 3 honored guests. You wait a moment. The amount of money involved is a bit large. Please move to the topmost floor of the cruise ship. We will where to settle the corresponding chips for you, and there will be a more professional dealer to entertain you. The bunny lotus took a deep breath and politely had to say. On the top deck of the cruise ship, there's a lot of space and a lot of luxury. It was so much more luxurious than the floor Su Mengming entered for the first time that it could be called extravagant. The chairs and tabletops are all cast in gold, and precious diamonds and gems abound in luxury almost everywhere on this floor. Gold and jewelry and all sorts of extremely rare animal skins adorned the floor. It's so bright. As soon as she came to this floor, Su Mengming was as if she was a curious baby, looking east and west, touching these jewels east and west. Curious, she thought the gems set in the gold chairs were so beautiful. Brin. Super pretty. This level is the most luxurious level of our cruise ship casino. Only passengers who hold more than $1 million in gambling capital can board this floor and enjoy the top-notch services on this floor, as well as make bets with more chips. With a smile on her face, Sister Bunnyman, who enthusiastically introduced the floor. It felt lucky today, hosting the 3 of them. Su Mengming, the chip share she got today alone was worth tens of thousands of Gue coins. That's a trick coin it hasn't been able to get for a long time at work. Nowadays, in the opinion of the rabbit girl, the human munchkin in front of her is her own fortune tree. It hated to provide for the munchkin in front of it. This fruit is delicious. How it seems like grapes. Bright and shiny. Star Chow hemmed and hawed, casually picking a grape to eat from a silver plate held by the hands of a bunny girl. There's a word for that. The service on this floor is really top-notch. As soon as they came in, 7 or 8 bunny girls followed them. With the purpose of serving them exclusively, some of the bunny girls held silver platters of all kinds of rare fruits of the thrilling world. Some of the bunny girls held silver trays of rare libations that thrilled the world. Some of the bunny girls held silver trays of rare treats from the thrill world. There were even 3 enchanting bunny girls with big breasts and long legs who followed them around and helped them rub their shoulders and pound their backs. This top-notch enjoyment made Star Chow cry out straight away. This treatment is no different from that of the emperor. It's so cool. Holding the idea of not eating for nothing. Star Chow's mouth didn't stop after he came to this floor. He kept barfing and munching on the fruits and snacks unique to Thrill World. He drank water like mineral water, one cup after another, without stopping after pouring 7 or 8 cups in a row. Star Chow, who felt a bit drunk, stopped drinking and shifted the focus of his goal to snacks and fruits, then eating constantly. Su Mengmeng did the same. Seeing all this delicious food, she was holding a banana-like fruit in her left hand and a golden-colored drink in her right hand and kept eating it. Su Mengmeng was no slouch as a foodie under a flurry of food. It was actually similar to Star Chow's food intake, and had eaten so much as well. Strength +6, speed +7, agility +9, endurance +4, after eating it. Su Mengmeng's attribute panel was also updated, and all aspects of her attributes increased by quite a bit. Player, Su Mengmeng, age, 3 years old, height, 92 centimeters, weight, 14 kilograms, strength, 123 +6, speed, 101 +7, agility, 51 +9, endurance, 41 +4, see Su Momo. They came to this level, and saw this level of extreme luxury decoration as well as service, as well as eat endless thrilling world cuisine. Live broadcast netizens one by one called long inside eye inside this one copy. There had never been a player who had been able to ascend to the very top of the Thrill Cruise. The reason is very simple. The minimum standard to come to this floor needs to reach 1 million GUE coins worth of chips. Converted to RMB, that's at least $1 billion. This standard is so harsh that no player can even meet it. Even the world's top tycoons would simply not be able to exchange 1 billion RMB worth of tricky coin chips for a single copy of Thriller. And this time, it was Su Mengmeng who broke the precedent. She used extremely unbelievable luck to make tens of billions of RMB worth of money with 2 betting sprees. This is what made the audience of the live broadcast to see this floor of the luxury gambling ship cruise top services and poor luxury decoration. It's been a long time coming, and here are your chips. These are the 2 larger boxes, containing 2.5 million chips. As for this smaller one, this is loaded with 250,000 chips. Sister Bunny who took the 3 crystal boxes containing the chips and placed them in front of Su Mengmeng. OMG, holy shit. Early to know what Mengmeng bet. What I bet good. Have to stay a little bit of their own. The result of earning the gap is actually so big. I only 250,000. Directly learning from Mengmeng. Alan Xiaoming had been 2.5 million. Star Chow lifted the relatively small crystal case and couldn't help but spit out in his mouth. The heart cried out for pity. I should have known that. I should have trusted the munchkin completely and just Alan. That's a lot less money. Star Chow shook his head, feeling that he had made many billions less. Do you guys want to play the same size table as before? Or do you want to play another way? Sister who stepped aside and spoke enthusiastically. Might as well play before. That one is more familiar. Zhang Daoming smiled faintly, keeping himself awake at all times. This wheelbarrow is too weird. All the time it is seducing the desires of the human heart and magnifying the desires and emotions infinitely, like Star Chow next to him. After winning dozens of RMB, Star Chow is now completely inflated, walking with the wind, nostrils facing the sky. A look of the old man, the world's most bullish, and it keeps ruffling the bunny girls next to it, asking them if they've heard the story of the little girl who sold nuclear bombs. At this moment, Star Chow's middle-aged nature was exposed. Zhang Daoming watched in a sweat. Okay, the rabbit sister led them and walked into the exclusive VIP gambling room on this floor. This one gambling room was decorated extremely extravagantly and luxuriously. The roof was encrusted with crystal diamonds, and the 4 corners of the room were decorated with money trees made of crystals. The money tree gives off a fragrance that is refreshing to smell. You, gentleman Bigmouth, what are you doing here? What a coincidence to meet you. As soon as she entered the door, Su Mengmeng saw the big-mouthed gentleman beside the gambling table, and she waved her little hand in a milky greeting. A gentleman with a big mouth. Why is he here? Star Chow was stunned. The big-mouthed monster in front of him gave him too much of an impression. A mouthful of children. The monkey-faced kid at the time was directly smothered in a mouthful by the big-mouthed gentleman. Star Chow, who saw that scene at that time, he still had quite a shadow in his heart now about this moment. Once he saw the rightful owner, Star Chow's heart was a little hairy and a little swollen. What's that loudmouth doing here? Ask for a wave of small gifts. At least 3 more tomorrow. Hiya Mo. Long time no see. Seeing Mo. The big-mouthed gentleman was also a bit surprised and politely greeted him. Gentleman's rule number 8. Say hello when you meet someone you know. Hello. Hello, hello. Su Mengmeng was so lively that she jumped on top of the betting table and smiled merrily at the big-mouthed gentleman. Have you found your dad yet? The big-mouthed gentleman asked, although he didn't know why Su Mengmeng, as a little munchkin, would be on this luxury gambling cruise ship. He thought that Su Mengmeng had her own reasons. Haven't found it yet. Oh, but my pappy told me about it. And my pappy said he had a present for me on this one gambling ship. Su Mengmeng milked his words. Her eyes were excited, curious as to what exactly her dad had prepared as a gift for her. Not sure how to get, though, but Su Mengmeng was sure she would get it, because her daddy never lied to her. If you promise something, you get it. Is that gift going to be given to Mo in any way? Exactly? And what would the gift be? Most dad has a way of tantalizing people's curiosity. Can't see through it. Poor Taoist can't see through it. On the side, Zhang Daoming shook his head and let out a bitter smile. Su Mengmeng's father did not know. Once he knew he was really shocked. Asa Taoist air. He knew the 5 elements and 8 trigrams. But he couldn't calculate half of the man's exact whereabouts, even though he had counted on that man's trail at the Moonlight restaurant at that time. It was still that man who had deliberately revealed his whereabouts to him. At that time. After learning this news, Zhang Daoming's heart all generated great frustration. He has always thought of himself as a strategist, knowing the 5 elements and 8 trigrams, and even more so, astrology, believing that the world is like a chessboard, and he himself is the one who plays the game, but the result was not expected. In front of that man, he is the pawn. Okay, well, good luck finding your dad. And good luck getting your gift from your dad. The big-mouthed gentleman smiled nervously and said lightly, You haven't said what you're doing here. Su Mengmeng crossed her arms and once again opened her mouth in a milky manner. Outside of my usual love of wine tasting, I also like to do some part-time work. On this one cruise ship casino, I'm the dealer for this one room on this floor. With the position of manager-level dealer, the big-mouthed gentleman smiled slightly, identifying himself. He hadn't been talking for long when a rabbit girl came forward and delivered a message in the big-mouthed gentleman's ear, telling him about Su Mengmeng's situation just now. The big-mouthed gentleman's face changed slightly after hearing this. The smile slowly faded away and was replaced by a serious expression. Gentleman's rule number 11, take your profession seriously. Since he was hired by the owner of the casino to be a dealer here today, then today he is going to take this career of his seriously. Treat these 3 strong opponents in front of you. Then get ready to start. Do you guys want to bet on the over or the under? Or should I say the leopard? The big-mouthed gentleman danced with the playing card in his hand. The playing cards seemed to come to life in his hands, tumbling and spinning in the air. Panther, panther. I still want the leopard. Su Mengmeng wailed. On this one thrill cruise ship, her childlike nature is completely unleashed and she has fun however she can. This, or is it a leopard? This is the 3rd inning of leopard. Star Chow was instantly confused. Is this munchkin planning to go all the way on the leopard? Meng, it's not good to keep calling the leopard. It needs to rest. And if you keep calling it like that, it won't get any rest and will get tired. Let's just call the other one. Big or little. Star Chow was instantly a bit abashed. This munchkin calls the leopard again and again and again and again and all in, even if the front is all one, but if they lost just one hand, Meng and Zhang Daoming would lose their fortune. Okay, then I'll do as you say. Then my name is not Panther. Then I'll call Panther's child. Panther Jr. Su Mengmeng smiled cheekily and nodded her head obediently at Star Chow. Goddamn little leopard. A leopard is a leopard. You're pulling a baby panther out of your ass? It's really the right kind of cow. The hundreds of thousands of viewers in the live broadcast room, one by one, couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. Adorable master. The baby leopard is out. There is really a baby leopard? 66666. This munchkin's brain is still magical. Ah, so scared I can't help but get a stomachache and slam the Lamborghini next to me. Popping out 3 NFB batteries. I thought you got rich and drove a Lamborghini. You have the nerve to get rich when everyone is poor. This I didn't know before. But the players inside the live stream were all sure. There are no baby leopards. Just leopards. Next to the gambling table. Star Chow still wanted to explain, but who knows, there really are baby leopards. There is a baby leopard. A baby leopard is JQK. Wait a minute, when the 3 cards are turned over it's these 3 symbols. That's a baby leopard and the odds are 1 to 100. The big-mouthed gentleman drew the JQK3 playing cards and spoke up to explain. Live viewers. Star Chow, I'll rub it in. There really are baby leopards? The big E is up. That's when he realized that this was Thriller World. And poker sizes were played differently than on Bluestar.at this time. Star Chow would like to sing loudly. We are not the same, we are not the same everyone. Under the excitement of the Thriller cruise, he wanted to have a seizure. But in front of him was a man-eating, big-mouthed gentleman. It would not be good to annoy the thrilling creatures in front of him. Star Chow wimped out and only dared to sing a few lines in his heart. Make sure you play Little Leopard. What are you guys betting on? The big-mouthed gentleman asked. All. Mo was so bold and overbearing that he directly placed the crystal case containing a whole box of chips on the betting table. What about you two? The big-mouthed gentleman looked at Zhang Daoming and Star Chow and asked again. I'll bet whatever Mo bets. I bet the same as her. The same on the baby leopard. And the same on all my chips. Zhang Daoming smiled faintly and followed Su Mengmeng's actions just now, with the same bravado. And once again Alan, crap. Are you two crazy? A little crazy batch and a big crazy batch? Star Chow covered her face, feeling very mad at the behavior of this large and small group of people. Nima. The first second Alan is even 0.3 RD or Alan? This is crazy. If you lose all your chips, you'll be dead. Isn't this just a wild quest on the brink of death? It's crazy. It's crazy. Is the world crazy? Since you two are so epileptic, I'm epileptic too. Starchow finally took a bold step and similarly placed the smaller crystal box in his hand on the betting table and also chose to bet it all. Now the pressure comes to the big-mouthed gentleman. In Su Mengming's live broadcast room, hundreds of thousands of players and viewers were dumbfounded. Munchkin epilepsy is even you two adults are actually having a seizure along with the munchkin. I can't believe they all chose all in. This is too crazy. A huge wave was set off in their hearts, and the emotions in their hearts could not be calmed for a long time. This is definitely a big gamble. Tens of billions of RMB worth of chips all at once. Is there anything crazier than that? What is the concept of tens of billions of RMB? Even if you spend $1 million a day, you simply can't spend it all if you keep spending it 365 days a year. Some villa by the sea. Ah, why are they following Su Mengming around? Chen Jiai, who was watching the live broadcast, covered her small mouth and let out an exclamation of surprise. Even his dad's listed company can't get tens of billions of RMB at once. On the Thriller gambling ship, once you lose all your chips, you will be directly wiped out by the Thriller rules. Her eyes stared straight at Su Mengming's live broadcast inside the tablet, not daring to take a breath. Macau Casino, the super hustlers, who were also watching the live stream, couldn't help but let out a gasp on the spot. They were each in their own luxury suites, and their faces turned pale. How did this munchkin do it? As super hustlers, they can't actually see through it. 2 times in a row, betting all your chips worked, and for the 3rd time, actually betting on a small leopard. And betting all his chips too? This munchkin is exactly too good at gambling. Or just too much luck? In the meantime, another thing is happening. P5 meetings. On an isolated island, the P5 representative figures of 5 countries, all sitting at a round table, they were discussing the 3 matters of where Su Mengming went, disposition of the Shadow Empress, and whether the underworld organization was a foe or friend. In response to these 3 topics, a heated discussion broke out among the representatives of the P5. In response to these 3 things, the state of China considers them to be friends who should not be interfered with or harassed, and should coexist peacefully in a world that does not need war, but rather peace. The arrival of Thrill World has caused a great deal of panic among people across the globe. If another war breaks out, the world will be even more chaotic, and the beautiful country believes that Su Mengming must be supervised by all countries and be imprisoned. The Shadow Empress must also be controlled. The blue planet belonged to their human race, and such a big dangerous factor should never be allowed to exist on Earth. As for the underworld organization, the beautiful country is even more strongly stating that it wants to completely destroy it. The beautiful country, one of the P5, is very tough and has a very hostile attitude. The same was true of the Falklands and Great Britain, who echoed the views of the Murray states of the Woolly Bear Nation. On the other hand, chose to remain neutral and not express any opinion. Since you guys choose to be hostile, then be hostile, and don't ever get involved with us. Huaxia, Slav. You guys have such a tough attitude and a big mouth. If you have the ability, go and eliminate the Shadow Empress. Don't push your luck here, acting like you think your old man is invincible. As the representative of China's P5 figure, Xi Daolin, the head of the Dragon Scale Department of the National Thriller Organization, laughed coldly and angrily disliked the P5 figures of the other 3 countries. Since Su Mengming appeared in the thriller world, the public opinion in the society grew bigger and bigger. The impact is also becoming more widespread. Eventually the attention of the P5 was drawn to it and a P5 meeting was conducted on this one isolated island. The greater the capacity, the greater the responsibility. Our 5 countries, as the world's P5, should shoulder the responsibility of protecting the world. Your little human girl from Huaxia has such a secretive origin, and the Shadow Empress has appeared on your country's territory. Doesn't your country have any responsibility at all? Do you want to collude with the creatures of Thrill World and plot against us Blueheart together? Head of the Thriller Department in the beautiful country, Blonde Slav is aggressive. As soon as he opened his mouth, he put the big hat of collusion with the creatures of the Thrill World on the country of China. Fart. Don't be crowning yourself here. You yellow hair. How many good deeds have you done in private? How many small countries have you secretly annexed and controlled? Do you think we don't know? Xi Daolin instantly became furious and slammed the table. You don't have to be so grumpy. Now for the vote. The nations that agree to annihilate the Shadow Empress, raise your hands here. Slav grimaced and began to vote. Soon Great Britain and the Falklands raised their hands in favor of the beautiful country. Mao Xianghua abstained. The state of China objected. Xi Daolin. The votes are out now. 3 out of 5 countries have agreed, and the matter of annihilating the Shadow Empress has been finalized. When the time comes, Yu Huaxia is not allowed to make a move. Slav's eyes were smug. He was pleased with this result. In that case, I'll have no choice but to lift the table. Xi Daolin rubbed his temples and shook his head, under the crowd's astonished gaze. Xi Daolin turned back and shouted at an adjacent wall. Shadow Queen, you heard everything just now, didn't you? Hearing this, Slav blushed profusely. Yes, the Shadow Queen here. Boom! The next moment, Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, a woman in a purple dress casually blasted through the wall and actually appeared in front of the crowd. It's the Shadow Queen. Thriller luxury casino cruise, topmost floor, inside the VIP room, the big-mouthed gentleman is shuffling the cards. His eyes serious as can be. It was even said to be serious, extremely serious. The playing cards were as if they were alive in his hands, constantly tumbling and rotating in the air. Since I'm the Thrill Cruise as the licensing manager for hire today, I'm supposed to give it my all. What am I going to deal myself this time? Deal a big or a small? Or deal a leopard? But never deal a small leopard. If once it is this number, but have to pay 100 times, maybe the casino owner can afford it. But this look is disrespectful to the profession. The big-mouthed gentleman is constantly shuffling in patterns. It had been a full 2 minutes of washing, but there was no impatience on anyone's part. The live feed was quiet. The same is true for the scene. Everyone was watching with undivided attention. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Finally it was the third minute, and the big-mouthed gentleman dealt 3 cards on the table. Yes, now deal the cards well. Stand by for the flop in a minute. Are you guys sure you're betting all your chips on the baby leopard? The big-mouthed gentleman reminded again. Okay, Su Meng wailed, her eyes excited. Well, then I'm opening the cards now. The big-mouthed gentleman nods and turns over the first card on the table. It's J. When he saw this card, the always calm gentleman with a big mouth's face changed. How can it be J? Seeing this card on the table, the big-mouthed gentleman froze for a moment. He had great doubts about his dealing skills. It's only part-time though, but he's been in the business for over 50 years as a licensing manager that he rarely makes a licensing error. The gentleman with the big mouth was dealt the cards just now and didn't want jacks at all, but the card turned up was a jack. The viewers of the live broadcast were confused when they saw the big-mouthed gentleman. Fuck. It can't really be the baby leopard, can it? With their full attention, the big-mouthed gentleman opens the second card first. It's Q. This is immediately followed by the flip of a third card. It's K. All 3 cards were turned over and it was JQK, also known as a baby panther. Su Meng guessed it, she bet right. You win. Indeed it is a baby leopard. The big-mouthed gentleman sighed, finally accepting the fact. Another win. I won again. It really is a baby leopard. Long live Mo. You're too good for a little Fubo. Star Chow's blood spurted. Excited to the core. That's 100 times the odds. He had just bet his entire stack of chips in. At a 100x multiplier, just that wave just now. He made a full $200 to $300 billion worth of RMB. This is crazy. Another win. Mo's gambling luck is even better than I thought. This rushing gambling luck, it really can't be stopped. Even if this creepy creature in front of him wanted to cheat. But as a result, the cheating failed. And by mistake, let Mo win? Zheng Daoming took a deep breath and was forcibly suppressing the shock in his heart. He and Mo won too much this time. Just now they had each bet 250 billion Chinese dollars worth of chips. Now after a flip, he and Mo each make 25,000 billion Chinese dollars worth of chips. This is horrible. In just under half a day, he and Mo had each earned the combined GDP of a large country state. It's just horrible. There was silence in the live room. After a few moments of silence, Su Mingming's thrilling live broadcast room exploded. The entire audience of players in the live room were confused. One's mind set off monstrous waves. They understand very well what it means to drive a baby leopard. That would mean that Mo's 25 billion worth of chips would have to be doubled another 100 times, directly earn $25,000 billion worth of Chinese currency. Mo shook himself up and went straight to being the richest man in the world. Only 3 years old, worth trillions of dollars, richest man in the world. That's a situation that's never been seen before or since. Crap. My mom asked me why I was on my knees watching the live stream. Worship. I didn't believe that this munchkin was a koi before, but now I do. This is also too horrible. Earn trillions of Huaxia coins. I have to make a statue of Mo in my house. Where is this Mo? This is simply the god of wealth. I have a hunch that if I play 2 more hands, I'm afraid the owner of the luxury gambling boat will lose his fortune. Ha. This time the pressure goes to the owner of the luxury casino. They were all shocked one by one and couldn't help but frantically post pop-ups inside the live broadcast, inside the Thriller forum. The hot search of Mo becoming the richest man in the world also went straight to the top, causing Thriller players around the world to drop their jaws. The amount of money involved is too great. Just a moment. I'll ask the boss for permission to set the chips down. Next to that, seeing the appearance of that little leopard, whose sister's feet were a bit soft. Straight up billions of shenanigans. No human had done it at all. Except for hearing of a human man who had done it before. It's a big earner. I'll be financially free from now on. I don't have to work for the sake of working. Sister whose heart was invigorated beyond measure, and the curves of her mouth lifted up in a way that was harder to suppress than AK. The share she could earn this time alone was enough for Sister who to squander for hundreds of years. The munchkin is really my fortune. She grabbed the door and opened it to go out and report to the casino manager on this floor. Casino luxury cruise ship landing office. Boss is bad, boss is bad. A few customers made billions of guile coins. A man in a suit and rabbit pushed open the door and anxiously stepped inside the office to report. What? Made billions of shenanigans. Inside the office, a golden-haired fox man wearing gold-rimmed glasses immediately stood up from his seat like a spring. His face unflappable, although he was the true owner of the luxury cruise ship casino. Sitting on tens of billions of shenanigans, but having billions of dollars missing overnight undoubtedly cut a piece of his meat hard. What the hell is going on? Report back to me immediately. The golden-haired foxman who Dajin's brows were tightly furrowed and his face was gloomy. It's like this. So and so. This and this. The men immediately reported what had just happened to it. So it is. I see. You tell the big-mouthed gentleman to stand down. I'm going to meet them in person. Let's see what they humans can do. The golden-haired foxman who Dajin said. Good. The henchman nodded. A few minutes passed. Sister who re-entered inside the VIP gambling room with a few bunny girls with crystal cases. I've kept you all waiting. These are the chips you have just guided. 3 boxes each. Please accept them. Sister who was all smiles after saying that. The several bunny girls beside her, respectively placed several crystal boxes containing chips in front of Su Mengmeng and the others. Rich. I didn't think Star Chow could get rich overnight. Ha 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 ha. So happy. Star Chow hugged the boxes of chips and felt too happy. Now he's too excited. Under the extremely strong emotional ups and downs and fluctuations, he was not able to slow down for a moment, and even fainted, collapsed to the ground. Zhang Daoming was speechless and could only lift Star Chow and place him on the sofa, and that's when it happened. The VIP gambling room opened again. A foxman appeared in front of Su Mengmeng. This foxman was dressed very flirtatiously in a white suit with an unknown red crystal rose on the lapel. Tall and slender, with golden hair all over his body and a fox-faced person. Hello boss. The big-mouthed gentleman gave a respectful greeting when he saw it. Live viewers. Boss? It looks like Su Mengmeng won too much. It actually forced the owner of the casino to show up. Well, you can step back for now, and I'll be up for the bet later, Hu Dajin said with a leathery smile. Aha. The big-mouthed gentleman nodded. A big golden fox? Seeing that one foxman, Su Mengmeng blinked with curious eyes. Hello guys. I'll be backing the bet next. Hu Dajin smiled faintly and waved his hand at Su Mengmeng and Zhang Daoming with a leathery smile. As he spoke, a hint of golden aura flashed out from the depths of his fox eyes, secretly checking Su Mengmeng's chi. This is his unique technique, being able to view the approximation of the person of the chirography. No wonder our casino lost. I see. The weirdness is all in this human child. Ha, wait for the output to spit back at me. He inwardly grimaced. Hu Dajin was observing them. And Zhang Daoming was also observing this humanoid golden-furred fox that had emerged, after observing for a few moments with using the secret techniques of Taoism. A doubt bubbled up in Zhang Daoming's mind. Heaven's eye has actually failed. There's a big weirdness in this golden fox in front of me. No life traits? No chi? That means the original body of the thrilling being in front of us is not the golden-haired fox. The golden-haired fox is just an incarnation of him. So where is his original body? Zhang Daoming frowned. The world of Thriller is full of strange beings. Instead of having an original body, they can walk through avatars. Even if the incarnation dies, they are not affected in any way in their own right. The golden-haired fox in front of him was clearly such a life form. Why don't we bet the big one? You bet all you've got, and I'll bet all I've got. And if I lose, I'll give you this gambling boat. Hu Dajin smiled slightly. Hearing this, the audience in the live broadcast room exploded. Crap. It seems like the owner of this casino is on the verge of winning his fortune for the Munchkin. So he's planning to just use the Thrill Luxury Big Wheel as a bet? This is something to see. This golden fox looks like it is coming on strong. It seems to have a good plan that if you win this betting ship, then Mo is really going against the grain. Intuition tells me that this game is not easy. This blonde fox is a king's bomb when he comes in. How could they not expect that the casino's owner, the golden fox, the moment he opened his mouth, was to use his entire fortune to bet on the ship as a wager? Straight away the sense of anticipation is pulled full circle. Yeah, Su Mengmeng stood babbling and nodded in agreement. Even though she's young, but Su Mengmeng knew in her heart that now that she hadn't seen her dad's gift yet, she had to keep playing on this cruise ship. Good guts. Not bad for a newborn. I appreciate humans like you. The golden-haired fox Hu Dajin quipped. He pulled out a deck of playing cards, placed them heavily on the gambling table, shuffled them, and casually dealt himself 3 cards. What are you betting on? Bet on over or under, leopard or panther. Hu Dajin looked towards Su Mengmeng and asked out loud. Livestream viewers, what the hell? Dealt your cards so soon? This is a game where the entire thrill cruise is at stake. If you didn't know, you'd think both sides were getting high. Zhang Daoming's brows tightened once again. There was always a feeling that something was not right with this blonde fox in front of him. There's something odd. Thrilling luxury casino cruise ship, in a lavishly decorated VIP room. Hu Dajin, the golden-haired fox, had already dealt out 3 cards and was waiting for Mo to place his bet. Not only him, but the hundreds of thousands of viewers in the live broadcast were also waiting to see what Su Mengmeng would bet later. Little Panther, I'm still going to bet on the baby leopard, Su Mengmeng wailed. Her eyes were excited, and her 2 little hands kept waving in the air. As a result of the thrill cruise, her childlike nature is thoroughly exposed. Playful. Good. Hu Dajin nodded his head, breezing, and was ready to start flipping cards without anyone knowing that he moved his fingertips, and a slight but eerie ghastly breeze blew over him, and the points of the playing cards changed. It became 568. But soon, under the influence of Su Mengmeng's chi, the 568 points instantly turned into JQK. Su Mengmeng's chi was too terrifying, so powerful that it interfered with Hu Dajin's golden-haired fox's shenanigans. It nullified his shenanigans. What's the point of having a big chi? Although this munchkin has high chi. What's the point of having high chi? As long as I lower her chi, wouldn't it be fine if I don't compare my luck with her? Hu Dajin sneered in his heart. He put one hand behind his back and shook his fingertips. A streak of black chi flew out at his fingertips, heading straight for Su Mengmeng. Calamity spell. This is his trump card. Once you fall for this trick, you will be jinxed and have constant disasters, minor disability of the heaviest cases, death. It can be said that this Hu Dajin means extremely ruthless. A hand is under the heart, but soon something that stunned him happened. His calamity spell actually failed. As soon as that black chi came into contact with Su Mengmeng, the violet pattern on Su Mengmeng's arm faintly appeared for a moment, and actually completely crushed that black qi. It was as if the curse of the violet flower was saying, what kind of little Yakuza curse can be compared to me? Curse level is too low. The curse is broken. Calamity curse fails. How is this possible? How did it fail? Hu Dajin's heart thumped, no longer able to remain calm. His face changed slightly, the heart was even more heaving. This curse level of his could be said to be the top curse within the Guile King level. Even if the Guile King was struck by this curse, it would be difficult to get rid of it and would be affected. But this little human girl in front of me, this is completely immune. It was as if there was an even more terrifying curse present in her body. What is the origin of this little human girl? It's a trick he's tried and tested 100 times, otherwise, the person he was just now wouldn't have sworn and directly put his betting boat on the line. Today it seems is he pushing himself into the abyss? Digging your own hole? Wait a minute, I still need to raise my bet. In addition to betting all the chips I just had, bet my entire life expectancy. Zhang Daoming stroked his chin and chose to continue raising his bet. He had already seen it just now. This Hu Dajin seemed to be using some kind of tactic, but it didn't work on Mo, so he immediately fell on his sword and pressed his entire lifespan. Put all your life, Alan. Inside the Thriller World Gambit, you can bet your life expectancy. Very few people knew about this matter, and Zhang Daoming only knew about it because of his status as a sequential son. The audience in the live room was confused when they heard that. Crap! I can't believe I'm betting on longevity. I just realized that the Thriller gambling ship still has this concept of betting on one's life. Zhang Daoming is also too fierce, and he trusts the Munchkins too much to just all in his entire lifespan. What's going on? This wave is playing too big. Hearing that Zhang Daoming had actually pressed his entire lifespan, they were all stunned. That quiet moment was followed by a boiling over. People gamble with money. But you gamble with your life? I also bet my entire lifespan. He. Su Mengmeng wailed, though she was too young to understand what it meant, but Su Mengmeng thought it was funny as hell. Following the example of Lord Zhang Daoming, Milkmaid shouted to raise the bets this time. The pressure came to Hu Dajin. Hu Dajin was sweating, having run casinos for hundreds of years. This was the second time he had been in this situation. The first time I met that man, it almost wiped out his family, yet this time the little girl who came along tried to win him over for the rest of his life? If you drive a panther, that's 1 to 100. If this human child had a year to live, then under the influence of the Thriller rule, that 100 years would be added to Su Mengmeng. This human child's chi was too strong, so high that it was terrifying. For a moment, he didn't dare take the bet. Looks like we'll just have to come up with a killer, Hu Dajin said in his heart, touching the watch he wore on his hand. The watch was black and gold in color, entwined with ancient vine patterns, ancient and domineering. Under his touch, the dial minute hand and hour hand rotated crazily, and the chi on his body was increasing. This watch is a trick artifact. After using it, you can overdraw your chi in advance to use it now. This efficacy can be said to be killing 1,000 enemies at the expense of 800. If he didn't encounter an extremely special time, Hu Dajin was adamant that he wouldn't use this trick weapon. This time, he had overdrawn 100 years of his own fortune, all of which he had put on this bet. Since you've placed your bets, I'll take them. Now get ready to flip. Under the blessing of 100 years of chi, Hu Dajin's chi was entwined and his lucky value was pulled full. Under the influence of self-esteem, Hu Dajin didn't believe that he couldn't win against these two humans in the district. There was absolutely no way he could lose at the hands of a human, except, of course, the man from before. In Hu Dajin's mind, that man couldn't even be called human. It was horrible, the is that still called life? It was a memory that Hu Dajin didn't want to remember, though the curse on the little human girl in front of me makes it a little hard to see, but I have 100 years of added chi, and my chi has reached an extremely terrifying level. I don't believe this little girl's chi can still win me over. Hu Dajin was pleased in his heart and felt that he was sure to win that. At least in his mind, he said himself, feeling that his chi is more vigorous than Mo's. I just can't believe it's J this time. Think about it. He flips over the first card. The first card shows Jacks. Seeing this card, Hu Dajin almost didn't fall in place. A facepalm hits so fast it's like a tornado. What a way to make him lose face. Flip it. Go ahead and flip it. Zhang Daoming's mouth curved in a way that was more pressurized than AK. Urging from the sidelines. As expected, it was all a setup by Mo's dad, trying to keep Mo from dying so quickly within the curse. It would have to be through the thriller gambling ship. Through this one gamble, to help Su Mengmeng renew her life, since the curse can't be broken for a while, that always extends life a bit, doesn't it? Stall the cursed death for a bit? Poof. Hu Dajin's face was grim, and he forced himself to stabilize his body and opened his second card first, resulting second card. It's a queen. Live stream. Crap. No way, no way. Is the second one actually a Q2? If the third card is AK, it's JQK. That's the baby panther. SS if so, Zhang Daoming must not renew his own life 100 times? So Momo has to renew her own life 100 times as well? If Zhang Daoming can live to be 70 years old, he must not live to be 7,000 years old with 100 times his life expectancy? Holy shit. Don't count it. It's a shock. This is crazy. Let's not talk about whether or not the owner of this casino, the Golden Fox, has the longevity to do so in the first place, but just moving around for thousands of years is indeed terrifying. For a moment, all of them were staring at the screen in a tight deadpan, intent on seeing the third card. Wait for the Golden Fox to flip over the third card. What will be the third card? Would it be any other number? Or perhaps K? They can't take their eyes off it. They can't even take a breath. No way, no way, no way. My 100 years of chi can't even suppress the human child in front of me. The golden-haired fox. Hu Dajin's face twisted as he growled in his mind. His right hand was dead center on the third card. He didn't dare to turn it over. Once the card is flipped over, if the card is a king, Hu Dajin will only die. Who knows how long those two humans, one large and one small, live? What if he fails? That's a lot of years of life lost, although he had won the lifespans of many of his guests, and his lifespan had exceeded 10,000 years. A lifespan was a lifespan, and it was worth more than a trick coin. Who willingly loses those lifespans? Just protect the third card and never turn over the third card and let that bet go nowhere. Then he doesn't have to take that risk. Thus, the Golden Fox lifted the table. Boom! His hands were sinewy and he violently lifted the gambling table, causing the marble table to burst and explode. Oh, you guys are cheating. You humans are dead. Roar! The golden-furred fox. Hu Dajin's body swelled. His sharp teeth roared, and with his backhand, he gave Su Mengmeng and the others a big hat. What does cheating mean? Under the rubble flying horizontally, Zhang Daoming hugged Su Mengmeng and gently leaped, dodging those rubbles. The moment, his eyes were a little cold. This golden fox is so unruly. You don't think you can win, so you're just going to turn the table? You think it's you who's a crow? This fox already has a way of taking death. Su Mengmeng cocked her head in his arms. What does cheating mean? Zhang Daoming explained. It means that you lied to him. You're not honest. And he's scolding you. How could I not be honest? He's cursing me. I'm going to beat the shit out of him. The corners of Su Mengmeng's mouth bulged, and she instantly became angry. She broke away from Zhang Daoming's embrace and backhandedly pulled out the 100-change bobble ball. The 100-change bobble ball transformed and the bazooka appeared, being carried on Su Mengmeng's shoulder. The backhand was to give that Hu Dajin a shot. Live viewers, the scene in front of me happened so suddenly all of them were confused. That Golden Fox can't afford to play. So he just lifted the table? Mo thought the blonde fox scolded him, and then both sides fought again? A straight fight at the drop of a hat? Crap! Hearing the golden hair's words get upset, the munchkin went straight for another blast? This is too fierce. Looking at the cannonballs that were rushing towards him, the golden fox sneered and shook his head. He's a creepy king-level creature. How is it possible to be hit by such a toy as well? No way, not at all. With a twist of his head, the golden fox dodged the projectile with precision. The shell skimmed his ears, though it was missing him. The shell hit the statue behind him and the statue ears exploded. The debris only hit the ceiling chandelier in the VIP gambling room, just enough to cut the rope of the ceiling chandelier that weighed tens of thousands of pounds rumbled and smashed down directly towards the golden-haired fox. What the hell? You want to hit me with that thing? What a fool's errand. But before he could finish his sentence, he was immediately hit by the ceiling chandelier and let out a scream. Daoming Zhang. Live viewers, that's okay? This golden fox's mouth is open? Roar! Hu Dajin growled, smashed the huge ceiling chandelier, and crawled out in a sorry state. He was holding his heart. The shell missed him, but it was hit by the ceiling chandelier. What kind of luck is this munchkin having? He wouldn't believe it. Die. The golden-furred fox's eyes glowed red as it swung its claws and killed at Su Mengmeng. His movements were too fast, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Mo's body, his sharp claws swinging out normally. Thrall creatures are not able to lay a direct hit on a human without triggering the kill rule, but the golden fox Udajin is different. He was already a Guile King level creature in his essence and could ignore this rule. That's why he dared to strike so recklessly. You! Crows and airplanes! Su Mengmeng swung her small fist and backhanded Hudayan Dai and Hudajin's opinion. The human child in front of him went out too slowly. He'll be able to dodge it for sure, but who knows? I don't know whether it is intentional or unintentional. Su Mengmeng accidentally tripped over a stone, and his body tilted forward, just avoiding his sharp double claws, and Su Mengmeng, the little fist, just landed in his crotch again. Snort! It's the sound of breaking eggs, and it's a double-yolked egg. Ah! The golden fox screamed out in pain and covered his crotch in death, although this is his incarnation, but the pain is still connected. The entire Thrill cruise ship was also shaking and seemed to be in great pain as well. Su Mengmeng looked at her small fists, her eyes a little smug. She didn't seem to have done anything just now, like just teaching the bad guys a lesson. I'm so good, wavy dash, on the side. Zhang Daoming also looked confused. This. Su Mengmeng's luck seems to be a bit outrageous. Under the crooked attack, it directly knocked that golden fox out of his mind? Golden fox is here. Golden fox is popping eggs. Golden fox is gone? How? How is this possible? What in the world are you from? How did you get such horrible luck? Hudajin reluctantly stood up, his eyes dead set on this one human girl in front of him. That's when it dawned on him. The human girl in front of her had a chi that was too much higher than her own. He had just felt that this little human girl in front of him was more interested in the bottom of the chi than he was, and it was entirely because he was affected by the curse on this human child. It has been high to an unimaginable degree. It's almost like Lady Luck incarnate. Couldn't move her at all. Got it. Third card. At this time, while Su attracted Hudajin's attention, Zhang Daoming unknowingly came behind him and gently pinched the last playing card placed in his pocket with both fingers. Just lift this playing card. Hudajin is going to follow the rules. Not only do they have to pay out huge amounts of trick money, but they also have to pay out a lot of life expectancy to them. This wave, steady. Zhang Daoming smiled faintly, but just then, just as he was about to draw the one playing card in the pocket of the golden-haired fox, suddenly, the Thrill cruise ship shook violently, as if a tsunami-like earthquake had occurred, and the deck of the ship that Zhang Daoming stepped on was actually writhing like the skin of a living creature. An incomparably terrifying aura appeared, enveloping the entire Thriller cruise ship. What the hell? This immensely large and frightening cruise ship is a trickster creature? We're inside its belly? Sensing the fluctuation, Zhang Daoming's face changed drastically. No wonder he couldn't calculate any of the trigrams of that hairy fox when he saw it for the first time. It turned out that the golden-haired fox was just an avatar, and the real owner of this gambling ship is the one they step on the ground. Thrill Cruise. This is simply appalling, this thrill life. It's so deranged. To go so far as to open a casino inside his own belly. What level of trickster creature is here? I'm afraid it's not another trickster king. Zhang Daoming's scalp is numb. Thriller world is really weird enough to be too creepy. What kind of psychopathic creature lets a casino run inside his stomach? Why is it shaking so much? Who angered the boss? Those people are going to suffer. Yeah, the boss has revealed his true form, so it looks like he's really pissed off. On the ship, the faces of the dealers and lotter on each floor changed. As for some of the surviving human players, their faces were blank and fearful as they watched the plywood continue to squirm. They had no idea what was going on. Boom boom boom. Humans! You guys are good. Succeeded in angering me. Hudajin's lower half of his body was connected by the flesh threads emerging from the splint, and the upper half of his body, which had already swelled to 100 times its size, laughed coldly and made an indifferent sound. He had only wanted to use this incarnation to directly kill all these humans in front of him, but who knows? That human child fucks with his mind again and again, directly forcing him to reveal his true self. The boss has appeared. Next to her, the bunny girl, Sister Who, had horrified and panicked eyes. The boss's main body was the Thrill Cruiser, and his strength was even at the level of the Trickster King, and the best of the Trickster Kings. Offended the boss. It thinks the humans are dead. Ha ha, fear, be afraid. Hudajin laughed rampantly, his eyes triumphant, but before he could finish his sentence, the big-mouthed gentleman appeared, his right hand carrying an extremely terrifying force, and backhanded him. Boom! So, he was slapped in the face by the big-mouthed gentleman as all of them looked on in confusion. Gentleman's rule number 19. A roar on the road. No, the man said it should be a slap on the road. On an isolated island, a large hole was blasted through one of the walls in the conference room. As a stunning woman in a purple dress appeared, the entirety of the scene fell into silence. The conference room was quiet. Seeing the appearance of this woman, Everyone was as if they had seen a ghost, and for a while, they were so scared that they didn't dare to take a breath. This is the Shadow Queen, possessing the strength to decapitate the Trickster King. Who dares to be reckless in front of her? Both the Minister of Thrills in Great Britain and the Minister of Thrills in the Falklands were dumbfounded. Scalp numbness. Inside, it was like falling into an ice pit. The two of them looked at each other, their scalps tingling. At this moment, the inner regret was extreme, regretting that he shouldn't have been fooled by the beautiful country. He had just raised his hand and agreed to go and exterminate the Shadow Queen. The reason why they dared to eliminate the Shadow Queen was based on nuclear weapons, and the S-class mass murderer that Thriller World had gotten. With the presence of these two weapons, they can assassinate remotely, and remotely, even if the eradication is unsuccessful in the end. They can totally shirk their responsibility and say that it was not done by their own country. That's why just now they dared to make a big statement about destroying the Shadow Empress. Moreover, their main purpose was just to use the slogan of annihilating the Shadow Empress and use this one reason to invade the country of China. Otherwise, what P5 country would dare to swear that it could eliminate the Shadow Queen? They're trying to play a little conspiracy. As a result, Chi Daoling played a direct Yan trick. Bring in the Shadow Queen. Straight off the table. This Chi Daolin. What a belly. God. The people in the country of China are really ruthless. The Minister of Thrills of the Woolly Bear Nation couldn't help but gulp in fear. In front of him, this woman with stunning beauty, just by standing there and emitting a wisp of breath, already made him not be able to give birth to any resistance. Wanting to bow down to this woman, this was simply not an existence that he could fight against even. This is simply not an existence that humans can fight against. You Chi Daolin of the Huaxia Kingdom. Your Huaxia Kingdom even colluded with the thrilling creature. Slav's eyes were horrified and he turned his head to angrily rebuke Chi Daolin. He never expected that this Chi Daolin actually knew the Shadow Empress and the Shadow Queen, who was just in the room next to this conference room. This is so creepy. What do you mean collusion? Su Mengmeng is of our Huaxia country, a part of our great Huaxia up and down for 5,000 years, and the Shadow Empress is her little sister. And under rounding down, the Shadow Empress is a friend of the Huaxia country. Chi Daolin was Zhang Daoming's teacher. As a teacher, he has demonstrated this rounding up rhetoric to the fullest. Fark. Shameless. You Chinese nation is so shameless. Slav's face was furious and he loudly scolded Chi Daoling. Armed forces, trying to take advantage of the opportunity to annex us? Chi Daoling's face was cold. As a P5 country, there is no one who is a fool. The Shadow Empress was so powerful that even if the 3 of the 5 constellations were united, they wouldn't dare to pack their bags and say that they would be able to annihilate the Shadow Empress. Put another way, is there a benefit to annihilating the Shadow Queen? No, not at all. It would even be a great drain on the power and reserves of one's own country. So the 3 countries, the beautiful country, Great Britain, and the Fark country, were really running towards the Dragon Scale Ministry and towards Huaxia. Fark. Slav's face was furious. Noisy. The Shadow Empress' long willow brows frowned slightly, and a wisp of aura emanating from her body pressed directly on Slav. Boom! Slav only felt that his body was under 10,000 pounds of pressure, immediately kneeling to the ground with both knees, his bones crackling, his face red and incomparable, his body as if it was going to explode at any time. If it wasn't for the fact that he was the head of the Thrilling World Department of the beautiful country, and had gotten a drop of subdragon blood in the Thrilling World, his physical qualities far exceeded those of normal people 100 times over. Otherwise just that wisp of breath just now would have caused his entire body to explode and turn into a mist of blood. Oh, if you dare to kill me, dozens of nuclear bombs from our beautiful country will all be aimed here. Slav tore his hands to the ground, his face grim and twisted as he uttered these appalling words. Hearing this, the P5 representative figures of the other 3 countries' faces changed instantly. This is his life-preserving card. Hundreds of nukes would be powerful enough to level this isolated island. He couldn't believe that the creature in front of him didn't know the power of human nukes. Crazy, crazy, crazy. This Slav is crazy. The faces of the P5 representatives changed violently. In the 100+ years since Thriller Games descended on the blue planet, the technology for nukes has long since been perfected over and over again. The power of the nuclear bomb has gone from nuclear fission to fusion breakthrough, and nukes are more than 100 times more powerful. If dozens of nuclear bombs were dropped, not to mention the leveling of this isolated island, even this part of the Atlantic Ocean would be destroyed. I bet you wouldn't dare kill me. Slav grimaced. Even though he was kneeling, he was still as arrogant as ever. Using his full power to raise his head and look directly at the Shadow Empress. Chi Daoling's face changed. This Slav is teetering wildly on the edge of death. It's not good to threaten anyone. Dare to threaten the Emperor of Thrill World without the man's letter to them. He was afraid he'd be obsessively confident in Blue Star's nukes. Dude, I don't know the horrors of royal creatures. Soon, as Chi Daolin expected, a next moment, under Slav's horrified gaze, his body shattered inch by inch, and he eventually died violently under a look of remorse and disbelief. Before he died, He was filled with disbelief. Is this creature in front of us really not afraid of nuclear bombs? It was also at the moment of his death. Dozens of nuclear warheads appeared on the clouds in the sky of the isolated island. They tore through the clouds and headed towards the isolated island at breakneck speed. How dare you! Thrill Cruise. The golden fox Staken was instantly slapped in the face by the big-mouthed gentleman. Under this slap, his body flew backwards, and when he hit the wall heavily, he let out a loud sound as his body turned into a bloody mist, but a few moments later, the blood mist coalesced once again and reappeared as the golden-furred fox Hudajin. The viewers in the live broadcast room were all confused when they saw this scene. That's an amazing brain circuit for a big-mouthed gentleman, goddamn. Road to see a slap. They really want to ask, are your gentlemanly rules based on your own rules? As you wish? Come as you want. Why did you betray me? Do it to me. Hudajin's eyes were furious, and his hull squirmed violently as he voiced his question to the big-mouthed gentleman. My friendship with you is limited to employment. Just up and down, and this human child is not only my best friend, but her father is my savior. Since you're going to make a move against her, you're also making an enemy of me. The big-mouthed gentleman smiled slightly, and took a sip of the red wine inside the red wine glass held in his hand as he spoke. His gentlemanly demeanor pulling full. Hundreds of thousands of viewers in the live broadcast room heard these words, and each one of them exclaimed that Big Mouth was really righteous. This big-mouthed gentleman deserves a relationship. It's old-fashioned. Fight the monster, fight the monster. Su Mengmeng got playful and frantically blasted the golden-furred fox with her cannon. Boom boom boom. Numerous shells kept hitting the ship with big explosions and flames. Roar. The golden-furred fox ate the pain and turned his head to look at Su Mengmeng. His eyes were on the verge of spitting fire. Although the damage Su Mengmeng had inflicted on him was only a superficial wound and could not cause an actual fatal injury, but it also still annoyed him. It's like having someone stab you with a needle. It doesn't kill you, but it hurts. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Hudajin roared, condensing countless hardened meat spikes in front of his body, charging straight at Su Mengmeng. Gambler's ring effect activating. The effect of Lady Luck's pin is activating. The thorns were densely packed, thousands of them, but none of them hit Su Mengmeng, only to see her accidentally trip over a small rock and fall backwards for whatever reason. The meat spikes then all just flew all the way through the dull hairs on her head by a centimeter. Not a single hit. Zhang Daoming. Live stream viewers, it's not is this munchkin turned on? How did you get so lucky? 3 times all of them dodged that golden-haired fox's attacks. Just how high is this human child's luck? How come every attack I make doesn't work on her? It always somehow dodges. Forget it. Since physical attacks have no effect, then I can only launch a soul attack. The golden-haired fox Dajin's face was gloomy. The thrill cruiser was his main body, and with these humans inside his body, he wasn't good at using too powerful a physical attack for fear of destroying his main body and hurting himself, and nowadays the best means on is to use the soul attack. Soul attacks were his best move. With this move, he belonged to the top tier amongst the Guile Kings. Soul Destroyer. A red aura blossomed in the golden-haired fox's eyes. An enormous soul power surged through its body. It was his soul and spiritual power that was so powerful that it even coalesced into a scaled-down version of a thrilling cruise ship in the air. Soul attack. Zhang Daoming's pupils shrunk and his face became grave. Inside the thriller world, the soul attack move means we're the most difficult to deal with. Working directly on the soul, it makes one defenseless. How did you move this move? The face of the gentleman with the big mouth, who had always been calm, changed. This move by Hudajin in front of him was too terrifying. Even he, I'm afraid, would have a hard time resisting it. Soul attacks defend against the undefendable. I wonder if Mo can resist. Die. The golden fox roared. That shrunken version of the thrilling cruise ship attacked at Su Mengmeng. Its speed was extremely fast, and it arrived in front of Su Mengmeng in the blink of an eye. This soul attack was too terrifying. Even though the target of the attack was not Zhang Daoming, who was next to him, he was affected, and a tingling pain was transmitted from the depths of his soul. Mo! Zhang Daoming turned his head and loudly reminded Mo, the soul attacks in here are horrible. But, just then, mutations happen. The zipper of Su Mengmeng's school bag suddenly opened on its own, and a pink piggy doll flew out of the bag. The piggy doll glowed, and the light enveloped the entire layer of the thriller cruise ship, and the terrifying soul fluctuations were emanating out. A creature with 4 hooves and black flames, born with different horns, actually flew out from inside the piglet doll and appeared in the air. The creature was horrible. The soul fluctuations emanating from his surroundings actually caused cracks to appear in space. Roar! With a roar from him, the golden-haired fox's cohesive spiritual attack was blasted through with a bang and disappeared without a trace. At the moment, the creature was suspended in the air, looking down on the golden-haired fox like a god. As he appeared, a pressure from the soul enveloped the entire thrill cruise ship. All the frightening creatures inside the frightening cruise ship, one by one, their bodies couldn't help but tremble, and their souls couldn't help but get out of their orifices to worship the King of Souls. What kind of being has come to our cruise ship? What terrifying soul power! So scary! On the cruise ship, Some powerful thrill creatures shivered and couldn't help but cry out in terror. The big-mouthed gentleman's pupils snapped shut. He knew the human man was not simple. Inside the gift piglet for Mang Mang, there is such a horrible existence sealed. Normally, this terrifying existence would not come out casually. It was because of the soul attack sent out by this trickster king that awakened this terrifying existence. Soul power is capable of tearing through space. What kind of terrifying existence is this? The golden-furred fox was appalled, a look of horror on its face. Its body and mind tense. He had known for a long time that this little girl was from an uncomplicated source, but I didn't realize that the book bag she carried around with her had such horrible dolls. Seeing the sacred and mysterious creature floating in the air, the viewers in the live broadcast room were stunned, and their hearts set off monstrous waves. This was the first time they had seen with their own eyes the great terror that was hidden in Su Meng Meng. Piggy crap. What exactly is the origin of Momo's father? It turns out that the doll that Momo carries on his body hides a terrifying existence. 66666. Look at me confused. You guys, look. The king of tricksters is dumbfounded at the sight of this creature. Hiss, you can see from here just how much of a dick Mo's dad really is. At this moment, the audience in the live broadcast room once again felt the mystery and compulsion of Su Meng Meng's father. The doll that his dad had given him had such a terrifying existence hidden inside it, and just by appearing, it had caused that Guile King to be under a great deal of pressure. At this moment, looking at this Guile King's appearance, he seems to be very frightened. I know who you are. I know who you are. You're the Rosa Guile Domain Guile Emperor who disappeared a few years ago. Ames, the Emperor of Souls, the eerie King's golden fox. Hu Dajin's eyes were horrified. His heart was chilled, and he couldn't help but shiver as he said, inside the thriller world, there existed a total of 8 Guile Emperors. One of them, the Guile Emperor, suddenly disappeared a few years ago, vanishing without a trace. He is the heaven-swallowing pig emperor of the Rosa Trickster domain, also known as Ames. The King of Souls. An existence of this level was something the Golden Fox could not even come into contact with from afar, but he didn't expect it in any way. How dare you run into me? Even though the heaven-swallowing pig emperor in front of him seemed to have no body, only his soul was sealed inside this little human girl's doll bear, but just the soul body. He can't resist it, either. The level of that soul is a Guile Emperor level. Moreover, the heaven-swallowing pig emperor's most skillful means was soul means. Any way you fight it, he dies. He's playing a dara. Because of fear, Hu Dajin's body thrilled the cruise ship, and the entire hull of the cruise ship shook, trembled, and trembled incessantly. Ames, King of Souls, on the side, the big-mouthed gentleman was all of a sudden confused, his expression showing disbelief. He had felt before that Su Meng Meng's little piggy doll had a great terror sealed inside it, but unexpectedly, the seal was actually a Guile Emperor level existence. That is to say, at that time when he ran into that man at the Moonlight restaurant, that man had just gone to the Rosa Creepy domain, slaughtered a creepy emperor level existence, and then sealed its soul on the pink piggy doll that he gave to her daughter. That man is crazy too. It's too vicious. What a spoilsport. The most bizarre and inexplicable means of specializing in the soul. The big-mouthed gentleman couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air and mutter, because he was so shocked. The wine glass he was holding in his hand forgot to balance, and the wine continued to flow out along the walls of the glass, spilling onto the ground. I was wrong. I shouldn't have offended you. 1,000 wrongs are my fault. Please leave me alone. Hu Dajin's face was horrified and his desire to survive was extremely strong. As the titular Ghost King, he glided to Su Meng Meng's front with a kneeling, hands on the ground, and immediately kowtowed, asking for forgiveness. You can't plead for forgiveness without admitting you're wrong. Hu Dajin, didn't want to die so quickly. The lifespan of the Guile King was less than 10,000 years. He hasn't lived long enough. A face is nothing if you can live. Mo, don't promise him. He's the one who just lifted the table first and was going to kill me to silence me. He deserves to die. On the side, Zhang Daoming coldly spoke of the poor Taoist never takes revenge overnight. This guy wanted them dead from the start, and he wants to get over it by getting on his knees and apologizing? It's too cheap for him. Good, my brother said it. He said he can't forgive you, and my dad B also said that people don't offend us. So if someone else offends us first, then don't be merciful with your feet. Su Meng Meng crossed her arms, as if she was a little public figure, and raised her shoulders chin in a condescending manner, humming. As her words fell, the eyes of that heaven-swallowing pig emperor in the air emitted a red light, and a terrifying aura of soul power reappeared, enveloping the entire scene. Lighting Zhang reminds, it's mercy. Su Meng Meng, and you guys are so vindictive. Hu Dajin wanted to cry. How did he get in trouble with this little girl from a horrible place? Nope. She said she had a dad. Suddenly, a flash of memories in Hu Dajin's mind that had been sealed by others awakened. This memory tells him to give a gift box to a little human girl with a piggy doll in her hand if he happens upon her. Hu Dajin, how did I get this extra memory in my head? Nope. I should say, when did the man seal this memory of him? but it was too late for him to think about it more, because the soul aims had already locked onto him, and the massive soul power launched an attack on his thrilling cruiser's body, and in just a few moments, his soul couldn't hold out any longer, as if it was about to explode. Wait, is your name Sumomo? I have news of your father. He told me I had a gift for you. Hudajin shouted, his tone anxious. Big Porky, don't move him first. Hearing the news of having a daddy, Su Mengming's big eyes lit up, milking her voice to the big piggy in the sky. On the sidelines, the big-mouthed gentleman was a sweaty mess. This was the king of a domain of the thrilling world, an existence at the level of the Guile Emperor. Even if the physical body was gone and only the existence of the soul body remained, it was still enough to sweep away the major Guile kings, and in this munchkin's mouth, it becomes a big piggy bank. This is the gift box that the Lord asked me to pass on to you. Hudajin beckoned, and the deck of the Thrill cruise ship kept squirming, and a delicate pink gift box appeared in front of the crowd for a time. Not only the entire room, but also the hundreds of thousands of viewers in the live broadcast room were incredibly expectant, curious as to what kind of gift could be inside this gift box. What exactly is it? Bluestar.an isolated island. In a conference room, the atmosphere was one of shock and panic. The two Pentecostals from Falkland and Great Britain had terrified eyes. They immediately pulled out their messaging devices and prepared to have their country's nearby warships as well as helicopters flee the isolated island. This time the state of affairs was beyond their imagination. The Dark Queen appears. Slav, the head of the thriller department in the beautiful country, dies. Dozens of nuclear bombs are ready to bomb this lonely island. Whichever one of these things reaches the outside world, it will shake the world. You two don't need to be summoned. Your country has its own nuclear bombs. Don't you know the power of nuclear bombs? Even if you retreat now, you'll still be affected by the nukes. Looking at these two clowns, Shi Daolin coldly said, something seems to be coming my way. On the side, the Shadow Empress' stunningly beautiful face, her willow brows slightly knitted as she looked through the glass of the window into the distant sky. Next moment, under the horrified gazes of the other P5, the Shadow Empress rushed up into the sky, actually running towards those dozens of nukes in the sky, ready to hand-rub the nukes. You guys, look, what is that silhouette appearing in the sky? It seems to be a woman. She can fly. Can fly. My God, is she the Shadow Queen the minister was talking about? What's she doing flying toward a nuke? Around the isolated island, the military ships and the military people inside the helicopter gunships were stunned when they saw a purple-skirted silhouette rising up into the sky, heading straight for the nuclear bomb. This is too fierce. They can't even hide when they see a nuke. But this Shadow Queen, with her iron head, is headed straight for the nukes. Can Lev, sighting through the window, the Minister of Thrills of the Woolly Bear Nation muttered. In his opinion, even if the woman's strength was as terrifying as it was, as long as she was hit by a nuclear bomb, she would surely die under a nuclear bomb. All beings are equal. With the speed of the Shadow Empress, she could have completely escaped with the speed she had just had, and didn't even need to go hard on the nukes. But why didn't she flee? Instead, she even rushed up? Shi Daolin frowned slightly as doubts appeared within him. The Shadow Queen's wave of maneuvering didn't make sense to him anyway. These dozens of things are called nukes? In the sky, the Shadow Empress ran toward the nuclear bomb at extreme speed. Like a purple lightning bolt, her current strength belongs to the creepy Emperor level. It was even the best among the 8 Guile Emperors inside the thrilling world, and her true strength was in existence with half a foot out of the Guile Emperor level. Once the man had told her that if she wanted to cross the barrier of the Guile Emperor, she would need to stay at the Blue Star for the past few years to find a breakthrough. When a person named Shi Daolin approached her, the chance for her breakthrough would really come. That's why after receiving a call from Shi Daolin yesterday, she went to her appointment and came to the isolated island. I'll see what kind of energy this thing called a nuke has. Arriving in front of a nuclear bomb, the Shadow Empress changed from a palm to a fist and violently slammed it towards the bomb. Rumble. Under the horrified gazes of all the soldiers below the sky, a nuclear bomb was blown up hard by the Shadow Empress. A huge mushroom cloud even appeared in the sky. Rumble. Powerful shockwaves and radiation instantly enveloped the Shadow Empress. This thing is so powerful. The Shadow Queen's face changed slightly, and purple light surfaced around her body, fully resisting the radiation from the nuclear bomb. Nope. This radiant energy seemed to be of the same origin as the Thrill World creepy chi, and it seemed like she could absorb it? The Shadow Empress raised her right hand forward and a small vortex appeared in her white palm. The vortex rotated slightly, and all of the tens of square kilometers of radiant energy were absorbed by the vortex. At that moment, the aura on the Shadow Empress body actually strengthened by 1 point. My realm bottleneck has actually loosened. Learning of this subtle change, the Shadow Empress was slightly startled in her heart. At this time, she violently realized that the radiant energy of this nuclear bomb was even comparable to the origin of the tricky chi. It's too pure. This is clearly a human world. But why is the radiation energy emitted from this exploding nuclear bomb so pure? It's actually from the same family and origin as the creepy chi energy of the thriller world. At this moment, the Shadow Empress seemed to have learned some horrifying truth. Her stunningly beautiful and pretty face blushed slightly, and she couldn't help but breathe sharply. Thrill Cruise, I was wrong. It was my fault just now. So don't be in such a hurry to move first. Your father's gift hasn't been given to you yet. I'm afraid you've come to the Thrill Cruise, guided by your father to fetch his gift. The Guile King Hu Dajin's eyes were terrified, and his eyes drifted to the Tongtian Pig Emperor in the air from time to time. As the Emperor's creature, the heaven-swallowing Pig Emperor's strength was too terrifying. Even if the main body had disappeared, the remaining soul was enough to destroy it. Emperor-level creatures are too terrifying. Just now it was so close. My little life would have been lost. After seeing that the Tongtian Pig Emperor had received Su Momu's command to stop his movements, Hu Dajin's heart finally sighed in relief. It's this gift box. Hu Dajin walked forward and respectfully handed the pink gift box to Su Mengmeng. At this moment, he was incredibly respectful and spoke respectfully, without the slightest hint of his arrogant appearance just now. In a way, the little human girl in front of me was coming from a horrible place. He simply couldn't afford to be offended. It was able to seal the memories of a creature at the level of the King of Guile and revive it only after triggering the keyword. Even the King of Guile could not do this. That's what's so scary. That is to say, the father of this little girl in front of you is more powerful than the trickster emperor? That's too creepy. Thinking of this, Hu Dajin shivered and his eyes became even more respectful as he looked at this munchkin. I finally found my present from Daddy. I wonder what it's going to be. After receiving the gift, Su Mengmeng's eyes were curious. Her big eyes fluttered and lit up the pink gift box in front of her. The pink grounds are delicate, with a fine floral pattern on the surface, and a lovely flower knot tied at the top of the gift box. I wonder what the gift will be. Zhang Daming's eyes were curious and his gaze was motionless as he gazed at the gift box held in Su Mengmeng's hands. He was a little curious about what kind of gift someone with an existence like Su Mengmeng's dad would actually give, and not only him. Even the hundreds of thousands of viewers in the live broadcast room were staring at the inside of the screen with their eyes motionless, curious about the gift that Su Mengmeng's father had given to Su Mengmeng. What on earth would it be? Under the gaze of the crowd, Su Mengmeng untied the flower knot on the gift box. Once the flower knot is opened, the four sides of the gift box, southeast and northwest, face down for a moment. A brilliant and incomparable illusion of fireworks appeared inside the lobby of the cruise ship. On this floor, the fireworks are so beautiful, colorful. This fireworks display show lasted over 2 minutes. At the end of the final fireworks display show, the fireworks form 4 big words: Happy Birthday. Seeing this fireworks display show, the live streamers were stunned and said they were in for a treat. Woohoo! This is the virtual 3D technology. This fireworks show is so good. Better than the Spring Festival Gala. Is this pampering from Su Mengmeng's dad? This is too romantic. Almost forgot. Happy birthday, Mo. Happy birthday, Momo. Yeah, right. Today is my munchkin's birthday. Hurry up and wish one happy birthday. For a while, the 4 big words happy birthday inside the live broadcast room were constantly screamed. They have sent their wishes to celebrate the munchkin's birthday. If it wasn't for the fact that the function of giving gifts on live broadcast hadn't been opened, the scary live broadcast room would have already been bursting with gifts. There was no way. Su Mengmeng was too pleasing to the eye, and after a few baptisms of heat writing on, she had sucked in many fans. After watching the sparkling fireworks, just now Su Mengmeng was excited. Soon, a vision of a man appeared above the gift box. A magnificent and handsome man appeared. As soon as he appeared, he attracted everyone's attention. His handsome is like a spring breeze. Like handsome let a person feel very comfortable. The first impression of the good feeling for it, even if the hundreds of thousands of viewers in the live broadcast room were already seeing Su Mengmeng's father for the second time, but still, he was blown away a bit by his handsome looks. The man in front of me was too divine. It's a sight to behold. Nostalgia. At that moment, with everyone watching, Su Mengmeng's father, Su Ning, spoke. You want a pet? Now grant you this wish. Oh, pinch the time. Wait a moment after this image of me disappears. This egg is about to hatch. Also, I've left you a ticket to Thriller Amusement Park. It's your birthday today. Have fun at the amusement park. And while you're there, I've left a mysterious gift for you. Go find it. After saying these words, that man smiled dotingly at Su Mengmeng. Soon the projection faded into blur. The gift is an egg, tickets to the Thrill Cruise, a thrill ride, and a gift left by Mo's dad. Zhang Daoming's eyes narrowed as he gathered 3 key points of information. Sure enough, as he expected, everything that has happened here lately is all in that man's hands. What is the ultimate goal of this male? Is it to undo the curse on Su Mengmeng? Or is it for another purpose? Zhang Daoming frowned and couldn't help but fall into doubt, but soon he shook his head, discarding these jumbled thoughts. It's no use thinking about this. Can only see one step at a time. After all, he hadn't even figured out Su Mengmeng's dad's trigrams, so how could he possibly guess Su Mengmeng's dad's psychology? After the projection disappeared, The pink gift box contained a ticket to a pink amusement park and an egg. This egg was really not small, almost half the height of Meng Meng's body, reaching 50 centimeters. The surface of the eggshell was crystal clear, with radiant patterns flowing on its surface. At this glance, it is by no means mortal. Live viewers, Daoming Zhang. They were instantly attracted to this one egg. This is the birthday present that Moso's dad gave Mo. An egg? I wonder what will hatch inside the egg. They had just ventured that thought when cracks appeared on the surface of the egg. The cracks grew and eventually covered the entire eggshell. Next moment, with a burst of brilliant golden light erupting, the egg was finally hatched and a round creature appeared before the crowd. It is round and furry, with black and white fur, black around the eyes, black and white furry hair on the back, and looks like a baby panda when you look closely. When it appears, it hums and chirps and is adorable. Seeing the appearance of this one creature, the hearts of the netizens in the live broadcast room were adorable one by one. Isn't that a panda? This is too cute. Ha 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 ha. So the panda was hatched from an egg? What a cute little panda. It's a perfect match for Mo. How could I have not expected Mo's dad's birthday gift to Mo to be a bear? There's one thing to be said for this little panda. It's so cute, fluffy. I want to ruin it so bad. It's also cute to my heart. The crowd of big old men in the live broadcast room called out that this little panda was so cute that it exploded in place, one by one. They were having a seizure and kept typing something about the old man's teenage heart or something like that. A baby panda. Zhang Daoming looked confused and nope. The aura that was faintly emanating from this little panda. How could it reach the level of a Guile King? Noticing this aura, Zhang Daoming was stunned. Taoist ancestors are also on it. Just what kind of thrilling creature would reach the level of the Trickster King's strength once it was born? That was after fully growing up. Reaching the strength of the Guile Emperor level wouldn't be a breeze. Su Mengmeng's father's handiwork is also too big to actually give a gift to Mengmeng, such a pet that was born at the level of a Guile King. Zhang Daoming's mouth opened slightly, and for a moment, he did not know what to say. I don't know if I should lament Su Mengmeng's father's big hand or Su Mengmeng's father's big heart giving a Guile King level pet to Mo. Isn't he afraid that Mo will be in danger? But soon, he knew he was overthinking it, only to see that little panda humming and humming, playing well with Su Mengmeng. Mengmeng riding on its body, wailing with excitement. He. You're so cute. Round. From now on I'll call you Roll. From now on you'll be my pet. Oh, I'll treat you well. She stroked Roll's head and milked it. Getting this one pet made Su Mengmeng happy. The baby panda rolled and grunted in response, also expressing happiness. As soon as it was born, Su Mengmeng accepted it, subconsciously. It had taken Su Mengmeng as its master. It is a sacred beast bear emperor cub. On the side, recognizing the origin of this one little panda, Guile King Hu Dajin's eyes were wide and stunned. Inside the thriller world, the sacred beast bear emperor clan possesses an extremely noble bloodline, and as long as it doesn't die prematurely in the process of growing up, it will definitely be able to become a Guile Emperor level existence. But the number of sacred beast bear emperor clan is really too rare. Nearly a few hundred years have not heard of their traces. Heard that it has long been extinguished, but I didn't expect one to appear in front of his eyes. Terrible. What exactly was the origin of this little girl's his father, to be able to give the cub of the holy beast bear emperor clan to his own daughter as a pet? You're so good. On the wide hall, Su Mengmeng sat on Roll's furry body, directing it to run east and west, having fun. Roll's temperament was very good, and from time to time, he rubbed his big furry head against Su Mengmeng. Back to business. Mr. Hu Dajin, hand over the last K, willing to bet. Zhang Daoming walked forward and said to Hu Dajin, just kidding. As long as the last card was open first, Hu Dajin would have to compensate him and Su Mengmeng for a huge amount of Guile coins and a huge number of lifespans. Now is the time to claim it. On my 99 years of life expectancy, this shall not live for 10,000 years? Suddenly, Zhang Daoming thought of the consequences. Is he really going to live for 10,000 years and turn into a 10,000-year-old demon? Well, that's a question to ponder. To live these tens of thousands of years or not? Zhang Daoming became somewhat distressed and rubbed his temples, believing in doing nothing in the way of nature. He felt distressed about his problems for the first time. In the past, he had always thought that a human's lifespan of a few decades would be enough. Life is out there to be experienced. Experiencing birth, old age, sickness and death, experience joy and sorrow, experience a variety of novel experiences. But if once he has lived for tens of thousands of years, and all his friends and relatives have died, and the times have changed, and the only acquaintance left in the world is himself, and all kinds of new and strange experiences in the world have been experienced, is there any point in his living alone? Mustn't live like a walking corpse. Even if he had lived for tens of thousands of years, he was still just an old demon who had lived longer in years. My 900 years of lifespan will be stored with you for now, and if I want it in the future, I'll come and get it anytime. But Guile coin, You have to pay me in full. Zhang Daoming stroked his chin and once again spoke to the golden-haired fox Dajin. I have enough lifespan, but I don't have that many trick coins. Can I owe them first? Hu Dajin wanted to cry it. He simply didn't have that many shenanigans on hand right now. The man in front of him and the human child had just asked for billions of shenanigans in chips each. And after doubling them, it was a few 100 billion shenanigans. He's going to give these two guys a couple 100 billion shenanigans each. Where did he get so many trick coins? There may have been in the past, but it had been emptied of almost all the vaults by Su Mengming's dad. Su Mengming's dad stormed him with gold coins. Where did he get that kind of money? To tell you the truth, I am very poor. Right now, my entire fortune only amounts to more than 4 billion points of Gue coins, so I can only give each of you 2 billion Gue coins, and I can't afford to give more than that. And after I give you these Gue coins, my casino will only be able to declare bankruptcy. Hu Dajin was filled with bitterness. Opening a casino requires huge amounts of liquid shenanigans. After compensating Su Mengming and Zhang Daoming, the little bit of guile coins he had left was simply not enough to support the funds the casino needed, only small casino workshops. Okay, well over no. However, you have to give me and Mengming an IOU each, and make an oath that if there are any trick coins in the future that are backtracked and not paid back, your body will die and your path will be destroyed. Zhang Daoming fatally said for the creature in front of them that had just tried to take their lives that he's not going to show the slightest bit of mercy. It's only right to pay what you owe. To still keep the life of this Hu Dajin in front of him now is to obediently let him make money so that he can pay them back later. What else could Hu Dajin do but obediently make a vow to the heavenly Tao of the thrilling rule? Once a thrall creature makes an oath to the thrall rules, it will be immediately destroyed by the thrall rules if it violates it. So Zhang Daoming was not the least bit worried that Hu Dajin would back out. Wish well. I'll rest to call for trick coins for you, soon. Under the dumbfounded eyes of a crowd of spectators, Hu Dajin arranged his men to keep taking out box after box of trick coins, piling them up on the hall. The trick coins piled up into small mountains. The denomination of these trick coins, all of them 10,000, with 10,000 engraved on the surface, were purple in color, and under the illumination of the hall lights, they were brightly shining, and the purple light enveloped the entire hall. Wow! Bunny girl after bunny girl poured out the trick coins inside the chest and piled them up in a huge heap, the trick coins booming against each other with a crisp clattering sound. There's a total of $4 billion here, and I've had my men split it into 2 separate piles, so I'd like you to check them. Hu Dajin's eyes were bitter and helpless. This was the only trick coin he had left, and now it was to be given away, but there was nothing he could do about it. It would have been a trick coin for him to lose. If he didn't take out these trick coins, the only thing that awaited him was death. These are my savings for 3 years. I've worked hard to drive for 3 years and now I have to take it all out. It hurts. It hurts too much. Hu Dajin is like wearing a mask of pain, and he can't say anything about his suffering. In the past, he was the owner of the Thriller Cruise Casino, with a fortune of trillions of bizarre coins, dominating the Black Sea and being rich, but a few years ago, that man came and won away all the wealth he'd accumulated over thousands of years, taking trillions of guileful coins and slashing into Hu Dajin's aorta in a way that barely bankrupted him. At that time he, naturally, could not give this man but the man held him down on the ground and beat him until he was skeptical. Only in the end, for the sake of his little life, did Hu Dajin obediently take out all of the hundreds of millions of billions of shenanigans and hand them over to the man. Now, with the blocked memories unlocked. Hu Dajin's heart was so aggravated. As a human, it's so damn mean. Now his daughter is the same, and it's true that it's not a family. It's not a family. I'm afraid that the 4 billion shenanigans left behind at that time was also calculated by that man as a way to make her daughter happy. I'm purely being a tool, man. Hu Dajin looked up at the ceiling with dull eyes. In that man's eyes, he was as if he were a newbie clown, stupid and adorable. That's a lot of shiny trick coins. Woohoo! Go! Roll on, we'll rush in and play together. Noticing that 2 large piles of trick coins had appeared in the hall, Su Mengming, who was riding a roll, wailed with excitement. She directs the rollers and together they rush to play in the mountain of trick coins. Roll stared at the trick coins, barely drooling. Intuition told it that it was delicious, a treat in its own right. Its furry paws picked up a few trick coins, and it was ready to shove them in its mouth. This is so hard. Roll, you cannot eat. I bit it too, when my teeth were breaking. Seeing this, Su Mengming hurriedly milked his voice to remind the roll that it's too hard. She'd bitten it before and barely managed to break her little teeth. As for why she bit, she didn't know why she bit before. As for a reason that must be found out, it is human cubs that always do a lot of strange behavior. Humbug. Rolling adorably grunted and grunted twice, drooling at the corners of his mouth. His furry paws patted his chest and bared his teeth, revealing rows of white teeth, as if to say that his teeth were awesome. After the audience of the live broadcast room saw, one by one, they called out that this little panda is also too expansive. These furry paws, this whole body is very good Rua looking, that clear and kind of stupid look, all of this pulls lovely attribute points full. Who would have known that it was a creepy king level creature if they just looked at its appearance? Crunch! To show off his awesome teeth, Roll puts the trick coin in his hand into his mouth and gently bites it. The hardened trick coin was easily bitten to pieces. Whoa! Mo was stunned, her little mouth wide open, her eyes wide like copper bells. A shocked little expression on her face. Rolling is awesome. It actually managed to chew up the trick coin. She couldn't even do that. Humbug. Roll revealed a smug little look, and after swallowing the bitten trick coin inside its stomach, its furry little paw pointed at the trick coin, indicating that it still wanted to eat it. Yes, 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 this is what the big golden fox gave us. You can eat as much as you want. If you don't have enough, I have a lot more at home. I have several rooms full of these small stones. More than this. At the time, I said I wanted these pretty little stones, and my dadby got me tons of them. Mo milked the word with a cheeky grin. Live viewers, Dao Ming Zhang. What kind of tiger and wolf words are these? This munchkin's home has several rooms of the house full of these trick coins. You should know that the 2 piles of trick coins in front of you are 4 billion trick coins, which translates to 4 trillion Chinese dollars. However, this is worth is 4 trillion Chinese coins of trick coins. Surely not enough for one room, and how much would it be worth for Su Mingming's mouth to be able to pile up a whole room full of trick coins? Hiss! The viewers in the live broadcast room all sucked in a breath of cool air, being completely shocked by Su Mingming's, by the billions of nearby people. So the world's richest man is this munchkin. Oh, my god, it's so shocking. Mom, yeah, turns out there are so many trick coins inside Mo's house. It's making me want to switch careers, up on the first floor. That's a dangerous idea you've got there. Ha 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 ha. Mo has the Shadow Queen in his house and just finished hand-rubbing nukes. So whoever wants to steal it with a hard head can go ahead. Battery King Stealing Gravator says it's very km. I'd rather steal, but I'm determined not to work. This. So that golden-haired fox lost so many trick coins earlier because Mo wanted pretty rocks. So his dad looted the Thrill Cruise owner. They were stunned to learn the news. What a pampered dad. So the culprit is her. On the side, after Hu Dajin learned the truth, his body stumbled and he was almost exasperated to the point of rising to the sky in place. The man ransacked his gambling boat because his daughter liked trick coins. It's not good for you to make fun of anyone. Why did it come to me in particular? Hu Dajin felt that he was the ultimate victim. Aggrieved and depressed, he could already tell that the little girl in front of him didn't even have a clear idea of what a trick coin was, but only thought it was a pretty little rock. Crunch! Roll sat within the pile of trick coins, crunching and eating them, one in the left hand and one in the right. Eating deliciously. Growth points +1, growth points +1, growth points +1, growth points +1, as it continued to eat. A prompt box continued to come out of its head, and the rolling strength continued to increase. Although the strength of the enhancement was a bit slow, but for the existence of the Guile King level, the strength of the progress was quite fast. No wonder the sacred beast Royal Bear clan went extinct. It's highly likely that they weren't exterminated, but were starved alive. On the side, Zhang Daoming looked on with smacking lips. In these few short minutes, this sacred beast Imperial Bear's cub in front of him had already eaten hundreds of thousands of Guile coins. One meal would cost hundreds of thousands of Gue coins. 3 meals a day. Every day. How many Gue coins would that cost? Besides, it's still only the cub period, and the expense of the trickster coins will increase later on. If one lives until adulthood, it mustn't cost hundreds of billions of shenanigans. If tens of billions of Gue coins are converted into Chinese currency, that's a few trillion RMB. Scary. This was not a holy beast. It was simply a gold-swallowing beast, too edible. Hiccup! The panda rolled and burped, his furry paws rubbing his belly with contentment on his face. It looked at Su Mingming, and finally seemed to decide something. And with a wave of its furry paw, a piece of parchment appeared. The parchment was suspended in mid-air, emitting a golden light with ancient and obscure writing on its surface. Parchment of Deeds. Zhang Daoming froze. This panda rolling around even wants to become Mo's contracted beast. This. He did think Roll had made a good decision, though, followed by the close to the people of Mo. With food, shelter and fun, and free, where can I find such a good host family? This Roll may look stupid and silly, but people aren't stupid. It wasn't just him. The hundreds of thousands of viewers in the live broadcast room were also instantly boiling over, all confused. Crap, it's a deed parchment. Generally speaking, only trickster creatures of the rank of Trickster King do not recognize the ability to summon a parchment scroll of Pax, and the function of this parchment is very simple. That is, you can sign a contract with a human and become a contracted beast of a human, and you can freely enter and exit the 2 worlds. That is to say, this little panda rolling that just hatched out from inside the egg actually has the strength of the Guile King level. What a fine thought. A Guile King level strength at birth. What kind of species of Guile creature is this? This bloodline is too strong. What is this thing? Su Mingming's head tilted. staring at the parchment in front of her that was emitting golden light, her little face revealing doubt. This is the parchment of the contract. Roll means to be your pet and your best friend. If you wish, place your palm on top of the parchment. In that case the contract is successful. Zhang Daoming explained from the sidelines. Hurrah, I do. Su Mengming's eyes were excited as she raised her small hand, which was printed inside the parchment. The parchment glowed with golden light, and in the next moment, the two of them, Mo and Roll, began to establish a connection. Pact parchment unleashed. In contract. The contract is successful. Congratulations to Su Mengming for obtaining the contracted beast, Sacred Beast Bear Emperor Cub. That's great. We'll be good friends from now on. Hearing the cue, Mo was so excited that he hugged the furry Roll. Roll grunts and purrs and is also very happy, but it's not over yet. A prompt reappeared. Sharing of contracted beast attributes opens. Strength plus 200. Speed plus 200. Agility plus 200. Endurance plus 200. After signing a contract with Roll, Su Mengming's basic attributes were augmented by a portion of Roll's own power. Her various attributes increased by a terrifying 200 points. Strength, 123 plus 200. Speed, 100 plus 200. Agility, 51 plus 200. Endurance, 41 plus 200. Mo's attribute panel was also updated. And under the Roll's boost, strength and speed had broken through to 300 points. These two stats were terrifying. Even some of today's top thrashers didn't have more than 300 points in their strength and speed. For example, Zhang Daoming, who was an heir of the Taoist family and a son of the sequence of China, had once received many chances in the thriller world. Strength and speed are also just 188 and 178 respectively. Got so much stronger. It's no wonder that the thriller departments of the world's countries want to enter into cooperation with creatures at the level of the Guile King and sign a contract with them. The power that this contract divides into is indeed terrifying. Noticing that Su Mengming's aura had become much stronger, even Zhang Daoming couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Before, he knew that Su Mengming was very strong, and could be said to be the strongest human cub, the kindergarten's bearer, but now with the added power of the little panda rolling, it reached an even more terrifying point. I'm afraid that compared to the strongest people in all of humanity, they could squeeze into the forefront. Boing boing, my lord. I wonder if I could have the honor of becoming your contracted beast. Seeing that the rolling contract was successful, the golden fox also wanted to find a mountain to lean on, and hurriedly took his own contract parchment, and dead set on defecting to Su Mengming. What a thick skin. Zhang Dao blankly glanced at the Guile King golden fox. People rolling is the cub of the holy beast Bear Emperor. Once born is the Guile King. As long as the adult strength is the Guile Emperor level, and this golden-haired fox, whose body was the Thrill Cruiser, was actually more than 10,000 years old and sitting on a huge amount of tricky coins, and this 10,000 years of time and the huge amount of Guile coin cultivation resources. Put on a dog or damn half-step Guile Emperor, but this Udajin is still the king of Guile. What an age to live on a dog. As he expected, Su Mengming really refused. Don't. You're too ugly. It's not like I like foxes, and you're so old. I don't want it. Su Mengming shook her head. No. Udajin. Being called ugly and old, he really wanted to cry. So he could only silently keep quiet and dryly laugh on the sidelines, and that's when it happened. A black panel showing the completion of the quest appeared in front of Su Mengming. It's the scoring panel, under evaluation. Scoring ends. Sumo, rated S. Passing reward, 3,000,000 creepy coins. S-grade creepy props treasure chest x3. S-grade physical fitness treasure chest x3. But before the copy's beeping ended, a black panel reappeared. Ding. For consecutive S ratings. Ding. Unlock achievement alert. Ding. S-Class Marauders badge. Prestige badge description. Those who have this badge will have their full game copy scores increased by 50%. Golden light emerged, and a badge appeared on Su Mengming's hand. The badge was golden in color, 2 thumbs large, with a circle of S's engraved around it, and in the center, Su Mengming's head was engraved. Another achievement badge. With the Scarlet High School piece, I'll have a total of 2 law. Su Mengming's big eyes were excited as she took out another Scarlet High School badge from her small school bag.so. She only had a total of 2 achievement badges in her hand, although she didn't know what the achievement badge was for. In her heart of hearts, Mo thought that it was like a little red flower, a little gift to reward her for recognizing her. So Mo was happy to get the badge. After looking at it for a short while, Su Mengming was satisfied and put the 2 badges inside her small school bag. Another double S rating. Many of the viewers in the broadcast room were already feeling accustomed to this rating of the Munchkin. Munchkins are either on their way to getting an S rating or on their way to getting an S rating. It was as if it was a matter of course for her to get an S rank rating. And getting an S rank rating was as simple as cutting up a melon and chopping vegetables. This shocked many of the player bigwigs in the broadcast room to the point of numbness. However, what the S-Class treasure chest would open was still something they cared about. This time Su Mengming, Got 3 S-rank props treasure chests and another 3 physical quality treasure chests. That's an amazing reward. Not only is the quantity high, but the quality is good. That's 6 S-rated treasure chests if you do that math. Days. This munchkin is Sue. The fact that she got a reward for clearing a thriller copy once was a luxury that other players could never hope for in a lifetime. I got an S rating this time too. On the side, Zhang Daoming's eyes were also a bit surprised. It's true that Mo is a good man since hanging out with Su Mengmeng. This S grade rating was taken without any ambiguity. Last time I got an S rating at Scarlet High School. And this time I got another S rating. It seems like following Su Mengmeng around. The S rating hasn't been broken. No. It can't be that man purposely tempting the poor Taoist with an S grade rating so he can come and protect his daughter. Suddenly, Zhang Daoming thought of something and his pupils shrunk slightly. But this reason is also not valid. The poor road strength is so weak. Forget it, do not want to be so much. Or look at what is inside the S-class treasure chest. Zhang Daoming's eyes were on fire as he prepared to open the treasure chest. With the S-rank treasure chest he got from his last S-rank rating, he got his first S-rank prop of his own, Golden Thunder Sword. I wonder what the S-class prop chest will open this time. Without much thought, he immediately opened the treasure chest. With a flash of golden light. S-class treasure chest opens. The Amulet of Fixation. After opening the treasure chest, Zhang Daoming's eyes were slightly pleased this time. The S-rank treasure chest rewarded a consumable S-rank auxiliary item, Fixation Charm. This is a golden-colored talisman paper, emitting a faint golden light. Looks extremely extraordinary. The surface of the paper talisman written Fixed Body Talisman, 3 big words of golden light. The talisman paper was containing a terrifying spatial force. And upon feeling it carefully, even Zhang Daoming was secretly shocked. He had guessed correctly. The efficacy of this paper talisman continued to be powerful. Once the talisman hit, it could immobilize the enemy for 3 seconds, causing the space around it to solidify, causing a short time lag that could bind the enemy. Think about it. That hit fixation charm is used to fix the enemy, and then the Golden Thunder Sword is used to kill the enemy. Both of them work together seamlessly. It can be called a killing weapon. Unfortunately, this fixation talisman is a consumable prop that can only be used a maximum of 3 times, so use it carefully after reading it. It can save your life when it matters. Zhang Daoming muttered. Roll on, let's open the treasure chest together. After putting the 2 badges away, Su Mengmeng looked at the 6 large golden treasure chests in front of her with excited eyes. Roll was also curious about the treasure chest in front of him, circling around it and sniffing it with his nose from time to time, his eyes showing curiosity. She was 1 year old and Mo was 3. Both of them belonged to the category of munchkins, curious about everything in the world. Open the treasure chest, open the treasure chest. Su Mengmeng smiled cheekily, crossed her arms and milked the treasure chest. Ding. Acquired S-class auxiliary trick prop, Frost Digger. Ding. Acquired S-class auxiliary props, Lava Bomb. Ding. Acquired S-class auxiliary artifact, Silk Goddess's masterpiece Rain Butterfly Skirt. Ding. Acquired S-class physical quality prop, Power Egg Roll, disposable consumable. Ding. Acquired S-rank physical quality prop, Endurance Holy Grail Chocolate, disposable consumable. Ding. Acquired S-rank physical quality prop, Speed Orange Mango Milk Tea, disposable consumable. 6 white lights flashed, and 6 things floated in front of Su Mengmeng. The first piece is the Frost Digger. And yes, it is a digger. And it's still super large. The excavator was 8 meters tall, with a length and width of 4 meters respectively. And there was a huge shovel in front of it, made of extremely valuable frost metal. And even if it was a few meters away, one could feel the bone-piercing coldness. The function of this auxiliary prop, Frost Excavator, was the same as its name. It was used to drive any life form that was attacked by the excavator had an 80% probability of freezing. Seeing this behemoth of a thing, Zhang Daoming was dumbfounded. What kind of trick prop is this? Directly rewarding a digger. Will Mo drive? The viewers of the live broadcast were also confused. Digger, although the prop rewards of the thriller world are strange, but like such a kind of transportation excavator, they still saw it for the first time. The second piece was a lava bomb, a glazed bottle. The bottle was filled with red, boiling hot hellish lava that was scorching hot. The temperature was extremely appalling. Without the insulation of the glass bottle, this hall would have instantly risen by dozens of degrees. This is also an S-rank prop, and it is also a disposable S-rank prop. After using it, a 10-mile radius will be scorched by high temperature and turned into a magma hell. Warm and cool in the summer. Not only that, the efficacy of this dress was extremely amazing. After wearing it, the user would receive a 200% power bonus and be immune to general curses. The efficacy of these 3 props is so amazing. If the netizens in the live broadcast knew the exact effects, it would make them completely explode. However, since they were watching the thriller live broadcast, they could only know that Su Mengmeng had gotten an S-rank prop, but they didn't know what the specific effects were. Wow! It's a digger and a little dress. Hey, this digger is so handsome. That's a nice little dress. Su Mengmeng was so excited that her eyes were instantly drawn to these two items. She couldn't wait to touch her hand to the little skirt hovering in the air. Are you wearing the masterpiece of the silk goddess rain butterfly skirt? A prompt came from the system, and Su Mengmeng hurriedly nodded her head. At that instant, white light was shining on Su Mengmeng's body, and the rain butterfly little dress was worn by her. Replacing her original clothes, rain butterfly little dress was put on by her. Soon, the white light disappeared. Su Mengmeng appeared in front of the crowd wearing a small rain butterfly dress. She is too delicate and lovely. The original white skin looks more crystal, living as if it is a comic out of the little loli. Seeing the Su Mengmeng who had changed her fashion, the hundreds of thousands of viewers in the live broadcast room were about to be adorned. Oh my gosh, sis is so cute. I would trade 20 years of my life for such a lovely daughter. The old man has a son who is still in kindergarten. Forget it, that bear doesn't deserve it. So cute. I want to pinch her little cheeks. How can you be so cute? That's one way to put it. I'm actually Mo's dad. I'm on the first floor. My urine is yellow. I'll wake you up. They were all on the verge of being buddied by Su Mengmeng. He. This little dress fits, yeah. And it's so comfortable and pretty to wear. So happy. Su Mengmeng spun around in place, her small face filled with excitement. Humbug. The little panda rolled his little face and nodded seriously, grunting in agreement. La. Let's have a snack together. And after that we'll go drive the excavator. Su Mengmeng held Speed Orange Mango Juice in her left hand, and Endurance Holy Grail Chocolate, and Power Egg Roll in her right hand, and shared them with Roll. Humbug. Who knows? Rolling Panda shakes her head, stating that she only likes trick coins. She's so young. She'll get diarrhea if she eats anything else. Rolling Red Panda cares a lot about his diet. Okay, I'll eat alone then. Su Mengmeng nodded and began to show off her snacks alone, barfing down. Under Rolling's gaze, Su Mengmeng quickly finished showing off the 3 snacks. I'm full. This is a pretty good snack. Let's go play together. Su Mengmeng's eyes were excited hearing this. The audience in the live broadcast room was a bit confused. These 3 are S-class physical fitness props. I in this munchkin's mouth. It seems like it's just a snack that tastes okay. Also, after eating it, some of Su Mengmeng's panels began to change. Strength plus 50 points, speed plus 50 points, endurance plus 30 points. Player, Su Mengmeng, age, 3 years old, height, 90 centimeters plus 2 centimeters, weight, 14 kilograms, strength, 123 plus 50 plus 200, speed, 100 plus 50 plus 200, agility, 51, 200, endurance, 41 plus 30 plus 200, thriller world within the Rosa Creepy Domain. One of the 8 creepy domains. There was a thrilling amusement park, covering tens of thousands of acres of land with all kinds of amenities. Thriller Amusement Park is the most famous amusement park in Thriller World. It is extremely famous and has a constant flow of hundreds of thousands of visitors every day. Inside the director's room, the Joker Emperor stood outside the floor-to-ceiling windows of the 100-meter mansion, overlooking the amusement park kingdom he had built, looking at the bustling scene of the amusement park. The Clown Emperor's heart was filled with satisfaction as well as pride. The heaven-swallowing pig emperor has already been killed by that terrifying existence. Now I'm the most powerful existence within this Rosa Creepy Domain now. I'm the emperor of this creepy domain. Everything is up to me. Ha! The Clown Emperor's eyes looked disdainfully out of the corner of his eye, revealing an air of exclusivity. His current real strength is already half a foot into the realm of the Shenanigan Emperor. It was just a foot short of the threshold from truly reaching the realm of the Guile Emperor. In the past, the Clown Emperor would never have dared to call himself the Emperor of the Rosa Guile Domain. There were a total of 8 great Guile regions in the thrilling world alone, and each of them had a powerful Guile Emperor in attendance. The Guile Emperor before the Rosa Guile Domain was the Heaven-Swallowing Pig Emperor. The Heaven-Swallowing Pig Emperor was extremely strong, specializing in the means of soul attacks, and within the Rosa Guile Domain, there was no one who dared to challenge him and pry into his position. But before a few years ago, there was a change of heart. The Heaven-Swallowing Pig Emperor had offended an extremely terrifying human powerhouse, and the rumor outside was that the Heaven-Swallowing Pig Emperor wanted to secretly seize that human daughter's special soul and use it to refine Guile Emperor level Guile weapons. But it was this move that completely enraged the terrifying human powerhouse. On that day, a huge spatial crack appeared in the sky of the Rosa Guile Domain, under the terrified gazes of the crowd of bizarre creatures. A man standing on a black dragon with a monstrous and terrifying aura descended from the sky. Extremely high-profile descent into the Rosa Trickster Domain. That time, the clown, who was already a half-step Guile Emperor, only met that one man's eyes from afar. He was then scared cold and could not raise any resistance at all. What kind of man is that? In that pair of pupils, it was as if there was a never-extinguished golden flame burning. Just looking that way he then felt as if he was going to burn out, his soul on fire. Soon, something that shook the various forces of the Rosa Guile Domain appeared, only to see that man and the Heaven-Swallowing Pig Emperor erupt into a great battle. This great battle was not fought like what the outside world had expected. With the sky crumbling and the mountains and rivers breaking, that man merely swung out a sword. And under the horrified gaze of the heaven-swallowing pig emperor, his body was worn out by the swordlight, and his soul was even detained and taken away. And his whereabouts are still unknown. Thane edition. He especially favors his daughter. As for the thrilling creatures below the Guile King, all of them had long since been used by that man to use a terrifying means to grind out the memories of all the Guile creatures that had seen this battle, and a Guile King level memory wipe is too troublesome. That man was trying to save trouble. So he conveyed this message to all creatures above the level of the Trickster King in the Rosa Trickster domain. After doing this, the man eventually tore through the spatial rift and disappeared. This one thing has undoubtedly left an indelible psychological shadow on the existence of various Guile Kings and above. It was also on that day that the various Guile Kings were reminding their men not to provoke the daughter of that terrifying existence. It was also because of this battle that the other Guile domain's emperor-level creatures understood Bluestar can't be easily offended. And Wasia Bandit, the man had shaken up the entire world of thrillers by himself. Almost all of the forces in the Rosa Guile domain have already defected to me, relying on the cultivation resources of the entire Guile domain. I'm afraid that it won't be long before I'm able to reach the realm of Guile Emperor. At that time, I will be the true emperor of this Guile domain. Just don't mess with that human man and that daughter of his, and I'll walk sideways in this thrill world. The clown emperor's face was smug and his aura was disdainful. That heaven-swallowing pig emperor is also stupid. That man's strength is so terrifying. He actually dares to hit other people's daughters. Who will die if you don't? He shook his head, feeling that the heaven-swallowing pig emperor's death was not at all unjust. As long as that man doesn't come after me, who am I afraid of? The current clown emperor was extremely bloated inside and had begun to float a bit, but what said is done just then. Boss is bad. Boss is bad. The beings sent us a letter. Outside the sky, a hawkman flew in panic, retracted his wings, and reported to the clown emperor with terrified eyes. What's got you so flustered? There's nothing I'm afraid of within the Rosa Guile domain. The clown emperor felt annoyed at the panicked appearance of his men. It's that man. The man who destroyed the heaven-swallowing pig emperor with a single sword. The creepy creature with the eagle's wings had a horrified look on its face, and hurriedly opened its mouth to explain. Put. The clown emperor, who was drinking the Yin Spring coffee, suddenly spewed out a mouthful of coffee. His body staggered, and his body couldn't help but go limp. He's intimidated. It's true that what you think comes to you. He just said not to be targeted by that man. The result was the next second. The hand came carrying the man's letter. Is my mouth open? The clown emperor's face was as if he was wearing a mask of pain, and he bitterly said that he had long since lost his high and mighty appearance just now. He's bloated. He drifted. He wilted. Within a short span of 5 minutes, clown emperor's mood was like riding a roller coaster, falling from the highest point to the lowest point. It's just too damn exciting. He couldn't even take it in for a moment. The clown emperor was apprehensive. Where did this letter come from? The hawkman henchman said in fear. I don't know. I was on duty, but this letter just appeared in my hand out of the cold. As soon as this letter appeared, a phrase appeared in my mind and told me to bring this letter to you. He's scared too. That man's strength is just horrible. And who knows what the content of this letter is? In case it was some kind of vengeance letter, 10 Rosa guilds wouldn't be enough for him to kill. What is that terrifying being looking for me for? I'm just the tiny Guile King. Did he give you any hints? The clown emperor was now so flustered that he didn't even dare to touch the man's letter. Who knows whether this letter is good or bad in his eyes. The letter was like Pandora's box. It left him amazed and scared. The content of the letter. What on earth could it be? Inside the room, the clown emperor and his henchmen, the hawkmen, looked at each other in dismay, all seeing a touch of panic in each other's eyes. And the atmosphere was quite tense and depressing. The two men looked at the letter on the desktop and couldn't help but gulp, shivering. Boss, have you done something wrong to that being? That's why that being asked me to give the letter to you, boss. Otherwise, why would that being come to you, boss? The hawkman under his command couldn't help but say in fear, his eyes darting to the clown emperor every now and then, trying to read something on his face. If it was true that his boss had offended that being, he's definitely collecting his bags and leaving today. It's just a job. There's no need to put your life on the line. What do you mean I've done something to offend that being? That human man's strength is so terrifying. How could I have offended him? The Joker Emperor glared at his men. I'm not opening this letter. You do. When he finished, he commanded his hawkman to open the letter. I'm yet. The hawkman under his command couldn't help but curse in his mind. Fucking dish fuck. A laborer is a cowhorse. A proper backstabbing little karami. He knew that the clown emperor was afraid of the horrible curse that would stick to him as soon as he opened the letter. Inside the world of thrillers, there are some horrible curses that are passed on to the cursed person in some sort of medium. Go on. What are you waiting for? The Joker Emperor prodded, for the 100th time. The hawkman under his command opened the letter. As soon as the letter was opened, the room erupted with brilliant golden light and a projection of a man appeared in front of them. It's Su Mingming's dad. Suning, although it was only a flash of projection, Su Ning, who hadn't concealed his terrifying aura, simply stood there, causing the Clown Emperor to tremble, unable to even stand. Hello, Clown Emperor. Today is the birthday of someone Su's daughter. I'm afraid that in a few hours, she will come to your amusement park to play. Please receive him well, and you will be rewarded in the coming days. Having said that, the man's projection disappears, the terrifying aura in the room similarly dissipated and disappeared. It was only after a few moments that the Clown Emperor and his henchmen, the Hawks, breathed a sigh of relief. Will be able to befriend this terrifying being. Handy Hawkman said with excited eyes. He felt that there was a promising future in hanging out with the Clown Emperor. The heart to collect the bag and run away dissipated, and now all I want to do is make it big with Clown King and make it big again. If the Clown Emperor could get that Lord's business done, he might be able to gain that Lord's appreciation, and then as the Clown Emperor's first in command, he would be able to reap a lot of benefits. Nonsense! Don't I have ears to listen? Still need you to speak? The Clown Emperor was also excited. How could he not realize the importance of this matter? Right now, the existence that the 8 Great Guile Realms Emperors were most afraid of was that Lord, and he, Clown Emperor, was only a half-step creepy emperor's existence. Although in the dark he could call himself an emperor in the Rosa creepy domain, but in the open, he wouldn't dare. His strength was not enough. He didn't even reach the strength of the Guile Emperor. It would be a disaster if he was targeted by the other trickster kings, but nowadays, as long as he fulfills the task that Lord has given him, then he's most likely on this adult's boat. From then on, he was a fish out of water. Who dares to offend him? Hey, thinking about this, Clown Emperor drifted a bit. Boss, there are pros and cons to this. What if we screw this up? What about offending that Lord? Off to the side, the henchman Hawkman reminded. Cam, hearing this reminder from his men, the Clown Emperor's face suddenly sank, and his heart instantly fell back to the bottom. Yet if he didn't do that Lord's job and screwed things up, he'd be dead. Things are a bit urgent right now. I'm afraid that Lord's daughter will come to our amusement park in a few hours. So the most important task right now is to clear the amusement park of all those tourists. The Clown Emperor's face was anxious and cautious. His amusement park is doing a brisk business, with daily thrill-seeker traffic running into the hundreds of thousands. With thrill-seekers from all races, some creepy creatures hate humans, some thrill creatures have extremely unstable personalities. In order to eliminate these uncertainties, the Clown King decided to clear the garden and give a private party to the daughter of the Lord. The whole amusement park. Just let that adult's daughter have all the fun she wants. Yes. Any other orders? Underhanded Hawkman, also aware of the urgency of the matter, asked again. There. In addition to this matter, instruct the employees of the Ant-Man clan to hurry up and decorate the amusement park with happy birthday decorations. And in addition, ask the most famous celebrity chef of the Rosa Guile domain to customize the big birthday cake and prepare gourmet food. Also, inform all the employees that they must give that Lord's daughter the best service attitude. That's all there is for now. Quick, hurry, get ready. The Clown Emperor said anxiously. Time was so tight now. It was only a few hours away. He needed to get all of this organized to make sure he gave the adult's daughter the best birthday party possible. Roger that. Knowing the urgency of the matter, the Hawk under his command immediately went to inform the rest of the staff and began to prepare for the event. Soon after, Thrill Ride notified the park of its closure, upsetting a large group of creepy creatures. What's going on? I've only been here a short time and I'm being asked to leave the park. This amusement is also too unkind. Yeah, although many of the thrill-seeking creature tourists were disgruntled, they went out anyway. But one Aoyama Guile, who had golden fangs and was still a teenager, was lashing out at the amusement park staff. I'm not going out. This young master is going to play here. Do you know who my father is? My dad is the Guile Emperor of the Northern Guile domain. If you offend me, I'll make you all suffer. I'll put your amusement park out of business. Luo Beixian was furious and shouted at the staff. His face full of defiance, the staff had no choice but to notify the leader Hawkman. Your father is the North Guile Emperor, and my father is still the Guile Emperor. Hawkman sneered. Thinking this was a prick and deciding to teach him some lessons, he grabbed Luo Beixian with a claw and flew into the sky, throwing him out of the deserted forest thousands of miles away from the amusement park. An hour passed, and upon returning to the amusement park, Hawkman came next to the Clown Emperor to report on his progress. Boss, the preparations are almost done. Now we're just waiting for that human adult child, Hawkman said respectfully. Aha, the Clown Emperor nodded, a little apprehensive in his heart. Now, everything is ready but the human child thousands of miles away from Thrill Paradise. In a deserted forest. A teenage green mountain guile was gray and angry. Damn it, how dare you treat this young master like this? That Clown Emperor doesn't want to live. Luo Beixian cursed and stood up from the muddy ground, his body aching. If it wasn't for his thick skin, I'm afraid that if he had fallen from 100 meters, he would have already fallen into a pile of mush. That Hawkman actually doesn't believe me either. not believing that my father is the creepy emperor. He really doesn't have any eyesight at all, and he even left this young master in this place. I'll go back to my father right now and tell him to raise this amusement park. The death of the Rosa creepy domain creepy emperor heaven swallowing pig emperor had left behind a piece of the Rosa domain that was extremely vast in size, and had long since attracted the prying eyes of the other forces in the thrilling world. The northern Shingail emperor was similarly eyeing this piece of masterless domain, but forced under the residual power of that man, for a short period of time. No one dared to take over the Rosa domain without authorization. Claiming to be the emperor of the Rosa Gail domain, who knows what would happen if the man was angered? Luo Beixian, in his rebellious stage, wants his dad's approval too much, and so stole away to the Rosa Gair to try to get information for his father, but soon, he gradually indulged in food and drink, came to the amusement park crazy for a few days, forgetting his original intention. But with the playground eviction just now, Hawkman threw him inside the wilderness. After suffering a severe beating, Luo Beixian suddenly remembered his original intention again, and stirred up his ambition again. It seems like this clown emperor doesn't want to hang around anymore. If you go against this young master, you will only buy. Luo Beixian sneered. In normal times, he would have 3 or 2 Gail King level creatures following him around anyways, but since he was sneaking out this time, he was just alone. Unusual. Seems to be greeting some big shot. I guess he should be colluding with that trickster emperor. Please tell my father to come quickly. Luo Beixian took out a summoning stone and spoke into it. Right. There's more. The clown emperor. They extremely disrespect my dad, Beixian Gue Huang. After hearing that I'm the son of Beixian Gue Huang, they even moved to kill, and threw me inside the middle of nowhere. Su Lao quickly came to me to save me. I'm now in the... After saying many more hateful words, after finishing, he crushed the summoning stone. The summoning stone immediately turned into a ray of light and scurried towards the northern Shin domain to deliver the message inside the summons. He added some fuel to the fire. Portraying the clown emperor as a 10-eyed figure, say how he despises the North Shin Guedi, said he had a murderous intent on himself anyway. In this transmission, Luo Beixian that was pulling in as much hate as he could, just trying to put Thriller Amusement Park out of business. Let the Joker Emperor eat his words. When he thought about what had just happened, Luo Beixian still had a nagging grudge in his heart that he knew his dad, the North Shin Trickster Emperor, and after hearing those words from him, he would definitely kill in a rage. Humph. Let me see what kind of people you are receiving so grandly. Luo Beixian was inwardly indignant, showing his teeth and revealing 2 golden fangs when a pair of fleshy wings grew behind him. Once again heading straight for Thriller Amusement Park. He'd like to see it. Who on earth could be the person who could make the clown emperor treat him so grandly, going so far as to drive away hundreds of thousands of tourists to receive him? Thriller World. Inside the most extravagant floor of the luxury gambling ship cruise, Su Mengmeng is playing with the little panda rolling with a digger. Having a good time. The frost digger is so much fun. I knew it as soon as I got started. Yeah. Praise me. Praise me. Roll you. Praise me. Inside the hall, Su Mengmeng is driving a large excavator, with Rolling on the co-pilot, and is rampaging inside the hall. Humbug. Panda Rolling was also very excited, humming and humming as he praised Su Mengmeng. The two of them were still at a young age, a time of great playfulness. So the one man and one bear were very excited to play. Every now and then there was a strange shriek and excited laughter from them in the living room. Crackle, bang, boom, stab. Under Su Mengmeng's violent driving, the frost excavator is simply in the demolition of the home. Almost this floor of the hall, vases, seats, expensive oil paintings, all get broken. Seeing this image, Hu Dajin was in tears. Dare to be angry. His assets had all been won by Su Mengmeng's father and Su Mengmeng's people, and there were very few Gail coins left on him. He was also planning to turn around by selling his casino's valuable vases and collection, but I did not expect Su Mengmeng them to drive a digger to demolish their home. This almost infuriated Hu Dajin, who spat out a mouthful of old blood, because this floor is where only the top VIPs can come in to gamble. So the Thriller cruise ship, this floor inside, whether it is tables and chairs or paintings or vases, all worth a lot of money. A thing that does not move, at least according to hundreds of thousands of coins to calculate. Su Mengmeng drove the excavator so much to demolish the home. Almost looked at Hu Dajin's eyes were almost spitting fire. Breaking up the house? Are you a husky? But no way. People have an awesome dad. There was also a Gail Emperor level presence on his body. If he dares to speak out of turn, he'll only die. Out of sight, out of mind. The eye does not see, the heart is stillness. Thus, Hu Dajin closed his eyes and mentally hypnotized himself, facing this living ancestor. He kind of kicked the bucket, seeing Su Mengmeng driving a digger. The hundreds of thousands of viewers inside Su Mengmeng's live broadcast room were immediately excited. Woohoo! The Munchkin also drives an excavator. Cool. That was my childhood dream. I'll ask, who would say no to a loli who can drive a backhoe? Can't say no. Can't say no. Ha. You guys, look at Hu Dajin. He's all raw now. He just closed his eyes. In exchange for me is also autistic. Not only the body of the family lost all, but also by the munchkin driving a backhoe demolition home. The most important thing is, he also cannot say cannot scold. Ha 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 ha. Think about it, suffocated. Pity Hu Dajin for 0.01 seconds. Many live viewers immediately screenshot Su Mengmeng open excavator live screen. Intends to stay save as wallpaper. There's no way around it. The munchkin driving the excavator is simply irresistible. Mo, this copy is over. We can go back to Blue Star. In the hall, Zhang Daoming waved his hand. Oh, rolling. Let's go back to Blue Star together. Blue Star can be fun. There are a lot of delicious snacks, and a lot of fun places. More importantly, there are a lot of rocks that you like to eat. After Su Mengmeng answered Zhang Daoming, she turned her head and seriously milked the little panda rolling. Roll's little head tilted and he grunted a couple times. Meaning really? Really? I didn't lie to you. But as soon as I get back home, I'm going to use the invitation to the amusement park. Today is my birthday. I'm going to go to the amusement park. He. Let's go together when we get back to Blue Star. Meng crossed her arms and patted the head of the panda roll, like the boss of the little panda roll, and said with a cheeky smile, humbug. The red panda rolled his head. Frost digger. Collect. After getting off the excavator, Mo waved her hand, and the frost excavator instantly became smaller to less than 5 centimeters, and was put inside her little bear book bag. Dove, is this pile of trick coins mine? Su Mengmeng asked. Pointing at one of the piles of trick coins, Zhang Daoming asked. Well, do you have space props? Do I need to help you take these trick coins away? I'll give them to you later when I return to Blue Star. Inside the many shenanigans, spatial shenanigans were extremely rare and were capable of storing items. The grade is at least A+. Even Zhang Daoming, who was the son of the Huaxia sequence, only possessed an A-grade spatial trick prop called the Zhenkuan bag. There was a total of 50 cubic meters of space inside the Zhenkuan pouch, which was more than enough to hold these trick coins. Su Mengmeng shook her head. Milky and cute. No need. Oh, my little bear school bag can fit de. Aha. Zhang Daoming nodded his head that he had long known that Su Mengmeng's bear school bag was not simple, and it was normal for it to be a space prop. How much can you fit in your little bear book bag? He asked casually. How much stuff? I don't know. Yeah, should be able to fit a couple of big boat blazers under our feet. Su Mengmeng blinked and answered truthfully, but she doesn't know it. What a shocking impact her words had on the crowd. How many thrill cruise ships can you fit in a tiny book bag? Daoming Zhang, live stream viewers, they were all stunned. What kind of level of space trick prop was this to fit a few thrilling luxury cruise ships? At least it's S-rated. That is to say, the little panda book bag on Su Mengmeng's book is at least an S-class space trick prop. Learning of this news, the game viewers in the broadcast room were dumbfounded. I've known for a long time that the little book bag carried by the munchkin is not simple. I didn't expect it to be an S-class space trick prop. The storage capacity of this space is also too outrageous. Yeah, and the bear book bag fits too well for Mo. It's just like a tailor-made general. It's not going to be a customized level of creepy props, is it? This capacity of space props is amazing. I'm afraid I can't find more than this cute little school bag can hold. Right? That's for sure. The largest known space orbital apparatus is 3 countries of the Brahman ring, which contains the Brahman small world. There are 3,000 cubic meters. How dare you call it a small world when it's only 3,000 cubic meters? The capacity of Mengmeng's little book bag must be at least 10,000. Not only were the hundreds of thousands of viewers in the live broadcast and Zhang Daoming shocked, even Hu Dajin was dumbstruck and shocked in his heart. Humans like the bear book bag Su Mengmeng carried on the blue planet are called trick props, and the creatures of their thriller world are called trick weapons, a space artifact that can fit 3 of my own body. What level of artifact would that have to be? I'm afraid it hasn't reached the Emperor level. Hu Dajin was stunned. Emperor level artifacts. This was an existence that was sought after by how many artifact creatures in the thriller world previously. The heaven-swallowing pig emperor had even sacrificed his life in order to refine an emperor-grade artifact, wanting to extract the special soul of the human child in front of him to refine it, but the results are obvious. The heaven-swallowing pig emperor failed. Not only is his physical body worn out, but his soul is held captive with a doll by his father, who is a child in front of him. From here, it was clear how much the thriller world cared and valued emperor-level artifacts. There are a total of 8 Guile Emperors in the thrilling world. It seems that except for the sword in the Shadow Empress's hand, which is an emperor-level Guile weapon, none of the other Guile Emperors have one. And it's not that there aren't any. Perhaps they're hidden by them? Hu Daijin rubbed his chin and muttered. Artifacts were too rare. Extremely rare and precious. Even the trickster emperor begged for it. However, the adorable little bear book bag that Su Mengmeng was carrying in front of her was an emperor-level spatial artifact. I put it away. Now let's get ready to go back. After Su Mengmeng waved her hand and put the 2 trillion Huaxia coins worth of Guile coins in front of her into her small school bag, she and Roll came to Zhang Daoming and milked her voice. There's still one thing left to do. That big golden fox hasn't redeemed 100 years of life for you yet. Zhang Daoming reminded anyway. Hu Dajin owed him tens of thousands of years of life, and he hadn't thought about it yet. So he wasn't in a hurry to take it, but most share of life expectancy was not something he had the right to interfere with. Aha, lifespan. Big fox redeem my lifespan. Mo rolled to wail in front of Hu Dajin. Good. Hu Dajin nodded. His hands and feet very sharp at the little human girl in front of him. He couldn't afford to offend her. How come you only have a year to live? What the hell is going on? Hu tried to compensate for the bet life expectancy, but realized that he only had to give 100 years of life expectancy. That means that the little girl in front of me can only live for 1 more year at most. Learning this truth, his pupils jerked as if he had learned the truth of something. Nope, the reason why this little girl in front of me can only live for a year should be the curse on her. Hu Dajin guessed in his mind, her father was so powerful that even the heaven-swallowing pig emperor could be decapitated. How could her daughter still be suffering from such a horrible curse? What being put the curse on us? The one who dared to put a curse on his daughter should be no weaker than the father of the little girl in front of him? Who the hell could that be? It's not right. If that being was so powerful, he would have unified the thrilling world long ago. How could he still allow other Guile emperors to occupy other Guile regions and establish themselves as emperors? The more he thought about this matter, Hu Dajin's CPU was on fire anyway. Now he only knows one thing. That this little girl in front of him involves too many hidden secrets of the thriller world. He is still good to stay away as far away as he can. It wasn't something that he, a small trickster king, could get his hands on as soon. Hu Dajin shook off the mixed thoughts in his head and compensated Su Mengmeng for her life expectancy. Ding. Win the bet life expectancy of 100 years. Ding. Curse intervention. Ding. Curse intervention successful. Ding. Gained 1 month life expectancy. At this time, a black panel appeared on Su Mengmeng's head. And as line after line of text continued to emerge, a prompting sound also continued to appear in her ears. Although Su Mengmeng didn't know how to read, she could hear voices. You, anger, you big fox lied to me. Dove said you owed me 100 years of life. How come you only gave me a month? You lied to me. I'm upset right now. Su Mengmeng crossed her arms and puffed up, as if she was going to start a fight at the drop of a hat, taking out her Gatling to this big fox in front of her. This big fox is so hateful. She hated people who lied the most. Yikes. Red Panda Rolling Jr. is a competent little brother, and learns that the boss is not open for business. She also immediately opened her teeth and claws at the big golden fox, her paws showing her small claws of less than 1 centimeter and her mouth even showing her white teeth, indicating that she was super fierce. Listen to me explain. It's not that I didn't give you 100 years of life, it's because the situation in your body is a bit special. That's why the 100 years of life I gave you turned into a month of life. Hu Dajin had a jolt and immediately begged for forgiveness. Hastily explaining. On his way to explaining, he even swore to the rules of the thrill world that he would be struck by heaven if he lied. This fox is right. You're rather special. So a 100-year lifespan to your body is only a month. On the side, Zhang Daoming explained. After explaining, he eyed him with a bit of amazement. Su Mengmeng was carrying a horrible curse, and that man could still force Su Mengmeng to live for 1 more month. Poor Tao is really becoming more and more impervious. This thrilling luxury casino should also be within that man's plan, thus enabling Su Mengmeng to gain an extra month of life. Truly a father's love is like a mountain. Zhang Daoming lamented in his heart. I'm afraid that adding a month to Su Mengmeng's lifespan would already be the limit of this approach. I just don't know how that man will undo the curse on Su Mengmeng. He was really getting curious. I wonder what the man will leave behind at the thrill ride Mo is going to next. Zhang Daoming's heart grew more and more expectant. Okay blah. Since Dove said that you didn't lie to me because of my own special, then I'll forgive you. Su Mengmeng was naive and cute, and chose to forgive the golden-furred fox in front of her. Let's return. Zhang Daoming smiled and said nope. There's another guy. Thinking of this, he turned his head, glancing at Star Chow who was still huffing and puffing, and who had been hitting the sauce all the way. This guy really is a pig. Can't even wake him up like this? He really sleeps well with a wide body. Zhang Daoming cried and laughed. He stepped forward, lifted Star Chow's feet and threw them into the white teleportation aperture. The white aperture disappeared and Star Chow was teleported back to the blue star. I'm going home to my house with Rolling. Big Dove. We'll see you next time. Su Mengmeng was very polite, and after waving her hand at Zhang Daoming, she and Rolling turned into 2 white lights and returned to the blue star. Aha! Zhang Daoming nodded his head and also turned into white light, returning to the blue star. Who finally sent that great god away? Scared me to death. Hu Dajin was relieved to see them leave. Boss, what do we do now? On the side, shivering in the corner, whose younger sister who witnessed all of this came to Hu Dajin with a frightened heart and couldn't help but ask, what else? We have so few trick coins circulating on us now that we can only downsize the Thrill Cruises casino. Hu Dajin sighed helplessly, but just then a shocking change has occurred. Boss, there's something dirty behind you. At this time, the rabbit girl whose sister looked as if she had seen something horrible and couldn't help but scream and warn, that stuff is horrible. She just took a few glances, and she was immediately cursed, and 1/3 of her lifespan was immediately sucked out of her. It freaked whose sister out. What the hell? How dare you play God in front of me? Alarm bells went off in Hudajin's heart. His hair exploded all over his body, and he immediately turned around, staring at the dirty thing that whose sister was talking about. This look made Hudajin's face change and his pores creeped out. What on earth is that thing? A creature wrapped in black fur, suspended in the air, exuding ominous and chaotic. The curse in front of this creature seems to be just a decoration. This can't even be called a creature. It's more like calamity. So scary. My lifespan is draining so fast. It's already less than half. What the hell is this? Hudajin was horrified in his heart. Compared to Bunny, he was too close to the calamity in front of him, so he was contaminated more quickly, and his lifespan passed more quickly. Not good. This thing is too evil and is trying to pollute my mind. Hudajin's body retreated violently, far away from this calamity in front of him. Although his main body was the thrill cruiser, his main body's part of life was inside his current golden-furred fox incarnation. Boss, this stuff is too evil. Sister who blushed in horror and said, similarly staying away from the creature covered in black hair. At that moment, the creature covered in black fur passed out words to Hudajin, asking where the little human girl she had seen had gone. It must have gone back to Blue Star. Can't it still be living in my body? Hudajin's face was wary after he finished speaking. Hudajin could clearly feel the angry emotions of this calamity in front of him, seemingly angry that he had come a step too late. Thus, within Hudajin's horrified eyes, the calamity actually released incomparably terrifying curses and filthy power, and in the blink of an eye, it actually contaminated and devoured the entire Thriller cruise ship, which was also his very own body. An intense life and death crisis surfaced in the Golden Fox's heart, and the expression on his face was horrified. What kind of creature is this? It seems to gather all the filth and ominousness of the world. This is so weird and scary. Now, he is now sort of reacting to the fact that this calamity is looking for Su Mengmeng. Run! The creature was horrible. Was it life? It seemed to gather all the filth and evil in the world. In the Thriller world, on the sky a few kilometers away from the Black Sea, Hudajin carried his sister and looked at the Thriller cruise ship that was engulfed in black flames on the surface of the sea from afar. His heart pounding. It's a good thing he ran fast just now, abandoning the main body, Thrill Cruiser. He transferred the heart of life to this incarnation of him, otherwise, he would have died just now. The wailing of many creatures came from the Thrill Cruise. All the weird creatures gambling on the ship were all engulfed by the weird black flames and wailing. Boss, what on earth is that thing? Too horrible, right? See, have never seen. The rabbit girl whose sister had a heart attack and cried out. Die. Or I would have been in the thick of it just now. Hudajin's face was unsightly, and his face showed afterthought. He now fell to see the corner of the truth. Su Mengmeng's enemies are likely to be the forces of this bizarre black-furred creature. The curse on Su Mengmeng's body was definitely related to this black-haired creature being stared at by such a horrible and weird thing. I wonder how long that human child can live. Blue Star. A silhouette hovered 10,000 miles up in the sky, with a magnificent and beautiful face. At this moment, her stunningly beautiful face was revealing a look of doubt. Just a moment ago, she had pinched and exploded a few nuclear bombs, absorbing the energy of these bombs, and was shocked to find that she had actually broken through the bottleneck of her strength, her realm fluctuating and her strength increasing. The energy of this nuclear bomb is very pure. It seems to be the origin power of the thrilling world. This world has so much origin power, but why are the humans in this world besides that man so weak? The Shadow Empress muttered, a look of doubt appearing in her mind as she looked at the dozen or so fighters flying towards her. After the death of the Thriller minister of the beautiful country, the military of the beautiful country became furious and, in addition to launching nuclear bombs, immediately dispatched F-349 fighters, the most advanced in the world today, for a post-war cleanup, kill and destroy all remaining enemies. Each of these 13 fighters is a combination of the highest technological core of the beautiful nation, carrying the most advanced weapons, lasers and tracking missiles. If you attacked a small country, you would only need to send 2 F-349 fighters to wipe out a country, but the implications of this one are too great. The titular minister of their beautiful country died at the hands of a thrilling creature. This strange shame has humiliated and angered the military hierarchy of the beautiful country. It's never been about them attacking someone else's country and assassinating someone else's top brass. How dare anyone do the opposite? Dare to touch their military top brass? My God, what kind of creature is she that crushed a nuclear bomb? God, this is incredible. Request retreat. Request retreat. Seeing the Shadow Empress hand rubbing the nukes, the pilots of these 13 fighters were all dumbfounded and had no will to fight. They were creeped out and immediately called headquarters from the pager inside their helmets, anxiously requesting a retreat. How could this horrible creature be something they could fight against? Come and go as you please? In the air, the Shadow Empress frowned slightly as she looked at the fighters circling around her. Feeling only a little irritated, she raised her long sword and swept it lightly. A terrifying sword she rippled out in the sky, and the systems of those 13 combat airplanes immediately malfunctioned, and then, boom 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 boom, all 13 fighters exploded in the sky and were reduced to flying dust. Amount. While the bottleneck of the realm is loosening, I'd better absorb more of this energy first. The Dark Queen didn't think much about it and immediately made up her mind, turning into a purple stream of light and heading straight for the beautiful country, her target. The place where the beautiful country stores its nukes. Boom! Soon, the Shadow Queen arrived at a back mountain in the beautiful country and split the mountain with a palm, while absorbing the energy of the nuclear bomb after detonating it. Boom! 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 Soon after, the Shadow Queen went to several more secret bases where the beautiful nation had hidden their nukes and set up to detonate them. Under the horrified eyes of the beautiful nation, she could feel the energy scent of the nukes. So no matter how hidden these nukes were, the Shadow Empress was still able to find them in the first place. At this moment, the beautiful country's military was completely flustered. All of their hands were in a frenzy, and they didn't know what to do for a moment. What the hell is that horrible woman up to? Is she going to detonate all the nukes in the beautiful country? Quickly send out members of the National Thriller Department's League of Superheroes to stop that woman. The commander of the beautiful country panicked more than a dog and immediately gave orders. His entire hope now rests on his own thriller department, the League of Superheroes. It's done. It's finally touched the threshold of the Emperor level. In the sky above the beautiful country's Aragata state, the Dark Queen's absolutely beautiful and pretty face revealed a smile. The smile seemed to make the glaciers melt and colors appear in everything inside the thriller world. The realm above the Emperor level is the Emperor level. As far as she understood, the Emperor level was practically the ceiling of the thrilling world, and now that she had one foot on the threshold of the Emperor level, her strength had skyrocketed, and it was as if all her life levels had entered another dimension. To use an analogy with Arabic numerals, her previous strength was 1. So her current strength is 100. It's a wonderful feeling, as if everything is under control. The Shadow Empress gently clenched her right hand, and a crack actually appeared in the sky, and looking inside the crack, one could see endless temporal turbulence raging inside. I wonder what strength that lord will be. The higher the realm, the more she couldn't see Suning strength clearly anymore. High floor. Do not climb. See him as a frog at the bottom of a well watching the moon in the sky. After climbing, see him as if he were an ant trying to shake the sky. Ran, and that's when it happened. A group of humans, calling themselves superheroes, appeared before the Shadow Queen. Among these humans are the Flying Man of Steel, a sledgehammer-wielding human who claims to be Thor, and a human in a red cape who claims to be Superman. As soon as the odd group of humans appeared, they all stared at her intently, their faces full of hostility and their eyes wary. We are the League of Superheroes. Please exit our beautiful country immediately. The leader, a steel man in a steel mech, spoke warily to the Shadow Empress, his face tense under his steel mask. His name is Tucker Jr. He is a member of the thriller department of the beautiful country, and he is wearing the S-Class transformation prop, steel armored. He wouldn't have come if it wasn't for a death order from the top of the country for him to fend off this horrible woman. He knows too well how much he weighs. How could a terrifying existence capable of hand-rubbing a nuclear explosion be something their department could withstand? Please quit our country's territory. We don't want to be your enemy. Chris Henry, who was wearing an S-rank flight prop red cape and had a superhuman look, was full of bitter smiles as he pleaded for the Shadow Queen to leave. The woman in front of me was horrible. Just by feeling that aura and meeting her eyes, Chris Henry had lost his battle spirit. He is not stupid. This is the real world. They are not the superhero savior in the beautiful country heroes. When strong, and finally desperate to defeat the big boss to save the world? Don't be silly. I'm afraid that the moment that woman makes a move, this group of them will die. The so-called League of Superheroes immediately crumbled to nothing. I almost forgot. Today is Mo's birthday. I need to prepare some gifts. What should I prepare? The Shadow Queen didn't take them seriously, instead dropping her eyes to the outfit of the group of self-proclaimed superhero humans. For example, that steel armor. For example, the flying red cape. For example, that Thor's hammer. The right gift really is too much. After carefully scanning it, the corners of the Shadow Empress's mouth were harder to suppress than AK, revealing a smile. It's only when Mo makes a choice. She, on the other hand, decided to take all of these appropriate gifts for Mo. The man said that what he sees is what's meant to be with me. As the saying goes, the darkness is contagious. No good. Seeing that smirk, the so-called superheroes of the League of Superheroes panicked in their hearts one by one and cried out in their hearts that it was not good. Blue Star, somewhere in a small neighborhood, there was a squeal worse than a pig's kill. When he woke up, Starchow was wailing on the balcony with a sad face. It's a big loss. He actually fell asleep inside the thrill cruise and didn't convert his chips into trick money. Lost my old me. Lost my money. Tens of billions of Chinese dollars worth of chips were wasted on me. My God. Star Chow was as if he had put on 10 pain masks and screamed miserably, barking and screaming in the middle of the day. Don't think I'm afraid to splash you just because you're handsome. The buck-toothed ant on the next balcony was woken up from her nap and immediately ran to the balcony to throw a pot of water on Star Chow and cursed at him, pointing her finger and shouting back and forth. Hiss frightened by the word retreat. Star Chow immediately wimped out and hurriedly ran back to his room. Don't think about it. Don't think about it so much. Star Chow took dozens of deep breaths before calming himself down and opened the Thriller forum. After a few moments of browsing the Thriller forum, he was dumbfounded. Crap! Is the Shadow Queen that fierce? Hand-rubbing and nuclear explosion destroyed the Minister of Thriller, one of the 5 permanent members, and detonated all the nukes in the beautiful country. Having learned this news, Star Chow seemed as if he was reading something heavenly, and his entire brain was a bit dizzy. What exactly is he misreading the news? Or is it just a crazy world? How the world is changing one day at a time. This hot search was so hot that it went straight to the top of the hot search list. Even if Mo had gotten 2 trillion Huaxia coins worth of Guile coins and contracted an S-rank Guile King, it wouldn't have been as big of an impact as this one thing. This move by the Shadow Empress had undoubtedly destroyed the Blue Star's power pattern, causing the forces of many countries to have sleepless nights. She was able to destroy the beautiful kingdom today. Tomorrow you can destroy another country. Conspiracy theories are always ubiquitous, especially when high officials and politicians in other countries are jittery about forces they can't control. Inside the comments section, players had already exploded with comments. It's too fierce. Is this the power of the Thrill creature? A single creature can destroy a country. God! That woman was able to rub a nuclear bomb in her hands. If she wants to exterminate our planet, do we have any chance of winning? This foreign friend, please calm down. The Shadow Empress is a good friend of our Chinese nation. She is so good looking that she definitely won't be an enemy of mankind. Good looks are not the enemy of mankind. This netizen from the country of China. Your ass is a bit crooked, laughing to death. Goddamn good looking is not the enemy of mankind. Do you mean face value is justice? Inside the comments section, there are global statements from Thriller players from various countries, but only the netizens of the country of China spoke. Alone point one by one, they shouted the slogans that face value was justice and that the Shadow Queen was not an enemy of mankind. Wandering below the comments of various players, this group of Chinese keyboard warriors. Bah! This group of Chinese key fairies are constantly leading the charge in their hearts. They understand that Meng Meng is a budgie of the Huaxia country, and the Shadow Empress is the mouth of the budgie. Miss.so under this rounding up. The Shadow Empress is the strongest battle force of their Chinese nation on it. That's why the Shadow Empress had all the benefits and none of the harm to their Chinese nation. The Shadow Empress is so powerful. Her body is so top. Her temperament is so good. Her face is so beautiful. And she is properly one of their Chinese. Can't get enough to eat or sleep. Sold matches for a living as a child. The other international Thriller players were watching the story very carefully, but the more they read the end, the more their faces immediately darkened after someone associated it with the story of the little girl selling matches. Shame on you. So shameless. This group of players from the country of Huaxia is too shameless. The Shadow Queen grew up selling matches for a living. The little girl with the matches? You think you're making up Andersen fairy tales? Why don't you come out with a children's book called The Matchmaking Shadow Queen? The Thriller forum was a hot mess today, with the rhythm of the Chinese key fairy. The Shadow Queen's reputation is not only rising, but also attracted a large number of fans. This result was really unpredictable. Strong in the online tongue, spit lotus flower. Those foreign players fooled one froze. Really worthy of our Chinese key immortals. Inside the room, to see the countrymen in the Thriller forum to point the way. Bring up the rhythm of a set and a set, as if the old saw to wear a breast set. Star Chow that admiration. What does it mean to be culturally confident? This is called cultural confidence. As soon as the nationals of China are allowed to pick up their keyboards, they are at their most confident and peak. I'll go. How come the invitation to Thriller Amusement Park has become so expensive? Speculated to 1,000,000 Huaxia coins apiece. His sliding the mouse down. Star Chow saw another hot search hashtag, Thrill Ride Invitations. The price is crazy. Hashtag clicking on the title's content reveals that the Spirit Forum players are firing up invitations to Thriller Amusement Park. No wonder the prices are speculated so high. These players are really smarter than monkeys. Star Chow looked through the comments and finally realized why this invitation had been speculated at a sky-high price. There are 2 main reasons in total. The first reason, as Su Meng Meng continued to broadcast live on Thriller, she had a large number of fans across the internet. And these fans purchased invitations just because they wanted to go and meet Meng Meng in person. The second reason was also a more important one. That was that after watching several Thriller live broadcasts, the players had discovered a law that as long as they followed Su Meng Meng next to them, their lives would be safeguarded and their ratings would increase. The Thriller world was grotesque and full of danger, and one could lose their life if they didn't move. But as long as one purchased this one invitation, Following Su Mengmeng next to her would not only be able to survive, but also have her rating increased. This temptation was too great. It's also because of these two reasons that the price of invitations to this thrill ride has suffered an insane increase. Even the players who own them don't want to sell them, and use them straight away. You can't go wrong with an invitation for this time of year. A well-known thriller game bigwig speaks.as he spoke. The price of the Thrill Amusement Park invitation inside the trading channel skyrocketed once again. It jumped from 1 million to 3 million Chinese dollars. That price is amazing. You should know that the usual thriller copy invitations were only a few thousand to 10,000 Chinese coins, and the most expensive would not exceed 100,000 Chinese coins, but nowadays, under the influence of Su Mengmeng, this price has risen by hundreds of times. The storm still hasn't stopped, with the last 10 minutes left before the Thrill Amusement Park teleportation was used. The thrill sectors of each country's state couldn't sit still. They all stepped forward and started bidding for the invitation to Thriller Amusement Park in the Thriller Forum. Under the dumbfounded gazes of Star Chow and the crowd of players, that price once again skyrocketed like a rocket. This is too crazy, that the price of an invitation can be called up to 4.5 million Huaxia coins? Inside the room, Star Chow looked confused. Inside the trading channel, with the participation of each country's thriller department, the price of the invitation to the Thriller Amusement Park climbed upwards, soaring all the way to 4.5 million. But it's not over. The price war is still going on. Because it's less than 10 minutes until the next thrill ride teleport, bidding prices in other countries got even crazier. The Woolly Bear country has even made a bloody effort to speculate the invitation to the Thriller Amusement Park to 20,000 Huaxia coins at one time. This is crazy. 25 million is already an astronomical price for a Thrillist invitation. It's never happened before, but the outrageous thing is, even if the Woolly Bear country speculated to 20 million Chinese dollars, other countries have also followed the auction. Great Britain and Falkland country have bid higher prices. The price of $20 million was again speculated to $35 million. This watched the other thriller players froze in their tracks. What the hell is going on here? How come these countries are grabbing invitations too? And it's such a fierce robbery. What kind of things are they for? Soon after, a well-known thriller live host, MacArthur, began to offer an explanation for the phenomenon. Hurry up and build the nukes. I'm afraid it won't be long before the beautiful country is removed from the P5. Su Mengmeng is undoubtedly the best shortcut. As soon as this post appeared, all of the thrill players suddenly came to a realization. Yeah, the world is supposed to be weak and strong. Now Blue Star has such a powerful existence. Shadow Queen, how can other countries be calm? So, the thriller departments of those countries want to get invitations to go to the thriller world to please Su Mengmeng. They were confused at the thought, the nations of the world pleasing a small child. Since that's a long way from being off the original spectrum, the bidding is finally over. Woolly Bear Nation auctioned off the only invitation to the Thrill Exchange for 130 million Chinese dollars. Woolly Bear Nation Thriller Department. Great. Finally shot the invitation. The deputy minister of the Thrill Department of the Woolly Bear Nation was overjoyed and his eyes perked up. The other thriller members of the department were excited and celebrated loudly. Their country and Huaxia were already close. And now that they had gotten this invitation to personally celebrate Su Mengmeng's birthday, it should make the Shadow Empress Society's favor towards their country soar. Let's not talk about whether or not there's a good feeling first. At the very least, you won't be disgusted. Vice Minister, the gift is ready. As soon as the copy is opened, we will be able to give this gift to that child in the country of China. At that moment, a young girl with blonde hair and blue eyes, wearing a black dress, with fair skin, delicate looks, and a bit of baby fat appeared in front of the Vice Minister of the Thriller Department. She chewed gum and blew bubbles. Her name is Aor, because she's a bit young. Just shy of 10 years old. She's 12 this year. The other players of Thrill World also call her Little Yule. If there were geniuses in this world, Aor would definitely be considered a genius-level character. Generally speaking, it's impossible for a human to enter the world of thrillers without being 18 years old, but Aor's family was extremely typical of a fighting family. A family whose members were either soldiers or generals of the Woolly Bear Nation. As Little Yule, who had an extremely high combat talent since she was a child and was highly valued by her family. She was only 10 years old when she applied to her family to use the Thrill World invitation and began to break into copies of Thrill World. Who knew that after entering the Thriller World copy for the first time, she not only returned in one piece, but also reached a fairly high rating. B rating. Moving forward, she went in quite a few more times for copies of Thrill World, all of which received a B grade or higher. A couple times it even got an A rating. This is certainly a very anticlimactic record for a young child who was only 10 years old and just out of his teens. So it wasn't long before she was absorbed by the thriller department of the Woolly Bear Nation as a seed focus. Well, it's fine when it's ready. You should hurry up and use this invitation. There are only a few minutes left before the copy opens. When the time comes for you to meet that little girl from China, I need you to do 3 things. The first thing is that it's her birthday today and you must give him this one gift. 2 and D thing, make sure you befriend the Chinese kid. Become her friend. Keep her safe. Build a friendship with her. As for the third thing, you can talk to her more if you have the chance. And find out what kind of existence her father is. That he was able to make the Shadow Queen willingly join his organization. That's 3 things in all. Can you do them? After finishing all of them in one breath, Axum, the deputy minister of the thriller department of the Woolly Bear Country, looked down at Awer and said cautiously, "Got it." Awer nodded and smiled cheekily. 2 minutes to teleportation. She was looking forward to meeting the Munchkin soon. Secretly, Awer was Su Mengmeng's fan, and was even the squad leader of the subunit inside the Mengmeng group. Aha! Axum nodded. The reason why he only sent Awer was that he had his own considerations. The majority of the members of the thriller department were all big and burly, with a tiger's back and waist. It wouldn't be appropriate for them to make friends with Su Mengmeng. So ultimately this task fell to Awer. Awer is not only young, but also good-looking, lively and enthusiastic. So the candidate for this mission is not hurt. I just don't know if I can succeed in this mission. As the deputy head of the Department of Thrills division, Axum was getting a little worried too. In an unknown region of the Blue Star, inside a Black Mountain, the famous assassin organization, Black Blood Organization, is located here. The Black Blood Organization was the most massive assassin organization inside the Blue Star. With mysterious origins and amazing power, they can kill anyone if you can afford the price. Up to national level generals, down to the rich and famous, they will carry out assassinations whenever they can afford to do so, and as soon as they strike, there's never a chance that the assassination will fail. Chief, the military of the beautiful country sent us a message. They are willing to offer $10 billion for us to assassinate the little Chinese girl who has been making a lot of noise lately. An assassin respectfully addressed the one-eyed man in front of him. Hearing this, the one-eyed man's face looked odd. The Black Blood Organization was founded by that lord, and that adult is also Su Mengmeng's father. The original purpose of the creation of this organization is to secretly erase all potential dangers for Su Mengmeng, and he, Cyclops, is just one of that lord's men. And nowadays, how dare someone ask them to assassinate his master's daughter? Can he not look odd? Who doesn't know that behind that human child is the Queen of Shadows? Just by her alone, it almost made the beautiful country remove itself from the P5. And now it's only offering $10 billion? Is this country of theirs being funny? Another stocky deputy chief said with a hefty sneer. Obviously, this deputy chief doesn't know the truth yet. So how much are we quoting for? This assassin asked. Take as much as you can. $50 billion. And don't take anything less. Cyclops laughed. Since someone is sending money to the door, how could he not take it? Brother Long, the Shadow Empress is so dangerous. Do we really have to take it? The deputy chief's face changed slightly and he couldn't help but say, the original purpose of this was just to protect the Lord's daughter. Cyclops hemmed and hawed and spoke this truth. As soon as these words fell, the entire hall fell silent, and the deputy chief and the 12 killer heavenly kings present were all stunned. The Triad organization was founded by the father of that human child, and the leader, who had terrifying strength in their eyes, was only that man's henchman. This news was so shocking that if it were to be spread out, I'm afraid it would create a huge storm. The Black Blood Organization is undoubtedly the most terrifying and secretive existence on the Blue Star, rising wildly in just less than 10 years, never failing to assassinate, and making many countries fearful. Yet it is such an organization, only to protect that lord's daughter. Moreover, from these words, it seems that the chief Cyclops wants to pit the beautiful country on. If you pay the money, you must assassinate. Not bad for a chief. Thick and brazen. No wonder he's the chief. Good. I'll reply to the beautiful countryside now and offer $50 billion to see if they can accept it. The assassin replied, sending the message through an encrypted transmission message on his cell phone. Soon he received a reply. Chief, they agreed, but they have one request. Pay half of the money up front, and only pay the other half after the assassination is successful. Killer said oddly. He also did not expect the high officials of the beautiful country to agree directly. It can be imagined how much they really hate the Shadow Queen. Since its inception, the Black Blood Organization, there's no such thing as paying half up front and then half later. You tell them, if they are willing, they are willing. If they are not, forget it. The one-eyed wolf sneered. Shadow Queen source of confidence. Okay, chief, this one assassin respectfully said, and then communicated with the high officials of the beautiful country once again. Shortly after a few moments of communication, the beautiful countryside surprisingly agreed. Chief, they said it was okay. This assassin also froze. He also did not expect that the beautiful country agreed and even allocated funds directly to the name of their account. You can see here how much the beautiful kingdom hates the Shadow Queen and the others. Well, it's good to take it. Tell them we'll take the money. We can't do that assassination. The one-eyed wolf hemmed and hawed, a coldness on his face. How dare you lay hands on His Excellency's daughter? So tired of living. Also, investigate which high-ranking officials from their country are asking us to kill Lord Mo. After the investigation is clear, You will be responsible for the assassination. He stroked his chin and spoke again, all the unfavorable factors for Meng Meng are all to be swept away by the one-eyed wolf. Copy that. Beautiful country, inside the White House. A secret meeting is underway. Don't worry everyone, we will definitely make the Shadow Queen pay. And I've just had someone hire the Black Blood organization to secretly carry out this one thing. The pride and face of our beautiful country. I will definitely help everyone get it back. Ogster smiled slightly. As if he were winning. He is a candidate to be the next president of the beautiful country and a candidate to be the minister of thrills. As long as this thing is done perfectly, then he will get the vote of the majority of the legislators inside this meeting. As long as we can get those two positions, it's a simple matter to rake in that $50 billion. Well, Ogster, you're doing a good job. And if things work out, I'll definitely vote for you. Me too. Still, you're young and talented. The other councillors nodded their heads and marveled at Ogster. For high-ranking politicians, what they value most is face to eye. In the past 2 days, the Shadow Queen had repeatedly suppressed their country. It has already made them, the high-ranking politicians, completely unable to hang on to their faces, whether in their speeches or in the celebrity interactions of various countries. They all feel disgraced and feel despised. Now Ogster was able to help them out. They were naturally happy to do so. However, just then a secretary hurriedly barged inside the conference room and whispered a few words in August's ear. At that moment, Ogster burst into a rage, and no longer had his previous calm and gentlemanly demeanor. Fark! Fark! How dare they, the Black Blood organization, lie to me? Ogster is bleeding inside. Didn't they say the Black Bloods are the most committed? Even for tens of billions of dollars, they have taken several orders and never reneged on their word, but this time, he flipped himself? Pain. It hurts too much. Even though he was now the head of a plutocratic family, the $50 billion was enough to make him eat his words, and the family's assets had barely been emptied originally. He thought of making a small profit. Once he had traded $50 billion for the politician's support. If one becomes the beautiful president and minister of thrills, he could then do a lot of things with his power and could make a lot of $50 billion, but there are no ifs. Suddenly, bang! Gunshots rang out, and to the horror of all the councillors, Ogster actually had a bloody hole in his head. The moment he fell to the ground, Ogster was filled with confusion, having no idea who he had offended and just died. Call an ambulance. Guard, guard, guard. My God. God. The scene was chaotic as the MPs present let out screams and began to flee in all directions. 0.30 minutes ago, Blue Star, Huasha. A room in the old castle. Roll on, we're here. This is my home, oh home. 2 white lights appeared, and after using the invitation to thrilling amusement park, Su Meng Meng touched the rolling head and milked it. The little panda Meng Meng was full of curiosity, sniffing with his nose and surveying the surroundings. Come on, I'll show you around my home. Su Meng Meng led Mo. As soon as she walked out of the door of the room, a salute sounded. Happy birthday, Princess Mo. Be happy and cheerful every day. Maid Lilith jumped out and said with a smile on her face, it's Sister Lilith. And so are you. To cuddle. Su Meng Meng's little face was excited. The queen went out on an errand today. She'll be back later. Let's go ahead and have some birthday cake. Lilith picked up Su Meng Meng and carried her to the hall of the ancient castle. The hall of the old castle had been decorated with great care, ribbons fluttering. The walls still had 4 large colorful letters of happy birthday, and in the center of the hall, on an antique pearwood table, sat a 3-tiered cake. Hello, Mo, happy birthday. At this time, the hall opened its doors and Chen Jiayi appeared in front of Meng Meng with a smiling face. She had been watching the entire time Mo was on Thriller Live learning about Meng Meng's birthday today. Chen Jiayi prepared a gift and had her housekeeper fly directly to Su Meng Meng's home in a helicopter. It's big sister. Seeing Chen Jiayi, Su Meng Meng's little face was happy and wailed. This is my gift to you. Try it. Chen Jiayi took out a box from inside her shoulder bag. The small box opened and contained the emerald bracelet, the string of emerald bracelets. A precious jade that she had auctioned off at an auction house. Had cost her close to $5 million of the pocket money she had saved up for a few months after the auction. Chen Jiayi then called a professional master to build and process according to Su Meng Meng's wrist size. Not only that, Chen Jiayi went to the temple inside the emerald bracelet to open the light, hoping that Meng Meng wearing the string of bracelets will be invulnerable to poison. Happy grow up. I was originally thinking that I didn't know what excuse to send it, but just in time to learn it was Mo's birthday. She had just the reason to give it away. Wow. It's so pretty and shiny. Seeing the string of emerald bracelets, Mo's eyes instantly lit up, her little face excited. I'll try it on you. Chen Jiayi walked forward and helped Su Meng Meng put on the jadeite bracelet. It kinda fits. It's beautiful. She gave an exaggerated cry. Yeah, whoops, it's really pretty. Emerald, shiny, off to the side. Lilith followed in agreement. Being praised like this, Su Meng Meng was a little embarrassed. Her little face couldn't help but blush. Crunch. At this moment, the door of the old castle opened again. and a beautiful silhouette wearing a purple dress appeared in front of them. It's the Shadow Queen. Since stepping into the half-step emperor level, she had become even more confident and empress-like. She could also stand up proudly when she saw the big sister that Mo was talking about. The reason is simple. Since stepping into the realm of the half-step emperor level, while the Shadow Empress had become even stronger, she had actually developed twice. Not only did her body become taller and more perfect, but a certain part that the Shadow Empress cared about the most also became more and more erect and round. On her way back, after the Shadow Empress found out about this, she secretly rejoiced inside for quite a long time. "Hello, pretty sister." Chen Jiai waved her hand and with a smile on her face, she greeted the Shadow Empress. As far as she knew from the internet, the pretty sister in front of her was fierce, as if she almost wiped out the beautiful country. Beautiful and powerful. When will I be like her? Chen Jiai said in her heart. "Hello." The Shadow Empress similarly smiled faintly, and her heart sank slightly when the corner of her eye landed on Chen Jiai's behemoth, still not as big as her. Discovering this fact, the Shadow Empress was a bit disappointed inside. When is it going to be on her scale? Women's minds are always so difficult to understand. Both sides are comparing their merits with each other. He, Missy, where have you been? Mo gave a cheeky grin. "I'm off to get you a present." The Shadow Empress shook off her distracting thoughts, and as she revealed a soft smile to Mo, she gently waved her sinister hand. 2 items appeared on the table at once. Iron Man's helmet. A sledgehammer. Why do some of these things look familiar? It looks like the equipment of the members of the League of Superheroes of the beautiful country. Chen Jiai froze. Although she hadn't entered the thriller world for long, she had learned a lot of news about the thriller world. Within all the thrill forces of the Blue Planet, the thrill forces of the 5 national thrill departments of the Pentarchy were the strongest, and the reason the beautiful country can be so strong is that it relies on equipment to force its way up. The members of the Super League each have an S-rated prop. S-class props were so precious that there were not many of them in a country, but the beautiful country had given one to each member of the League of Superheroes. In reference to Zhang Daoming. Although Zhang Daoming is the son of the Huaxia sequence and is the groomer of the next minister of the Huaxia thriller department, however, the country also only equipped him with 2 A-grade props. As for his current S-rank prop, Golden Thunder Sword, he had only recently obtained it. This comparison shows the wealth of the beautiful country. The reason why the Superhero League sector of the beautiful country is strong is completely kryptonite. Unlike Zhang Daoming, who was a Taoist heir, who dares to quack and kill inside the thriller world with a peachwood sword. But nowadays, the equipment of the members of that so-called League of Superheroes seem to have been looted by the Shadow Queen. These 2 items were hand-picked by me from within those shenanigans, and their face value is better looking than a few others. Chen Jiai, sure enough, her guess wasn't wrong. The Shadow Queen is really bossy. She sees something she likes and just takes it. She's also really ransacked the thriller department in the beautiful country. What about the other artifacts? Chen Jiai couldn't help but ask. A blue star called Trick Props. Thriller World is called Trickster. The props are the same, but called differently. Shadow Queen. Those trick weapons were so ugly looking that they were casually thrown overboard. Thrown into the sea because she's too ugly? The Shadow Empress is worthy of being an empress. Domineering. Chen Jiai cried and laughed in her heart. If the other players knew that the Shadow Queen had done this, they would pound their chests and call them losers. Those are all S-class props. And you threw them all into the sea because you dislike their ugliness? 6 He, thanks. Su Mingming's eyes were excited as she put away the 2 gifts on the desktop. Let's get ready for cake. Off to the side. Lilith laughed. Time left to enter thrill ride. 3 seconds. Countdown begins. 3. I'm afraid I'm going to have to eat it when I get back. Yo, I'm going to be teleported into thrill ride. Su Mengmeng froze and milked her words. 2. 1. As soon as she finished saying this, she and Roll turned into 2 white lights and teleported inside the thriller amusement park. It's a shame I made the cake most of the day. Lilith is crying. She had wanted Mo to try her cake and try her hand at it, but I didn't expect Mo to be teleported away so quickly. Guess we'll just have to wait for her to come back and eat. Thriller World. In front of the amusement park gates. I'm tired of this young man. Damn bird man. When my dad arrives later, I want you to look good and turn this amusement park upside down. A Green Mountain Guile teenager retracted his wings, panting, and hid above a large tree. How did this amusement park get so cheerful? Taking a look inside the amusement park, Luo Beixian froze. Amusement park decoration is too pink, too joyful, lights and colorful. Pink decorations abound. The entrance to the amusement park is the amazing value of the precious pink anemone metal. Pink anemone metal patchwork into 4 big words, happy birthday. Not only that, but the amusement park had a red carpet in the middle of the entrance, sprinkled with flowers. On either side of the red carpet, there were even 2 rows of creepy creatures in doll outfits standing. After seeing this, he was confused. The clown emperor is actually greeting that big man. How to decorate an amusement park so pink? That's too girly. Who on earth could that big man be? The other side, thriller amusement park. Inside the director's room, in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, The Joker Emperor was a little apprehensive. Whether he can turn it around or not depends on this one. Boss, I've checked again. And all the birthday arrangements and procedures have been properly prepared. Will that Lord's daughter really come? What if that Lord's daughter isn't in the wave of players coming later? To the side, Hawkman couldn't help but say with worry, he was worried that there wasn't that adult daughter in the players that teleported in later, in case it doesn't. Then they are waiting in vain. Ha! A player teleported in. At that moment, through the floor-to-ceiling windows, Hawkman's sharp eagle eye saw a group of players appear in front of the amusement park's entrance in a flash of white light inside the player. There happens to be a munchkin riding a baby panda. Boss, that Lord's daughter is here, Hawkman said excitedly. Go go go, let's go greet. The Clown Emperor was startled and anxious. Thriller world. Night, 3 red moons high in the sky. Moon stars, excellent weather like rose-red moonlight spilling onto the ground. It made the Thriller kindergarten look like it was covered in red makeup. At that moment, a white light kept appearing at the gate of the amusement park. Here we go, here we go, here we go. An adorable munchkin rode on a baby panda. Her watery eyes excited as she spoke while stroking the rolling panda's head. Humbug. Roll grunted and hummed twice. Looking around as adorably as a curious baby, she signed a contract with Su Mengmeng and became a contracted beast. So Su Mengmeng could bring her along when she used the invitation, though the role is egg-born, but only 2 days total have passed since the day the egg was broken. That said, she's only 2 days old now, and it's normal to say it's a baby. Wow. What a big amusement park. It's the first time I've been to such a big amusement park. Su Mengmeng's big watery eyes lit up when she saw the amusement park's main entrance, although she had been to the amusement park quite a few times with Pappy, but then it was the first time she had been to such a big amusement park, and that's when it happened. In front of Su Mengmeng, a panel appeared that only she could see. Moso arrives. Designated task object activated. Hidden quest promulgation. Obtain 9 small red flowers on a philatelic card to receive a special gift. Note, red flowers can be earned by passing the amusement park program. Do you accept this game? Accept. Su Mengmeng didn't even think about it. Her little face excitedly said she loves to play games. How could you possibly say no? Upon acceptance, a small card appeared in Su Mengmeng's small hand. The small card is printed with 9 small spaces, each of which is missing exactly 1 small red flower. These 9 little red flowers need to be collected by Su Mengmeng after clearing 9 items in the amusement park. I wonder what the gift will be when I collect all the little red flowers. Su Mengmeng's eyes were curious and her heart was expectant. In the meantime, after Su Mengmeng had already arrived at the Thriller amusement park, the live broadcast room immediately flooded with millions of their players' audience. Yes, nowadays, Su Mengmeng has been fire out of the circle, known by players around the globe. So as soon as she started broadcasting, the number of people online in the live room directly exceeded 1 million. This horrible popularity was a smack in the face of the other Thriller anchors. There's no comparison. They open a Thriller live, I'll even have a few tens of thousands of people online to watch. They feel like they are on fire, but as soon as the Munchkins started broadcasting, not even a few minutes later, the number of people had already exceeded 1 million. This Munchkin is so hot, they were alarmed. Hello, 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 the Munchkins are back on the air. The usual rules apply, with members of the Moomin crew signing in here. Sign in +1 +2 +3 +4. The Shadow Queen has detonated all the nukes in Belleville. And I hear that the Shadow Queen has looted the equipment of the members of the League of Superheroes, the country's Thriller division. Fuck, is it that hard? Why do I sound like I want to laugh so much? Ha ha ha, The live stream was buzzing with your words and mine. Just then, white light flashed and a human appeared next to Su Mengmeng. Wow, it's Dove. It's you. It's you. It's still you. Su Mengmeng's eyes widened when she saw a familiar figure. I've seen this pigeon time and time again. What a coincidence. That's right. It's me. It's me. It's still me. Zhang Daoming smiled faintly and waved his hand at Su Mengmeng in greeting. Today, he changed from his previous scruffy outfit of a Taoist priest and purposely dressed up for a new look, muscle lines and a silver necklace around his neck. The bottom half of his body was a pair of wide-legged pants, just long enough to cover a pair of limited edition sneakers. As the saying goes, people rely on clothes and Buddha relies on gold. After a careful dress, Zhang Daoming sealed face value completely unsealed. Handsome trend of even if it is a little fresh meat compared to it. I'm afraid it will be ashamed of itself. You, Dove, you look so handsome today? Su Mengmeng spoke childishly, her big eyes blinking, saying what she had to say. She felt that if she hadn't met this Dove so many times, otherwise, Su Mengmeng felt that she really couldn't recognize the person in front of her as Zhang Daoming. Viewers of the livestream, they were also confused when they saw this big handsome guy. After taking a closer look, I realized it was Zhang Daoming. What the hell is this son of Sequence up to? What's with the costume? Well, thanks for the compliment. Poor Tao originally didn't intend to enter the thrilling copy this time, wanting to rest for a while. However, the poor Taoist counted on his fingers and realized that my rightful destiny would be inside this copy. So the poor Taoist still came. Zhang Daoming smiled slightly and spoke the truth. Live stream viewers, positive karma. Zhang Daoming said his positive karma is inside this copy? This Taoist priest isn't trying to fall in love with a creepy creature, is he? Fierce. A lot of live viewers one by one called Zhang Daoming is worthy of being a Taoist. 6 Very much Mo Su. She couldn't understand what Zhang Daoming was saying at all. The young one? Who is young one? Because you'll run into Zhang Yuan. That's why Dove is dressed like this. Looks like young one is a good friend of this pigeon, obviously. Quite a few viewers in the live broadcast room and Su Mengmeng that was completely thinking the wrong way. Blue Star, somewhere in the room. Crap. And really hitched my cousin to it. Star Chow. The only one who had learned the truth and who Zhang Daoming's mouth was about the positive edge, couldn't help but wail out just now. Her cousin sent a message to herself. She said that she had gotten lucky this time. She just happened to have an invitation to Thrill Ride right in her hand, and that she would be teleporting into Thrill Ride in a few moments. It didn't take a minute to see this news, and it just so happened that Su Mengmeng's live broadcast started, and it just so happened that Zhang Daoming said these words. It's a big loss. What a handful of crows I've had before. Hitching myself to my cousin. No wonder this one came prepared today, dressed up like that in a slutty way. So it's because he wants to seduce my cousin. I don't know if my cousin will be able to resist the temptation. Starchow had a black line to Zhang Daoming. This dress, coupled with his handsome face and rather robust body, as well as the faint melancholy temperament, for the little girls that is a lethal killing force. But my cousin of the kingdom should be able to withstand it. His eyes narrowed, just then, inside Thriller World. A white light once again appeared at the amusement park gates. A white light flashed again at the gates of Thriller Amusement Park, and a little girl just out of her early teens appeared in front of the crowd. Illuminated by the moonlight of the red moon rose, say she's small. Smaller than an adult, said she wasn't small. Bigger than Su Mengmeng, she wore a simple yet elegant black dress, the hem of which gently swished in the breeze, with delicate lace at the neckline. It was this outfit that made the little girl's already fair face appear even whiter. Intentions. Why are you laughing? Because she finally met her idol Su Mengmeng. This little girl was none other than Aiur. Seeing this little girl, the live broadcast room boiled over a bit. Crap. It's Aiur. Really good looking. Now only 10 years old, just out of the beginning. If grow up that's not good? If she grows up, she'll be a blonde, blue-eyed beauty. Ahem. I have a canine son. Never mind. He doesn't deserve it. Ha 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 ha. Die laughing. Isn't she a member of the National Thriller Unit of the Woolly Bear Nation? What's she doing here? What else could it be? Possibly to curry favor with Su Mengmeng? After all, what the Shadow Empress did had too much impact, making many countries tremble with fear and want to befriend the Shadow Empress through Su Mengmeng. The eyes of the masses are sharper. Many of the game's viewers immediately guessed the intentions of the Woolly Bear Nation. Finally, I've met you. My name is Aiur. Hello there, Mo. As soon as she saw Mengmeng, Aiur was enthusiastic and immediately trotted over to Su Mengmeng and greeted her. Ah, so cute. She's really cute. When she actually saw Su Mengmeng herself, Aiur's teenage heart melted. Su Mengmeng was even cuter and prettier than what she had seen inside the live broadcast. Hello, my name is Su Mengmeng. This is my best friend. Her name is Rolling O. Mo blinked her big eyes and introduced herself before introducing Roll, who was being ridden by her. Your little panda is so cute. Can I pet you? Aiur said excitedly, speaking her words quite against her will. Yo? Su Mengmeng was a bit confused and subconsciously nodded. Rolling cute. Why are you touching me? Touché. Having received the consent of the rightful owner, Aiur stroked Su Mengmeng's little cheeks, her heart getting high. Ah, that little face. So cute. So tender. It feels good in the hand. Her teenage heart once again exploded in place. Her mind excited. She's Starchow's cousin. The foreigner? Starchow is a half-breed? After getting along a few times before, I couldn't tell that Starchow was a half-breed either. On the side, Zhang Daoming fell into silence, a bit at a loss for words. His positive edge. It can't be this underage foreign girl in front of us, can it? She's underage. I've always been very accurate in divination, and I've counted and counted this destiny, so it shouldn't be possible for there to be a mistake. Zhang Daoming was a bit helpless in his heart. The underage positive edge. He was never able to accept. Cannot pass that hurdle in his heart. Dove, there's a white light around you and a person. At this time, Su Mengmeng saw the white light flashing next to Zhang Daoming, and milked her. Zhang Daoming subconsciously turned back and looked towards the white light that appeared, which dispersed and a sinister figure appeared. This is a girl in her early 20s. She appeared like a brisk wind, drifting in and out. A pair of straight, long, slender legs. Her outfit showed her lively and cheerful character to the fullest, and with her appearance, the originally gloomy atmosphere of the Thriller world seemed to appear a bit brighter and more vibrant. She, the cousin that Starchow was talking about, Joe Gassa, live stream. Seeing this level of beauty, Many single dogs immediately couldn't sit still and their eyes went straight. Crap. This girl is so good looking too. Abba ea. Drooling, goddess. Goddess. If I could be her boyfriend, I'd live 10 years prematurely. Huasha's first deep love brother, national female Big Chinjai sorry. I have a favorite girl again, laughing to death. The last floor of the worthy of the first deep love brother in China. Always only to the beautiful first deep love, ha 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 ha. Talent. Don't say ah. Watching Meng Meng's live broadcast is eye-pleasing ah. Meng Meng is the world's adorable level. The girl is the goddess level. And even Zhang Daoming, who has dressed up, is also the male god level. Of course, in addition to that fat house, Star Chow? As soon as Zhang Daoming turned back to his head, Zhou Gasa also happened to turn back. The two men looked at each other in all directions. For a few moments of this stare, space-time seemed to pause beside them. Su Mengmeng surveyed them curiously, as if she could see a spark in their stare. What is this? That young lady is the Zheng Yuan that Dove was talking about? At this moment, seeing those beautiful and soulful face eyes, Zhang Daoming couldn't help but thump in his heart, feeling this strange sensation. He knew clearly in his heart that he had come to feel it himself. The girl in front of her is her own rightful destiny. What a marvelous feeling. It feels so familiar with him. Zhou Gasa's heart thumped inwardly, and two flashes of scarlet appeared on her fair cheeks. She didn't know why, but she always felt familiar with this handsome boy in front of her. Could it be that I feel familiar with him because I used to watch Mo Live before? Blue Star. No. Inside the room, seeing his cousin and Zhang Daoming call so much in the morning, Star Chow couldn't help but wail out. As a veteran, how could he not understand what that stare down just now meant? It's obvious that the two are calling each other. Crap. My mouth is really open. Disheartened. Disheartened. Still really hitching up his cousin. Cheapening this Taoist priest. Heart so cold. Why is it so cold? Star Chow looked up and realized that the air conditioner was set at 17 degrees. Star Chow,